In the year 2097 of the Blue Star calendar, a surge of energy storms swept across the globe. Qin Feng found himself standing at the entrance of the Starshine Academy, gazing up at a weathered stone tablet, a bitter pang rising in his heart. It had been 3 months since he traversed into this world. Once a top-tier operative in his previous life, he now bore the scornful label of a waste in this new existence. The absence of an awakened soul space meant he was unable to form a contract with battle pets, rendering him unworthy even of being an apprentice beastmaster. Ah, isn't that the useless Qin Feng? An abrasive voice shattered his reverie. Li Hao approached with a few henchmen, a derisive smile gracing his lips. Behind him, a robust wind wolf growled, its eyes glinting with a feral hunger. I heard you apply for an awakening test again today. What was the outcome? Another failure, I presume? Laughter erupted from the crowd. Qin Feng cast a glance at his hands, fingers slightly curled, his expression eerily calm, acutely aware that he was no match for these individuals at present. But that did not imply he would perpetually endure their taunts. Step aside. Qin Feng's voice was devoid of emotion. Li Hao's countenance darkened. What did you say? Before he could finish, a kick sent Qin Feng sprawling to the ground, dust swirling around him as the crowd's laughter crescendoed. A waste is still a waste. Dare to retort? Let me show you what true power is. The wind wolf let out a ferocious roar and lunged toward Qin Feng's arm, its fangs gleaming ominously. The scent of death enveloped him. In that critical moment, a chilling and unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Beast devouring system activated. Detected a dying target. Wind wolf, black iron level. Do you wish to devour its beast soul? Qin Feng's pupils constricted. A peculiar sensation surged through his mind, revealing the remnants of the wind wolf's life essence, soul imprint, and innate abilities. Without hesitation, he chose devour. In an instant, a torrent of searing energy flooded his being, coursing through his veins like molten lava. Pain engulfed him, yet he clenched his teeth, stifling any cries of anguish. Simultaneously, a message materialized in his consciousness. Acquired skill. Wind strike. Success rate 50. Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid. In the next moment, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Li Hao. What? Li Hao, taken by surprise, was sent flying by a powerful kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence enveloped the area. How? Is this possible? Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Qin Feng slowly withdrew his foot, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a chilling detachment. Who else wishes to test their luck? His voice, though low, carried an undeniable weight of authority. The students who had once mocked him now stood in stunned silence, none daring to utter a word. Li Hao struggled to rise, his face a mask of incredulity. How could you have suddenly become so powerful? Qin Feng offered no reply, merely regarding him with a frigid stare. Yet, he had already grasped the essence of the system. By vanquishing or coming into contact with dying targets, he could devour their beast souls, acquiring skills, bloodlines, energy, even fragments of memories. This was the true source of power. Choosing not to linger, he turned and departed from the cacophony of the crowd. Navigating through a secluded alley, Qin Feng halted before the corpse of an exotic beast, a small fire lizard, recently deceased, its beast's soul, energy, still lingering. He reached out, gently brushing against the lizard's carcass. Do you wish to devour its beast soul? Devoured. As he spoke, the beast's soul was swiftly extracted, transforming into a stream of crimson light that surged into him. A wave of warmth spread throughout his body, and he felt a slight enhancement to his physical abilities, accompanied by fragmented memories surfacing in his mind. In a hazy vision, a colossal shadow rent the sky, a tempest of energy sweeping across the land. A deep, ancient voice reverberated in the void. The rift has opened. A jolt coursed through Qin Feng. Uncertain of the meaning behind this memory, he sensed that the rift concealed secrets potent enough to alter the fabric of the world. Current energy value, 12 out of 100. Available items, none. Store function not yet unlocked. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. While the system was formidable, its current capabilities were limited. However, he remained unfazed. Time was on his side. Raising his gaze to the distant horizon, sunlight caressed his face, eliciting a faint smile. From this day forth, I shall seize my destiny with my own hands. Qin Feng murmured softly that in this world, no one shall stand above me. With resolute strides, his figure gradually faded into the distance. The next moment, a familiar, cold mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Nearby, a dying black iron-level shadow mouse has been detected. Do you wish to devour its beast soul? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching. He stealthily approached the corpse of the shadow mouse. This creature was slender, its fur a dull gray, with one foreleg shattered, evidently abandoned after sustaining injuries. Devoured in an instant. A surge of blistering energy flooded his being, even more potent than before. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead, enduring the discomfort coursing through him. Simultaneously, information flooded his mind. Acquired skill, conceal presence, success rate 30. Extracted memory fragment, previously controlled by a masked man. Participated in underground beast fighting. The fleeting image left Qin Feng's heart racing. Underground beast fighting, a glimmer of danger flickered in his eyes. It appeared that the dark underbelly of this world ran far deeper than he had anticipated. On the following morning, the academy playground buzzed with excitement. Li Hao reemerged, flanked by his wind wolf, albeit with a slightly sluggish gait, clearly not yet fully recovered. Qin Feng, he called out from within the crowd. Yesterday was a mistake. Shall we have another round today? Do you dare? Surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Many eyes gleamed with excitement and anticipation. They were not there to witness a fair duel. Rather, they yearned to see the so-called waste once more toppled to the ground. Qin Feng stepped calmly out of the crowd, his gaze as tranquil as still water. If you seek death, I shall oblige, he declared. The crowd erupted in shock at his words. Li Hao's expression darkened. You dare accept? Very well. Then let me show you true power. With a swift command, the swift-winged wolf lunged forward, its claws slicing through the air, aiming for Qin Feng's throat. The speed was astonishing. Gasps erupted from the spectators, and a few girls even shielded their eyes. Yet, Qin Feng remained motionless. Just as the wolf was about to pounce, his figure suddenly blurred. The swift wind strike. In an instant, Qin Feng appeared behind the wolf, delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! The wolf let out a muffled grunt, crashing heavily to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose, its limbs convulsing. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could you be faster than my battle pet? Qin Feng regarded him coldly, his tone chillingly flat. Because you are too weak. With that, he strode towards the fallen swift-winged wolf, crouching down to gently touch its head. System prompt. Detecting dying black iron swift-winged wolf. Do you wish to devour its soul? Devour. In that instant, a surge of potent energy coursed through his body. This time, he distinctly felt a torrent of information exploding in his mind. Amidst flickering images, he beheld a dimly lit space, a colossal hand pressing against the wolf's forehead, runes swirling as a frigid voice whispered. Source energy cult. Loyalty, obedience. The scene shifted abruptly to reveal a blurred visage, a man clad in a gray robe, half of his face obscured by a metallic mask, clutching a black insignia etched with a twisted totem. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. He recognized him from the fragmented memories he had absorbed from the shadow mouse the previous night. So, these beasts originate from the same organization? Alarm bells rang in Qin Feng's mind. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. What has transpired? A middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform approached swiftly, his brow furrowed, eyes sharp. He was Mentor Qin Feng, one of the few educators in the academy genuinely concerned for his students. Qin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, rising to his feet, maintaining an unaffected demeanor. Nothing much, just a spar, he replied. Qin Feng scanned the scene, ultimately fixing his gaze on Qin Feng, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. You have been acting a bit differently lately, Qin Feng murmured. If anything is amiss, do not hesitate to seek me out. Qin Feng offered a faint smile. Thank you for your concern, Mentor. Qin Feng nodded and turned to leave. However, he remained oblivious to the faint blue dust clinging to his garment, shimmering subtly in the sunlight, a remnant of the spiritual fluctuations from the systems. Devouring as night fell within the abandoned training ground, Qin Feng sat alone beside a crumbled stone pillar, energy waves swirling within his palm. Having devoured 3 beasts consecutively, His energy value had surged to 37 points. Although he had yet to unlock the shop, 3 new skills had appeared in his skill panel. Mastered skills: Swift Wind Strike, success rate 60, Conceal Breath, success rate 40, Wild Sensation, passive skill, enhances vigilance and judgment against beasts. That he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the transformations within. His strength, speed, and reflexes were all on the rise. More importantly, he had begun to comprehend the fragmented memories of those beasts, piecing together a broader tapestry of the world around him. The name Source Energy Cult increasingly echoed in his mind. The masked man appeared to be orchestrating something. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. He was not one to idly wait for adversaries to approach, that if someone sought to manipulate the beasts, they should not blame him for striking first. Beginning tomorrow, I shall take the initiative, Qin Feng murmured to himself, his voice calm and resolute, betraying not a hint of youthfulness. In the distance, a crow swept past the dilapidated walls, the sound of its wings resonating sharply in the night. Qin Feng glanced up, a slight smile tugging at his lips. In the next moment, the crow suddenly began to thrash violently, as though ensnared by some unseen force, plummeting to the ground. Qin Feng extended his hand, beckoning gently. The crow's form dissolved into a mist, swiftly drawn into his palm. Detecting dying target. Crow, common level. Do you wish to devour its soul? Devour. System, display the attribute panel. In an instant, a faint golden light emerged in his mind, revealing a wealth of information. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, quickly scanning the details. Host name, Qin Feng. Level, Unawakened Beastmaster. Soul Strength, 12/100, Black Iron level threshold. Source Energy Reserve, 37/100. Devouring Progress, 78 contracted. Battle Pet Slots, 0 to 1. Skill Panel, Swift Wind Strike, success rate 60. Conceal Breath, success rate 40. Wild Sensation, passive. Task System Current Task, analyze the cause. Of Spatial Rift, unlocked, reward. 10 expansion of Soul Space. Qin Feng's gaze oscillated between Devouring Progress and Soul Strength. Just 22 more. He whispered softly, if I devour 2 or 3 more Black Iron level beasts, I should be able to break through. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, his mind retracing the scene from when he devoured the crow. The dim space, the hazy rift, and the masked man murmuring, the rift. Is the key to unlocking. A key? Unlocking what? A flicker of realization stirred within Qin Feng, hinting at a monumental secret hidden behind the rift. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the qualifications to delve deeper. First, I must break through to become a Beastmaster, he resolved, suddenly opening his eyes, his gaze as icy as steel. Black Iron level is merely the threshold to truly enter this realm of cultivation. Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust from his trousers, surveying his surroundings. The abandoned training ground had long been neglected, its walls crumbling, weeds flourishing unchecked, the occasional hoot of an owl adding an eerie ambience. However, such a place was precisely ideal for devouring beasts and honing skills. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng activated Wild Sensation, attempting to sense any signs of beasts nearby. After a moment, a faint, mournful wail drifted from a distance that a smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. Found you. He set forth, moving with a lightness of foot, his steps soundless, like a wraith slipping into the shadows. Beyond the training ground lay a forsaken experimental zone. Once the Academy's old experimental base, it had been sealed off following an incident. Now, only rusted metal doors and severed wires remained, resembling gaping maws greedily consuming the light and shadows of the past. Qin Feng stood outside the door, his gaze vigilantly sweeping the surroundings. After confirming that no one was present, he stealthily slipped inside. The air was permeated with a pungent metallic scent, mingled with the stench of blood and decay. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Feng gradually ventured deeper along the corridor. Suddenly, a faint groan reached his ears. He halted immediately, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. Within a laboratory, a strange beast was tightly shackled to the examination table by iron chains, its body marred with wounds, its breath weak. Yet, the energy fluctuations within it were remarkably pure. A flicker of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This beast was unfamiliar to him, its body cloaked in silvery gray scales, with long, agile limbs and a tail as slender as a whip. A dark purple mark adorned its forehead, resembling an enigmatic rune. Unknown species, yet its energy level is considerable, Qin Feng murmured softly. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to gently touch the beast's forehead that a system notification chimed. Detected a dying, unknown beast. Do you wish to devour its beast soul? Devour. In an instant, a searing energy surged into his body like a relentless tide, more intense than any previous experience. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure as his consciousness swiftly plunged into the memories of the beast. An image flashed before him, revealing a dim underground space filled with individuals clad in gray robes, gathered around a colossal formation. At the center of this formation lay a distorted spatial rift. In unison, they chanted incomprehensible incantations as the rift slowly widened. Catastrophe. Annihilation technique that a deep voice resonated within his consciousness. Using beast souls as a conduit, tearing apart space, invoking the power of calamity to annihilate all foes. The vision abruptly ceased. Qin Feng's eyes flew open, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Catastrophe, annihilation technique. Fragment. Qin Feng murmured to himself. It appears this beast was a failed experiment. He quickly reviewed the system notification. Skill acquired. Catastrophe annihilation technique. Fragment. Success rate 10. Memory fragment extracted. The source energy cult is conducting experiments related to spatial rifts, suspected of attempting to open an interdimensional passage. Qin Feng's expression turned icy in an instant. Indeed, it was that organization once more. It seems their ambitions extend beyond merely controlling strange beasts. Qin Feng mused quietly. They aim to open this interdimensional portal. Gazing at the newfound energy points in his hand. 62. Devouring progress. 93. Just one final step remains. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips. The black iron-level beast tamer is finally within reach. Rising to his feet, he prepared to leave when a crumpled piece of paper in the corner of the examination table caught his attention. It was a torn experimental record, faintly inscribed with several words. Coordinates of a rift. X17, Y43, Z89. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Coordinates? He swiftly tucked the paper into his pocket and turned it apart. The night wind howled, lifting the edges of his clothing. Standing outside the experimental area, Qin Feng looked up at the night sky. The starlight was dim and lackluster, the clouds hanging low and oppressive. A cold smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. What are you plotting? Source energy cult. He whispered to himself before turning away, his figure gradually vanishing into the shadows of the night. Chapter 4. Bloodshed on the streets. Qin Feng stood still, making no movement, slowly closing his eyes as he quietly summoned his primal instincts. In an instant, the aura emanating from the surrounding beasts, the fluctuations of energy, and even the rhythm of their heartbeats vividly imprinted themselves in his mind. 3 were of the black iron rank, 1 on the brink of death. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips as, in the next moment, his figure flickered like a ghost, vanishing to the edge of the street, his steps as light as if he were treading upon air. The black dog beast seemed to sense an anomaly, abruptly lifting its head, its nostrils flaring as it emitted a low growl in Qin Feng's direction, its vigilance heightened. Tempest strike. Qin Feng whispered the name of his skill, and as the words left his mouth, his body instantaneously disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the beast. With his right hand poised like a dagger, he precisely pierced the nerve node at the side of the beast's neck. The creature did not even have time to emit a cry before it collapsed to the ground. Qin Feng crouched slowly, placing his palm against the beast's forehead. A system notification sounded. Detected dying beast. Do you wish to devour its soul? Devour. Searing energy surged into his body in an instant, and Qin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking into the remnants of the beast's soul. A fleeting image revealed a group of beasts gathering in the wilderness, with a blurred figure standing at the forefront, seemingly directing them forward. Objective, Starlight City. Mission, bloodshed. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his pupils contracting slightly. This was not a naturally occurring beast tide, but rather an organized assault. He swiftly checked the system notifications. Skill acquired. Group Frenzy, success rate 5. Memory fragment extracted. Beast group under the control of an unknown entity, with a clear objective directed at Starlight City. Interesting. Qin Feng murmured to himself, realizing that there were multiple adversaries orchestrating events from the shadows. Rising to his feet, he felt the lingering warmth of the devoured beast's soul in his palm. Energy reserves, 84, 100. Devouring progress, 96. So close, yet so far. Qin Feng took a deep breath and cast his gaze to the other side of the street. There, a team of beast tamers was besieging a massive beast, a bronze-ranked earth-shatter lizard, its body encased in hard scales. With a casual swipe of its tail, it could effortlessly overturn a car. Some team members were already wounded, blood staining the ground, yet they fought on with unwavering resolve. Qin Feng did not strike immediately. Instead, he observed quietly. They are nearing their limit. He assessed the battlefield in his mind, swiftly analyzing the optimal moment to intervene. Most of the team's battle pets were exhausted, and the earth-shatter lizard, too, was grievously injured, its scales shedding and blood flowing, its movements growing sluggish. Wait, leaning against a broken lamppost, Qin Feng gently tapped the metallic pole with his fingers, producing a faint ringing sound. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as a rift lizard roared and lunged at a beastmaster. The beastmaster barely managed to block the attack, but was swiftly flung aside by the creature's tail, crashing heavily against the wall, his fate uncertain. The other members retreated, gasping for breath, their eyes filled with fatigue and fear. In that instant, Qin Feng's figure flickered as he unleashed a gale charge, swiftly entering the heart of the battlefield. With a swift motion of his right hand, he seized the rift lizard by its forehead, the chilling sensation coursing through his fingertips. The system prompt sounded once more, detected dying bronze-level beast. Would you like to devour its soul? Devour. In an instant, a torrent of ferocious energy surged into his body, causing Qin Feng to shudder violently, nearly losing his balance. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stabilize his consciousness and delved into the memories of the rift lizard. The scene shifted, revealing a vast underground cavern, at the center of which stood an altar crafted from black stone, adorned with ominous runes. A group of cloaked figures encircled the altar, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Sacrifice to awaken the sovereign. The vision abruptly ceased. Qin Feng's eyes flew open, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He quickly examined the system prompt. Skill acquired. Earthquake shockwave. Success rate 20. Memory fragment extracted. The beast is influenced by the underground altar, controlled by an unknown entity, intending to awaken the sovereign. Sovereign? Qin Feng pondered. What could that be? He lowered his gaze to inspect his attribute panel. Host name, Qin Feng level. Unawakened Beastmaster soul strength, 102100. Surpassed the black iron threshold. Energy reserve, 148,100. Overflowing. Devouring progress, 100. Skill bar gale charge. Success rate, 70. Conceal presence. Success rate, 50. Wild sensation. Passive. Cataclysmic annihilation technique. Fragment. Success rate, 12. Mass frenzy. Success rate, 6. Earthquake shockwave. Success rate, 22. Task system. Current task. Analyze the cause of spatial rift. Unlocked. Reward. Soul. Space expansion 10 beast contract slots. 11. A cold smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. At last, he had successfully advanced to the rank of Black Iron Beastmaster. Slowly rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the Beastmaster team. Several members regarded him warily, one gripping his weapon tightly, eyes brimming with evident hostility. Who are you? The man demanded. Why are you stealing our spoils? Qin Feng did not respond. Instead, he gradually raised his right hand, concentrating pure energy in his palm. Because you are unworthy. As soon as the words left his lips, he propelled himself forward with a powerful push, darting like an arrow. The man's pupils constricted in shock, and just as he was about to react, Qin Feng's palm had already pressed against his chest. Gale charge. With a swift thrust of his palm, the individual was propelled backward, colliding violently with the wall, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. The others were paralyzed with horror, retreating in disarray. Who on earth are you? One of them cried out, his voice trembling with fear. Ignoring their panic, Qin Feng turned and departed. The night wind howled past, lifting the corners of his garments. He gazed upward into the distance, where the stars flickered dimly, overshadowed by surging dark clouds. The ruler, Qin Feng murmured softly to himself. He stepped forward, gradually vanishing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 5. Evolution amidst the pile of corpses at that moment. A system notification erupted like a thunderclap. Detected near-death battle pet. Shadow leopard cub. Potential. Would you like to form a contract? Qin Feng's expression sharpened. Instantly locking onto a curled figure nestled within a pool of blood, the shadow leopard cub. Its petite form was cloaked in the profound darkness of night, its paws charred, clearly having sustained grave injuries in the preceding battle, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, within its eyes, there was no trace of fear, only stubbornness and pride remained. Contract. As the system's prompt resonated, a faint yet resilient wave of beastly spirit began to rise from the shadow leopard, weaving its way along the psychic link to Qin Feng's soul space. In an instant, Qin Feng felt the chaotic energy within him being drawn by a chilling yet agile force, akin to a slender thread in the darkness, meticulously untangling the tumultuous energy. Contract successful. Acquired skill. Shadow tier. Success rate. 30. Current battle pet. Shadow leopard juvenile. Affinity. Unknown. Can be enhanced through combat, nurturing, and spiritual resonance. As Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, the turmoil within him finally subsided. He looked down at the shadow leopard, which had also raised its head, its gaze reflecting a peculiar fluctuation, as if acknowledging Qin Feng's presence. Now is the time for the hunt. No sooner had Qin Feng spoken than a black iron-grayed fire lizard beast erupted from the rubble, flames roaring from its mouth. A scorching wave of heat surging forth like a tidal wave. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself backward with a powerful push, his form darting away like an arrow released from a bow. The flames from the fire lizard exploded, mercilessly engulfing both Qin Feng and the shadow leopard. The scorching wave enveloped them, the air thick with the acrid scent of singed flesh. The shadow leopard reacted swiftly, lunging toward the fire column. However, its movements were slightly delayed, and the flames grazed its back, singeing its fur and eliciting a pained growl. Qin Feng felt as though his chest had been seared by a hot coal, a jagged pain radiating from his ribs. Gritting his teeth, he steadied himself, his gaze remaining calm as a deep abyss. A formidable fire-type beast, indeed. Qin Feng gradually raised his hand, gathering a sphere of source energy in his palm. But in the next moment, it was dispersed by the chaotic energy flowing within him. He could not afford a direct confrontation. He had to seek an alternative approach. The fire lizard lunged again, unleashing a torrent of flames aimed directly at Qin Feng's throat. Qin Feng stood resolutely, unyielding. He abruptly dashed beyond the reach of the fire pillar, placing his palm upon the forehead of the shadow leopard, the mental connection intensifying instantaneously. Would you like to attempt beast-soul fusion? Fusion success rate. 15. Note: fusion may temporarily enhance resistance and perception, but could also result in backlash. Fusion. As the system's prompt resonated, a torrent of ferocious beast soul energy surged into Qin Feng's body, causing his consciousness to blur, as if he were drawn into a bizarre realm woven from shadows and flames. He beheld the shadow leopard galloping freely across the wilderness, ensnared by the fire lizard beast, its tenacious struggle for survival striking a chord within him. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng comprehended the reason behind the shadow leopard's defiant gaze. Even at death's door, it did not wish to perish. It yearned for strength. A profound resonance surged within Qin Feng. Then let us grow stronger together. Suddenly, Qin Feng opened his eyes wide, the source energy within him merging with the shadow leopard's beast soul, a faint layer of shadowy patterns emerging upon his skin, resembling a cloak of night, mysterious and formidable. The fire lizard beast lunged once more, flames swirling in its maw. Yet this time, Qin Feng did not flinch. With a firm grip of his right hand, he concentrated dark energy in his palm, and in the next heartbeat, his form shot forth like an arrow. Shadow rend. The shadow leopard followed closely, its figure blurring, transforming into a streak of black lightning. Together, man and beast charged into the flames of the fire lizard beast like fearless warriors. The brilliance of shadow rend sliced through the flames, precisely severing the creature's throat. The fire lizard beast let out a piercing wail as the flames extinguished abruptly, its massive body crashing to the ground. Panting heavily, Qin Feng observed the shadow leopard prostrate nearby, its breath labored. Yet he did not pause. Instead, he immediately crouched beside the fire lizard beast, placing his palm upon its forehead. Detection of a dying exotic beast. Would you like to devour its beast soul? Devour. The searing fire energy surged into his body like a relentless tide, causing Qin Feng to shudder as his consciousness plummeted into the memories of the fire lizard beast. In a flash, he witnessed the creature being manipulated beneath a volcanic crater, control runes implanted within its being. Indeed, this was no natural beast tide. Qin Feng opened his eyes, remnants of the fire lizard beast's soul energy lingering in his palm, while a crimson hue now infused his source energy. He attempted to harness this fire energy, discovering a marked enhancement in his fire resistance, even gaining the ability to manipulate flames, albeit briefly. Quite impressive. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng gazed into the distance. The beast tide had not yet abated. More exotic beasts were steadily encroaching. Shadow leopard, let us depart. The shadow leopard raised its head, a glimmer of trust igniting in its eyes, softly responding and slowly rising. Qin Feng stepped forward, his figure vanishing into the embrace of the night. Shortly after his departure, a faint rune flickered upon the corpse of the fire lizard beast, only to fade back into silence. The night deepened, and the wind grew increasingly frigid. Qin Feng stood atop the roof of an abandoned building, surveying the entirety of Starshine City. On the streets below, monstrous creatures rampaged unchecked, flames soared into the sky, and the crowd fled in terror. Qin Feng cast a downward glance at Shadow Leopard and softly declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my mightiest battle companion." The Shadow Leopard gently nuzzled Qin Feng's hand, its eyes devoid of struggle, now radiating unwavering determination. Qin Feng slowly clenched his fist, the shadows of his palm intertwining with the firelight, resembling a perfect fusion of night and flame. In the next moment, he turned and leaped from the high building, vanishing into the depths of darkness. Chapter 6. Breaking through the siege, Qin Feng lowered his head, his gaze briefly skimming over Shadow Leopard, where a fleeting hint of fatigue flickered in its emerald eyes. Yet more prominent was the exhilaration following their initial battle. Qin Feng remained silent, merely raising his hand to gently press against the leopard's forehead, their mental connection growing increasingly stable in silence. Contract status: stable, intimacy level 5. A faint smile curved Qin Feng's lips as he continued to remain taciturn. In the distance, a tide of beasts wreaked havoc. The streets were ablaze, interspersed with screams, explosions, and low growls, all intertwining in a chaotic cacophony. Qin Feng squinted, his gaze sweeping across the entirety of Starshine City, where amidst the turmoil, an eerie pattern began to emerge. This was not a natural beast tide. This thought echoed repeatedly in Qin Feng's mind. The imprint of that rune from the fire lizard's memory was too profound. It was unmistakably evidence of human manipulation rather than a natural occurrence. He looked down at his palm. After devouring the fire lizard, flickers of flame coursed beneath his skin, a sign of his fire affinity. Qin Feng attempted to channel the source energy, flicking his fingertips to release a wisp of crimson flame that danced in the night wind, never extinguishing. Intrigued, Shadow Leopard gazed at the flame, its nose twitching as it seemed to develop a keen interest in this newfound power. Qin Feng chuckled softly, offering no words as he turned and proceeded along the edge of the ruins. He was determined to uncover the source of that rune. Shadow Leopard moved as lightly as a whisper, while Qin Feng's steps were steady like shadows, the two weaving through the ruins of Starshine City. Illuminated by the firelight, their elongated shadows appeared as if manifesting an ancient pact. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted, his gaze fixated on a collapsed building ahead. There, several monstrous creatures were assailing a female soldier clad in tactical armor, Yi Hongli. Her battle companion, the Rift Dragon Hawk, lay gravely injured on the ground, its wings torn and bloodied. If he did not act soon, her life would be forfeit. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng strode forward. Shadow Leopard sprang into action, its shadow tearing through the night as it swiftly dispatched one of the creatures by ripping open its throat. The beast's blood splattered onto the ground with a hissing sound, reminiscent of a corrosive liquid. Qin Feng did not pause. He charged into the fray, flames surging in his palm as he delivered a powerful punch, the fire erupting against the creature's chest and sending it flying. Yi Hongli gasped for breath, her gaze fixed warily on Qin Feng. However, she soon exhaled in relief upon noticing the Shadow Leopard and the aura emanating from Qin Feng, which rivaled that of an ordinary beast master. "Thank you. Do not express gratitude too soon." As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, a shadow surged forth from the ruins with astonishing speed. It was a silver moon-level beast. The black flame wolf. It opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames aimed directly at Qin Feng's face. The shadow leopard sprang into action, its form blurring as it circled behind the black flame wolf, its claws slicing through the air towards its neck. Yet, the black flame wolf reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting abruptly to bite down on the shadow leopard's paw, teeth clashing with claws, sparks flying. A chill flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He stomped down fiercely, shattering the ground beneath him as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, flames surging in his palm and crashing into the wolf's flank. Fire Dragon Explosion. This was a skill Qin Feng had just deciphered from the fire lizard beast's soul, not yet fully mastered, but in this moment, he had no alternative. The flames detonated explosively, and the black flame wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl, releasing its grip on the shadow leopard and retreating rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng pursued, with the shadow leopard closely following, its claw tearing into the wolf's throat. The beast collapsed, its body gradually dissolving into a puddle of black water. Illuminated by the firelight, Qin Feng discerned a familiar rune mark within. Indeed, he crouched down, pressing his palm against the black flame wolf's forehead. Detecting a dying beast. Do you wish to devour its soul? Devour. Searing fire energy surged into his body once more, causing Qin Feng to shudder slightly as his consciousness plunged into the memories of the black flame wolf. In a fleeting vision, he witnessed the wolf being infused with runes in an underground laboratory, its source energy forcibly rewritten to become a conduit for a beast tide. These creatures had been artificially created. Opening his eyes, Qin Feng felt the residual soul energy of the black flame wolf in his palm, while the fire energy within him intensified, now tinged with a hint of black flame characteristics. Rising to his feet, he turned to Yi Hongli. What is your name? Yi Hongli. Her eyes reflected a mixture of confusion and heightened alertness. Who are you? Qin Feng. Without further elaboration, he gestured towards the runes on the wolf's corpse. If you wish to uncover the truth behind the beast tide, follow me. After a moment of silence, Yi Hongli finally nodded. All right. Together, the trio, Qin Feng, Yi Hongli, and the shadow leopard, continued along the periphery of the ruins, traversing several streets overtaken by beasts, ultimately arriving at the entrance of an abandoned underground research facility. How do you know there is a laboratory here? Yi Hongli inquired, furrowing her brow. Intuition. Qin Feng offered no further explanation as the shadow leopard leapt ahead to scout the area. Moments later, a system prompt sounded. Rune node detected. Do you wish to attempt analysis? Without hesitation, Qin Feng responded. Analyze. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing the intricate structures of the runes, the flow of energy, and the controlling logic. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his mind conjured an image of countless runes intertwining in the void, forming an immense web of control, at the center of which loomed a vague shadow, not human, nor a beast. A tightening sensation gripped Qin Feng's heart. It was a being of a higher order. He opened his eyes and looked at Yi Hongli. I have located the source. Yi Hongli's gaze sharpened. Where? Qin Feng raised his hand and pointed ahead. Underground. No sooner had the words left his lips than a deep tremor resonated from the earth below, as if something was awakening. The ears of the shadow leopard perked up suddenly, and its fur shimmered with a fiery orange hue, as if flames were igniting within. A chilling smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips, his eyes icy. It is time to ensnare our prey. He stepped down, his figure vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 7. The hero saves the beauty. The fluctuations of the runes intensified. Qin Feng lowered his voice, his fingertips gently tracing his palm as he spoke slowly. The peculiar energy waves were gradually emanating from the depths below, as if some long-dormant entity was stirring to life. Yi Hongli remained silent, gripping her tactical dagger tightly, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings like a leopard poised to strike. Suddenly, a cold and furious roar shattered the stillness of the night. Get away! This was followed by the sharp sound of claws slicing through the air and the short, agonized cries of a battle pet. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed instantly, and his steps faltered for a moment. Over there. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, the shadow leopard darting like a wraith, swiftly heading towards the source of the sound. Turning past the partially collapsed training ground wall, he beheld 3 silver-moon-grade beasts relentlessly assaulting a young girl. Lin Wire, clad in her academy uniform, with silvery hair cascading like a waterfall, appeared slender and delicate. Yet, amidst the fierce battle, she unleashed astonishing strength. At her feet lay her battle pet, a snow-white ice phoenix, its wings still unfurled, gasping weakly, clearly at its limit. The onslaught of the beasts was ferocious. A fang-bearing shadow wolf lunged first, its claws slicing through the air, aiming directly for Lin Wire's throat. Gritting her teeth, Lin Wire quickly summoned cold energy in her palm, attempting to unleash her skill. However, the weakness of her battle pet rendered her efforts futile as the chill dissipated before reaching its target. Time was running out. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. He stomped the ground fiercely, causing the debris beneath to erupt. His figure shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Shadow Rend. The shadow leopard sprang from the shadows with ghostly swiftness, its claws slicing through the air to pierce the throat of the shadow wolf. Blood mist erupted instantaneously, and the beast collapsed to the ground before it could react. The two other strange beasts sensed the impending danger and immediately altered their course, lunging fiercely towards Qin Feng. Fire Dragon explode. The flames in Qin Feng's palm surged dramatically, the crimson blaze rapidly coalescing within his grasp. In the next moment, the fire erupted violently, sweeping forth like a tornado, propelling the two beasts violently away, crashing them into the ruins with anguished roars. The shadow leopard offered them no respite, pouncing again in an instant, its claws slicing through the air like blades, accurately piercing the neck of one beast. The final beast struggled to rise, its ferocity undiminished. Yet, upon meeting Qin Feng's icy gaze, it instinctively trembled. It seemed to sense a formidable power that transcended that of an ordinary beast master. Die! Qin Feng raised his hand. Flames gathering once more, and a roaring fire dragon surged forth, incinerating the beast into charred remains. Lin Wire gasped, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions as she looked at Qin Feng. She had never witnessed such a fierce combat style, calm, precise, and merciless, each strike appearing meticulously calculated. Lin Wire glanced down at the ice phoenix, which weakly chirped, a faint glimmer of cold light shimmering on its feathers, seemingly responding to an unknown wave. Qin Feng also noticed the flicker of cold light, feeling a resonance of restlessness within his fire energy. Detection of ancient bloodline fluctuations within the ice phoenix. Current permissions insufficient for analysis. The system prompt echoed clearly in Qin Feng's mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, but refrained from further comment. At that moment, Yi Hongli arrived, surveying the battlefield. Lin Wire, are you all right? She inquired. Lin Wire did not respond to Yi Hongli. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, a hint of vigilance and confusion in her eyes. How did you end up here? Her tone was cool, laced with an undertone of interrogation. Qin Feng shrugged. Just a coincidence. Coincidence? Lin Wire scoffed. 3 silver moon-level beasts attacked me, and you just happened to be passing by? Do you expect me to believe that? Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. I tracked the runic energy here, and that is all there is to it. Lin Wire fell silent for a moment, her gaze shifting to the shadow leopard, then back to the flames in Qin Feng's palm, which had yet to fully dissipate. Qin Feng, when did you become so strong? For the first time, her tone carried a hint of emotional fluctuation. Qin Feng did not answer, merely casting a glance at Lin Wire before turning to say, if you wish to survive, do not waste time here. The shadow leopard followed closely behind Qin Feng, its steps light and agile, as if the earlier fierce battle had been merely a routine affair. Lin Wire stood rooted in place, watching Qin Feng's retreating figure, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. She had never imagined that the boy she once dismissed could now single-handedly slay 3 silver moon-level beasts. Moreover, the aura surrounding Qin Feng seemed intricately intertwined with some ancient existence. Lin Wire cast her gaze downward at the ice phoenix, whose frail form lay with its eyes gently closed, the faint glimmer of frost upon its feathers having vanished. Yet, Lin Wire sensed that, in that fleeting moment, it appeared to have perceived something. Qin Feng, who exactly are you? Lin Wire murmured softly to herself. Yi Hongli approached Lin Wire and suggested, if you seek the answer, perhaps you should follow. Taking a deep breath, Lin Wire finally stepped forward, trailing behind. The trio, accompanied by the beast, delved deeper into the ruins on the northern side of Starshine City. Chapter 8. The power of the frigid phoenix, we must find a place to rest. Yi Hongli spoke slowly, her voice laden with exhaustion. If this continued, it would not be long before even walking became an arduous task, let alone engaging in battle. Qin Feng nodded gently, his gaze sharp as a blade, surveying his surroundings until it settled upon a partially collapsed underground parking garage not far away. "Over there," Qin Feng murmured, his voice deep and resonant. The group swiftly entered the garage, darkness enveloping them instantaneously, with only a few strands of moonlight filtering through the cracks, resembling silvery threads that barely illuminated the indistinct shapes within. Lin Wire cautiously laid the ice phoenix on the ground, observing its dull, lifeless feathers and weak breaths that seemed as fragile as a wisp of smoke. "It is gravely injured," Qin Feng remarked, crouching down to gently brush his fingertips across the phoenix's feathers. Yet, his expression subtly shifted, betraying a moment of intense focus. Detected activation of Frigid Phoenix's power. Continuous observation suggested. The system notification erupted in Qin Feng's mind like a sharp bolt of lightning. The instant he made contact with the phoenix's feathers, a frigid essence slithered up his fingertips like a cold serpent, intertwining with the searing inferno of energy within him, creating a brief resonance akin to the convergence of ice and fire, stirring delicate ripples within. Qin Feng withdrew his hand discreetly, his eyes deepening in intensity, resembling an unfathomable abyss. "It requires energy replenishment," Qin Feng spoke slowly. "If you permit, I can aid in its recovery." Lin Wire's gaze instantly turned icy, her tone laced with caution. "You do not misconstrue my intentions," Qin Feng replied calmly. "I merely believe it should not perish here." After a moment of silence, Lin Wire finally nodded slowly. "If you can save it, I am willing to cooperate." Without further ado, Qin Feng began to gather a warm source of energy in his palm, akin to a gentle flame, gradually approaching the body of the ice phoenix. Just as the energy was about to make contact with the phoenix, Qin Feng subtly activated the devouring system. Target: Ice Phoenix, juvenile, in a critical state, capable of being devoured. Warning: an unknown consciousness resides within the target. Devouring may provoke a backlash. Qin Feng's gaze darkened slightly, yet without a hint of hesitation. He proceeded with the devouring. In an instant, a chilling force surged into Qin Feng's body like a tumultuous tide, coursing through his fingertips. It felt as though countless ice needles were piercing his veins, each one imbued with a bone-chilling coldness that rendered his breathing laborious, as if his throat were encased in ice. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng endured the excruciating chill while simultaneously guiding the system to extract the essence of the phoenix's bloodline. His facial muscles twitched slightly in pain. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Wire noticed the abrupt change in Qin Feng's complexion, her voice tinged with anxiety, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples upon its surface. "It's nothing," Qin Feng replied in a hoarse voice, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. "It's resisting." Lin Wire was taken aback, glancing down at the icy phoenix. To her astonishment, the little phoenix's feathers shimmered with a faint blue light, as if responding to some unknown call, enigmatic and strange. Within Qin Feng, fiery energy clashed violently with the frigid force, akin to two opposing torrents raging through his veins, each collision threatening to tear his body apart. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he intensified his devouring efforts, a resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. Extraction successful. Extreme cold bloodline, beginner, can be bestowed upon oneself or a battle pet, enhancing resistance to extreme cold and ice-related talents. Warning: residual consciousness detected. Consumption may awaken ancient will. Strengthening mental defenses is advised. As the system's notification faded, Qin Feng gradually withdrew his hand, his breathing still labored, his chest heaving as if he had just weathered a tempest. The icy phoenix's aura stabilized significantly, its feathers regaining a hint of luster, reminiscent of a gem once shrouded in dust now shimmering with a faint glow. "It seems much better," Lin Wire whispered in delight, her voice tinged with exuberance. Qin Feng rose to his feet, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, realizing that there were complexities within it that surpassed his expectations. "What do you mean?" Lin Wire furrowed her brow, inquiring further. "Nothing significant," Qin Feng replied calmly. "It has already escaped danger." Lin Wire was about to press for more details when she was interrupted by Yi Hongli. "Let us not linger on that," Yi Hongli urged, casting a wary glance around. "I sense something approaching." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a deep roar reverberated from afar, akin to a distant thunderclap, followed by a subtle tremor in the ground, as if the earth itself quaked in response to the roar. "It's here," Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, the shadow leopard radiating a fierce battle aura, poised for action. Lin Weier cradled the icy phoenix and swiftly retreated a few steps, her eyes reflecting unease, akin to a startled fawn. You all go ahead. Qin Feng's voice was low but resolute, leaving no room for dissent. I will hold the rear. Have you lost your mind? Yi Hongli frowned. Your condition is precarious. I am more aware than anyone. Qin Feng replied with a slight smirk, but you cannot escape. Without further explanation, he slowly raised his hand, allowing the fiery energy within him to meld with the extreme cold bloodline, forming a unique power that flowed through his being. In an instant, a surge of intense heat intertwined with an icy chill erupted from Qin Feng's body, resembling a volcanic eruption ensconced in snow and ice, forming an enigmatic energy wave around him, akin to a tempest of fire and frost. In the distance, 3 silver moon-tier beasts leapt forth from the ruins like ravenous wolves, their claws glinting with a chilling luminescence, akin to venomous blades, charging directly towards him. Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid, with a mere flick of his hand. A fire dragon roared forth, akin to an enraged crimson dragon, striking the foremost beast with ferocity. The collision of flame and claw unleashed a deafening roar, reminiscent of thunder cracking in the ear. Simultaneously, an icy aura emanated from Qin Feng's palm, like a frigid mist, freezing the wounds of the beast and rendering its movement sluggish, as though time itself had congealed. Shadow Leopard now. The shadow leopard sprang forth from the shadows like a wraith, its claws slicing through the air with a sharp sound, precisely rending the throat of one beast. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. Qin Feng's attention remained fixed upon the ice phoenix. Although the earlier devouring had succeeded, he sensed that the ancient will within the phoenix had not succumbed to slumber. Rather, it lay in wait like a lurking predator. Chapter 9. Disguise, Instinct System. Can you mimic the aura of the beasts? Qin Feng silently inquired within his heart. Can simulate the aura fluctuations of devoured beast souls. Success rate of disguise depends on target's perception and host control. A faint smirk graced Qin Feng's lips, his gaze as frigid as shards of ice. Uttering 2 words, interesting. Lin Weier, cradling the ice phoenix, stood a few paces away, her eyes glued to Qin Feng throughout, not with gratitude, but with scrutiny, tinged with a hint of irritation at the depth of his hidden cards. Yi Hongli leaned against a crumbling concrete pillar. Her cracked sky dragon eagle shrunk to the size of a palm, perched on her shoulder, its feathers in disarray, evidently still reeling from the recent fiery and icy assault. Let's go, Qin Feng stated succinctly, as the shadow leopard silently trailed behind him, like a shadow extending from his being. As the trio and their beast turned into a dilapidated commercial street, the sudden sound of metal scraping echoed from the alley ahead. Not beasts, but humans. 3 mercenaries were gathered around the corpse of a silver moon-tier wind wolf, dividing the spoils, energy crystal bags dangling from their waists. Their coarse laughter resonating harshly in the desolate street. Is there truly a survivor in this wretched place? One of them kicked the wind wolf's carcass. The boss said the transport team would pass by tonight. We'll grab this batch and retreat without clashing with those crazed beasts. Unperturbed, Qin Feng continued forward, striding directly towards them, his expression as placid as if he had just awakened from slumber. Halt! The mercenary leader squinted. Which faction are you from? Haven't you received the assembly order? Qin Feng remained silent, nonchalantly raising his right hand. In that instant, a familiar scent of sulfur and scorched earth wafted from him. The lingering soul fluctuations of a dying fire lizard. The mercenaries froze, their expressions shifting from wariness to confusion, then swiftly transforming into awe. Fire lizard squad. One exclaimed. Aren't you supposed to be cleansing the Eastern District? Qin Feng nodded, his tone indifferent. It is done. I heard that you have a transport team here. As he spoke, he advanced, each step meticulously treading on the fragile boundary of his opponent's psyche. Lin Weier, watching from behind, felt her eyelids twitch. This rascal was quite convincing. The mercenary leader instinctively took a step back, but quickly regained composure. How are you here? Our captain never mentioned support from the fire lizard squad. Qin Feng smiled, a grin sharp as a blade. Suddenly accelerating, the shadow leopard darted forth like a dark arrow from the alley, its claws expertly grasping the mercenary leader's throat. What you seek is what I have set my sights on. Bang! The leader was slammed to the ground, blood spewing from his nose, as 2 others drew their blades. Qin Feng had already closed the distance, seizing one by the wrist, twisting with a crisp snap, disarming him and driving the dagger into the shoulder blade of the second. Inflicting pain, but not a fatal wound. Speak. Qin Feng pressed down on the leader's chest, his boot grinding against the ribs. Who hired you to rob the transport team? The mercenary leader gritted his teeth, sealing his lips in silence. Qin Feng crouched down, his fingers pressing against the leader's forehead, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. Target in near-death state, can be consumed. The beast spirit system activated instantaneously, a torrent of memories filled with greed and fear flooding his mind. Images flickered, a hooded man offering a crystal pouch, whispering, "South of Starshine City, tomorrow at midnight, the convoy carries the Crimson Flame Mine Core, valued at 1,000,000 source crystals. Complete this job, and you can retire." Releasing his grip, the man collapsed, convulsing on the ground, his gaze vacant. Crimson Flame Mine Core. Qin Feng murmured, the interface of the marketplace already materializing in his mind. Rare material. Crimson Flame Mine Core, S-Class, can be used for pet bloodline purification, weapon enchantment. Energy conversion efficiency 30. Lin Wire approached with a furrowed brow. Qin Feng, did you just read his memory? Yes. Qin Feng rose, casually snatching the crystal pouch from the corpse's belt, weighing it in his hand. It was worth a considerable sum. Yi Hongli rubbed her temples. So you intentionally let them mistake you for someone else, using that to extract information? Otherwise, Qin Feng shot her a glance. Wait for them to strike first? I value my life. Lin Wire studied Qin Feng, suddenly saying, aren't you afraid they will see through your ruse? What if someone from the Fire Lizard squad passes by? Qin Feng chuckled, this time a genuine smile, the corners of his eyes lifting with a hint of mischief. If they see through it, then kill them. After all, he paused, surveying the 3 corpses on the ground. They wouldn't have survived the night anyway. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Yi Hongli shook her head. You are truly ruthless. Just the law of survival. Qin Feng flicked the blood from his hands and strode deeper into the alley. Come on, there are matters awaiting us to the south. Lin Wire clutched the phoenix in her arms, sensing something, the creature's feathers quivering slightly, a blue light shimmering faintly. She gazed at Qin Feng's retreating figure, suddenly realizing that he was not as indifferent as he appeared. Rather, he seemed to have locked all his emotions beneath layers of ice, revealing only sharp edges at the surface, decisive and astute. The shadowy leopard licked its paws, trailing closely behind, its tail swaying gently as if in mirth. A group traversed the ruins of a collapsed billboard, while the distant horizon glimmered with the pale light of dawn, illuminating Qin Feng's sharply defined profile. He touched his chest, where a lingering chill, distinct from that of the fire lizard, remained, deeper, heavier, as if emanating from an ancient abyss. Warning, unknown energy residue detected, prompt analysis recommended. Why the haste? Qin Feng mused inwardly. As he stepped out of the alley, a wreckage of an armored truck loomed at the intersection ahead. Its doors flung wide open, and shattered wooden crates scattered across the ground. Among them, a few dark red crystals rolled to the roadside, glimmering with the unique luster of the Qihua mineral core. It appears we have arrived prematurely, Yi Hongli whispered. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly raised a hand, signaling for silence. 20 meters away, a figure crouched beside the truck, rummaging for supplies, oblivious to their presence, a weapon holstered at his waist. A solitary bandit. A smirk crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he silently gestured to the shadowy leopard. The leopard crouched low, its muscles taut, akin to a spring coiled to the utmost tension. Just as it was about to pounce, the man abruptly turned, gun aimed directly at the trio. Don't move, he barked, his voice hoarse. The crystals are mine. You can leave. Qin Feng remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on the man, calm and chilling. Yet the man felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine as he tightened his finger on the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. But the bullet did not fly towards Qin Feng. Instead, it was intercepted mid-flight by a shadow, the leopard's paw swiping through the air, deflecting the metallic projectile, which embedded itself into a nearby stone pillar. The man's expression shifted dramatically, and just as he prepared to fire again, Qin Feng, like a wraith, closed in, his right hand clawing towards the man's throat. He barely managed to utter half a word. Qin Feng's fingers clamped around his carotid artery, applying a gentle squeeze. The man softened. Qin Feng deftly caught the lifeless body, laying it down with a tenderness reminiscent of a parent fearing to awaken a slumbering child. TSK. Qin Feng glanced down at the man's wrist, where a tattoo of a twisted serpentine totem marked his skin. As the devour system prompt flickered into his mind, a new vision erupted. Serpentine entities, an underground auction, and a woman adorned with a silver mask. The influx of information was overwhelming. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng's gaze turned even colder than before. "What is it?" Lin Wire inquired, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Qin Feng did not respond, merely thrusting a Qihua mineral core into Lin Wire's hand. "Take this. You, the Phoenix, require it." Lin Wire stood momentarily stunned, instinctively tightening her grip on the crystalline stone. Warmth radiating through her palm. The Ice Phoenix emitted a soft chirp, its feathers igniting with a brilliant blue glow. "You." Lin Wire looked up at Qin Feng, but he had already turned away, the shadowy leopard padding at his feet, its tail tip gently swaying in what seemed like amusement. "Let us proceed," Qin Feng stated. "For greater quarry awaits us." Chapter 10. Backlash. At that moment, darkness suddenly enveloped Qin Feng's vision, causing his knees to bend involuntarily. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he fought to suppress. The shadow leopard growled lowly, leaping to Qin Feng's side, while Lin Wire and Yi Hongli instantly became alert. The former instinctively clutched the Ice Phoenix tightly, and the latter pressed her palm firmly atop the head of the Void Dragon Eagle. "Qin Feng." Lin Wire's voice was taut with concern. "What is wrong with you?" Qin Feng offered no reply, his jaw clenched tightly, veins bulging at his temples, as if countless fine threads were piercing outward from within his skull. This was not a physical injury. It was a mental invasion. Warning: high-risk spiritual imprint detected. Target consciousness is not fully dissipated and is attempting to parasitize the host. As the system alert flashed in his mind, a fragment of unfamiliar memory exploded within him. A dim altar, twisted serpentine patterns, and a woman in a silver mask leaning in to whisper, "As long as you touch this rune, your soul will scatter, yet you can seize rebirth." Damn it. Playing dirty, are we? Am I to be devoured by you after I have devoured you? Who do you think you are? Rage ignited within him, burning fiercer than the pain. Qin Feng shut his eyes and plunged his consciousness deep into the system. Seizing the rune's information he had just consumed, it was the core design of that serpent totem from the bandit's memories. "I'll send you back," Qin Feng roared, reversing the rune's energy and thrusting it violently against the invading mental stream. In an instant, it felt as if two storms collided violently in his mind. The remnants of the bandit's consciousness let out a wretched scream, as though doused in boiling oil, thrashing about in a frenzy. "Impossible. How can you control the rune?" "Because you are too weak." Qin Feng sneered coldly, his fingers curling like talons, as if grasping the very soul of his adversary. "I have consumed more beast souls than you have encountered living beings." This was not Qin Feng's first encounter with backlash, but it was undoubtedly the most perilous. The opponent's rune had evidently been enhanced by another realm, infused with corrosive willpower. Had he not previously absorbed portions of the fire lizard beast and Ice Phoenix's essence, his mental resilience would have been crushed under comparable pressure, and his consciousness would have long since shattered. But now it is your turn. The power of the rune coalesced in his palm into a deep blue arc of light, surging along the mental link and piercing forcefully into the bandit's lingering soul. "Ah!" The consciousness emitted an inhuman wail, rapidly disintegrating. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing within his pupils before returning to normal. He exhaled, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "You still wish to seize my body? Did your mother never teach you not to provoke men with systems?" Lin Wire stared at Qin Feng, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Qin Feng, who are you talking to?" "A dead man," Qin Feng replied, shaking off his hands as he felt the restless energy within him finally subside. Yet, his chest still felt as though a red-hot iron plate pressed down upon it. "Never mind, let us keep moving." Before he could finish, the system alert sounded once more. "Devouring successful. Obtained a fragment of spiritual imprint X1. Analysis complete. Otherworldly rune Serpent Devour, beginner, can be attached to skills or weapons, causing a mental erosion effect. Devouring efficiency increased to 120. The war beast, Shadow Leopard, had detected the nascent form of an unknown energy fluctuation within its being. A jolt coursed through Qin Feng as his gaze fell upon the Shadow Leopard, which lay sprawled on the ground. Its once pitch-black fur now shimmered with a faint golden pattern, reminiscent of an ancient totem slowly flowing beneath its skin. It lifted its head to meet Qin Feng's eyes, which now reflected not merely loyalty and ferocity, but an unexpected glimmer of intelligence. "Are you about to evolve?" Qin Feng crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the leopard's forehead. A warm surge of energy flowed from the point of contact into Qin Feng's body, seamlessly merging with his own source energy, enhancing his speed by nearly 30%. He gasped in astonishment. This phenomenon surpassed even the Crimson Flame Mine core in its potency. What's wrong with the Shadow Leopard? Yi Hongli inquired, moving closer. Nothing. Qin Feng replied, rising to dust off his pants. It just means I'll be able to kick you harder in future battles. Yi Hongli rolled her eyes. You certainly know how to put on a show. Lin Weier remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Feng. She felt an undeniable shift in his aura, a departure from the cold restraint he usually exuded, transforming into that of a long-dormant beast finally shedding its disguise. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around the ice phoenix nestled in her arms. The little creature seemed to sense something amiss, its feathers flickering with a blue glow as it nuzzled against her cheek. Hey, Lin Weier suddenly spoke up. Qin Feng, were you on the verge of losing control just now? Qin Feng paused, not looking back. What do you think? I think you're just being stubborn. Lin Weier retorted sharply, recalling how pale he had looked moments ago, yet he acted as if everything was perfectly fine. Turning to face her, Qin Feng's eyes were as calm as a still lake. If I were to fall, Lin Weier, would you still be standing here questioning me? Lin Weier fell silent. Qin Feng continued on, the shadow leopard now trailing at his side, its steps noticeably lighter, its tail occasionally flicking with newfound agility. This creature might be awakening its potential. Qin Feng chuckled inwardly, once it truly transforms into an anomalous war beast. I shall soar to new heights. The path ahead remained desolate. The remnants of an armored cargo truck lay abandoned at the intersection, sunlight slanting through the shattered windows, casting dazzling reflections. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted. What's wrong? Yi Hongli asked. Nothing, he said, lowering his gaze to his right palm, where a slender blue line flickered briefly, akin to a serpent's scales, accompanied by a slight itch. Lin Weier frowned. Qin Feng, are you sure you're all right? He lifted his head, a smirk gracing his lips, devoid of warmth. What could possibly be wrong with me? As he spoke, his right hand clenched lightly. The intricate pattern on his palm radiated brightly, sending ripples of ethereal blue expanding outward, causing the airborne dust to coalesce into a delicate whirlwind through an invisible force. The shadow leopard perked its ears and let out a low growl. Qin Feng chuckled. It seems this rune is rather entertaining. He advanced, each step firmer than before, the ground trembling imperceptibly beneath him. Lin Weier watched his retreating figure, suddenly perceiving him not as a mere human, but as a volcano awakening from slumber. In her embrace, the frigid phoenix emitted a gentle tremor, as if responding to a distant call. Unbeknownst to Qin Feng, his entire focus resided within the burgeoning power coursing through his being. Devouring backlash? I shall effortlessly transform it into fuel. Clenching his fist, the joints cracked ominously, and a fleeting glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes. In the distance, storm clouds loomed ominously over the horizon, as the wind scoured the remnants of fallen leaves along the crumbling wall. A droplet of blood slipped from Qin Feng's sleeve, landing upon a shard of glass by the roadside, where it spread into a vivid stain that faintly mirrored a distorted serpentine silhouette. The shadow leopard suddenly halted, its gaze fixated on the blood, emitting a low, rumbling growl from its throat. Qin Feng lowered his head, his eyes drawn to the reflection in the glass. Chapter 11. A Journey to the Unknown. What connection does this reflection share with the stirrings within the shadow leopard? A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Feng's mind. Yet he lingered not, for the urgent mission to uncover the truth behind the mercenaries in the desolate graveyard awaited him. Taking a deep breath to stabilize the energy fluctuations brought forth by the devouring backlash, he looked up at Lin Weier. Let us proceed. Ahead lies the wasteland graveyard, where we may uncover the answers we seek. Lin Weier nodded, clutching the frigid phoenix tighter. Qin Feng patted the shadow leopard's head, signaling it to scout ahead. The shadow leopard obeyed, its form flickering as it dashed down the path. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the dilapidated road, flanked by the ruins of collapsed structures, with the occasional carcass of otherworldly beasts emitting a pungent odor. Qin Feng utilized his system to sense the surrounding environment, remaining vigilant against potential dangers. Suddenly, the shadow leopard let out a sharp roar, returning from the front with a hint of tension in its gaze. A knot tightened in Qin Feng's chest, prompting him to halt immediately, while Lin Weier instinctively positioned herself behind him. What is it, shadow leopard? Qin Feng inquired softly. The shadow leopard emitted a series of low whines, nudging Qin Feng's leg with its head, seemingly conveying some urgent message. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng followed the shadow leopard's gaze, where faint silhouettes swayed ahead on the path. An ambush by otherworldly beasts. Qin Feng whispered, his fists clenched, a surge of momentum enveloping him. Lin Weier summoned the frigid phoenix, which let out a sharp cry, emanating an aura of icy chill. Prepare for battle, Qin Feng bellowed, his figure blurring as he charged towards the looming shadows. The shadow leopard followed closely, letting out a furious roar as it lunged at one of the beasts. These creatures were massive and grotesque, their eyes glinting with a ferocious light. Upon witnessing Qin Feng and his companions charging towards them, they unleashed their own roar and charged forward. In an instant, both sides were engulfed in a fierce confrontation. Qin Feng's fists fell upon the otherworldly beasts like rain, each strike imbued with tremendous force. Meanwhile, the shadow leopard adeptly coordinated with Qin Feng, targeting the beast's vulnerabilities. Lin Weier directed the frigid phoenix to unleash a flurry of ice spikes towards the foes. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity as the monstrous creatures launched fierce assaults. Yet Qin Feng and his companions exhibited unwavering resilience. Through their seamless cooperation, the beasts gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. However, at that moment, a beast let out a thunderous roar, emanating a formidable aura that shattered Qin Feng's offensive, charging toward Lin Weier. Be careful, Qin Feng shouted, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lin Weier. The creature's claws raked mercilessly across Qin Feng's shoulder, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, determined to shield Lin Weier from harm. Filthy beast, perish, Qin Feng bellowed, channeling the source energy within him into a potent wave of energy, which surged toward the creature. Struck by the energy wave, the beast emitted a chilling cry as it was sent reeling backward. Qin Feng, are you all right? Lin Weier inquired anxiously. I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Qin Feng replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Following this fierce confrontation, Qin Feng and his group successfully repelled the ambush of the beasts. They continued along the path, yet the state of the shadow leopard grew increasingly alarming. Its body trembled uncontrollably, eyes glinting with a hint of madness, as if on the verge of a violent outburst. What has happened to the shadow leopard? Lin Weier asked with concern. The anomalous energy within it is intensifying, threatening to unleash chaos. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, stating, we must hasten to the wasteland graveyard to seek a remedy. At last, they arrived at the wasteland graveyard, a realm steeped in eerie silence, strewn with bones and remnants. The air was thick with an oppressive sense of death, sending chills down one's spine. Near a mound blanketed in skeletons, Qin Feng spotted a group of individuals, other small teams attempting to extract benefits from this desolate place. Ignoring them, his focus remained solely on the shadow leopard. The creature had completely lost its sanity, howling frantically at everything around it, its body convulsing violently. Qin Feng's anxiety mounted. He understood that failing to contain the leopard's impending rampage could lead to disastrous consequences. Suddenly, a beast emerged from a nearby pile of bones, still warm from its recent demise. An idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind. This is it, he exclaimed, rushing toward the fallen creature's corpse and reaching out to touch it. Instantly, a system prompt resonated in his mind. Would you like to devour the beast's soul? Yes, Qin Feng chose without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of immense energy flooded into him, overwhelming his body as if it might burst. With gritted teeth, Qin Feng concentrated on controlling the absorption process, skillfully directing the beast's energy into the shadow leopard's body in an effort to quell its burgeoning fury. The leopard sensed this influx of energy, gradually calming its convulsing form, its gaze regaining a flicker of clarity. Success! Qin Feng rejoiced internally, continuing to guide the energy for the shadow leopard to absorb. As the energy continued to be absorbed, the shadow leopard underwent a transformation. Its fur became increasingly smooth, and the dark golden patterns upon its body became more pronounced. Suddenly, a warning echoed from the system. Warning, the process of devouring carries risks and may lead to system instability. Qin Feng thought to himself, there is no time to dwell on this. I must suppress the shadow leopard's rampage first. He intensified the guidance of the energy. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again, detected the true genetic chain structure of the aberrant entity. Do you wish to analyze? Analyze, Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. The system began to unravel the genetic chain structure of the aberrant entity, inundating Qin Feng's mind with a flood of information. He felt his power surging, an unprecedented sense of strength overwhelming him. However, this enhancement did not come without a cost. Qin Feng felt as if his body were being torn apart, the agony nearly unbearable. His forehead glistened with beads of sweat, and his complexion turned ashen. "Qin Feng, are you all right?" Lin Weier asked with concern. "I'm fine. This is nothing." He gritted his teeth in response. Under the system's analysis, the shadow leopard continued to evolve. Its strength significantly increased, reaching a new pinnacle. Finally, the system completed the analysis. Qin Feng felt a lightness in his body, the excruciating pain dissipating. He opened his eyes and gazed at the shadow leopard, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Shadow leopard, you have evolved," he declared. The shadow leopard emitted a joyful cry, bounding to Qin Feng's side and nuzzling against his leg. At that moment, members of a small team noticed Qin Feng and his companions. Upon witnessing the formidable power of the evolved shadow leopard, greed flickered in their eyes. "Hey, kid, hand over that battle pet, and I'll spare your life," a burly man demanded. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. "You think you're worthy of that? Humph, delusional." The man's expression darkened at his words. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, attack. Capture them." Chapter 12. Midnight Terror in the Desolate Graveyard. "It seems fate has brought us together," Lei Xiao spoke, his voice gravelly. "We are the Corpse Hunter Guild, drawn here by the traces of anomalous energy waves. To our surprise, there are others who have arrived before us." Qin Feng remained as steady as a mountain, not even lifting his eyelids, simply stating, "Name, purpose, and combat capabilities. Clarify these matters before we discuss this fateful encounter." Lei Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, quite ruthless. "I am Lei Xiao, an S-class beastmaster, with 3 battle pets, all of the corrosive type. Our objectives align. We seek to uncover the energy disturbances in this area. Cooperation is far more advantageous than conflict." Lin Weier sneered. "Cooperation? You surround us, and this is your idea of collaboration?" Lei Xiao spread his hands, misunderstanding. "This area is unsafe. I merely wish to ensure we are not adversaries." Finally, Qin Feng raised his gaze, his eyes piercing like ice blades as they swept over Lei Xiao's team. The system interface silently emerged, displaying analysis initiated. 3 team members exhibited unusual fluctuations in their energy, their bodies emanating faint runic vibrations, the frequency of which precisely matched the control marks from the memories Qin Feng had previously absorbed from mercenaries. Indeed, it was that shadowy force at work once more. Qin Feng remained impassive, his right hand gently resting upon the back of the shadow leopard. The creature let out a low growl, its dark golden patterns suddenly illuminating, a formidable aura of malevolence emanating from it. Lei Xiao's pupils constricted as his right hand instinctively reached for the dagger at his waist. As expected, there are hidden cards. Qin Feng sneered internally, yet spoke with a calm demeanor. "Collaboration is acceptable. However, I shall dictate the rules. Those who strike first shall meet their demise first." The shadow leopard has developed a particular appetite for brains lately. Lei Xiao's expression darkened, and one of his companions barked, "You're courting death." "Silence," Lei Xiao interrupted coldly, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng, intrigue evident in his demeanor. "Then let us rest for the night and resume our exploration in the morning. What say you?" "As you wish," Qin Feng replied, leaning back against the wall. Eyes closed in meditation, yet added, "But do not approach within 10 paces. The shadow leopard was skittish, having recently consumed 2 foolish foes attempting to ambush it, and was still digesting. Lin Weier suppressed a laugh, gently stroking the ice phoenix while discreetly transmitting, "There's something off about Lei Xiao and his team. Their battle pet, Shadow, casts no reflection." Qin Feng's eyelids flickered, remaining closed as he responded mentally. "System, record all battle pet forms, energy fluctuations, and movement trajectories. Mark those 3 corrupted creatures specifically. Detected 3 battle pets containing energy-corroded crystals, high-concentration pollutants, capable of being devoured and retaliated against, with a success rate of 73. What a valuable find. Once Lei Xiao's group makes their move, I shall claim them as supplements." Lei Xiao and his companions retreated 20 meters away, gathering around a dilapidated altar to ignite a fire. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows across their faces. Qin Feng feigned slumber, yet he extended his senses through the shadow leopard, meticulously attuning to all movements within a 30-meter radius. Slowly, Qin Feng guided the residual beast's soul energy within him. allowing it to traverse his meridians. With each restoration, the sensation of pain waned. The shadow leopard seized the opportunity to absorb the malevolent energy in the night breeze, its dark golden patterns growing ever more distinct. Qinfeng, do you truly trust them? Lin Weier whispered, drawing closer, her hair brushing against his shoulder. Trust? I only trust that the shadow leopard's claws are swift enough, Qinfeng replied, his eyes snapping open, a glint of cold light flickering within them. Waiting for Lei Zhao's group to make the first move, Lin Weier pressed her lips together, refraining from further inquiry. She understood that Qinfeng never engaged in battle unprepared. The more composed he appeared, the more certain it felt that the intent to kill was firmly established. Suddenly, Lei Zhao stood and approached a heap of corpses, bending down to examine the bone compass on his wrist by the firelight. At its center lay a green crystal, faintly glowing. Lei Zhao raised his left hand, his nails shimmering with an eerie azure light, gently stroking the crystal. Qinfeng kept his eyes closed, yet the corner of his vision captured this scene. Left-hand nails glowing azure? They flicker whenever he lies or receives commands. System, mark this feature, record the frequency. Recorded. The azure glow flickers every 17 seconds, with a frequency increasing to every 3 seconds when receiving commands. Suspected to be a remote mental control imprint. Indeed, he is a puppet. The puppeteers will act tonight. They await the signal. Qinfeng remained composed, subtly tracing a clandestine rune on the ground with his fingertip during a moment of adjusting his posture. This was the newly evolved phantom paw print of the shadow leopard. He instructed the shadow leopard to silently circle the campsite 3 times, leaving a multitude of intersecting claw marks. As the wind blew, these marks blended seamlessly with the dust, rendering them nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. However, should a night wanderer approach, they would misinterpret the shadow leopard's patrolling territory, believing it to be ever vigilant. As Lei Zhao turned, his gaze swept across the ground, his brows knitting together in concern. He had evidently noticed the claw marks. Is that beast still active? He inquired in a hushed tone to his subordinate. Impossible. It was clearly lying down just now. His subordinate replied with a shake of his head. Lei Zhao remained silent, yet his expression darkened further. Qinfeng's lips curled ever so slightly in a barely perceptible smirk. Afraid? Then that is precisely correct. The more fear, the easier it is to expose vulnerabilities. Time trickled away. Midnight approached. In the distance, a deep bell tolled, cutting through the wind and sand, echoing softly. When the bell rang just once, every member of the hunter corps froze in place. Lei Zhao suddenly lifted his head, gazing toward the source of the sound, muttering, "The time is drawing near." Qinfeng kept his eyes shut, remaining still. His internal energy had replenished to 70%. He quietly infused a thread of beast soul energy into the shadow leopard, which caused its ears to twitch sharply and a fleeting crimson glimmer to flash in its eyes. System, record the bell's frequency, wavelength, and propagation path. Recorded. The sound wave characteristics match the signal of the Black Abyss cult's ritual in the database with an 89 similarity. Black Abyss cult? So it is you. Lin Weier gently touched Qinfeng's arm. Lei Zhao and his group are about to strike. Qinfeng did not open his eyes, merely replying in a low voice. Let them act first. Before his words had fully settled, Lei Zhao abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Qinfeng, I shall ask you one last time. Are you truly willing to cooperate? Qinfeng slowly raised his head, meeting Lei Zhao's piercing gaze, his voice as cold as ice. Cooperate? That is possible. But you must first explain why your left fingernail is blue. Chapter 13. Conflict. Lei Zhao's pupils constricted suddenly, the azure glow of his left fingernail flaring up, and simultaneously, 3 battle pets emitted hoarse roars. Toxic mist surged forth from their mouths. In an instant, Lin Weier summoned the ice phoenix, crystallizing ice into blades within her palm. However, just as she raised her hand, the phoenix's wings trembled violently, and a dark pattern emerged in its depths, followed by a pained cry that reverberated through her mental realm. Retreat, Qinfeng commanded, his voice slicing through the toxic mist like a blade. The shadow leopard was already poised for action, its limbs propelling it off the ground. Dark, golden patterns coursing through its body like electrical currents, tearing through the night wind toward the beast master controlling the corrupted lizard. The individual had no time to react as the shadow leopard's claws pierced through the head of his battle pet, which let out a mournful cry before exploding, its foul blood splattering across him. The beast master staggered backward, black blood spilling from his mouth, his consciousness gradually fading. yet he still struggled to reach for the dagger at his waist. Qin Feng stepped forward, pressing his right hand against the Beast Master's forehead. The Beast Devouring System was instantly activated. Target: B-level Beastmaster, near death, battle pet, corrupted lizard, deceased, can be devoured. Shall I devour? Yes. A chilling force erupted from Qin Feng's palm, as the beast's soul and residual consciousness surged like a tide. Fragments of images shattered in his mind, revealing a stone tomb buried beneath a deep sand dune, where countless distorted figures knelt, reciting obscure incantations. At the center altar, a skeletal figure clad in a black robe slowly opened its eyeless sockets. The sacrifice commenced, and the Shadow Eater would return. A final whisper, faint yet clear, echoed, "We too are being controlled." Qin Feng released his grip, and the Beastmaster collapsed like a ragged cloth, his face frozen in an expression of relief. Toxic mist swirled. As the Thunder Owl roared, "You killed him? Qin Feng, how dare you?" "I not only dared to kill him." Qin Feng slowly raised his head, his gaze icy enough to freeze the air, "but I also know that you are not here to investigate. You are here to offer a sacrifice." The Thunder Owl's expression changed drastically. 3 battle pets suddenly surrounded them, intensifying the density of the toxic mist, filling the air with a nauseatingly sweet stench of decay. With a malevolent grin, he declared, "Then do not blame me for disregarding the rules. Release the corrosive crystals." The 3 battle pets' abdomens split open, and dozens of dark green crystals shot forth, hovering in midair, humming and vibrating. In the next moment, toxic energy shot toward Qin Feng like arrows, scorching the ground into a blackened, bubbling mass, warping the very air with its corrosive waves. Lin Weier, suppressing the agony of the Phoenix's backlash, raised her hand to conjure an ice shield. "Don't block," Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Lin Weier froze in astonishment, witnessing the shadow leopard proactively meet the toxic energy. Its fur was marred by several scorched marks, yet at the moment of contact, Qin Feng activated the devouring ability. Devouring successful, obtained 32 corrosive crystals, analyzing. Detecting fragments of ancient runes, incomplete, suspected to be the sealing inscription of the Shadow Eater, archived. Pure source energy surged into his meridians, causing dark golden patterns to erupt across Qin Feng's skin, doubling his defensive capabilities in an instant. A smirk graced his lips as he coldly mused, "So, the Thunder Owl as trump card is my supplement?" Lin Weier, Qin Feng transmitted, his tone brooking no argument, freezing the ground beneath the Thunder Owl's feet. With gritted teeth, Lin Weier forcibly suppressed the tumult in her mind, the phoenix screeching as cold air cascaded like a waterfall. The ground instantly froze, becoming smooth as a mirror. As the Thunder Owl prepared to charge, his feet suddenly slipped, halting his advance. He roared in fury to regain his footing, only to find Qin Feng had closed in within 5 paces. "You are too slow," Qin Feng said coldly. The shadow leopard lunged from the side, claws aimed directly at the throat. The Thunder Owl hastily defended, but his arm was torn open with 3 deep gashes exposing bone, as his dagger flew from his grasp, embedding itself into a distant pillar. You planned this all along?" The Thunder Owl gasped, fear flickering in his eyes for the first time. "Were you waiting for us to strike from the very beginning? Otherwise, what would it be?" Qin Feng stood at the edge of the ice, the shadow leopard poised by his side, its tail sweeping, stirring a wisp of black mist, the residual taint of the lizard, quietly seeping into the shadow leopard, slowly integrating with its mutated genetic chain. Qin Feng paid little heed, his gaze sweeping across Lei Zhao's left hand. Green light flickered 7 times, each instance receiving instructions. "Lei Zhao, you are not the leader, merely a conduit." Lei Zhao's complexion soured, his struggle persisting, yet Qin Feng had already turned to Lin Weier. She knelt on one knee, hand resting on the phoenix, cold sweat beading on her forehead. The phoenix's wings trembled slightly, the dark patterns in its eyes suppressed by a chilling light, yet its breath was evidently disordered. "Are you all right?" Qin Feng inquired. "I ask you." Lin Weier lifted her gaze, her voice quivering. "Qin Feng, you knew all along that they would strike, didn't you? That is why you allowed them to approach. To encircle us? You used me as bait." Qin Feng remained silent. "If they hadn't acted first, how could I have confirmed the shadowy presence of the Black Abyss sect? How could I have obtained information about the tomb?" His tone was calm, yet carried an unarguable coldness. "They intend to sacrifice the living. If we do not advance, we await death. Moving forward is our sole chance for survival." Lin Weier's pupils constricted. Qin Feng directly projected the fragmented memories he had absorbed into Lin Weier's consciousness. Those kneeling figures, the skeletal remains with opened eyes. Lin Weier gasped. "You are becoming increasingly like it," she murmured, clutching the phoenix contract symbol. That beast tamer sealed within her memories. Qin Feng offered no reply. His fingers stirred within his sleeve, a wisp of black mist seeping from his fingertips, silently infiltrating his veins. This was the partially digested residue of the corrosive crystal, slowly eroding along the path of old wounds, reminiscent of the backlash from 10 days prior. Yet Qin Feng was indifferent. In the distance, behind the dunes from where the bell tolled, the ground subtly sank, a non-human silhouette briefly materializing before swiftly submerging into the sand. Lin Weier rose, wiping the blood from her lips. "Qin Feng, since you know the truth, you must understand that tomb is off-limits." "Off-limits?" Qin Feng gazed at the desolate dunes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "But I have already caught the scent within." "What scent?" "Power," Qin Feng whispered, "and blood." He stepped forward, the shadow leopard trailing closely behind, its paw prints leaving dark golden traces upon the icy surface. Lin Weier remained rooted, the cold wind tousling her hair. The phoenix emitted a low cry, its wings slightly unfurling, as if resisting an invisible pull. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted. "Keep up," he commanded without turning back, "or await death." Chapter 14. The Phantom of Death. It was no mere illusion. Qin Feng lowered his voice, his gaze sweeping over the distorted, ghostly dunes ahead. The air seemed to boil as if ignited by fierce flames, undulating violently, while the rock pillars in the distance, which should have been clearly discernible, appeared to be manipulated by an unseen giant hand, continuously overlapping and misaligning. The residual corrosive crystal within Qin Feng's body now emitted a faint heat. This was not ordinary pain, but a peculiar resonance. Through this strange resonance, Qin Feng had long captured the barely perceptible ripples of spirit weaving through the air. "Something is watching us," he gestured, and the shadow leopard immediately obediently crouched low, its dark golden patterns shimmering like agile sprites beneath its fur. "It lured us in." Lin Weier let out a cold laugh, realizing that the corpses of those plunderers had likely vanished in a similar manner. Qin Feng did not respond. Instead, he gently yet firmly pressed his palm against the forehead of the shadow leopard. As the system interface unfolded silently like a mysterious scroll, detected mental wave frequency, 73 Hz, resonating with the energy-corroded crystal band. "Warning, high-level illusion interference detected. It is advisable to avoid direct contact with moving shadows." A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, his heart filled with disdain. "Avoid? I have come precisely for this inscrutable enigma. Follow closely, and do not touch any shadows," Qin Feng instructed, stepping forward with steady resolve, the shadow leopard gliding along the ground like a dark specter. Lin Weier strained to control her breathing, her phoenix wings tightly folded, as a chill rapidly condensed around her, forming a thin frost barrier. At that moment, the shadow leopard suddenly stiffened, its limbs convulsing uncontrollably, its pupils consumed by a grayish mist. A roar erupted, unlike any ordinary beast's, reverberating like thunder. The shadow leopard abruptly turned, its sharp claws slicing toward Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, drawing a dagger from his sleeve like a flash of lightning. The cold gleam of the blade swiftly severed 3 of the incoming claw shadows. His gaze was as frigid as frost, and without hesitation, he severed the contract link with the shadow leopard. Contract interrupted, battle ped out of control. "It seems someone is rather impatient," Qin Feng muttered coldly, plunging the dagger forcefully into the sand and pressing both hands against the shadow leopard's forehead. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind like a specter. "Target, shadow leopard, mentally contaminated, contact contamination source, death phantom beast, residual soul. Do you wish to devour?" Devour. A chilling aura, akin to the waters of the river of the dead, surged into his palms, as countless fragmented images exploded in his mind like meteors. Hundreds upon thousands of hollow, soulless eyes were embedded in the translucent beastly form, crawling like phantoms within the dark cavern, with a dark green crystal hovering above, pulsating with a mysterious energy akin to that of the thunder owl. A hoarse voice echoed through the void. "The vessel awakens. The Lord of Shadow Erosion shall return." Next came the terrifying illusion from the perspective of the shadow leopard. Qin Feng was ruthlessly torn apart by countless phantoms, while Lin Wire knelt at the altar. Her wrist slashed, blood pouring into a black stone trough. Qin Feng himself transformed into charred remains, flesh peeling away to reveal stark white bones. Devouring successful. Obtained Death Phantom Fragment 1. Warning: mental pollution concentration exceeds limits. Immediate isolation is advised. Aberrant gene chain activated, merging for resistance. Qin Feng abruptly withdrew his hand, the shadow leopard collapsing onto the ground, its fur twitching violently. He glanced down at his palm. A wisp of black mist meandering along his fingerprints, only to be swiftly eradicated by the aberrant gene chain within him. Contamination? Qin Feng scoffed. It shall serve as nourishment for my evolution. Lin Wire swiftly retreated to a distance of 10 feet, the ice phoenix unfurling its wings to shield its master. Frost, resembling silvery ribbons, spread across the ground, forming a defensive array. She fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng, her voice taut with anxiety. Qin Feng, are you risking it again? It is on the brink of being completely controlled. Qin Feng stood tall, his eyes sharp as blades. If I do not sever the contract, the consequences could be dire. Before he could finish his words, the sandy ground around them suddenly collapsed as if pulled by a tremendous force, and countless phantoms emerged from the earth. Adorned in tattered armor, wielding shattered weapons, their hollow eye sockets gazing blankly. They whispered silently, yet their voices pierced through the mind like arrows. The sacrificial vessel returns. Lin Wire felt a splitting headache, the Phoenix contract symbol burning like a searing iron. Gritting her teeth, she retreated, only to be horrified by the encroaching phantoms, forming a colossal field of spiritual resonance. Do not look into their eyes, Qin Feng warned in a low voice. But it was already too late. A beam of ice blue light erupted from within Lin Wire like a brilliant meteor, and the ice phoenix suddenly threw its head back, emitting a cry that split the heavens and shook the earth. The frigid power surged like a raging tide, freezing the phantoms into fragile glass shards that shattered into ice dust upon contact. Qin Feng's pupils constricted slightly. He discerned clearly that this was not merely an ice-based skill. Within the chilling current released by the phoenix lay an ancient and pure frequency. Ancient Phoenix Clan soul-calling frequency detected, incomplete. Matching degree, 67. Suspected relation to Ice Phoenix Pact. Interesting, Qin Feng murmured, a glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. The distortion of the labyrinth eased somewhat, revealing a sandy path ahead like a mysterious passage. Just then, intricate black patterns emerged along the spine of the shadow leopard, mirroring the scar patterns from 10 days prior when it had rebounded against him. Merged? Qin Feng crouched down, gently touching the skin, prompting the system to instantly display a notification. Death Phantom Pollution Source detected. Corrosive crystalline residual gene chain triply mutated. Recommendation: continued observation. Potential evolution direction: shadow perception mental resistance. Before Qin Feng could retract his hand, Lin Wire suddenly staggered, dropping to one knee. Lin Wire, what is wrong? Qin Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. Lin Wire did not respond, merely raising her hand to caress her brow. Her voice dazed. That skeletal remains it is calling to me. Does it recognize me? Qin Feng's expression turned icy in an instant. He swiftly accessed the system, subjecting the recently devoured fragments of the Death Phantom to deep analysis. The scene re-emerged, revealing the cave's depths where the blind aberrations knelt beneath the crystal. A striking ice blue rune was engraved, identical to the mark that flickered underground during the Phoenix's cry. The Black Abyss cult employs corrosive crystals to control the undead beasts. Qin Feng rose, his tone resolute as iron. They do not seek to kill us, but rather to test the degree of the seal's loosening. Lin Wire looked up, her face pale as parchment. Qin Feng, will you still press forward? Of course. Qin Feng gazed down at Lin Wire, a cold smile gracing his lips. Since they wish to employ illusions against us, I shall transform this labyrinth into their grave. He raised his hand, and the shadow leopard struggled to rise, its black markings flowing beneath its fur. Qin Feng placed his palm once more upon its head, and the system interface flickered. Do you wish to transfer the Death Phantom resistance gene to the battle pet? Energy points cost 50. Transfer. Pure source energy surged forth like a golden river, causing the shadow leopard's eyes to suddenly illuminate with a ghostly glow, while the gray mist was forcibly expelled from its body, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. It let out a low growl, its claws carving deep grooves into the sand, subtly tearing at the fabric of space itself. Move, Qin Feng commanded, stepping forward with the shadow leopard closely in tow. Chapter 15. Fiery claws. Without halting his pace, Qin Feng advanced while the shadow leopard prowled low to the ground, its black markings writhing as if alive beneath its paws. Lin Weier was partially cradled in his arm, her breath faint, her brow aglow with a frosty blue light. "We are nearly there," Qin Feng murmured, his fingers gliding across the rocky surface, where a dark red fissure snaked its way upward from the depths, resembling fractured porcelain. The shadow leopard's ears twitched sharply, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Something lies beneath. Qin Feng squinted, pressing his palm to the ground. The system interface silently unfurled. High-frequency mental resonance detected, 73 Hz. Overlaying fire-type source energy fluctuations. Target lock, flame beetle, mutated, controlling the core of the illusion. "So it was you pulling the strings from behind," Qin Feng sneered. Turning to Lin Weier. "Freeze the ground. Do not let it burrow below." Lin Weier gritted her teeth and waved her hand. A cascade of icy air poured forth, frost swiftly enveloping the entire sandy expanse, solidifying the soft yellow sand into a hard, glass-like surface. Boom! The ground erupted violently. A crimson figure rocketing skyward, a fist-sized beetle soared into the air, its shell flowing like molten lava, 6 legs ablaze with ghostly blue flames. And a dark crystal atop its head thrummed ominously, distorting the surrounding space as phantoms writhed. "Another one of these tricks?" Qin Feng scoffed, slapping the shadow leopard's back. Urging it forward, the shadow leopard shot forth like a black arrow, its claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at the beetle's abdomen. Yet, just as it was about to strike, the beetle flapped its wings, its form blurring into 3 afterimages left behind in its place. Illusory step? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The shadow leopard missed its target. As it landed, the 3 phantoms ignited simultaneously, flames engulfing the area like a net. "There's no escaping it," Lin Weier blurted out. "Who said anything about hiding?" Qin Feng's lips curled into a sly grin, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. The black markings on the shadow leopard's back swelled, gray mist seeping from its pores, devouring the flames entirely. It let out a fierce growl, its claws leaving charred marks upon the icy surface, propelling itself forward once more with renewed vigor. "It can resist illusions?" Lin Weier's pupils constricted. "It's a gift I bestowed upon it," Qin Feng replied coldly. His gaze locked onto the beetle's true form, now more fearful of fire than ever. As the words left his lips, the shadow leopard struck down with a claw, landing squarely on the beetle's left wing. The shell shattered, lava-like fluid splattering forth, melting the ice beneath it. The beetle emitted a sharp shriek, its remaining body crashing to the ground, its 6 legs thrashing in a frenzy. It struggled to burrow into the earth. Yet Qin Feng firmly pressed its head down with a foot. Attempting to flee, Qin Feng leaned down, and with a flash of the dagger's cold light, pierced through the beetle's skull. Target, flame beetle, near death. Contact with contaminant source. Low-level mark of the Lord of Shadow Erosion. Shall I devour? Devour. A torrent of searing energy surged back into his palm, as countless images exploded within his mind. Deep in the subterranean caverns, swarms of flame beetles crawled upon the crystal veins, their heads resonating with runes and dark crystal. A deep voice echoed through the void. "The vessel shall awaken. The Lord of Shadow Erosion opens its eyes to the sacrificer, burning the soul." Following this, a scene from the beetle's perspective unfolded. In the center of the altar, an ice-blue figure was ensnared by chains, a phoenix mark blazing fiercely upon its chest, transforming into the fuel for a fiery sacrifice. Devouring successful. Acquired innate skill, Fiery Claw, S-Class. Detected rare fire-type gene chain. Flame spine pulsation, completeness 87. Warning, gene chain activity is excessively high. Cooling treatment recommended. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, shaking off the heat from his fingertips. The remains of the beetle turned to ash, scattering with the wind. "This fire is impure." Lin Weier frowned, her fingertip lightly touching a droplet of molten liquid that had fallen. The ice crystal instantaneously cracked. It mimicked the fire of life. Yet its core was tainted by sacrificial malevolence. Thus, it held great value. Qin Feng crouched down, placing his palm upon the forehead of the shadow leopard, summoning the system interface once more. "Shall I bestow Fiery Claw upon the battle pet?" Energy point cost, 80 bestow. Golden source energy surged like a torrent, causing the shadow leopard's body to tremble violently, its fur bristling as dark veins protruded like blood vessels, flames erupting from its claws, scorching the sand into 4 trails of glazed burn marks. Roar! It threw back its head and roared, the sound wave shattering the remaining illusions in the air. Its eyes opened, pupils transformed into molten gold, and where its claws pointed, the air warped. Fusion successful. Qin Feng rose, raising his hand in a beckoning gesture. The shadow leopard leaped to his side, its claws slicing through the air, a fiery blade tearing the space apart, cleaving a distant stone pillar in half. Lin Wire gazed at the charred mark, suddenly whispering, "This flame bears the imprint of runes." Qin Feng's expression turned icy as he crouched to examine it closely. After cooling, the scorched mark on the sandy ground revealed a twisted crimson pattern resembling a serpent, akin to remnants of altar runes. This was no natural flame seed. Qin Feng's fingertip brushed against it, prompting the system to automatically analyze. Detected low-level faith mark, servant of the Lord of Shadow Erosion, fire. They are employing fire-type aberrant beasts as sacrificial vessels. Qin Feng stood upright, his gaze sharp as a blade. This beetle was merely the first link in the chain. Lin Wire, clutching the Phoenix contract symbol, struggled to maintain her stance. "Qin Feng, do you intend to proceed?" Qin Feng interrupted her, lifting Lin Wire into his arms. "You can barely hold on. I do not need your body. The phoenix within you is resonating." Qin Feng replied coldly, "If we take 2 more steps, it will lose control." Lin Wire was taken aback, her lips parted slightly, but ultimately she ceased to struggle. Qin Feng tightened his hold on Lin Wire and commanded the shadow leopard, "Clear the path." The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its fiery claw igniting. Striking the rocky wall ahead, debris flew as a deep passageway revealed itself. At that moment, the ground behind them collapsed with a thunderous roar, and boulders tumbled down, sealing off their only escape. There was no turning back. Lin Wire leaned against Qin Feng's shoulder, her voice faint. "I do not intend to retreat." Qin Feng continued forward, the shadow leopard leading the way, flames illuminating the darkness. As they reached the end of the passage, a sudden gust of wind surged. The trio burst forth from the cave, finding themselves in a vast expanse. In the center of the desolate land stood a circular stone altar, its surface covered in fractured runes, with a central recess that perfectly matched the outline of an ice phoenix. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the altar's edge when he suddenly halted. A fresh scratch marred the stone base, about half an inch deep, its jagged edges reminiscent of a hastily left dagger. Someone had been here. Qin Feng crouched down, his fingertips gliding over the scratch. Lin Wire followed his hand with her eyes, her voice trembling. "This mark belongs to a raider's standard dagger. They were not all killed." Qin Feng rose, his eyes cold as a deep pool. The Hunter's Guild, and yet, a fish had still slipped through the net. He glanced down at Lin Wire, whose brow shimmered with blue light, her breathing increasingly erratic. "You must go down," he stated. "The altar will consume those who approach." Lin Wire shook her head. "I can sense it repelling me." "It is not repelling you," Qin Feng scoffed. "It is summoning you. It desires you to step upon it." Lin Wire looked up sharply. "How do you know?" Qin Feng did not respond. The system interface quietly popped up. High concentration of sealing waves detected. Exploration recommended. Beastmaster level increased. Black Iron initial, Black Iron intermediate. Source energy breakthrough, unlocking new skill slots. Source energy surged into his veins like a tidal wave, causing Qin Feng to tremble as faint golden patterns emerged on his skin. He gently set Lin Wire down, helping her to sit at the altar's edge. "Do not go near." Lin Wire grasped Qin Feng's wrist, her fingertips icy. He looked down at her, then suddenly reached out, his fingertips brushing across her brow, slowly suppressing the blue light. "Be obedient." Qin Feng's voice was low. "I am not done yet." The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its fiery claws igniting as it stood guard by Lin Wire's side. Qin Feng stepped forward, ascending the first stone step of the altar. The moment his foot touched down, the entire altar trembled slightly, and the fractured runes emitted a faint red glow. He approached the central recess, crouching down, his fingers gliding across the stone surface. Within a crack, a charred feather remained, starkly contrasting with the shadow leopard's fur, entirely crimson, its edges appearing as if aflame. Qin Feng picked up the feather, and the system immediately notified him. Detected exotic beast hair, flame attribute, gene match rate 91, origin, unknown high-level fire type exotic beast. He narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to investigate further, a muffled groan suddenly came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Wire struggling to rise, clutching the stone edge. Her face ashen. Lin Wire, what is wrong with you? Chapter 16. The Resurrected Radiance. A muffled groan escaped from Lin Wire's throat as her fingertips twitched. Digging into the stone crevice, the blue light on her brow flickering like a candle in the wind, now bright, now dim. Qin Feng stepped back, placing his palm against the nape of Lin Wire's neck. The system interface silently popped up. Energy overflow. Ice Phoenix, juvenile. Source energy disorder level. C. Suggestion. Divert or suppress. Enduring it, Qin Feng hissed softly, twisting his wrist to grasp Lin Wire's hand, while forcefully pressing his other hand against the forehead of the shadow leopard. Devour it. The shadow leopard growled, its fiery claws suddenly unfurling, the flames at its core swirling inward, forming a miniature vortex. Within Qin Feng, the source energy surged forth like a dam breaking, flooding into the battle pet through their contract link. In an instant, the chilling aura emanating from Lin Wire was ensnared by the flames, akin to an icy serpent piercing into a furnace, hissing as it was devoured almost entirely. Lin Wire gasped, her eyelids fluttering, yet still unable to open her eyes. Protect her. Qin Feng pushed the shadow leopard to Lin Wire's side, its fiery claws carving a charred mark on the ground, creating a semicircular barrier. Qin Feng turned and walked once more towards the center of the altar. As his foot stepped onto the edge of the groove, the stone surface trembled slightly. The remnants of crimson charred feathers still lay within the crevice, the edges worn fragile by the wind and sand. System, scan for runic activity. Residual sealing wave detected. Energy level, Black Iron Peak. Source, unknown civilization ruins. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his fingertips slowly probing towards the crack. Suddenly, Lin Wire hissed, her fingers clawing at the sand, creating 3 shallow grooves. That entity was draining blood. Before she could finish, Qin Feng had already touched the runes. A chill shot through his fingertips, followed by a sharp pain as a hairline crack appeared out of thin air, blood seeping forth and dripping into the stone crevice. Warning, ancient blood-packed resonance detected. Compatibility 37, automatically absorbing sealing energy. Just as the system prompt emerged, the entire altar shuddered violently. Red light spread from the crack, the runes illuminating one by one. Then shifting to blue, a circular beam of light shot upwards, enveloping Qin Feng within. Qin Feng. Lin Wire struggled to lift her head, only to see a fragmented image within the light. A gigantic phoenix soaring into the heavens, its wings obscuring the sky, its eyes cold as an arctic abyss, bearing an uncanny resemblance to her. Is that me? The image vanished in an instant. As the light dissipated, Qin Feng staggered back a step, dropping to one knee. He raised his hand, revealing an unmistakable phoenix-shaped brand on his palm, its edges glistening with blood, faintly radiating warmth. System, analyze the origin of the brand. No response. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, attempting once more, but the system interface remained silent. Strange, Qin Feng murmured, his fingertips brushing over the brand, suddenly realizing something was amiss with the shadow leopardess fiery claws, as the flames had turned an eerie blue. What did you touch? Lin Wire leaned against the stone ledge, her voice frail. The seal. Qin Feng stood upright, his gaze sweeping across the altar. This place was not a tomb, but a trial ground. Your phoenix is not a battle pet, but a key. What do you mean? The phoenix in that image had a crack on its chest. Qin Feng pointed to the groove, its shape mirroring that of the indentation perfectly. It is missing a piece, and you are that piece. Lin Wire's pupils constricted, the contract symbol suddenly vibrating violently. Qin Feng ceased further explanations, turning to the shadow leopard and raising his hand. Claw, smash it. The shadow leopard growled, its right forepaw engulfed in flames, striking forcefully towards the rune at the edge of the altar. Boom. As the flame touched the stone, the runes began to writhe as if they were living creatures. Instead of shattering, they absorbed the flames in reverse. The shadow leopard emitted a mournful howl. Its fur instantly charred in patches, limbs convulsing, and its fiery claws nearly extinguished. Withdraw, Qin Feng commanded, pressing his palm against the leopard's forehead. Gene chain oscillation, flame spine pulsation, activity 92, recommended injection of cooling source energy. Silence. Qin Feng smirked, directly accessing the gene parameter interface, adjusting the frequency to a resonant frequency of 432 Hz. The system interface flickered, and the source energy flowed into the shadow leopard's veins like an icy spring. The carbonization ceased, and the flames reignited, returning to a vibrant orange-red. The shadow leopard gasped for breath, lying on the ground, the flames at its claws flickering gently. Qinfeng crouched down, fixating on the fire. Deep within the flames, a miniature rune emerged, twisting like a serpent, yet bearing the faint outline of a phoenix. He narrowed his eyes, intent on examining it closely, when a whisper from Lin Weier reached his ears. "It's waiting for the key." The voice was faint yet clear. Qinfeng turned to see Lin Weier with her eyes closed, her breathing steadier, though the contract symbol still radiated heat, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing against her chest. Rising to his feet, Qinfeng approached the edge of the altar, his fingertips gliding over the runes that had been attacked by the shadow leopard. The stone surface remained as smooth as ever, devoid of any marks. It can absorb flames, rebound, and even alter the gene-resonant frequency, Qinfeng chuckled softly. This artifact is far superior to the corrosive crystals of the Black Abyss sect. Just then, the mark in his palm suddenly grew warm. Qinfeng glanced down to see a trickle of blood seeping from the edge of the phoenix-shaped imprint, sliding through his fingers and dripping onto the rune. The stone trembled slightly as that drop of blood was slowly absorbed, causing the runes to emit a faint golden glow, which vanished in an instant. Fascinating. Qinfeng wiped away the blood, his gaze turning increasingly frigid. It not only recognized blood, but also assessed its purity. He looked towards Lin Weier, his eyes deep with meaning. This altar did not seek just any phoenix bloodline, but rather the most untainted one. And Lin Weier was on the verge of awakening. System. Record the current coordinates and mark the entrance to the trial ground, Qinfeng commanded in a low voice. No response. Lost contact again. Qinfeng frowned, shaking his hand, the mark still radiating heat. The shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head, the bluish flames flickering in its claws, fixated on the depths of the altar. At that very moment, Lin Weier abruptly opened her eyes. "Do not go closer." Her voice was hoarse yet undeniably firm. "There is something waiting for you down there." Chapter 17. Assassination under the silver moon. With Lin Weier on his back, Qinfeng walked with steady steps. "Stop pretending," he suddenly spoke, his voice lowered to a whisper. "You followed us for 3 miles. Are you not coming out?" The shadow leopard's ears twitched, the flames abruptly shifting towards the left ravine. No one responded. A smirk played on Qinfeng's lips as his right hand subtly glided over the grains of sand at his feet, a thread of source energy silently seeping underground. Qinfeng continued walking, his pace slowing slightly, his shoulders sagging as if he were fatigued. Lin Weier lay against his back, her breath faint, her fingertips unconsciously clutching at his collar. "Can you still hold on?" Qinfeng asked softly, almost to himself. "Yes." Lin Weier's voice was so faint that it was nearly consumed by the wind. Qinfeng ceased to speak, merely lifting Lin Weier slightly. Yet his right hand had already stealthily glided towards her lower back. After 3 steps, Qinfeng abruptly halted. "If you do not show yourself, I shall place Lin Weier upon the ground," he stated in a calm tone. "If she succumbs to the cold, your so-called shadow eclipse plan will be in vain." The air became momentarily stagnant. In the next instant, the moonlight distorted 10 paces away, and a figure emerged from the void, a bony mask obscuring its face. A scar resembling a centipede traversing its left cheekbone, and metallic claws gleaming with a cold light, their tips entwined with dark mist. "Qinfeng," the assassin rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper scraping against rusted iron. "Surrender Lin Weier, and I shall spare your life." Qinfeng scoffed, "Spare my life? You believe you are worthy of such a thing?" Before the words had fully left his lips, the shadow leopard lunged forward with ferocity. Its fiery claws tearing through the air, a wave of ghostly blue flames surging directly at the assassin's face. Yet, astonishingly, the assassin did not flinch or evade. With a swift motion of his claws, the dark mist surged forth, extinguishing the flames mid-air. The claws then sliced through, causing the wall of fire to collapse. And the residual force struck the shadow leopard's shoulder, erupting in a shower of charred blood. The shadow leopard howled, rolling back, its fur singed, and its right foreleg twitching uncontrollably. Interesting, Qinfeng's gaze turned icy. This being could not only rend shadows, but also consume flames. The assassin offered no reply, his form flickering as he closed in on Qinfeng's throat, his claws aimed directly at Qinfeng's carotid artery. Qinfeng arched backwards, flinging Lin Weier onto the back of the shadow leopard. Yet his left hand shot forward with sudden force, not retreating but advancing, his fingers curling like hooks, precisely ensnaring the dark mist upon the assassin's claws. Devour the disguised source. Ding. High concentration of alien gene chains detected, initiating analysis. The system interface flashed into existence, only to vanish instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng discerned the composition of the gene chain, a fusion of the Predator Leader, Chapter 12 target, and the Abyssal Beetle, Chapter 15 target. With 97 signs of artificial modification, the host's consciousness eradicated, retaining only the instinct to kill. So it is you, Qin Feng sneered, exerting force from his palm. You, a mere abomination transformed into a living weapon by the Black Abyss sect, dare to pose as an assassin before me? The assassin's pupils constricted, muscles beneath the mask twitching violently, his claws retracting abruptly as the dark mist erupted, forcing Qin Feng back. Yet Qin Feng was prepared, with a crushing step. The source energy thread embedded in the sandy ground tightened suddenly. Boom. The sand exploded, a line of fire shooting upwards, the remnants of flames left by the shadow leopard. The fiery serpent coiled around the assassin's calf, instantly searing through the metallic exoskeleton. Ah! The assassin grunted, sinking to one knee, the dark mist in disarray. Qin Feng advanced a step, his left hand pressing once more upon the back of the assassin's claw, the source energy piercing like needles, directly targeting the core of the gene chain. Do not presume that amnesia renders you a headless fly. Qin Feng's voice was as frigid as ice. Once I consume your skin, I will strip you of your essence. Warning, self-destruct sequence initiated within the target's body. Source energy volatility countdown, 30 seconds. Barely had the system prompt manifested when the assassin's muscles swelled, dark mist roiling like boiling water, the fluctuations of source energy expanding like a tempest. Shadow Leopard. Qin Feng bellowed, firewall. Protect Lin Wire. The Shadow Leopard rose with great effort, its fiery claws striking the ground, summoning a wall of orange-red flames that completely separated Lin Wire from the scene. Yet, Qin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he ripped open his collar, revealing the fresh bloodstains around the phoenix-shaped brand on his palm, still radiating heat. Qin Feng bit the tip of his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the brand. With blood, I summon the contract, devour for me. The brand flared with heat, and the system interface surged back to life, the rate of consumption escalating threefold. The source energy surging chaotically within the assassin was forcibly extracted, flowing into Qin Feng's palm and then into his body. His eyes rolled back, and an inhuman howl erupted from his throat as countless fusion runes emerged beneath his skin, mirroring the crimson marks left by the Shadow Leopard's claws. Memory fragments being extracted, images flashed before him. An underground laboratory illuminated by harsh white light, where dozens of modified bodies lay on iron beds, numbered from 07 to 23. A man adorned with silver rings stood with his back to the camera, recording data. A mechanical voice echoed from the communicator. The key has not returned. The altar seal is loosening. Initiate the shadow erosion plan. Location coordinates. Western outskirts of Starshine City, abandoned refinery zone B. The scene abruptly ceased. The assassin's body stiffened, his eyes vacant, and the black mist extinguished entirely. Qin Feng released his grip, and the man collapsed like a marionette with severed strings. His mask shattered to reveal a distorted visage, half human, half insectoid, with remnants of green modification serum at the corners of his mouth. Shadow erosion plan. Qin Feng scoffed, shaking his hand. The key? Huh. He turned towards the wall of flames, where the Shadow Leopard lay panting, the fire dwindling. Lin Wire leaned against the Shadow Leopard's back. Her eyes opened, revealing a frosty gaze. You killed him, she stated softly. Indeed, Qin Feng replied, crouching to check her pulse. Moreover, he was not human. You know they will come again, she continued. Of course, Qin Feng affirmed, standing to face the western outskirts. A group of madmen who experiment on the living could hardly send just one useless pawn. Lin Wire fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, Qin Feng, did you know all along? Know what? He inquired. From the altar onward, she fixed her gaze on the brand in his palm. You were never here for the trial. You were after it. Qin Feng did not respond, merely extending his hand to help Lin Wire rise from the Shadow Leopard's back. Let us go, he stated. Dawn approaches. Lin Wire did not move, her fingertips brushing against the bloodstain on Qin Feng's collar, an injury she had inadvertently caused when her nails had grazed him. You are bleeding, she observed. It's just a small wound, Qin Feng replied, glancing at her, his eyes flickering. It's nothing serious. Lin Wire's eyelashes fluttered, and she fell silent. allowing Qin Feng to assist her forward. The shadow leopard struggled to rise, its fiery heart reigniting. After walking roughly 100 steps, Qin Feng suddenly halted. "What is it?" Lin Wire asked. Without answering, Qin Feng looked down to find a shard of broken mask lodged in the sole of his right boot, remnants of the assassin's mask. Under the moonlight, the edge of the shard bore a tiny symbol, an eye ensnared by chains. With a swift flick of his finger, the shard crumbled to dust. "All is well," Qin Feng remarked, merely confirming a matter. "What?" He lifted his gaze toward the western suburbs, icy glints flickering in his eyes. "They are not coming for me. They are coming for you." Just as Lin Wei was about to speak, the shadow leopard suddenly growled, its flames abruptly redirecting toward the right dune. Qin Feng's expression hardened. He swiftly pulled Lin Wei behind him with his left hand. Atop the dune stood a figure. Cloaked in gray, wielding a curved blade etched with lock runes identical to the fragments of a mask. The figure remained silent, slowly raising the tip of the blade, pointing it at Qin Feng. He smiled. Releasing Lin Wei, Qin Feng advanced slowly, his right hand gripping the short blade tightly. "One comes, I shall kill one. Two come." He paused, as source energy coalesced in his palm into a crimson line, flowing gently along the blade. "I'll slaughter them all." Chapter 18. The Conspiracy of the Twin Beasts. Qin Feng stood firm, the short blade crossed before his chest, the bloodline of source energy shimmering subtly, reflecting the cold light of the desert. He remained unmoved, while beside him, the shadow leopard crouched silently, its right forepaw's flames shrinking to a faint glow, nearly merging with the night. "You cannot protect her," the figure in gray finally spoke, his voice resembling a chilling wind scraping from the depths of the earth. "The key should never be held by mortals." A smirk played at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as he flicked his finger lightly against the blade's back. "Mortals? And what are you? A coward who dares not show his face, yet presumes to speak of qualifications with me?" The figure in gray remained steadfast, slowly lowering the blade. A wisp of black mist seeped from the lock runes, curling upward. The shadow leopard sensed the danger, its flames intensifying. Ding! Detected source gene fluctuations. With an 87 match to previous assassin residue. The system notification flashed through Qin Feng's mind. His gaze sharpened slightly as he discreetly withdrew his left hand behind him, gently signaling with 2 fingers to the shadow leopard. "Extinguish the flames, await orders." "What is your true intention?" Qin Feng's tone darkened abruptly, retreating half a step to shield Lin Wei more securely. "Activate." The figure in gray uttered only these 2 words. In the next instant, the curved blade swung down with ferocity. The sand erupted, black mist surging forth like a tidal wave as a colossal, entirely black, 2-headed, 4-eyed wolf leaped into view. Its fangs glistening white. Both mouths roared in unison, their sound waves tearing through the air. A 2-headed shadow wolf. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. A commander-level beast? The wolf's head lunged at Qin Feng, its claws slicing through the wind, exuding a chilling intent to kill. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure sank ominously into the darkness, emerging from the ground's shadows and rapidly closing in on Lin Wei, mere inches away, unleashing a swirling black mist aimed directly at her brow, an assault on the spirit, specifically designed to sever soul contracts. Lin Wei gasped, a surge of coldness exploding within her, yet failing to coalesce. She staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Shadow leopard!" Qin Feng roared. The shadow leopard was poised for action, its fiery claws striking the ground with a thunderous impact, conjuring a wall of flames that swiftly rose to counter the assault from the dark head. However, the inky mist remained unfazed, instead entwining itself around the firewall, penetrating inward like a rampant vine. This was dire. The flames had been tainted. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. System, initiate genetic resonance. Target, abyssal beetle remnants and shadow genes. Resonance frequency locked at 432 Hz. Warning, host battle pet genetic chain is not yet stabilized. Forced resonance may lead to irreversible mutations. Enough of the chatter. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, commanding, "Tear it apart." The shadow leopard suddenly reared back, emitting a cry that was uncharacteristic of a beast. Its right front paw split the flames into 2 halves, one a vibrant orange-red, while the other was a translucent black flame, inseparable from its form. With a powerful swipe, the black flame accurately sliced through the connection between the dark head and the mist. A piercing wail escaped the dark head as its skull disintegrated, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Enraged, the bright head's assault intensified, but Qin Feng severed its forelimbs with a single strike. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow leopard leaped onto its back, its dual flames piercing through its spine. The massive wolf convulsed twice before crashing to the ground, transforming into a wisp of black mist that retreated into the curved blade. The figure in the gray robe trembled slightly as it gripped the knife. Qin Feng regarded him coldly. Is this the extent of your abilities? Do you rely on these puppets to uphold the shadow erosion plan? The gray-cloaked figure offered no reply. Suddenly, the runes on the blade flickered violently, and the black mist surged forth once more, not to attack, but to envelop him entirely, causing his form to swiftly fade. Trying to escape, Qin Feng advanced a step, thrusting his short blade forward. However, the blade merely sliced through an afterimage, the wind swirling, leaving behind only a broken blade tip. Qin Feng crouched, picking up the fragment with his fingertips, a cold smile gracing his lips. He must be going to deliver a message. He lifted his gaze toward the western outskirts. They are now aware that you are in our grasp. So, you intentionally let him go. What other option is there? Qin Feng rose, casting a sidelong glance at her. If we kill him, the next to arrive would be a headless fly. Letting him go would bring an entire nest of rats. Lin Weier fell silent. The shadow leopard, panting heavily, watched as the dual flames of its right front paw gradually extinguished, revealing a faint pattern among its fur, its left eye glowing like fire, while its right eye resembled shadow, flickering in and out of existence. Ding! Signs of critical genetic chain fusion detected. It is advised to purify the bloodline or guide evolution promptly. Qin Feng's brow furrowed, placing his palm on the leopard's forehead, a stream of source energy flowing slowly into it. Can you still endure? The shadow leopard let out a low growl, a semblance of a response. Let us go? Qin Feng turned, heading toward Starlight City. 3 miles away, the lights of the safe city finally appeared on the horizon. Yet, as they approached the patrol path outside the city, a pungent stench of blood assaulted their senses. A squad of military patrolmen lay in a pool of blood, and beside them, a charred beast writhed in agony, on the brink of death. Lin Weier halted. Don't approach. Qin Feng extended his hand to stop her. As her words hung in the air, Lin Weier's brow suddenly brightened, a shimmering ice blue pattern spreading from her forehead to the side of her neck. And the ethereal silhouette of an ice phoenix manifested abruptly. The dying soul of the monstrous beast was forcibly extracted, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the phoenix's maw. Lin Weier. Qin Feng grasped her wrist firmly. Her eyes were tightly shut, her lashes fluttering gently, her entire being seemingly frozen in time, as intricate ice crystals emerged upon her skin, mirroring the runes of the altar. System analyze. Qin Feng commanded with a low voice. Ding. Detected that the target's residual soul carries a purifying seal attribute. Source. Guardian beast of the altar, extinct species. Warning. The host's contract bloodline activity is abnormally surging, posing a risk of passive awakening. Qin Feng's gaze darkened, the phoenix-shaped mark in his palm suddenly radiating heat. Without hesitation, he channeled a thread of source energy through Lin Weier's wrist, directing it towards the luminous pattern on her forehead. Awaken. His voice was as frigid as ice itself. Lin Weier abruptly opened her eyes, her breath quickening, cold sweat forming beads of ice at her temples. What did you just do? Qin Feng scrutinized her intently. I do not know, she replied, her voice faint. It surged forth on its own. It wanted to consume that thing. Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle, leaning closer to whisper, your inner phoenix. Lin Weier's pupils contracted slightly. The silver moon has awakened, she murmured suddenly, ice crystals cascading from her hair tips. Qin Feng's expression sharpened. He steadied her, speaking softly. It is searching for you. You are losing control over it. Lin Weier remained silent, instinctively clutching Qin Feng's arm, her fingertips as frigid as snow. Let us go, Qin Feng urged, draping an arm over her shoulder, half supporting, half carrying her towards the city gate. The shadowy leopard limped behind them, and Qin Feng raised his hand to summon it into the soul space. At the city gates, guards were conducting inspections, their infrared scanners sweeping back and forth. Identity. The lead guard fixed a scrutinizing gaze on Qin Feng. Qin Feng, registered member of the beast hunting team from the west side. Qin Feng presented a temporary identification. She has been poisoned by cold toxins and urgently requires treatment. The guard glanced at Lin Weier, whose complexion was as pale as paper, lips tinged with a bluish hue, displaying clear symptoms of poisoning. Proceed. The guard gestured with a wave. Qin Feng nodded, advancing with Lin Weier in his arms. As they passed the shadowy trench by the gate, he paused momentarily, his right hand seemingly brushing aside casually as a fragment of gray cloak, the very remnants left by the previous cloaked figure, silently fell into the trench. He did not look back. Yet, at the moment he stepped through the city gate, a pitch-black mechanical beetle with red compound eyes slowly emerged from the depths of the trench, its gaze locking onto the fragment, a flash of red light flickering before it burrowed underground. Inside the city, the lights blazed brilliantly, the sounds of revelry enveloping them. "Why did you leave that fragment behind?" Lin Weier suddenly inquired, her voice as gentle as a breeze. "To let them know our whereabouts," Qin Feng replied coolly. "Are you not afraid they will strike again?" "I fear they may not come at all," Qin Feng smirked coldly. "I've been longing to discover their lair." Lin Weier gazed at his profile, the light casting a stark reflection upon his chiseled features, the phoenix-shaped brand on his palm flickering into view. "What exactly are your intentions?" Qin Feng paused momentarily, lowering his gaze to meet hers. "We shall wait for their arrival." His voice was low and resolute, and then he lifted his hand, his fingertips brushing gently against the remnants of ice crystals in her hair. "I will utterly shatter their shadow erosion plan." Chapter 19. The seal emerges in the infirmary. Lin Weier lay upon the bed, her breaths faint, the icy pattern on her brow yet to dissipate. Qin Feng stood by her bedside, his fingers lightly resting on her wrist, a stream of source energy silently seeping in. "Is it still trembling?" he inquired softly. "Yes," the system responded, "the frequency is chaotic, synchronizing with the West City's geomagnetic fluctuations at a rate of 783. He withdrew his hand, his gaze sweeping over the delicate ice patterns emerging along her neck, resembling broken chains. "The key," he murmured, turning towards the door. The shadow leopard curled in the corner, its right forepaw flickering with flames, the fire patterns in its left eye alternating with the shadow patterns in its right. "Can you walk?" Qin Feng asked. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, struggling to rise, its limbs trembling slightly. "Never mind." Qin Feng raised his hand, drawing it into the realm of souls. Outside, Starshine City appeared as usual, streetlights aglow, pedestrians bustling, and patrols conducting their rounds. Yet, Qin Feng discerned an unsettling anomaly. The guards marched in perfect synchronization, their breathing patterns aligned, their gazes vacant, as if manipulated by an unseen force. He veered into a narrow alley, pressing against the wall, his fingertip gliding along the bricks, revealing a faint crack that resembled a severed lock. Indeed, it is here. Target locked. Entrance to the underground passage. Coordinates West City 7th Storage Area B3. Structural match rate 916. Qin Feng smirked, disguised quite convincingly. Even the geomagnetic flow has been altered. He quickened his pace, passing through 3 checkpoints without triggering any alarms. In the 7th storage area, the iron door was rusted, the sign askew, warning against hazardous materials. He pushed the door open. The empty warehouse floor concealed a runic array beneath a layer of dust, pulsating with a dark red glow. Originating from the altar, he crouched down, his fingers brushing the edge of the runes. "Warning, active trap detected, mental impact level A, risk of spatial distortion." No wonder no one dared to enter. Qin Feng retracted his hand, realizing the peril of entering. He closed his eyes, silently reciting, "Initiate devouring analysis, target rune energy." His fingertips touched the ground once more. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold surged through his nerves, piercing to his marrow. Qin Feng clenched his jaw, beads of cold sweat trickling down. In his mind, a prompt indicated the analysis was underway, energy absorption steadily increasing, while the shadow leopard in the realm of souls grew restless, its genetic chain vibrating violently, and the system issued a warning to cease operations. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng urged the shadow leopard to endure for another 10 seconds. Ultimately, the devouring concluded. The runes dimmed, and a fissure opened in the ground. Qin Feng rose, shaking off the numbness in his arms. First barrier, breached. He stepped into the underground passage. The stone walls on either side are adorned with intricate reliefs, depicting colossal beasts ensnared by chains, their towering horns reaching for the heavens. While the abyssal gaze of an eye scrutinizes all who approach. How long have these entities been imprisoned? He presses onward, encountering a runic formation every 10 meters. The second trap activates. The air distorts abruptly, the ground gives way, and a shadowy figure leaps forth from the depths, aiming directly for his face. Qin Feng sidesteps, drawing his dagger, and strikes at the void. Yet, the apparition does not dissipate. Instead, it fractures into three, closing in with a stench of decay. An illusion? He squints. No, it is a remnant of memory. He ceases his assault and reaches out, deliberately making contact with one of the phantoms. Consumption target activated. Fragment of the guardian beast's soul. The specter contorts, forcibly extracted, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that merges with his fingertip. Analysis successful. Threefold source energy lock sealing mechanism. Requires bloodline key to unlock the core door. Additional information. The Guardian was once a general under the Lord of Shadow Erosion, later betrayed and suppressed. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens. So it was not a guardian beast, but a traitorous general? He continues his advance. The third trap triggers. A runic array ascending from the ground, forming a circular beam of light, within which a spectral image materializes, a colossal wolf, entirely black, with 2 heads and 4 eyes. Ensnared by chains, wailing incessantly, the 2-headed shadow wolf elicits a cold smile from Qin Feng. You killed it? He reaches out to touch the beam of light. Consumption target activated, resonance source of runes. A searing pain strikes, and countless images explode in his mind. The silver moon hangs high. An altar ignites with eerie blue flames. A cadre of black-robed figures kneel in reverence, and one among them, holding a broken chain, whispers, "The key has not returned. The seal remains unstable." The scene shifts, revealing Lin Weier standing at the altar's center, the blood pattern on her brow surging, as a phoenix's phantom soars skyward, shattering the chains. Qin Feng jerks his hand back, breathing heavily. She truly is the key. Detected homologous gene fluctuations. The shadow leopard gene chain aligns with the resonance frequency of the runes, suggesting immediate guidance for evolution. That can wait until I escape this place. He presses on, reaching the end of the corridor where a stone door stands imposing. The door bears no lock, yet is covered in pulsating living runes, akin to blood vessels. Warning, high-dimensional energy source detected, danger level, platinum, and above. Finally, he has reached the end. Qin Feng fixates on the stone door, recalling the frequency fluctuations of the blood pattern on Lin Weier's brow, and retrieves the resonance data of the phoenix bloodline within the shadow leopard. System, initiate gene simulation. Target, temporary generation of phoenix bloodline fluctuations. Warning, significant energy consumption detected. Success rate 412. Open. He presses his palm against the stone door, a stream of source energy gradually infusing. The runes pulsate, quickening like a heartbeat. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, a narrow fissure splits open at the center of the stone door, a ghostly light seeping through. Success. Simulation fluctuation, matching degree 837, access restriction Echuzhong. Just as a smile begins to form on Qin Feng's lips, the stone door trembles violently. The runes flash, and an invisible force field violently propels him backward. He collided with the wall, a sweet taste flooding his throat as he forced himself to swallow. Such a swift reaction, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cast a glance at his hand, where the phoenix-shaped brand on his palm radiated an intense heat, as if searing him. It knows I am not the key. The fissure in the stone door remained ajar, and from the depths of the eerie light came a low growl. It was neither a mere apparition nor an illusion, but a sound that reverberated deep within his soul. Qin Feng felt his eardrums rupture, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, yet he remained fixated on that gap. The growl did not cease. Instead, it grew increasingly distinct. Warning, the guardian beast's residual soul has detected an intruder. Seal looseness at 123, continuously rising. Looseness? Qin Feng wiped the blood from his nose and smirked coldly, then let us give it another push. He bit his fingertip, pressing a drop of blood against the fissure. The droplet seeped in, causing the runes to tremble violently, and the gap widened by half an inch. The growl suddenly escalated, causing the entire passageway to tremble. Stone fragments cascaded down, and the chain patterns on the relief shattered one by one. Standing before the door, Qin Feng's robe billowed, blood staining half of his face. You wish to emerge? He fixed his gaze on the gap, his voice low. The stone door trembled violently, and the fissure expanded once more. The shadow leopard in the realm of souls suddenly lifted its head, its right forepaw erupting in flames. The fire patterns of its left eye and the shadow patterns of its right eye fused completely, forming a vertical pupil of ethereal essence. The brand in Qin Feng's palm burned like a hot iron, yet he grinned widely. At last, he was witnessing life. The vertical pupil regarded him silently, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Qin Feng raised his hand, his fingertip pointing directly at the fissure. How long have you been confined? The vertical pupil flickered slightly. What do they intend to do with Lin Weier? No response. Have you been deceived as well? The stone door quaked violently, and the fissure abruptly contracted. Before it closed, the vertical pupil bore into him intensely. Qin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. The gap sealed completely, the runes returning to tranquility. The passageway fell into utter silence. Qin Feng stood in place, slowly clenching his fist, the traces of blood and the brand intertwining on his palm. Chapter 20. The Bloodline Covenant. Resolutely, Qin Feng seated himself cross-legged, firmly pressing his right palm against the barrier of the soul space. The brand emitted a golden light, meticulously stitching together the shattered genetic patterns within the shadow leopard. The leopard's roar weakened momentarily. A system notification chimed. Contractual battle pact detected. Requires the energies of the practitioner. Battle pet and bloodline key to be in sync. Limited to 90 seconds. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. System, what about Lin Weier? Target status, unconscious. Brainwave frequency synchronized with the brand at 821. Connection possible. Hint. Consuming original essence blood can activate a primary soul projection for 10 seconds. 15 essence? He scoffed. The shadow leopard emitted another deep growl, the flames of its left forepaw suddenly transforming into a shadowy black, while the shadow patterns in its right eye throbbed violently, nearly devouring the fire patterns. Hold for another 10 seconds. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng felt a sharp pain in his tongue, and a mouthful of essence blood sprayed into his palm. The source energy condensed into a seal in his palm, the left side resembling the head of a blazing leopard, the right side depicting the eyes of a shadow wolf, with a fissure in the center resembling a profound abyss. The projection activated, and in a flash of light and shadow, Lin Weier lay still on the hospital bed, the blood veins on her forehead gently pulsating. Qin Feng's projection appeared at her bedside, solidifying for but half a second. He raised his hand, pressing the seal to her brow. Awaken. The seal penetrated her skin. Lin Weier's body trembled, and the icy pattern on her neck abruptly transformed into a golden red hue, akin to molten metal coursing beneath her skin. Within the contract space, the ice phoenix cub suddenly lifted its head, issuing a clear call as its wings unfurled, releasing a pure bloodline energy that surged forth, racing along the contract link directly toward Qin Feng. He caught it. Qin Feng opened his eyes, raising his right hand high. Three forces began to converge, the golden droplets of blood seeping from his palm, the turbulent altered gene chain within the shadow leopard, and the phoenix bloodline flowing back from Lin Weier. In the air, a circular totem began to take shape. Three heads intertwined, one resembling the blazing leopard, another the shadow wolf, and the third akin to a phoenix, yet with vertical pupils. Almost there. Suddenly, the earth trembled, the runes on the stone door illuminating once more, as a backlash force surged from the ground, attempting to sever the connection of the three energies. Begone. Without hesitation, Qin Feng delivered a powerful kick to the shadow leopard. The creature was expelled from the soul space, crashing heavily to the ground as its right forepaw instinctively struck the earth. Flames and shadows merged at the claw's tip, erupting in a deafening explosion, a fissure spreading forth as if a chain had snapped, anchoring the chaotic energy currents of the earth in place. With my blood, I awaken the ancient oath. He raised his branded hand, blood droplets falling and tracing a golden line in the air. Contract established. The three-headed beast spiraled downward, merging into the shadow leopard's form. In that instant, the phantom of the vertical pupil in the shadow leopard's left eye solidified, and a faint cracking sound echoed in the air, reminiscent of a chain breaking. Contractual bond successfully established. Evolution sharing mechanism activated. Shadow leopard gains passive ability. Bloodline resonance. Can absorb excess phoenix bloodline energy for passive enhancement. Qin Feng gains passive ability. Oath link. Can summon the bloodline fluctuations of the shadow leopard and Lin Weier for skill amplification. Lin Weier gains passive ability. Source energy rejuvenation. Can passively participate in the combat energy cycle even while in a coma. At the moment the system notification faded, the shadow leopard slowly rose. The flames on its right forepaw no longer flickered unpredictably but burned steadily, with icy crystals swirling faintly within the fire. Its left eye, with the vertical pupil, shifted to gaze at Qin Feng, letting out a low growl. "Do you recognize me?" Qin Feng squinted. The shadow leopard offered no reply, merely lifting its paw and gently pressing it against his palm. The searing pain of the brand vanished, replaced by a warm resonance of bloodlines, as if another heart were synchronously beating within him. "Ah, I see." Qin Feng looked down at the phoenix-shaped brand on his palm, where delicate patterns of leopard spots and ice crystals had begun to emerge along the edges, intertwining like chains, yet severed at their ends. "You are not the sealed guardian beast. You are the one whose chains have been severed." The shadow leopard growled, its tail sweeping lightly, as a wisp of black mist seeped from a crack in the ground, only to be instantly consumed by the flames emanating from its claws. Analysis complete. The black mist contains remnants of abyss beetles and human gene modification liquid. Once again, it is that organization. Qin Feng scoffed. How dare they experiment on living beings and tamper with the ley lines? He rose to his feet, dusting off his clothes. "Let us proceed." The shadow leopard followed, its steps steady, no longer wavering. Just 10 paces ahead, Qin Feng suddenly halted. "What is it?" He did not respond, but slowly raised his hand, palm upwards. A drop of blood oozed from his fingertip, suspended in midair. "Someone is watching." The shadow leopard's ears twitched, its right forepaw's flames quietly shifting to a ghostly blue. Not a living being. Qin Feng squinted. It was mechanical. His gaze sharpened, and he flicked his finger, sending the blood droplet flying like an arrow, striking a minuscule crack at the top of the passageway. With a faint sound, a mechanical beetle, the size of a fingernail, fell from the crevice, its shell charred, compound eyes flickering red as it struggled to escape. Quite resilient, indeed. Qin Feng lifted his foot, poised to crush it, when the mechanical beetle suddenly exploded. A faint signal wave radiated outward. "A transmission?" Qin Feng sneered, letting them know Lin Weier is the key, is it? The shadow leopard growled low, its paw striking down to reduce the remnants to dust. "Let them transmit." Qin Feng turned, just in time. "I am in need of bait." He strode forward, the shadow leopard closely trailing behind. At the end of the passage, towards the medical facility, Lin Weier remained unconscious. Yet the blood pattern on her brow had ceased its pulsation, now circulating with a tranquil golden-red glow. Her fingertips twitched slightly, as if unconsciously grasping at something. On the bedside monitor, the brainwave frequency suddenly surged, then sharply declined. Her lips moved, uttering 2 words, "Qin Feng." Simultaneously, Qin Feng paused. The brand on his palm suddenly emitted a warm, tugging sensation, as if someone were gently pulling at his bloodline. Has she awakened? He did not look back, continuing onward. "There will be ample time for commotion upon your awakening." The shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head, its left eye's vertical pupil narrowing, gazing into the depths of the passageway. There, a faint wisp of black mist was seeping from the ground, its shape twisting, vaguely forming the outline of an eye. The shadow leopard growled low, flames surging. Yet Qin Feng smiled. "Do you wish to see?" He turned back, fixing his gaze upon the wisp of black mist. Then behold, he raised his hand, the brand on his palm flaring to life, golden light slicing towards the black mist. As the black mist dissipated, a hoarse whisper emerged before its vanishing. "You are not the master. You too shall be confined again." Chapter 21. Rising tides. Qin Feng stood in place, gazing at the wisp of blue smoke lingering after the black mist had retreated. His eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment. Then, with a flick of his fingertip, he inhaled the blue smoke while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Once he confirmed that the black mist posed no further threat, he focused his attention on the remnants of the detection signal. System prompt. Encrypted signal residue detected. The source code structure is homologous to the abyssal beetle gene chain and has been automatically decoded. Content. The target has forged a pact. The blood resonance is complete. Key level confirmed. S-Class. S-Class? Qin Feng scoffed. They truly believed Lin Weier was akin to a lock. Before he could finish his thought, the ground trembled violently. The stone walls of the passageway cracked, forming spiderweb-like fissures, and black mist surged from the depths, coalescing into a twisted humanoid figure, arms outstretched, lunging towards Qin Feng's back. In an instant, Shadow Leopard turned, its right paw igniting in flames, striking the figure's chest. Boom! The black mist shattered, only to reassemble mid-air into the outline of a colossal beast, adorned with 2 horns and eyes like the abyss itself, precisely the guardian beast depicted in the mural. Ensnared by chains, its eyes glowed crimson, and its surface was covered in a multitude of black runes, identical to those on the shell of the abyssal beetle. Not a lingering soul, but a controlled puppet, Qin Feng murmured, as the imprint in his palm suddenly radiated heat. In that brief moment of closure, the feedback from the packed link provided a clear trajectory of the guardian beast's movements, which synchronized perfectly with the frequency of the earth's tremors. Shadow Leopard. Sever its roots. With a low growl, Shadow Leopard slammed its right forepaw onto the ground. Flames and shadows intertwined like a net, spreading through the fissures and explosively tearing open a rift in the earth. The black mist beast hesitated, its right leg stiffening. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng flicked his fingertip, sending a drop of his primal blood soaring, striking precisely into the brightest rune core along the beast's spine. Explosion. The blood droplet detonated. A cross-shaped slash formed in the air, the shadow tearing vertically while the flames cleaved horizontally, forcefully striking the rune. Boom. The guardian beast let out a thunderous roar, its surface runes fracturing, the black mist scattering. Just as it was on the verge of collapsing, 3 beams of faint light shot from within it, embedding themselves into the eastern rock wall, vanishing in an instant. A contingency plan? Qin Feng sneered. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He raised his hand, the golden light of the imprint flashing as the locations of the 3 beams were marked by the system. As Shadow Leopard prepared to pursue, its ears twitched, and it turned to glance towards the medical facility. Qin Feng abruptly pivoted. Lin Wire. Qin Feng instantly sensed the violent fluctuations of the packed link. A surge of black mist was rushing toward Lin Wire's consciousness space, intent on tainting the Phoenix's essence. Shadow Leopard, act as the conduit. With a fierce growl, Shadow Leopard's right forepaw erupted in flames as Qin Feng struck its head. Devour and release lingering souls. Flame beetle, abyssal type. Within the flames, a distorted shadow materialized, only to be instantly engulfed by an even denser wave of black mist. A trap. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. At this very moment, a spectral figure materialized above the infirmary, its icy phoenix wings unfurling, resonating with a chilling cry. Crystalline ice formed from thin air, coalescing into chains that bound its very essence in layers of sealing. Qin Feng's palm quivered as he recognized the intricate patterns of the ice chains, mirroring the mark of severance he bore. This was no mere coincidence. It was a sealing of the same origin, he murmured softly. The Shadow Panther emitted a low growl, its right forepaw's flames gradually extinguishing. Let us proceed, Qin Feng declared, turning resolutely toward the infirmary, with the Shadow Panther following closely, its gait steady, the vertical pupil of its left eye reflecting the lingering shadows deep within the corridor. Outside the infirmary, 3 black hovering vehicles descended silently. The doors swung open, and 5 individuals clad in silver-gray uniforms of beast tamers emerged in formation, their chest emblems inscribed with the words Association Investigation Department. After the investigative team's vehicles were parked, the members swiftly disembarked, exchanging glances and adjusting their gear. The captain inhaled deeply, leading the way into the infirmary. The leader was a middle-aged man, stern-faced, with half of a metallic pattern on his cuff glowing with a faint azure light. Target confirmed within, the man murmured, scanning her brainwave frequencies to ascertain her awakening level. His assistant nodded, and the instrument in his hand illuminated with a red glow. Inside the ward, Qin Feng stood beside the bed, gazing at Lin Weier's tranquil visage. His eyes narrowed as fragmented memories from his earlier communication with the Shadow Panther flickered in his mind, seemingly connected to the treasury of the Lord's Manor. Coupled with the current emergence of the investigation team, he felt a sense of foreboding conjecture arising within him. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his hand and gently brushed against the Shadow Panther's right forepaw. Within the flames, the crystalline pattern became ever more pronounced. "Let them see," he whispered. The Shadow Panther responded with a low growl, its flames surging dramatically, revealing the ice patterns amidst the blaze. Outside the window, the investigation team's scanner pulsed with a sudden intensity. "Abnormal energy resonance detected," the assistant exclaimed. "There are remnants of phoenix blood within the flames." The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened, the metallic patterns on his cuff flickering subtly. "Record the data and prepare to report," he commanded, leaning against the doorframe with arms crossed. Qin Feng regarded the middle-aged man's approach to the ward with a cold, disdainful gaze, silently pondering the relentless nature of these intruders. As the middle-aged man reached the bedside, his eyes swept across the head of the bed, appearing casual yet vigilantly surveying his surroundings. When he extended his hand towards Lin Weir's forehead, Qin Feng interjected abruptly. Are you done with your examination? His tone was indifferent. The middle-aged man's expression hardened. His voice authoritative. Qin Feng, we are official investigators of the association. By protocol, we have the right to conduct our inquiries, and you have no authority to impede us. Qin Feng's cold chuckle interrupted him. Protocol? You have the right to dispatch agents to pilfer chips in the dead of night, yet lack the right to be expelled by me? Is this what you call protocol? The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. Did you witness it? Not merely witnessed. Qin Feng raised his hand, a flash of golden light emanating from the imprint on his palm. I also know of your Plan B, which is set to initiate in the treasury of the Lord's Manor. The middle-aged man's complexion suddenly changed, and the metallic patterns on his cuff gleamed intensely. Dare to move. He had not finished speaking when the shadow leopard leaped down from the ventilation duct, its right front paw erupting in flames, aiming directly at the man's throat. Move again. Qin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. And I shall transform your metallic patterns into the engravings on your tombstone. The middle-aged man froze in place. Qin Feng approached, his fingertips gently tracing the metallic cuff. Go back and tell your people that Lin Weir is mine. Qin Feng leaned in, lowering his voice. Whoever touches her again, I will not only destroy their hand. Qin Feng raised his hand, a golden imprint radiating from his palm, striking straight at the man's brow. The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan, staggering back as blood trickled from his temple. Get lost. Qin Feng turned away, no longer glancing at the man. The investigation team retreated in panic. The hospital room door closed. Qin Feng stood by the bed, looking down at Lin Weir. Her fingertips still trembled, the blood pattern on her brow slowly flowing. When you wake up, Qin Feng whispered, there will be plenty of time for a commotion. Chapter 22. The new ability of enhanced space. With the door of the hospital room closing, the metallic lock clicked crisply. Qin Feng stood by the bed, the lingering heat from the imprint he had just branded on the investigation team's brow still tingling at his fingertips. He did not turn back, slowly retracting his hand. The phoenix-shaped imprint in his palm twitching slightly, as if a thread was being pulled tight from the depths of his soul. The shadow leopard crouched in the corner, the flames from its right front paw long extinguished, yet an icy crystal pattern remained on the ground, visibly fading. Qin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the soul space. In an instant, a throbbing pain surged. It did not originate from his body, but from a deeper source, as if something within his skull was expanding, pressing against his nerves, tearing at his memories. The spectral form of the shadow leopard writhed in the center of the space, growling incessantly, its forepaws scratching at an invisible barrier, each impact sending ripples through the space, causing fine cracks that swiftly healed. System notification. The load on the soul space has reached a critical threshold. The contract link with the battle pet is unstable. Immediate action is advised. Qin Feng scoffed. Critical? This is merely the beginning. He raised his hand, the golden imprint in his palm flashing as he summoned the system panel directly. Soul space status. Saturated. 22 contract slots, but there is one blurred potential contract slot trace. Current battle pets. Shadow leopard. Mutated. Ice phoenix. Young shared contract. Warning. Shared contract consumes double the capacity. Long-term maintenance may lead to space collapse. Shared contracts taking up double capacity? Qin Feng squinted. Lin Weir remained in a coma, and the phoenix's essence was sealed. How could this be considered full occupancy? He chuckled to himself. System, are you intentionally obstructing me? No response from the system. Qin Feng was not surprised. This device always provided results without elucidating the process. He focused on the 2 contract slots. The gray third slot resembling an unhealed scar, its edges blurred, with faint cracks spreading. If this continues, the recovery speed of the shadow leopard will increasingly diminish. By the next battle, it may not have sufficient time to heal its previous wounds. He opened his eyes, his gaze landing upon Lin Weir's face. The blood pattern on her forehead still flowed, yet its rhythm had slowed by nearly 30% compared to before. The covenant link remained intact, but that frigid energy seemed obstructed by some force, leaving only sporadic fluctuations. Sealing oneself to prevent contamination? Qin Feng mused, astute, yet the cost is exorbitant. He closed his eyes once more, deliberately guiding the residual beast soul energy within him along the covenant link towards the soul space. Upon contact, the spatial barrier trembled violently. Cracks spread forth. The shadow leopard roared, its voice piercing through the layers of consciousness. causing Qin Feng's eardrums to resonate. System alert. Soul space is on the brink of collapse. Would you like to initiate the nourishment protocol for forced reinforcement? Energy cost, 500 source energy. Success rate, 63. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Confirmed. The energy within him surged backward in an instant. The beast's soul transformed into a golden torrent, rushing into the core of the soul space in reverse. It manifested as a suspended sphere of light, its surface adorned with runes, now vibrating violently as if struck by a heavy hammer. The spatial barrier began to expand. However, with the expansion came an exponentially increasing sense of tearing. Qin Feng clenched his jaw, beads of blood emerging on his forehead, trickling down his nose. The shadow leopard roared in the physical realm, its forepaws clawing at the ground. Flames erupting uncontrollably, scorching the floor. Steady, remain steady. Qin Feng forcibly recalled the genetic chain stabilization technique acquired during the devouring of the abyssal beetle. It was a fragmentary piece of information, yet he had utilized it once during the shadow leopard's mutation. He reorganized that data within his consciousness, forming 3 runes, and forcefully struck them against the fissures of the spatial barrier. The runes embedded themselves. Golden light spread, halting the expansion of the cracks. Yet, it was insufficient. The space continued to tremble, the core sphere of light flickering erratically. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Suddenly, he extended his hand, grasping at the faint, frigid energy within the covenant link. A little chill. I hope you want mind. He directly tugged at the link, extracting a trace of the phoenix's cold breath remaining within Lin Weier, drawing it towards the soul space. A stream of icy blue energy surged in. Upon merging with the golden beast's soul, it formed a dual-colored vortex, gradually infusing into the core. The spatial barrier began to heal. The cracks closed, a new barrier emerging, thicker than before, emanating a faint silvery glow. System alert. Soul space reinforcement complete. Covenant slot 1. Restoration efficiency increased by 20. Current status, 23. Qin Feng opened his eyes. A fleeting glimmer of ice blue flashed deep within his pupils, vanishing in an instant. He looked down at his palm. The imprint's temperature had decreased, the patterns becoming significantly clearer, with delicate chains of etchings encircling the edges. 3 covenant slots were finally sufficient. He chuckled coldly. 2 would nurture the main force, and 1 was reserved for future surprises. The shadow leopard rose to its feet, shook its fur, lifted its right forepaw, and gently touched the ground. Flames reignited. Yet this time, the fire bore no remnants of ice crystals. Instead, a twisted rune imprint emerged, discernible as the structure of some form of lock. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Do you recall the treasury of the Lord's Manor? The shadow leopard growled softly, its tail swishing as the runes beneath its claws flickered momentarily. Qin Feng refrained from further inquiries, aware that these were fragments of memory left from the devouring of the abyssal beetle, now automatically archived by the system, passively activated due to spatial enhancement. He rose and approached the window. The night sky loomed dark, the lights of Starshine City sparse, while the patrol's floating lanterns glided in the distance like wandering fireflies. The guild members would not let this matter rest easily. Qin Feng murmured, knowing that upon witnessing the remnants of the Phoenix's bloodline, they would surely report it. He cast a glance back at Lin Weier, who remained in deep slumber, her breathing steady. When you awaken, I suspect you will throw a tantrum. A faint smile graced Qin Feng's lips. However, I now have a place to accommodate your roommate. He closed his eyes once more, his consciousness sinking into the realm of the soul. The shadow leopard had calmed, nestled in the newly expanded area, its tail wrapped around its front paws as if in repose. Qin Feng approached the 3rd contract slot. Within the grayish phantom, a vague outline emerged, 4-legged, long-tailed, spines protruding from its back, exuding a fierce aura. A king-level beast merits an opportunity. He withdrew from the conscious layer and opened his eyes. Suddenly, the brand on his palm heated up. System notification, detected new feature unlock, Battle Pet Fusion modification, pre-activated. Conditions, devour a king-level beast soul or complete a special task chain. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Fusion? Modification? He immediately contemplated the shadow leopard's current state, where fire and shadow coexisted, its left eye a vertical pupil, and its right paw adorned with dual patterns. As a being of mutation, if it could undergo active modification, it would be intriguing. He looked down at the shadow leopard. Should you consume another king-level beast, you might just sprout a second head. The shadow leopard lifted its gaze, its vertical pupil fixed on him, its tail giving a gentle flick as if rolling its eyes. Qin Feng chuckled softly. Do you find me greedy? He approached the bedside, extending his hand to gently brush the blood mark on Lin Weier's brow. The temperature felt cooler than before. The seal remained intact. Yet Qin Feng could sense a power accumulating beneath that layer of ice crystals. You sealed yourself to prevent the guild from acquiring the Phoenix's essence, Qin Feng whispered. But you are unaware that it now belongs to me. He retracted his hand and turned toward the door. When you awaken, I shall enlighten you on what true symbiosis entails. He opened the door, allowing the corridor's light to spill in. Qin Feng paused momentarily, glancing down to see a slender silver thread at the edge of his shadow, gliding across the floor like a feather, vanishing in an instant. He did not turn back, merely allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. The spatial enhancement has only just begun. The shadow leopard followed suit, its right front paw leaving half a rune imprint on the ground, identical in shape to the lock of the Lord's Manor treasury. Qin Feng exited the infirmary, his steps unwavering. In the distance, the red light in the monitoring room of the medical facility flickered twice before extinguishing. At the end of the corridor, an automatic cleaning robot gradually activated, its wheels rolling over the runes left by the shadow leopard, the metallic chassis emitting a faint hum. Qin Feng entered the elevator and pressed the button for the third basement level, with the shadow leopard closely following. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and pressed the door close button. He stared at the floor display screen and softly instructed, System, record this coordinate. Chapter 23. Strategy. Upon returning from the third basement level, Qin Feng made his way directly to the simulation device, which promptly displayed a new notification. Compatible gene chain detected. Priority recommended. Devour the king-level dual attribute beast soul of ice and fire. Battle pet fusion modification pre-activated. Seeing this prompt stirred Qin Feng's thoughts. Fusion might not solely entail merging, but rather serve as a means to transcend limitations. A true battle pet should not be confined to a singular bloodline. Lin Weier, your Phoenix bloodline seals itself, seemingly secure, yet it is a squander of power. Do you realize this? Qin Feng murmured. He closed the projection and turned towards the corner of the secret room, where a biometric recognition screen was embedded in the wall. He pressed his palm against it, and the screen illuminated, revealing Lin Weier's medical data. The brainwave frequency remained at a low point, yet every 12 minutes, it would suddenly surge to a critical value, lasting for 8 seconds before receding. This is not a random fluctuation. Qin Feng magnified the waveform graph, recognizing it as fragmented memories colliding against their seal. He retrieved a miniature energy recorder, connected it to the Oath link, and began reverse reading. Data flowed in, the images intermittently reforming. An underground laboratory, walls adorned with blueprints, and at the center, a platform suspended with a diamond-shaped crystal, its surface flowing with golden-red patterns akin to the Phoenix bloodlines. The blueprints are not technology, they are keys. Lin Weier's voice was faint, nearly drowned by data noise. Qin Feng paused the playback, marking this phrase as high priority. The system automatically linked keywords, blueprint key energy core. The matching result pointed to a sealed archive of the ancient bloodline reboot plan, the signature in the responsible persons column prominently belonging to the current city lord. Based on the remnants of information from the assassination incident, this city lord was none other than Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan. Qin Feng uttered the name, his gaze turning icy. He retrieved the reverse analysis report of the shadow leopard's claw prints. The secondary level access lock of the underground vault is typically utilized for storing high-risk experimental subjects or strategic materials, and the access logs of the city lord's vault indicated 3 nocturnal entries within the past week, coinciding precisely with the energy pulses from the Research Institute. They are transferring something. Qin Feng deduced the Research Institute as the starting point, the vault as the endpoint, necessitating a concealed passage in between. He accessed the city's underground pipeline map, overlaying the energy fluctuation trajectories. 3 potential routes emerged, one of which inevitably skirted the edges of the desolate graveyard. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Similar energy fluctuations detected. Feature match. Erosion-type energy projectile used by the assassin in Chapter 17. Fluctuation frequency consistency rate. 89.7. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. The batch of assassins had long been eradicated by him, and their weapons absorbed and analyzed by the system. The reemergence of similar energy signatures indicates that the forces behind them are still active, and the lack of technological advancement suggests they rely on a fixed supply source. The old research facility serves not only as a transit station, but also as a production base. He reconstructed the tactical model. If the enemy deploys mass production devices at the research facility, relying solely on the Shadow Leopard for a frontal assault would be excessively perilous. The energy supply must first be incapacitated, followed by severing communications, and ultimately breaching the core. 3 phases. Qin Feng set the task chain within the system to scout the perimeter defense layout of the research facility, to pinpoint the energy core transmission lines, and to establish a window for the raid. As the tasks were issued, a system reward notification emerged. For every 10 completion, unlock a discount in the store. Qin Feng paid no heed. The store function was not yet fully activated, but he understood that the true resources lay not within the system, but in the hands of the enemy. He exited the secret chamber, with the Shadow Leopard closely trailing behind. The lights in the corridor flickered intermittently, and a faint scent of electric current lingered in the air. The leaks from the research facility had affected the underground pipeline network. He murmured, "If only I could delay for another week, the entire area would transform into a no-go zone." Returning to the medical facility, he found the ward door unlocked. Pushing the door open, he discovered Lin Weier still in slumber, her brow marked with a stillness of blood. Yet Qin Feng sensed the chill within the oath link had become more palpable than before. He leaned closer to the bedside, his palm hovering 3 inches above her forehead. The system initiated a subtle energy scan, attempting to bypass the icy seal and read the deeper consciousness activity. In an instant, Lin Weier's eyelashes fluttered, her lips barely moving. "The door won't open. The key is in your hand." The voice was faint yet distinct. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. This was not a cry for help, but a prompt. He withdrew his hand, and the mark in his palm suddenly burned with intensity. The system notified. Oath link information level has increased. Memory fragments unlockable. 13. Stable connection required for 12 hours. 12 hours. Qin Feng scoffed. "I do not possess the luxury of time to await your gradual awakening." He turned towards the window, drawing back the curtains. The night enveloped the city, and a faint red glow emanated from the direction of the research facility, reminiscent of magma seeping from a fissure in the Earth's crust. "You seal yourself to protect the essence of the Phoenix." Qin Feng fixed his gaze on that glimmer of red light. "Yet you have forgotten. The control over the essence now rests in my hands." He closed his eyes, his consciousness once again delving into the realm of the soul. The Shadow Leopard coiled within the new contract zone, its tail wrapped around its forepaws, vertical pupils glimmering. Qin Feng summoned the Battle Pet Fusion preloading interface. Aligning the Ice Wolf gene template alongside the Shadow Leopard data, the system commenced simulating the fusion process. Flames and ice collided, energy oscillating violently. The first 6 simulations concluded with the Battle Pet going berserk. On the 7th attempt, Qin Feng introduced a gene stabilization chain extracted from the Abyss Beetle, reducing the oscillation amplitude by 43. Still not stable enough. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, nearly there. Contemplating how to further stabilize the fusion process, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled the sealed Phoenix bloodline within Lin Weier, believing it might harbor the power needed for stable fusion. He swiftly accessed Lin Weier's bloodline data, extracting a segment of the Phoenix's genetic sequence to serve as a stabilizing agent injected into the model. The system conducted multiple simulations of the Battle Pet fusion. The collision between fire and ice was intense. Ultimately, after incorporating the Phoenix bloodline data, the 8th simulation succeeded, granting the Shadow Leopard a new ability form and enhancing its combat power. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Lin Weier, you shall undoubtedly be pleased with this surprise." He cast one last glance at the girl on the bed before turning towards the door. The Shadow Leopard landed gracefully, its right forepaw pressing down, a new rune glowing momentarily, emanating a sense of newfound strength. Qin Feng extended his hand, imprinting the mark into his palm. The system automatically recorded the coordinates, simultaneously presenting a new message. "Warning, enhanced energy fluctuations detected at the edge of the wasteland cemetery. Movement signal detected. Approaching the old research facility. Distance, 87 kilometers. Speed, 15 meters per second." Qin Feng paused. Just in time. He lowered his gaze to the rune on his palm, murmuring, "If you intend to relocate the core, do not blame me for intercepting you midway." Chapter 24. Night Raid on the Enemy Camp. Qin Feng tapped his fingertips twice on the tactical wristband. and the microchip engraved with the phoenix pattern silently embedded itself into the inner layer, resonating with the oath link. The shadow leopard crouched low, shadows pooling beneath its claws like ink, quietly spreading into a thin blanket capable of swallowing light. Let us proceed. No sooner had he spoken than he leaped into the shadows. The wind howled by his ears, the outlines of the city blurring into a gray line as he moved at high speed. 8 kilometers was but 3 minutes for him now. Lin Weir's consciousness remained unstable, yet her ice phoenix had unfurled its wings at the edge of the soul space, its ethereal form connected to Qin Feng's perception, like a strand of icy silk, guiding him with precision. 300 meters to the east lay a dense array of energy sources. Her voice echoed in his mind. Cold as the blade of a winter night. Circumvent it, Qin Feng whispered, and the shadow leopard's limbs coiled like springs before launching forth. Racing along the shadows of the abandoned pipes, he sensed that the fluctuations from the enemy camp were not the chaotic movements of beasts, but rather an organized defensive system. Each outpost spaced with precision, their patrol rhythm almost mechanical in its regularity. They are not afraid of ambush. Qin Feng scoffed. They must be terrified to set such a rigid formation. Lin Weir replied. He ceased to speak, flipping his right palm, the imprint warming slightly. The system interface materialized in his consciousness. Target locked, golden-horned rhinoceros, vital signs stable, in a state of captivity, electromagnetic field coverage. Alive, that makes things manageable. Ahead, the outpost illuminated with an eerie blue glow, the energy sensing net beginning to scan the ground. The shadow leopard halted abruptly, muscles coiled tight, poised to unleash its power. Yet, Qin Feng raised his hand, retrieving a cold corpse from the void. It was the ice-scale serpent, disposed of half an hour prior at the edge of the wasteland. Lifeless, but its frigid genes still lingered in its bloodline. I shall borrow a hint of its essence. He traced his fingertip across the serpent's corpse. The system prompting devouring complete, followed by simulated life signal. Ice-type exotic beast, camouflage level B. As the atmosphere shifted, even the shadow leopard cast a sidelong glance at him. Let us go? Qin Feng re-entered the shadows. This time, the sensory net remained unresponsive. Lin Weir's ice phoenix unfurled an illusion at an altitude of 1,000 meters, enveloping the area in a silent, frigid mist, manifesting a mirage of a snowy expanse on the ground. The guard beasts, disoriented by the scent, howled in confusion, but were forcefully subdued by the instructor. The temperature remained unchanged. It was merely an illusion. Qin Feng smirked, yet his eyes could not deceive him. Utilizing the mirage as cover, he infiltrated the inner perimeter through a ventilation duct. Meanwhile, the shadow leopard circled to the rear of the control room, its claws silently slicing through the metal panel to slip inside. Target identified. Electromagnetic cage control terminal, 2 operators, armed with energy pistols, accompanied by a 2-headed hunting dog. Currently in a dormant state. Qin Feng closed his eyes, synchronizing his consciousness with the shadow leopard. The leopard's pupils constricted, shadows coiling in silent anticipation. 3, 2. The shadow leopard sprang into action. Its claws tore through the air, and before the first gunshot could be fired, the throats of the 2 operators had already been pierced by flames. The 2-headed hunting dog stirred, just opening its mouth when the shadow leopard pounced, its fiery claws shattering the creature's skull. System prompt. Devouring complete, information acquired, force field frequency password, now synchronized. Qin Feng opened his eyes, fingertips lightly tapping the air as a wave of energy shot towards the electromagnetic cage. The force field wavered momentarily before extinguishing. It was done. Just as he was about to proceed, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shell casing, half buried in ash, its corrosion pattern strikingly familiar. He bent down to retrieve it. The base marked with X7. Supplies from the Lord's Manor. A low chuckle escaped him. Xiaozhan, are you truly unafraid that I might follow this thread to its source? Without further hesitation, he dashed toward the core area. The golden-horned rhinoceros was locked within an alloy cage, its bulk resembling a small mountain, its horn gleaming with a metallic sheen, and its muscles rippling with power. Even under suppression, it exuded an overwhelming presence of a commander-level beast. Lin Weir, prepare. I shall wait for 3 seconds. As his words fell, a clear sound resonated from above. An ice spear descended from the heavens, precisely striking the rhinoceros at the nape of its neck. The colossal beast crashed to the ground but remained alive, exhaling white vapor through its nostrils, still struggling. Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his palm against the cage wall. System prompt. Target in a near-death state. Would you like to devour? No, just take one. A wisp of black mist seeped from his fingertips, slipping through the cages, seems to entwine around the base of the rhinoceros's horn. A fragment of the beast's soul was forcibly extracted, and the system promptly analyzed. Talent locked. Diamond charge S level. Energy resistance A level. Potential rating Commander level. What a treasure. A smirk tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's lips. Xiao Zhan's prized possession had just lost a fragment of its essence to him. Just as he intended to withdraw, the golden-horned rhinoceros suddenly opened its eyes, pupils narrowing into slits, a low growl rolling from its throat. That sound was peculiar. It was neither pain nor anger, but rather akin to some form of coded communication. The system automatically recorded abnormal sound wave frequency, marked as encrypted communication signal, archived. How intriguing. Qin Feng squinted. Was it relaying messages on behalf of its master? Just as he was about to delve deeper, alarm lights suddenly illuminated the distance. Red beams sweeping across the corridor. Someone has triggered the corpse detection. Lin Weier's voice turned cold. No need to rush. Qin Feng retrieved a miniature energy bomb from his pocket and affixed it to the base of the electromagnetic cage, allowing them to destroy themselves. He turned to leave, and Shadow Leopard leaped down from the ventilation shaft to join him. The trio swiftly retreated under the cover of the illusion. Suddenly, Qin Feng halted. What's wrong? Lin Weier inquired. That rhinoceros, he murmured. When it roared, the mark on my palm seared momentarily. Lin Weier fell silent for 2 seconds. The oath link was passively activated, indicating that it encountered some energy resonating with the Phoenix bloodline. Is Xiao Zhan using it as a vessel? Qin Feng scoffed. Or is it perhaps an integral part of the key itself? Didn't you say the key was in your possession? She retorted. I referred to the chip you provided. Qin Feng raised his hand, the wrist guard flickering faintly, though it was currently trembling. The surface of the chip began to emanate a soft glow, pulsating in sync with the mark on his palm. It is responding to something. Lin Weier's breath caught. Do not approach the underground vault. I intend to go. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. Do they believe that relocating the core will ensure their safety? I shall simply uproot their lair. Are you insane? Returning now is tantamount to suicide. Suicide? He chuckled softly. I have yet to reveal Shadow Leopard's new form to them. He flipped his palm, and a system interface materialized. Battle Pet Fusion preload complete. Stability 873. Activation possible at any time. Once I capture Xiao Zhan, he will witness firsthand what it means to wield the essence of ice and fire simultaneously. Lin Weier bit her lip. You care nothing for the mission. You merely wish to slap their faces. And what of it? Qin Feng turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade. They intend to use you as the key and me as a pawn. Now I shall turn the tables and overturn their chessboard. He continued forward, with Shadow Leopard closely behind, their silhouettes melding into the night. 3 minutes later, in the heart of the enemy camp, the energy bomb detonated, shattering the electromagnetic cage. The golden-horned rhinoceros was hurled by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the wall. The guards rushed in, only to find a bloodied horn fragment remaining within the cage. Meanwhile, in the distant wasteland, Qin Feng halted, the mark on his palm burning intensely. He looked down as the chip's brilliance surged dramatically. The VE arrived. He raised his head. On the horizon, a convoy of heavy war vehicles emerged from the underground passage, with a diamond-shaped crystal hovering atop, its surface adorned with flowing golden-red patterns. Is the energy core being personally escorted? Qin Feng sneered. Xiao Zhan, you are compelling me to seize your most treasured possession before the eyes of the entire city. Lin Weier's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with an unusual urgency. Qin Feng, do not act impulsively. It's too late. He raised his hand, and Shadow Leopard growled, flames coalescing beneath its claws, the shadows tearing apart as the fiery talons prepared to merge. Just then, the diamond-shaped crystal suddenly pivoted, aligning itself with Qin Feng's direction. Gritting his teeth, he looked up, dark flames igniting in his eyes. Do you intend to suppress me with the core? He scoffed, pressing his palm firmly against Shadow Leopard's forehead. Then let us go mad together. Chapter 25. Threads of the conspirator. Qin Feng's fingertips pressed against the remaining horn of the golden-horned rhinoceros, his palms searing with heat. As the chip within his wrist guard hummed ominously. Still resisting? Qin Feng murmured. Lin Weier's voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness. Its soul has been ensnared. This is no mere taming, but a mental brand. I am aware, Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Someone has planted a knife in its mind, waiting for it to go mad and sever the throats of all around. Can you remove it? I cannot. But I can extract it entirely and force it back down that person's throat. No sooner had he spoken than dark energy surged from his palm, infiltrating the fissures of the horn. A system interface appeared. Detected high-level mental runes. Contamination risk 78. Proceed with forced absorption? Proceed. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, employing the neurotoxin of the flame beetle to corrode its seal. Warning. Backlash may result in memory contamination. Contamination? What I fear is the absence of anything to absorb. The dark energy detonated within the skull, causing the golden-horned rhinoceros to convulse violently, black mist erupting from its nostrils, revealing the distorted contours of a human face within the haze. I see it. Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, recognizing 3 segments of memory, encrypted at level C and above. Decrypting. Images flickered, a dimly lit mine tunnel, the sound of iron chains dragging across the ground. A battalion of soldiers clad in dark red armor marched forward, their pauldrons emblazoned with crimson scales, their ancient swords unlike those of the city Lord's Guard. This is not a regular army. Lin Weier's voice tensed. The unit is the Crimson Scale Guard, yet the insignia is that of the Shao family's ancestral crest. Shao Zhan's private troops, Qin Feng chuckled coldly, kept outside, absent from the military roster, undetectable even by the association. Continuing analysis. The scene shifted, a partially collapsed altar, stone pillars etched with energy runes, and a diamond-shaped crystal hovering at its center, the very core pursued last night. 3 colossal beasts, far larger than the golden-horned rhinoceros, were bound by chains through their limbs. Kneeling on the ground, their horns resonating with the crystal, releasing waves of crimson light. Containers, Lin Weier gasped. They are not battle pets, but donors. Donors? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Donors for what? Analysis complete. Extracting key information. Operation Code Burning City. Scheduled for 3 days hence at the Hour of the Rat. Location. The old city's altar. Objective. Activate the energy matrix. Incinerate 90% of the populace of Starshine City. And sift through pure bloodlines to reconstruct order. Qin Feng fell silent for 2 seconds before breaking into a smile. What an ambitious plan. Does Shao Zhan aspire to become a god of the new world? Do you believe he would dare destroy the city? Lin Weier questioned. The association would not stand idly by. Precisely why he operates in secrecy. Qin Feng traced the remnants of memory, observing the Crimson Scale Guard infiltrating from the underground mine. The altar lay 3 levels beneath the old city, meticulously avoiding surveillance nodes. By the time the association realizes it, the fire will have already reached the city's center. How do you know? The scent, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Within the memories of the 2-headed hound, there lingers the stench of rusted iron, a hallmark of mines over 20 years old in the southern tunnels. They traverse these paths daily, their garments soaked through. Lin Weier remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. You are concealing something else. When you interfered with the mental runes using the Phoenix chip, it was not solely for decryption. You were testing something. Qin Feng paused momentarily, contemplating whether he could utilize his bloodline to trace back to other controlled battle beasts. He did not deny the possibility. The resonance between the chip and the imprint could potentially disrupt such runes. If there were several commander-level beasts implanted within the city, he could unearth them one by one, following the trail. Do you wish to be the bait? No, I aspire to be the hunter. System notification, a signal from a king-level battle beast detected. Target, Diamond Rhinoceros King, Bloodline Purity 91, Talent, Earth-Shattering Charge, Source Energy Resonance, Mass Suppression. Capable of devouring and purification, potential breakthrough at critical level. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. A king-level beast, and Shao Zhan had concealed such a creature. Do you intend to engage it? Not yet. Let it engage me first. Lin Weier furrowed her brows. What do you mean? The Crimson Scale Guard seeks to reclaim the remains of the golden-horned rhinoceros. Qin Feng extracted a fragment of the horn and sealed it within a source energy box. It still emitted a signal, pulsating like a heartbeat. They would not let it go. Are you using it as bait? Indeed. Qin Feng placed the box into the shadow space within the shadow leopard, releasing a hint of fiery essence to simulate a living state. When they come to retrieve it, I shall pull the entire thread. What if Shao Zhan himself arrives? All the better. Qin Feng raised his hand, the imprint on his palm flickering briefly, allowing him to demonstrate how he dismantled the key he had nurtured into mere fragments. Lin Weier fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, I recall a figure in a black robe. Did you see him? With his back turned? Yes. A mechanical arm protruded from the sleeve, pulsating with blue light. Such technology seemed beyond human creation. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Mechanical life? Or an extraterrestrial product? System notification. Residual data from the container project detected. Match rate 63. Shall we pursue further tracking? Container project? Qin Feng murmured, realizing they aimed not only to raise the city, but also to transmute living beings into energy sources. The suffering of those battle beasts was not merely from being controlled. Lin Weier's voice tightened. They are being drained gradually, like batteries. Qin Feng focused on the energy box, observing cracks slowly extending across the surface of the horn fragment, its patterns mirroring those of the vault's runes. The countdown had begun. 71 hours and 59 minutes, Qin Feng murmured. They are not preparing for a ritual. They are waiting for the countdown to reach 0. What occurs once it reaches 0? I do not know, but Xiao Zhan undoubtedly does. He is either the mastermind or the most significant piece on the board. Will you not contact Qin Feng? He could at least mobilize the Academy's resources. One should not trust the player when one is merely a pawn. Qin Feng scoffed. He claimed yesterday that the association would handle it. Yet what transpired? Xiao Zhan's men have already entered the city. By the time he acts, the entire city will be reduced to ash. And you intend to bear this alone? I am not alone. Qin Feng patted the shadow leopard. I have it. I have you, and I possess this searing chip. Lin Weier bit her lip. You care not for a comprehensive plan. You merely wish to provoke them. Provoke them? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. I have already ignited a fire in their minds. Now, we merely await their self-immolation. System prompt. The resonance frequency of the horn fragment has risen. Detecting a remote mental scan from the southern city direction, 127 kilometers away. They have arrived. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. The first batch of hounds has caught the scent. How many do you intend to let in? Just enough for me to follow the trail. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the shadow leopard growled, flames swirling between its claws. As soon as they unfurl their lines, I will. Before he could finish, the Bishab suddenly trembled. Blood light emanating from the cracks of the horn fragment. A low-frequency sound wave piercing through space, striking directly at Qin Feng's sea of consciousness. Qin Feng grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Lin Weier asked anxiously. It's calling for help. Qin Feng wiped away the blood, his gaze sharpening further. It was not the golden-horned rhinoceros, but the imprisoned king of the diamond rhinoceros. It sensed the lingering souls of its kind and wished to convey something. Can you receive it? I cannot grasp the content, but I can feel its hatred, tenfold, 100-fold deeper than that of the golden-horned rhinoceros. It knows the truth, yet remains locked underground, helplessly witnessing its own sacrifice. Do you intend to rescue it? No. I wanted to tear Xiao Zhan apart with its own hands. Lin Weier fell silent for a long time before suddenly stating, You have changed. In the past, you lived solely for yourself. Now, you begin to care about the fate of others. Nonsense. Qin Feng scoffed. I simply abhor being treated as a pawn. Now it's my turn to play the game, of course. His words were abruptly cut off. The cracks in the Bishar rapidly expanded, blood light erupting into the sky, the system's countdown frantically escalating. Container resonance countdown, 715,833. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. It's accelerating. Someone is hastening the ritual. Lin Weier's voice tensed. You must make a decision. Do you wish to lay a long line or strike now? Lay it. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Entering now would be tantamount to suicide. I need to wait until they lay all their cards on the table. The shadow leopard suddenly growled, its forepaw carving a deep mark into the ground, flames coalescing into runes, revealing the secondary locking pattern of the Lord's Mansion's vault. Qin Feng stared at the rune and slowly raised his hand. But I can leave a mark first. Chapter 26. The crisis behind the truth. Qin Feng flicked his fingertip. The blood light seeping from the cracks in the Bishah was drawn into his palm, and the system interface suddenly refreshed. Memory contamination clearance progress. 91. Target residual soul stability achieved. Qin Feng spoke coldly. The toxin can only corrode the surface. The true lock is the resonance of source energy embedded within, which must be suppressed with something colder. Lin Weier inquired. So you want me to freeze the memory flow? Qin Feng replied. Precisely. Fire to attack externally, ice to calm internally. You are now the anesthetist on the operating table. Lin Weier fell silent for 2 seconds. You are becoming increasingly adept. So skilled that it doesn't seem like your first time doing this. First time? Qin Feng raised his gaze. I have killed more than the strange beasts you have encountered. It's just that you have not witnessed it. Lin Weio's breath faltered slightly, but now you must thoroughly study how they perished. The dead tell no lies. Qin Feng flipped the bishav over. The residual image of the horned fragment casting a distorted projection in his palm. The living may deceive, but the dead leave traces. Especially for those who are manipulated. Their minds seem to be inscribed with a program. Once an entry point is discovered, one can reverse engineer it. Suddenly, the projection flickers, revealing a scene. The vice commander of the Crimson Scale Guards kneels in a secret chamber, hands cradling a bronze tray upon which rests a replica model of a golden-horned rhinoceros. The camera zooms in, revealing that the intricate patterns on the model perfectly match the runes of the vault. He embedded it himself. Lin Weier's voice tenses. Xiao Zhan personally participated in the ritual preparations. Qin Feng scoffs coldly. He is not merely a collaborator, but the mastermind behind this conspiracy. Qin Feng narrows his eyes. Does he not fear the association's scrutiny? He is utterly indifferent. Lin Weier sneers. In his eyes, the association, the academy, and the commoners are merely fuel. Qin Feng's fingertips glide along the edge of the projection, and the system automatically highlights the ring on Xiao Zhan's hand in a dark crimson hue, its surface marred by fine cracks, resembling a desiccated river of blood. This object seems familiar. System notification, high-frequency resonance source detected, matching rate 73, origin unknown. It is not the source energy technology. Lin Weier murmurs. That pattern resembles a type of contractual mark. A contract? Qin Feng scoffs. With whom has he signed? Hell, I do not know. She pauses. But when you interfered with the spiritual imprint using the Phoenix bloodline, did the system indicate any anomalies? Yes. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens. Frequency resonance, slight fluctuations. It is as though someone is eavesdropping from a distance. Lin Weier suddenly raises her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. Do you suspect he can perceive our analysis of the spiritual imprint? He may not be able to see, but he can sense someone manipulating his program. Qin Feng closes the secret box. Henceforth, each step must be like dancing on the edge of a blade, provoking him while ensuring he remains unaware. Lin Weier suggests contacting Qin Feng to mobilize the Academy's forces to seal off the old city. Qin Feng shakes his head. He may already be under surveillance. So we merely watch. No. Qin Feng lightly taps the secret box. We shall compel him to reveal his cards. The countdown for the horn fragment's resonance continues, and the altar's energy nodes have yet to be fully activated. We are not firefighters. We await the blaze. Lin Weier furrows her brow. Are you suggesting we utilize the countdown to trace the energy flow in reverse? Clever. Qin Feng's lips curl slightly. For the altar to activate, it must rely on the source energy matrix for power. The nodes of the matrix are inevitably connected to the Lord's vault. As long as we trace the energy flow in reverse, we can locate their control room. But how can you ensure they will continue to retrieve the horn fragments? The team has already gone dark. Then let them believe the horn fragments are still in motion. Qin Feng pats the shadow leopard. Whispering, release a hint of the golden-horned rhinoceros's dying aura to simulate an imminent self-destruction state. The shadow leopard growls softly, the shadow space within it trembling slightly as a whiff of iron-scented blood slowly escapes. Still insufficient. Qin Feng closes his eyes, commanding the system to access the memory absorption database. I wish to fabricate a memory wave indicating that the horn fragment is being studied by an unknown devourer, having already deciphered part of the container protocol. System notification. Do you wish to use the false memory encoding function? Energy point cost, 500. Yes. Without hesitation. Qin Feng added, the core key has been extracted. Target, Xiao Zhan. Lin Weier's pupils contracted. Are you mad? This is tantamount to a direct provocation. It was precisely to instigate his panic. Qin Feng sneered. He was unperturbed by the insignificant, but feared the one who could grasp the vital point of his existence. That remark could rouse him from slumber. But what if he detonated the altar remotely? No, Qin Feng shook his head. The ritual required a king-level battle pet as a vessel. The diamond rhinoceros king lay beneath the ground, and he dared not hastily replace it. For interruption would result in a backlash of the host's energy. Thus, he must retrieve the fragment and ensure safety. Yes, Qin Feng opened his eyes. We are no longer the prey, we are the anglers. The bait has been cast. It is merely a matter of how large a fish they will send to bite. Suddenly, Lin Weier spoke. Your approach is markedly different from before. Qin Feng remained still. In the past, you at least considered a retreat. Her voice was soft. Now, you seem to be forcing both yourself and everyone else onto a path of no return. A path of no return? Qin Feng chuckled lightly. I am merely filling back the pit they dug for me. They wish to purify the entire city through ritual. Thus, I shall utilize their own ceremony to incinerate them one by one. But are you not afraid? Are you not concerned that you might become just like them in the end? Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, raising his hand to gently caress her cheek. An unusually tender gesture. I am afraid, he murmured, which is why I keep you by my side. Should the day come when I truly lose my sanity, you shall use the beak of the ice phoenix to extinguish the last vestige of my humanity. Lin Weier's breath hitched, and she remained silent. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and turned towards the window. The signal is ready, he stated calmly. It will be directed through the abandoned energy tower relay to the third underground level of the smelting plant. The shadow leopard growled as flames coalesced into a rune between its claws, identical to the vault's locking pattern. The system notified. Signal sent. Target area response delayed by 32 seconds, meeting emergency mechanism trigger threshold. They had received the message. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Soon, someone would come to verify the status of the fragment. It would not be a lowly soldier, but someone from the upper echelon. Do you intend to capture one alive? No, Qin Feng shook his head. I want him to return and report that the fragment remains intact, but has been studied, and the key may have leaked. And then, Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Let them create chaos within. Xiao Zhan will be too afraid to act rashly, yet unwilling to entirely abandon the ritual. He will waver between fear and greed until he ultimately severs the thread himself. Lin Weier observed his profile and suddenly remarked, You do not care whether the entire city can be saved. Qin Feng did not turn back. What you care about is who survives until the end. Qin Feng's fingertips gently tapped the window frame, his gaze fixed on a distant collapsed tower. On the wreckage was inscribed a line of small characters, star I-07. His eyes flickered, but he remained silent. The system automatically prompted, Technological correlation, 89, recommended to mark as a potential clue source. The shadow leopard suddenly growled, and the flames between its claws violently contracted. Qin Feng raised his hand, the imprint in his palm flashing. They have arrived, he said coldly. The first batch is not the Red Scale Guard. Who are they? Those in black robes. Qin Feng smirked, a blue light flickering at the cuff of his sleeve, revealing a mechanical arm. Lin Weier's pupils contracted sharply. It was indeed the one from her memories. Yes. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the distant night, and they finally dared to show themselves. The shadow leopard crouched low, flames coursing beneath its fur. Qin Feng slowly raised his right hand, the hidden device spinning in his palm, bloodlight re-emerging from the cracks in the angular shard. He murmured, Let them approach. Chapter 27. The slaughter behind the flames beneath the shadow leopard's fur abruptly extinguished, its pupils narrowing into slits. 3 shadowy figures glided along the metallic pipes of the third underground level, their mechanical arm joints glowing with an eerie blue light. They have arrived. Qin Feng leaned against the rusted vent's edge, his fingertips gliding across the system interface, identifying 3 individuals, their energy circuits concentrated at the third segment of the elbow. Lin Weier whispered, They can detect heat sources. Then let them see. Qin Feng sneered, Shadow leopard, draw blood. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its forepaws slashing across its abdomen, a shallow wound oozing warm liquid. Qin Feng smeared the blood across the abandoned energy conduit, muttering, The scent will spread with the airflow, leading them to believe the golden-horned rhinoceros is not dead yet. You intend to use it as bait? It was already dead. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Only the dead can deceive the living. The 3 figures in black robes halted 10 meters away, their mechanical arms unfurling to deploy scanning arrays. Suddenly, one of them raised a hand, pointing towards the bloodstain. Target's residual blood detected, life signs weak. Retrieve and return to the mainframe. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. They've taken the bait. The shadow leopard erupted into action, flames erupting from its wound, transforming into a crimson arc that surged towards the central figure. Its claws precisely sliced into the elbow joint of the mechanical arm. With a crack, the blue light extinguished. Cut off the energy supply. Qin Feng commanded sharply. The other 2 reacted swiftly, their shoulder armor splitting open to launch 2 miniature shock grenades. Lin Weier raised her hand, conjuring a translucent ice shield that shattered under the force of the explosion, sending her staggering back half a step. They intend to self-destruct. She gritted her teeth. There is no time. Qin Feng had already surged to the side of the left figure in black robes, his palm pressing against its chest armor. The system prompt flickering. Mental control signal detected. Would you like to absorb? Absorb. The figure's body stiffened, its pupils turning grayish-white, its mechanical arm convulsing uncontrollably. Qin Feng withdrew his finger, and the figure collapsed, a nameplate rolling out from the wreckage, inscribed with the sequence 9. Another number. Lin Wire picked up the nameplate, noting it was 2 levels lower than star I-07. This indicates they are not mere stragglers. Qin Feng sneered. They are an army, and they possess ranks. The figure on the right, witnessing this, turned to flee, but the shadow leopard, flames igniting its limbs, instantly caught up, its fiery claws piercing through his back. As the figure fell, he pressed a button on his wrist, his entire body beginning to glow red. It's going to explode. Lin Wire retreated urgently. Qin Feng stepped forward, pressing his palm against the helmet, the system forcibly absorbing. The red light abruptly ceased, the body slumping lifelessly. Memory fragment acquired. City Lord's Mansion, basement level 3, relay station. Control signal source. We have found it. Qin Feng opened his eyes. The puppet warrior's mind resides there. Shall we go now? No. He dragged 2 corpses into the ventilation shaft, initially allowing Xiao Zhan to believe that everything was normal. Shadow Leopard. Smear the blood once more to simulate a successful recovery signal. Shadow Leopard flicked its tail, applying the black-robed figure's blood to the energy conduit. The system automatically simulated a faint life fluctuation. All done. Qin Feng stood up. They would think the fragment had been taken away and would subsequently relax their vigilance over the underground vault. Are you certain? Absolutely. He sneered. Men fear 2 things the most: invisible threats and the illusion of control. Right now, we are merely their illusion. The 2 crawled through the duct, reaching the perimeter of the Lord's mansion. The guards had changed. Their movements were stiff, their gazes vacant. Puppets, Lin Wire murmured, devoid of any breath. Utilize the ice domain to control the scene. Qin Feng instructed. Just 3 seconds will suffice. A sudden chill spread, frost forming on the ground, causing the 3 guards to falter in their steps. Qin Feng darted in, pressing his palm against one guard's forehead. Commencing absorption. Images flooded his mind. A circular hall filled with energy conduits. At the center floated a golden horn, entwined by chains. Control signal source. Level 3 relay station of the vault. Defense nodes. Smelting plant. Old City Altar. Southgate Watchtower. North District Water Plant. East Market Exchange. West Suburb Arsenal. Central Energy Tower. Qin Feng released his grip, and the puppet warrior collapsed with a crash. 7 points, he whispered, all in civilian areas. Purification nodes? Lin Wire frowned. Slaughter nodes. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. He intends to incinerate everyone in a ritual, leaving only himself. We must inform. No, he interrupted. Notifying them would be akin to alarming the snake in the grass. What we need now is evidence, not rescue. Then where to? Command center. He raised his gaze. If we are to act, let it be on the grandest scale. The entrance to the vault was sealed by 3 alloy doors, the terminal blinking with red lights. Dual keys. Lin Wire glanced over. Living authentication combined with energy frequency matching. It cannot be breached. Not necessarily. Qin Feng injected the remnants of the puppet warrior's soul into the terminal. I will first simulate a low-level access, triggering an alarm without locking it down. The screen flickered. A prompt sounded. Unauthorized access. Warning issued once. It hasn't locked. Qin Feng smirked, indicating that the system presumed internal errors were commonplace. I will simulate the frequency. Lin Wire closed her eyes, her wrist adorned with the phoenix pattern glowing faintly, a pure energy wave radiating outward. The terminal beeped, frequency matched, verifying permissions. Qin Feng immediately interfaced with the system, initiating false memory encoding, reverse injecting a virus. Falsifying operation log, fragment recovered, research terminated. Extracting defense map, completion in progress. We've obtained it. He withdrew the data chip, marking all 7 nodes. Lin Wire stared at the screen. These locations total over 100,000 people. Thus, he is unafraid of us. Qin Feng concluded, storing the chip. He is betting that we will not act. The moment we do, he will trigger the detonation. What shall we do? We shall act defiantly, he replied with a smirk, but not for rescue, but for a counterattack. No sooner had he spoken than alarms blared. Intruder detected. Highest level of wanted notice. They are coming. Lin Wire took a step back. How many? Not merely a few. Qin Feng fixated on the end of the passage. It was a mechanical battle pet. 3 dark figures emerged, their massive forms encased in metallic shells resembling scales, their eyes glowing red, locking onto the duo. Silver Great. Lin Weier tightened her grip on her dual blades, and moreover, they were modified beings. Just right. Qin Feng inserted the chip into the hidden compartment within the Shadow Leopard. Testing a new tactic. The Shadow Leopard growled, flames surging forth. Yet, Qin Feng suddenly stepped forward, arms outstretched. What are you doing? Lin Weier exclaimed in alarm. Lure him out. Qin Feng smirked. The leader wouldn't allow their subordinates to perish. Indeed, a tall figure emerged from the shadows, draped in a black cloak. With a fully mechanized left arm, its palm embedded with a rotating energy core. Qin Feng, the figure spoke in a mechanical voice. The mainframe has marked you as a sequence threat level S. Who is your mainframe? Qin Feng inquired. The dead need not know. No sooner had the words left his lips than the mechanical arm shot forth, aiming for Qin Feng's throat. Lin Weier swiftly moved sideways, her icy blade slashing towards the joint, only to be deflected by the metallic exterior. It's too hard, she exclaimed, retreating hastily. Qin Feng, however, advanced instead, sidestepping the core's strike and pressing his palm against the outer side of the mechanical arm. High-level energy circuit detected, reverse injection initiated. Inject. The system forcibly consumed. Energy surging backwards into the mechanical arm. The figure let out a muffled groan, his arm trembling violently. What have you done? He bellowed. Merely made it recognize its new master, Qin Feng sneered. Seizing the opportunity, the Shadow Leopard lunged, its fiery claws tearing into the right leg of the adversary. An illusory, icy phoenix materialized behind Lin Weier, its icy spear piercing through the joints of the 2 mechanical battle pets. Frozen, she commanded. Qin Feng flashed behind the leader. His palm pressed against the nape of his neck. Swallowing initiated. Fragments of memories surged forth. In a dim chamber, several cloaked figures sat in a circle. A projection in the center displaying a list of star pupil IDs. A gear totem slowly rotated. Contact code. Sequence 9 reports failure. Activating backup node. The leader struggled. Sparks erupting from his mechanical eye. The mainframe will not spare you. I am unafraid. Qin Feng replied coldly. I only fear the absence of food deliveries. The leader's body stiffened, collapsing entirely. Qin Feng withdrew his finger, and as the mechanical eye shattered, it reflected the blurred image of the gear totem. Mainframe, Lin Weier murmured. Do they truly have a brain? Not a brain. Qin Feng rose. It is the system. The Shadow Leopard approached, expelling a data chip. Qin Feng caught it, his fingertips tracing it thoughtfully. 7 nodes, all located in the civilian district, he murmured. Xiaozhan seeks not purification, but a cleansing. What shall we do? What shall we do? He lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as blades, if they wish to kill from behind. We shall turn the tables and sever their necks from behind. Lin Weier regarded him, suddenly asking, why did you use yourself as bait earlier? Because, he turned. Flames dancing in his eyes. Only I can draw them close. No sooner had he spoken than the Shadow Leopard suddenly bristled, flames retreating. Qin Feng abruptly looked up. At the end of the corridor, a new shadow emerged slowly, the mechanical arm inscribed with the sequence V. Chapter 28. Prelude to a nightmare. The mechanical arm at the corridor's end glowed with a cold light, its metallic surface oozing a faint blue current. Qin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he took a half step forward, pressing his palm against the opponent's chest plate. High-level signal transmitter detected. Force termination? Terminate. The system abruptly severed the data flow, causing the mechanical body to convulse violently, its arm stiffening, the energy core in its palm extinguishing. Lin Weier gasped, her fingertips still trembling. It was sending a signal. It's already severed. Qin Feng closed his eyes, a fleeting image flashing through his mind, deep within the altar. A colossal beast's blood-red eye materialized above the floating energy core, gazing with a singular eye that seemed to pierce the soul. He opened his eyes abruptly. The altar was located 3 levels beneath the inner city. His voice dropped to a whisper. There is a living energy core below, energy reading 78. Lin Weier's pupils contracted. They do not wish to seal something. They seek to activate it? Not activation. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the collapsed mechanical wreckage. It is feeding. The Shadow Leopard let out a low growl, flames dancing at its claws. The ventilation ducts on either side of the corridor began to tremble. Dust cascading down. Something is coming. Lin Weier took a half step back, cold air condensing in her palm. Not just anything. Qin Feng squinted. It is a soul. The first soul beast crawled out from around the corner, formed from decaying beast corpses entwined with gray mist, devoid of facial features, possessing only a gaping, torn mouth from which emanated a wail not belonging to any living creature. Then came the second and third, the entire corridor filled with gray mist. Physical attacks are futile. Lin Wire's dual blades froze, and she slashed downward. The soul entity was cleaved but quickly reformed, for they fed on energy, particularly the essence of battle companions. Then let us not satiate their hunger. Qin Feng commanded in a low voice, Shadow Leopard, firewall barrier. Blazing flames surged forth, forming a crimson shield. The soul beasts collided with the flames, emitting piercing shrieks as the gray mist was scorched and evaporated, yet their numbers not only remained but multiplied. One soul beast suddenly lunged down from above. Lin Wire raised her hand to block, icy tendrils freezing half of its body, yet the decayed claws still grazed her arm, leaving 3 dark gashes. Soul erosion. She stifled a groan, her knees slightly bending. Qin Feng swiftly pulled her behind him, placing his palm on her back, channeling system energy. Hold on. Lin Wire gritted her teeth. I am fine. It is merely the phoenix stirring. The phantom of the ice phoenix manifested behind her, its wings quivering, emitting a low cry that resonated in harmony with the distant altar's vibrations. They are summoning it. Qin Feng scoffed coldly, wishing to devour you alongside it. Another wave of soul beasts surged forth. The shadow leopard roared in fury, its fiery claws sweeping across, yet the flame's lethality against the soul entities waned. The energy was being diluted. Lin Wire's voice tightened. At this rate, the shadow leopard would exhaust its energy. Then let us switch tactics. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Shadow leopard. Engage in close combat. Do not retreat. The shadow leopard growled lowly, suddenly leaping out from the firewall, charging into the throng of souls. 3 soul beasts lunged simultaneously, their claws tearing at its shoulder and hind legs. The flames suddenly dimmed, just as the shadow leopard was about to be dragged into the gray mist. The ice phoenix instinctively spread its wings, launching an ice feather that impaled one of the soul beasts against the wall. Lin Wire rushed forward, shielding the shadow leopard behind her. The wounds of the 2 battle pets glowed with an unusual brilliance upon contact, intertwining ice blue and crimson like the veins of bloodlines flowing between fur and feathers. A system prompt appeared. Ancient contract resonance detected. Would you like to record it? Qin Feng gazed intently at the luminous pattern, resolutely affirming. Record. The glow flickered and vanished, yet the shadow leopard's flames reignited, and the ice phoenix's phantom stabilized somewhat. What was that just now? Lin Wire gasped. I don't know. Qin Feng steadied her, but they seemed to be recognizing their master. Lin Wire was taken aback, then smiled bitterly. Aren't you their master? I am. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp, yet their bloodline might be acknowledging something else. The passage ahead was completely blocked. The soul beasts surged in waves. Let's go up. Qin Feng pointed to the ventilation duct, the shadow leopard covering the rear. The 3 ascended the duct. But as the shadow leopard leaped last, a soul beast clamped onto its hind paw. Qin Feng swiftly pressed his palm against the junction of the duct. Devour. Structural energy. The metal interface softened instantly, causing the entire duct to collapse and crush the horde of beasts beneath it. Move. Upon reaching the outer layer of the altar, 6 guardian puppets stood at the entrance, their platinum-level aura oppressive as a mountain. Lin Wire leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. I can't hold on any longer. The phoenix wants to get out. Do not let it out. Qin Feng pressed down on her shoulder. Now is not the time for recognition. It's not recognition. Her voice trembled, revealing her fear. It senses something within, older than itself. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Then we absolutely cannot let it in. He retrieved a fragment, a piece of the authority chip extracted from the body of Sequence 9. Can this thing still be used? It can only deceive for 8 seconds. Qin Feng inserted the fragment into the puppet recognition slot. That should suffice. The eyes of the 6 puppets flickered with red light, momentarily disoriented. Now, Qin Feng exclaimed. Lin Wire bit her fingertip, blood dripping onto the dual blades, causing a surge of cold air as an icy barrier erupted, freezing 3 of the puppets. Qin Feng dashed in, placing his palm on the altar's runestone. The system automatically analyzed ancient text translation to feed the king with myriad souls, to open the door with blood. His pupils constricted. They are not sealing it. He whispered, they are nurturing the king. Lin Wire staggered forward, staring at the inscription beneath the rune stone. Who is the king being fed with? All those who died in the southern city. Qin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. The golden-horned rhinoceros, the two-headed hound. All the missing civilians were mere fodder. Lin Wire suddenly looked up. Wait, in the vision I saw, there was an eye on the energy core. I saw it too. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed on the depths of the altar, where a blood-red eye stirred. It moved. Her voice trembled. It turned towards me just now. Qin Feng abruptly turned around, inquiring, when did you see it? It was during the Phoenix resonance, she replied, leaning against the wall, her fingertips turning pale. It recognizes me. Or perhaps, it recognizes the Phoenix. Qin Feng's gaze darkened. So you are one of the sacrifices? No. She shook her head. I am the key. What key? I do not know. She suddenly shouted, a chill erupting uncontrollably, shards of ice scattering. All I know is that it is calling me. It says to return. Qin Feng grasped her wrist firmly. Calm down. It is interfering with you. I am not losing my composure. She retorted, shaking him off. You cannot possibly understand that feeling. It speaks to me in my mind, in the language of the Phoenix. It says the 1,000-year pact has come due, and the bloodline must return. Then let it go away. Qin Feng pressed his palm against her forehead, forcing the system's energy to wash over her. Your contract seal belongs to me, not to it. Lin Weir's body stiffened as the coldness suddenly receded. She gasped, looking up at him. Did you just use system privileges? Yes, he withdrew his hand, temporarily freezing her blood resonance. Can you do such a thing? As long as I desire to. He turned to face the altar. Now? It is my turn to question it. He raised his hand, placing his palm against the edge of the rune stone. Detecting core ritual link. Initiate reverse tracing? Trace back. An influx of information flooded his mind as a countdown began. 85. Energy source. 7 civilian district nodes. Sacrificial method. Soul body fusion. Objective. Awakening the Beast King. The scene flickered, revealing the altar's deepest depths, where the energy core slowly rotated, its blood-red eyes opening to gaze into the void. Qin Feng jerked his hand away, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. What happened? Lin Wei supported him. It saw me. He wiped the blood away. In that fleeting moment, it recognized who was probing it. Do you dare to continue? The more one fears, the further one must advance. He scoffed. Does it think itself the hunter? I shall show it who the true devourer is. The shadow leopard growled, flames dancing between its claws. The phantom of the ice phoenix reemerged, this time not in agitation, but quietly observing the depths of the altar. They can sense it too, Lin Wei murmured. The final battle is approaching. It is not a battle. Qin Feng inserted a data chip into the system. It is a slaughter. He lifted his gaze, fixing it on the entrance of the altar. It is waiting for the final soul. Do you know whose it is? Whose? The city lords. A smirk crept onto his lips. Xiao Zhan has written himself into the list of sacrifices. Has he gone mad? No. Qin Feng's eyes were profound. He wishes to live, trading the lives of the entire city for his own immortality. Lin Wei fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, if the phoenix is truly awakened, what will happen to me? Qin Feng turned to face her. The firelight illuminated her face, half bright, half shadowed. You will die? His voice was soft, or perhaps, become a part of it. Then why did you let me come? Because, he reached out, his fingertips brushing her cheek, leaving a trail of warmth. Only you can help me kill it. She gazed at him, then suddenly laughed. You are truly mad. Only a madman can endure until the end. He withdrew his hand. Was he prepared? She took a deep breath, her dual blades of ice glistening. I have waited for you for a long time. Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his palm once again upon the rune stone. Countdown. 87. The irreversible phase of the ritual has been initiated. Lin Wire suddenly grasped his arm. Qin Feng. If I lose control. She gazed at him, her voice barely above a whisper. You must kill me. He did not respond, merely gripping her hand in return. The force so great it nearly crushed her bones. You will not lose control, he declared, for I shall eliminate it first. Deep within the altar, the source energy core trembled violently, its blood-red eyes fully opened. Qin Feng raised his head, locking eyes with the ethereal shadow. In the next moment, the entire altar began to resonate, the rune stone fracturing with fine cracks, black mist seeping through the fissures. Lin Wire's phoenix pattern suddenly grew hot, and she let out a muffled groan, sinking to one knee. Qin Feng swiftly pulled her up, biting his fingertip, and inscribing a blood rune upon her forehead. My contract is inviolable, he murmured. Listen well, beast, she is mine. Chapter 29. The beginning of Rebirth. Qin Feng's gaze burned intensely, Fixated on the churning black mist deep within the altar, his palm gently pressing against the blood rune lingering on Lin Wire's forehead. Do not look directly at it. Qin Feng's voice was low, his fingers suddenly exerting force, an immense surge of source energy flooding into Lin Wire's sea of consciousness, fiercely suppressing the restless ancient will. Lin Wire let out a muffled sound, cold sweat rolling down her forehead, her arms trembling as she lifted them. The dual blades of ice carving deep gashes into her palms. Blood dripped, mist rising, and the ethereal phoenix began to coalesce behind her. Its wings trembling, yet no longer out of control. Can you hold on? Qin Feng turned his head, concern etched in his gaze. Lin Wire gritted her teeth. As long as you do not die first. Before I perish, I shall ensure this beast is sent to hell. Qin Feng released her hand, resolutely turning to face the core of the altar. The black mist surged, a colossal figure emerging from the depths, the Beast King revealing half of its form. Its scales forged like black iron, massive claws tearing through the air, each step causing the altar to tremble violently. Roar! The sound waves struck like blades, sending the shadow leopard flying several meters, crashing heavily against the stone wall, its right foreleg fracturing. It struggled to rise, flames flickering upon its fur, yet already dimmed. It has already partially materialized. Lin Wire gasped. The laws of physics have been distorted. Then let us shatter it with a mightier fist. Qin Feng scoffed, placing his palm atop the shadow leopard's head, activating the system function to amplify the resonance of the ancient contract, injecting source energy in reverse. Warning, energy overload risk 91, silence, execute. Qin Feng commanded. A torrent of source energy erupted from within him, precisely infusing the point where the shadow leopard and phoenix's remnants overlapped. Ice blue and crimson energies spiraled together, forming a rotating stream of light that inscribed ancient runes in the air. Now is the time, Qin Feng shouted. The spiral of ice and fire surged forth. The stream of light pierced like a spear, thrusting into the Beast King's chest cavity. Boom! The altar exploded, stone pillars crumbled, and the black mist was torn open by a gaping fissure. The Beast King roared in fury, its armor fragmenting to reveal a pulsating black heart. Detected a tremor from the Emperor-level beast soul. Shall we initiate the devouring preparation protocol? Yes, Qin Feng replied without hesitation. The Beast King lifted its head, its dual pupils locking onto Qin Feng, a psychic wail piercing through his consciousness. Lin Wire staggered backward, dropping her dual blades and kneeling on one knee. It is reading your memories. Qin Feng bit his tongue, the metallic taste of blood igniting his awareness. Want to see my past? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smirked coldly. Then let you see to your heart's content. He opened a fragment of his consciousness, projecting the violent remnants of the devoured beast souls from the depths of the system. The rampaging golden-horned rhinoceros, the mechanical thoughts of the black-clad warrior, the chaotic commands of the puppet warrior. Countless lingering souls roared within his mind, creating a tempest of confusion. The Beast King's shriek abruptly ceased, its eyes narrowing. Its consciousness was consumed by the remnants, plunging into chaos. Now is the moment. Qin Feng knelt, pressing his palm against the Beast King's head. Devouring protocol initiated. Duration, 10 seconds. Movement not permitted during this time. Black flames erupted from the Beast King's skull, coursing into Qin Feng's body through his arm. His skin cracked, veins spreading, and his bones groaned in agony. Qin Feng. Lin Wire struggled to approach, but was repelled by an unseen force. Stay back, Qin Feng shouted. Its final resistance is waiting for you to come closer. The shadow leopard lay on the ground, its flames flickering weakly, yet still fixating on the Beast King's remnants, a warning growling from its throat. 10 seconds. Each second was an excruciating ordeal. Qin Feng's pupils darkened, whispers echoing in his ears. You will also become the next vessel. It is you. He intensified his devouring. Energy conversion channel activated. Bloodline extraction channel activated. System upgrading. Boom. A volcanic eruption surged within him, primal energy flooding through his limbs. The shackles of black iron peak tore apart, the aura of early bronze spreading. Level up. Black iron peak to early bronze. New function unlocked. Battle Pet Fusion Preparation Slot, 13. Acquired skill, Abyssal Gaze, passive. The shadow leopard's flames turned dark gold, its form swelling. Dragon scale patterns emerging beneath its fur. The Beast King's remnants ceased their struggle, dissolving into black smoke and being drawn into Qin Feng's palm. The altar fell into eerie silence. Lin Wire steadied herself against a broken pillar, touching Qin Feng's shoulder. Are you still conscious? Qin Feng looked up, his pupils flashing with a hint of blood, quickly fading. Very much so. He rose, flexing his fingers, the sound of cracking bones echoing, and moreover, he felt stronger than before. Your eyes changed just now. It was a brief effect from the system upgrade, soon returning to normal. Qin Feng raised his hand, brushing the corner of his eye. Lin Wire did not press further, bending to retrieve her dual blades. Where is Xiaozhan? He should know the ritual has failed. He will come. Qin Feng gazed toward the altar's exit, holding his final trump card. How do you intend to deal with him? He wishes to exchange the lives of the entire city for immortality. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Then I will make him witness how his own life is devoured piece by piece. Lin Wire fell silent for a moment, as it delved into your memories. I glimpsed certain fragments. Qin Feng paused in his stride. You do not belong to this world. Lin Wire spoke softly. Your consciousness hails from another realm. Qin Feng did not turn around. So what? He replied casually, only now deciding to inquire? You had long planned this, hadn't you? Lin Wire fixed her gaze upon his back. From the moment you first saved me, from the instant you devoured your first beast, you were never fleeing for your life. You were undergoing a rebirth. Qin Feng turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. And what of you? Is the phoenix within you merely a contracted battle companion? Or are you also a vessel of rebirth? Lin Wire's pupils constricted. What do you know? I know. Qin Feng approached. The blood mark upon your brow was not awakened by it, but rather subdued by me. And that resonance was never a summons from it. He extended his hand, his fingertip brushing her brow. It is you responding to me. Lin Wire's breath hitched. My system can devour beast souls, extract bloodlines, and analyze memories. Qin Feng's voice was low, yet its most formidable ability lies in recognizing source energy resonance. From the moment we first encountered each other, our source energy frequencies were completely in sync. Impossible, Lin Wire stepped back. I am the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, a phoenix contractor. With no blood ties to you whatsoever? Qin Feng scoffed. Then explain why my devouring can suppress its summons? Why does your blood activate the ancient contract? Why is the combined technique of the shadow leopard and phoenix centered around me? Lin Wire was rendered speechless. You are not merely a contractor of the phoenix. Qin Feng pressed closer. You are its host, while I am its original master. You are mad. Madness resides in this world. Qin Feng turned towards the exit. Let us go. Xiaozhan is approaching. Since he wishes to be king, let him witness firsthand how a true king is born. Lin Wire stood rooted, her fingertips trembling. The spectral form of the ice phoenix materialized behind her, its wings quivering, not in agitation, but rather emitting a low hum as if acknowledging its master. She suddenly lifted her gaze towards Qin Feng's back. The man walked with steadfastness, his aura deep as an abyss, as if he had just consumed not merely a beast king, but the very rules of the world itself. The shadow leopard trailed beside him, dark golden flames dancing at the tips of its claws, leaving charred imprints with each step. At the end of the passage, a shaft of light streamed through a crack, illuminating Qin Feng's face. He raised his hand to inspect his palm, where a faint golden pattern began to emerge, resembling a dragon's claw or a phoenix's feather. System prompt. Battle Pet Fusion Preparation slot activated. Would you like to record the first fusion plan? He did not respond, merely clenched his fist. The light pattern flickered and vanished. Lin Wire hurried to catch up. If I am a part of your plan, how do you intend to conclude it? Qin Feng did not halt his pace. Conclude? A slight smile graced his lips. This has only just begun. Ahead, outside the altar's exit, a silhouette stood quietly. Draped in a black robe, adorned with a dark red ring, the intricate patterns on its surface resonated perfectly with the frequency of the system pulsating within Qin Feng. The figure slowly raised his head, revealing a familiar visage. Qin Feng. Xiaozhan spoke, his voice hoarse. You resemble it even more than I had envisioned. Qin Feng halted his steps, his gaze sharp as a blade. You have finally arrived, he remarked Dindan. I have awaited your presence for an eternity. A chilling light surged in Qin Feng's eyes as he activated the abyssal gaze. The source energy within his palm roiled like a tempest. The so-called master behind you will eventually become not, but sustenance for me. Xiaozhan's expression shifted dramatically. How could you possibly perceive you? Qin Feng's palm coalesced with dark golden flames. I could devour even the master lurking behind you. This ring is a token of interdimensional contract, a mark of your corruption. He continued. Xiaozhan laughed heartily. Corruption? This is evolution. This is transcendence. You pitiful insects shall never comprehend what true power entails. Qin Feng advanced step by step. You have inquired of the wrong individual, his voice icy. Now, it is my turn to pose a question. Who granted you permission to lay a hand on my woman? Chapter 30. The betrayer's choice. Qin Feng remained unmoved, his gaze fixed upon Xiao Zhan as he slowly raised his palm, the source energy surging forth. Dark golden flames danced at his fingertips, casting a crimson hue deep within his pupils. Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse, as if a wraith had clawed its way from the depths. You are even more like it than I imagined. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. Like whom? Like a dog that begs on its knees for scraps? He took a step forward, his footfall cracking the ground into a web of charred marks. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, flanking his side, its dragon-scaled fur faintly radiating heat, as dark golden flames flowed from its claws, leaving scorched imprints upon the stone floor. Lin Wei'er stood half a step behind him, her icy twin blades firmly grasped once more. Though the blood vein etched upon her brow had calmed, her aura remained somewhat unstable. She said nothing, her gaze fixated on Xiao Zhan, the once revered lord of the city, now standing at the precipice of interdimensional corruption. Do you believe that by slaying the Beast King, you have triumphed? Xiao Zhan suddenly laughed, his laughter dry and twisted. You do not even comprehend your own identity. I do not require clarity. Qin Feng advanced. I merely need to know who deserves to die. He flipped his palm, the abyssal gaze subtly activating. Invisible mental chains, like venomous serpents, slithered forth, ensnaring Xiao Zhan's soul vibrations. Xiao Zhan felt an intangible force pierce his mental realm like a sharpened blade, striving to tear apart the fragile mental defenses he had painstakingly maintained. His pupils constricted sharply as the ring blazed with a strange luminescence, a bizarre surge of source energy rebounding outward, attempting to sever the mental connection. Qin Feng stood unfazed. Mental defense? A shell sustained by external forces, he sneered. I have just consumed an emperor-level beast soul. Do you dare to call such trifling fluctuations power? Before his words had fully dissipated, he unleashed his strength, the mental pressure crashing down like an avalanche. Xiao Zhan grunted, his knees buckling, nearly collapsing to the ground. Speak. Qin Feng's voice was as frigid as ice. Where are the blueprints? Xiao Zhan gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. You shall never obtain them. I do not require your consent. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. I only seek your memories. He extended his hand, fingers curled like claws, directly pressing towards Xiao Zhantian's spiritual core. A system prompt immediately appeared. Would you like to initiate the soul interrogation? The target possesses a mental chain. Forcibly accessing it may result in memory destruction. Bypassing the chains, Qin Feng commanded in his mind to simulate the source energy frequency of the main brain's messenger, enticing its release. Simulating match successful, disguised as a sequence V messenger. In an instant, the fluctuations of source energy within Qin Feng transformed dramatically, synchronizing perfectly with the frequency of Xiao Zhan's ring. The dark red ring trembled violently, as if receiving a command, and its defenses inexplicably diminished. Xiao Zhan's gaze momentarily lost focus, his lips barely moving. The blueprint requires a dual-key sacrifice at the 7th level of the City Lord's altar. One must offer themselves, while the other controls. Qin Feng released his grip and took a step back. Xiao Zhan staggered to his knees, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, clearly having lost a significant portion of his consciousness. So it is. Qin Feng murmured, you are not the mastermind. You are merely the executor. The true puppet master is that main brain. Lin Wei'er frowned. Has he been controlled? No, it is voluntary, Qin Feng scoffed. Power, immortality. The strength to transcend human limits. Who wouldn't yearn to become a deity? The irony is that he believes he is orchestrating the ritual, when in fact, he is merely a vessel being nourished. He looked down upon Xiao Zhan. Your final words before death. You resemble it more than I do. Who is it? Xiao Zhan's lips twitched, struggling to raise his head. You have no idea where you come from. The system is not yours. It has chosen its host. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, yet his face remained impassive. And so? Even if I am a vessel, what of it? I can devour, I can evolve. I can kill you. That is sufficient. Flames surged in his palm, ready to end the man, when suddenly, wait. Lin Wei'er raised her hand to stop him. He has yet to finish his words. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. You wish to hear his last words? I want to know why you chose Xinghui City. Why now? Xiao Zhan emitted a series of guttural sounds from his throat, resembling laughter. Because the planet's barrier is crumbling, the power of another world has begun to seep through. None of you can escape. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The barrier? He repeated softly. You mean this planet had protection? Huh. Xiaozhan's lips bled. Did you think the beast riots were mere coincidence? That the source energy rampage was an accident? They are not knocking at the door. You are simply the offerings. Qin Feng fell silent for a moment, then coldly laughed. Offerings? Then I shall see who consumes whom. He forcefully pressed down the flames in his palm. Boom. The flames engulfed Xiaozhan's body, the dark red ring melting in the intense heat, transforming into a drop of scarlet liquid, which Qin Feng grasped in his hand, forcibly absorbing it. A system prompt echoed. Devouring complete. Skill acquired. Source energy resonance. Beginner. Bloodline information. Otherworldly contaminated body. Incomplete. Memory fragments analyzed. Images of the city lord's contract with the main brain have been recorded. Qin Feng closed his eyes. A dim scene unfolding in his mind. An underground altar where Xiaozhan knelt, embedding the ring into the stone platform while reciting an ancient incantation. At the base of the platform, a golden rune was engraved, resembling a dragon's claw, akin to a phoenix's feather, identical to the patterns emerging in his palm. He slowly opened his eyes and cast his gaze upon his hands. The golden pattern still lingered, emanating a gentle warmth, as if responding to some distant call. A compatibility of 47, he murmured, so I too am a piece on the chessboard. Lin Wire sensed his unease. What have you discovered? The truth. Qin Feng retracted his hand. Xiaozhan is neither the first traitor, nor will he be the last. The real issue lies with this planet itself. It is being eroded by external forces, and the so-called safe city is merely a cage that postpones our demise. What do you intend to do? First, I will acquire the blueprints. Qin Feng turned and strode toward the depths of the altar. Since they seek to control the entire city with the source energy tower, I shall seize it first and transform it into my weapon. Lin Wire followed closely. But the 7th level is forbidden, and without the twin keys, it cannot be opened. Now it can. Qin Feng raised his hand, the golden pattern shimmering with light. The sacrificial offering has perished, and the controller has yet to be established. I shall embody both roles. The passage was deep and shadowy. The remaining black mist writhed upon the walls like unvanquished souls. Shadow Leopard led the way, the dark golden flames illuminating the path, each step taken with precision and decisiveness. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from around the corner. The two halted. A man clad in crimson-scaled armor emerged, his spear inclined toward the ground, shoulder armor in tatters, and blood streaked across his face. He lifted his gaze, his expression complex. Qin Feng, he croaked, I am Li Rue, vice captain of the city lord's guard. Qin Feng squinted. You're not dead? I did not partake in the betrayal. Li Rue tightened his grip on the spear. However, I was controlled by them. The mental runes still linger in my mind. I cannot endure much longer. Lin Wire frowned. Do you wish for US to help you dispel the runes? No. Li Rue shook his head. I want you to end my life. Qin Feng smirked coldly. So you wish to play the hero even in death? I am no hero, Li Rue replied with a bitter smile. I am the lapdog of the traitors. I have led men to encircle you. I allowed civilians to be sacrificed. I am unworthy of living. He suddenly looked up, meeting Qin Feng's gaze directly. But I know the whereabouts of the blueprints. Beneath the 7th level stone slab lies the comprehensive map of the city's source energy technology, including the core activation mechanism of the energy tower. If it is destroyed, their plans will be thwarted. Qin Feng fell silent. Do you not believe me? Li Rue grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. Then kill me. I am soon to be consumed by the runes regardless. Qin Feng abruptly raised his hand. A surge of source energy striking Li Rue's forehead. Li Rue grunted, his body swaying slightly. Analysis complete, memory unaltered, information credible. What you say is true. Qin Feng withdrew his hand. But I shall not kill you. Why? Because you are still of use. Qin Feng replied coldly. I want you to live and witness how their plans unravel. Li Rue was momentarily taken aback. Moreover, Qin Feng continued, moving forward. The true betrayers are not pawns like you, manipulated by others, but those hidden in the shadows, treating everyone as mere fuel for their machinations. Li Rue stood rooted, his hand trembling slightly around the spear. Moments later, he suddenly knelt on one knee, driving his spear into the ground. I pledge my loyalty. Qin Feng did not turn back. Loyalty? We'll discuss that once you survive. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal bronze door, engraved with 7 runic lock rings. The central recess was designed for the insertion of the twin keys. Qin Feng raised his hand, the golden patterns on his palm shimmering with light, and gently pressed it against the recess. With a hum, the runes illuminated one by one. The door swung open. Beyond it lay a circular chamber. At the center, upon a stone pedestal, rested a scroll glimmering with a metallic sheen, its edges intricately inscribed with energy circuits. Qin Feng advanced with purposeful strides, reaching for the scroll. Just as his fingertips made contact, Li Rue suddenly erupted, his spear darting like lightning towards Qin Feng's back. "I'm sorry," he cried out. "I can't control the runes." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng turned, his left hand swiftly grasping the spear's tip, mere inches from his back. "Can't control it?" Qin Feng scoffed. "Was your earlier pledge also a facade?" "It's not true." Li Rue struggled, his eyes darkening as a primal growl erupted from his throat. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. He slammed his right hand onto the stone pedestal, the golden patterns flaring intensely. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, sending Li Rue hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Qin Feng approached him deliberately. "You claimed loyalty," he stated, crouching down and gripping Li Rue's throat. "Then I now command you to die." Li Rue's pupils constricted, followed by a smile of relief. "Thank you." Chapter 31. The climax of conspiracy in his mind. Qin Feng whispered to the system, analyzing the scroll while blocking all external signals. Connecting. High-dimensional energy circuit detected. Structural compatibility 87 with the otherworldly contaminants. No sooner had the cold notification faded than the energy patterns on the scroll began to distort, revealing a fine inscription along its edge. Twin sacrifice. Gate opens. Stars fall. Qin Feng's pupils narrowed. This was not an energy blueprint. It was a key. It initiated the activation array for breaching the planetary barrier. They intended to open the door from within. He chuckled coldly, recognizing the brilliant stratagem to turn the entire city into the core of a sacrificial altar. Grasping the scroll tightly, he thrust it into his soul space. The system warned of violent energy fluctuations. The scroll still attempted to send signals outward, but was firmly ensnared by the devouring system's barriers. Trying to send a warning? Qin Feng scoffed. "By the time your mainframe receives the news, this city will already bear the Qin name." Qin Feng turned toward the chamber's corner, where the shadow leopard lay crouched, its dark golden flames swirling beneath its fur, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Yet, Qin Feng's mind replayed the scene of Xiao Zhan commanding the crimson-scaled guards to dismantle the energy barrier, a vision gleaned from Li Rue's fragmented memories. Memory extraction complete. The scene flooded his consciousness. Li Rue knelt outside the altar, while Xiao Zhan stood atop a platform, his staff striking the ground. Issuing a command that reverberated through the energy waves, all city guards, immediately deactivate the defensive matrix and initiate the energy tower charging protocol. Following this, images of the crimson-scaled guards dismantling the energy barrier unfolded. A captain meticulously dismantled the rune core from the city wall and inserted it into the recess of the energy tower's base. The tower began to tremble, and streams of blue and white energy flowed in reverse, transforming what was once a defensive array into a pump station channeling otherworldly energy underground. This was not a loss of control. Qin Feng stood up, his gaze as frigid as ice. It was a recalibration. He kicked open the metallic gate of the secret chamber. The passage remained deep and shadowy, with black mist writhing along the walls. Yet the air was tinged with a burning metallic scent. "Move," he commanded in a low voice. The shadow leopard growled and surged forward, with Qin Feng swiftly following. Each step landing on the nodes of flowing energy, propelling him forward. He understood that time was of the essence. Xiao Zhan was dead, yet the orders had been issued, and the entire defense system of Starshine City was undergoing systematic disintegration. At the end of the passage, cracks had appeared in the dome of the main altar hall. Debris fell incessantly, and a dull rumble emanated from the depths, as though some colossal entity was awakening. "Qin Feng," Lin Wei's voice echoed from above. She stood at the entrance of a collapsed passage, her dual blades crossed, forming a wall of ice to shield a group of fleeing civilians. Her complexion was pale, and blood trickled from her forehead, indicating she had been holding on for quite some time. Qin Feng did not pause nor offer assistance. He leaped onto the raised platform of the altar, crushing the remaining rune array underfoot, his gaze sweeping across the city. On the wall, the Crimson Scale Guards were dismantling the final layer of the defensive barrier. The energy shield shattered like glass, dispersing into countless blue sparks in the air. The pinnacle of the energy tower began to charge, and a blinding beam of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. The sky was rent asunder. Dark red mist seeping from the fissure, reminiscent of some creature's breath. They are not summoning the Beast King, Qin Feng murmured. They are inviting the entirety of the other world. Lin Wei ascended the platform, frost coalescing around her. Did you see it? I did, Qin Feng replied, his focus fixed on the beam of light. They were utilizing the city's entire energy supply as fuel, transforming the defense tower into a portal. Xiao Zhan was merely an executor. The true architect of this was the mainframe. What shall we do now? Rush into the tower to shut it down? There is no time. Qin Feng shook his head. The tower had entered a self-destruct charging phase. Forcefully interrupting it would trigger an energy backlash, obliterating the entire city. Lin Wei gritted her teeth. So we can only await our doom? Await? Qin Feng scoffed. I never wait for others to rescue me, nor do I wait for death. He raised his hand, golden patterns igniting in his palm as if licked by flames. A low whisper echoed in his ears. Raspy and chilling. You were meant to be a sacrifice, yet you have become the key. He clenched his fist tightly. The pain from the golden patterns intensifying in an instant, yet the voice vanished. System, record this wave frequency, he commanded inwardly, marking it as a high-risk signal source. Instructing immediate reverse tracking upon reoccurrence. Recorded, matching, no results found. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He recognized this was no illusion. The mainframe was attempting to reach out to him, or rather, the golden pattern was responding to some summons. Who are you? He murmured to himself. Lin Wei sensed his unease. What's wrong? It's nothing. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, his gaze once again fixed upon the source energy tower. They were utilizing living beings as fuel. Observe those red scale guards. Black patterns mar their necks. Lin Wei followed his line of sight, and indeed, several guards operating at the tower's base exhibited bizarre black runes on their necks, resembling both brands and parasitic vines. This is mental manipulation, Qin Feng stated coldly. Xiao Zhan is not the sole individual under control. The entire guard has long been marked with the slave brand. What shall we do? We cannot simply watch as they annihilate the city. No. Qin Feng slowly raised his hand, the golden patterns in his palm glowing once more. If they intend to use the tower to open a gateway, I shall first shatter the door. He suddenly swung his hand, and the dark golden flames coalesced into a roaring fire dragon, piercing the air with a shrill cry as it accurately struck the energy node on the third layer of the source energy tower. Boom! The flames exploded. The tower trembled violently, and the light beams instantly warped. Several guards currently charging energy were thrown off by the shockwave, crashing against the walls. What are you doing? Lin Wei exclaimed in shock and anger. Are you insane? That will accelerate the collapse. I am aware, Qin Feng replied with icy indifference. But I do not require the tower to remain intact. I only need it to spiral into chaos. He raised his hand once more, and the shadow leopard roared. Flames surging around it, transforming into a dark golden shadow as it lunged toward the tower's base. System, activate the energy conversion preparatory protocol. Qin Feng commanded in his mind. The moment the shadow leopard made contact with the tower's base, it would immediately siphon its source energy. Preparatory protocol initiated. Countdown 3 seconds. The shadow leopard collided with the tower's base, flames clashing violently with the source energy flow. In an instant, the blue glow of the tower shifted to a dark red, the energy circuit beginning to reverse. Have we succeeded? Lin Wei widened her eyes. No. Qin Feng shook his head. This is merely a delay. The true climax is just beginning. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the apex of the source energy tower erupted. A scarlet beam pierced the clouds, the rift in the sky tearing open completely, a dark red storm swirling within the clouds, revealing countless distorted shadows rolling within. Inside the city, the alarm ceased entirely, replaced by a cacophony of screams. On the streets, civilians fled in all directions. Some were struck by the uncontrolled source energy, their bodies instantly carbonizing. Some battle pets lost control, attacking their masters in a frenzy. The red scale guards no longer maintained order, but began to methodically hunt down the strong, dragging them toward the source energy tower. They are gathering living source energy. Qin Feng observed coldly. The sacrificial ritual has commenced. Lin Wei gripped her dual blades, her voice trembling. Can we still stop this? Qin Feng did not respond. Chapter 32. The decision of life and death. Lin Weier looked at Qin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words. However, Qin Feng seemed disinclined to engage further. He turned away, his voice devoid of any emotion. Freeze the main thoroughfare of the Eastern District. She was taken aback, nearly convinced she had misheard. What did you say? I said, without pausing his stride, as the shadow leopard crouched low, dark golden flames surging beneath its fur, sealing off the main thoroughfare of the Eastern District. Blocking those rabid dogs. Lin Weier gritted her teeth, driving her dual blades into the ground, the cold currents spreading like a spider's web. The ice wall rose abruptly from the ground, separating the fleeing crowd from the pursuing Crimson Guards. She gasped for breath, gazing up at Qin Feng's silhouette, which did not pause for a moment as it surged deeper into the ruins. Fatty. Qin Feng mentally locked onto the signal source, inquiring through a private channel. Where is the nearest entrance to the underground energy pipeline? I'm searching. Luo Xiaopeng's voice was intermittent, interspersed with heavy breathing and the sound of falling rubble. There's an old valve well door here that's rusted shut, but there's thermal flow beneath. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Prise it open. You'll understand what lies inside once you touch it. What he did not articulate was that the system had already detected a high-density energy feedback loop in that area, perfectly matching the energy supply network of the spacecraft docking station. The profound connection he had established with the system through the soul space allowed for continuous scanning of the surrounding environment, ensuring he remained informed. In the darkness, the fatty fumbled, his fingertips brushing against a metal plate's groove, causing blood to seep out and drip onto the runic indentation. With a hum, the entire metal plate flickered with a faint light before extinguishing. The fatty was momentarily stunned, but a map exploded in his mind. 3 intersecting pipelines. One leading to the docking station, another directly connecting to the core of the energy tower. I see it, he murmured. Stop dawdling. Qin Feng's voice resonated once more. Take the left path, turn right after 30 meters. There's a metal gate. If you can't blast it open, use your body to ram it. Wait, I haven't. The communication was severed. Qin Feng had already leaped onto the crumbling wall, with the shadow leopard closely following. Ahead, 3 squads of Crimson Guards stood in formation, their battle beasts roaring, blocking the sole passage to the underground control level. At the forefront was a thunderhorn brute, exuding an aura of peak bronze, causing the ground to crack and its horns to entwine with electric arcs. Stand aside, Qin Feng commanded. Kill. The adversaries offered no reply. The brute bellowed in fury, its hooves pounding the ground, unleashing a tempest of thunderous trampling. The air shattered, an electric net descending like a cage. Qin Feng remained still. Yet the shadow leopard had vanished. In the next instant, shadows surged forth from the underground network, its fiery claws tearing into the earth, lunging at the brute's hind legs. The excruciating pain threw it off balance, causing the electric arcs to backfire upon itself. Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his palm upon the brute's skull. Beast-devouring system activated. Black flames surged from his palm, causing the brute's pupils to constrict in disbelief as it emitted a reluctant roar, but its body began to wither. The beast's soul was forcibly extracted, transforming into a torrent of pure energy that flowed into Qin Feng's being. Skill acquired. Thunderous trample, optional. Energy level upgraded. Mid-black iron to peak black iron. Analyzing residual soul memory. Energy core can be overcharged in reverse. Forcibly shutting down the portal, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a flicker of electric arc passing through his pupils. I see now. He raised his hand, sending forth a dark golden fireline that precisely shattered the identifier at the control level entrance. The metal door thundered open. Lin Weier caught up, her face pale. Did you kill it? Just to level up? Are you satisfied now? It wasn't for the upgrade, Qin Feng replied without looking back. It was for survival. Then how do you plan to stop the portal? Blow up the core. The entire city will collapse. Who said anything about blowing it up? He forcefully kicked open the final protective door and stepped into the energy core chamber. The control panel flickered with a crimson glow as the automated defense system activated, and 2 mechanical arms extended from the ceiling, locking onto their target. A chilling notification echoed. Insufficient permissions to execute the shutdown command. Qin Feng smirked coldly. I require no permissions. Grasping Lin Weier by the wrist, he pulled her to the control panel. Fingerprint and iris scan, dual authentication. Now, open the door. Lin Weier. This may be our sole opportunity to close the portal. Follow my instructions. Fingerprint and iris to unlock. Then we must reverse the energy flow to shut it down. Time is of the essence. We must take this risk. You've gone mad. Once the reverse overload is initiated, the energy backflow will obliterate the entire system. And we won't escape. Qin Feng understood that whether the situation within the city would stabilize after shutting down the core was uncertain, yet at this moment, a sacrifice was imperative. He glanced at his companions behind him, resolutely making his decision. Or do you possess a better solution? Qin Feng's gaze pierced through her. Devoid of warmth, Lin Weier's lips trembled. Are you afraid of death? He stepped closer, his voice a low murmur. But you seem to forget. I do not save people. I only save those worth saving. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes aflame with fury and defiance. Yet, Qin Feng unexpectedly raised his hand, pressing his palm against her forehead. The ice phoenix hatchling emitted a soft chirp before falling silent. System link established, data stream sharing in progress. Lin Weier's pupils constricted as a torrent of information flooded her mind. Energy circuit diagrams, overload nodes, energy backlash pathways, and escape time windows. Reverse injection, lasting 12 seconds, will close the door. Qin Feng released her, but after 12 seconds, the passage would collapse. We have but one chance. She fixed her gaze upon him. How do you know all this? I haven't consumed a cow, Qin Feng replied as he turned toward the control panel, accessing the entire maintenance log. The Shadow Panther let out a low growl, charging at the energy conduit. Dark golden flames spread across the metal, and the energy began to flow backward. System, inject all absorbed energy. Qin Feng pressed both hands onto the control panel, rewriting the protocol, targeting the forced closure of the portal. Warning, energy backlash risk 987. System cannot guarantee the operator's survival. Continue. Protocol overriding, executor, Qin Feng. On the screen, the energy flow suddenly reversed its course. The once soaring crimson beam began to twist and collapse. The rift in the sky trembled violently as the dark red storm was forcibly drawn back. Did we succeed? Lin Weier murmured. Not yet. Qin Feng focused on the countdown. 12 seconds remained until the core would explode. We must leave before that. Suddenly, the communicator blared. Qin Feng, the docking station has only 8 minutes of power left. The plump man's voice trembled. The gate is jammed. I can't get in. Qin Feng's expression hardened. Send me the coordinates. He seized the Shadow Panther by the nape and leaped from the control room, Lin Weier closely following, a trail of ice forming beneath their feet, propelling them forward at great speed. Along their path, buildings began to crumble. The scarlet-scaled guardians scattered in a frantic retreat, their battle beasts spiraling into chaos, transforming the streets into an inferno. Over there, Lin Weier pointed towards an underground entrance. The fat guy is down below. Qin Feng plunged into the valve shaft, discovering the rotund figure slumped before a reinforced door, his hands drenched in blood, a severed mechanical arm wedged in the doorframe. I can't unlock it. It's jammed. The fat man exclaimed. Qin Feng said nothing. He kicked the fat man aside, flames coalescing in his palm, and struck the door's hinge with explosive force. The metal melted. The door tilted at an angle. Get inside. He forcefully shoved the fat man through the opening. As the three entered the passage, a deafening collapse echoed behind them. The entire area was buried. We have 6 minutes left, the fat man gasped. The engine needs 3 minutes to warm up, and it takes another 2 to ascend. Will we make it? Qin Feng offered no response. His gaze fixated on the pitch-black corridor ahead. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed down on the shadow leopardess head. Devour, remnant soul of thunderhorn beast. Skill extraction, thunder tread, bestow target, shadow leopard. Electricity crackled around the shadow leopard, its muscles swelling, a low growl resonating through the passage. Ride it, Qin Feng commanded, hoisting Lin Weier onto the leopard's back, securing her tightly. What about you? She asked. I have a faster route, he declared, leaping onto the shadow leopard's back, utilizing its power to propel himself forward. Each step left charred imprints on the ground, his speed defying reason. How is he doing this? The fat man gaped in astonishment. Don't ask. Lin Weier clung desperately to the leopardess neck. The shadow leopard galloped, unleashing thunder tread within the narrow corridor. Electric light tearing through the darkness, its speed reaching a fever pitch. Ahead, the docking station's gate finally came into view, yet a metallic barrier obstructed the entrance. Red lights flashing ominously. Access denied. Unable to open, a cold mechanical voice intoned. Qin Feng surged forward, his palm igniting with flames, which he thrust into the control panel. Sparks erupted. System intrusion. Initiating forced unlock, the panel exploded, and the barrier slowly ascended. Qin Feng gazed at the chaos outside the docking station, realizing that if he departed at this moment, all hope for the city would be extinguished. He inhaled deeply, steeling his resolve. 3 minutes, he murmured, glancing back at the shadow leopard. Take them inside. What about you? Lin Weier demanded sharply. I must ensure the core is completely destroyed. He turned his gaze towards the energy tower. 12 seconds won't suffice. I must personally see it through. Going there is tantamount to suicide. She cried. I have said before. Qin Feng replied, his stride unwavering. I do not save others. He paused momentarily. But I will save my own. The shadow leopard surged forward, charging into the spacecraft's hatch. The fat man hurriedly secured the locks as the engine roared to life. Standing at the base of the tower, Qin Feng's flames surged. He pressed his hand against the final energy conduit. Taking a deep breath, he resolutely placed his hand upon the last energy column, black flames erupting from his palm. He understood this was the decisive blow, fully aware of the inherent risks. The black flames soared, and the entire tower began to crumble. The energy core trembled violently before erupting in a cataclysmic implosion. The shockwave swept across the entire city. Qin Feng was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up, he lifted his gaze towards the sky, where a rift was closing, the dark red mist being forcibly drawn back into the void. Sealed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiped the corner of his mouth, and staggered to his feet. Suddenly, the communicator buzzed to life. Qin Feng. WVE ascended. Where are you? Hurry up. The voice of the chubby man nearly cracked. Chapter 33. A ray of hope in the darkness. Qin Feng was uncontrollably thrown backward. The earth trembled as his spine collided with a broken wall. In that instant, he heard something shatter, perhaps a rib, or perhaps the last remnants of source energy within him. He coughed up blood, the metallic sweetness spreading on his tongue. His vision blurred momentarily before he forced it to focus. The rift in the sky was closing. Good. It wasn't in vain. The cost was rather steep. The shadow leopard curled at Qin Feng's feet, its fur charred and its breathing faint. The system interface flickered deep within his consciousness, glaringly red. Host vital signs are below the critical threshold, source energy depleted, soul space in turmoil, immediate evacuation recommended. Evacuate. Qin Feng scoffed, his eyelids heavy, refusing to rise. The spaceship had already ascended. Lin Weier and the others were safe. He should have felt relieved. But just as his consciousness began to sink into darkness, the system interface suddenly shuddered, displaying an unprecedented prompt. Emergency protocol activated. Possession mode. Beginner. Unlocked. Can briefly control a deceased unit within 30 seconds, lasting for 5 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Warning. One-time use only. Host condition unstable. Excessive invocation may lead to consciousness collapse. Qin Feng stared at the text, an absurd feeling washing over him. This troublesome system, typically stingy, was willing to bleed a little at a critical moment. Survive, host. The system's voice, for the first time, bore warmth. Unlike the usual mechanical synthesis, it felt like a whisper rising from the depths of the earth. Qin Feng's heart jolted. This peculiar reaction made him suspect that the system harbored secrets, yet he had no time to ponder further. He remained silent, using every ounce of strength to lean against the broken wall. Dark red strands of energy seeped from beneath the scorched earth. He knew that it was not residual source energy, but the pulsing heartbeat of the altar. The city lord was still alive. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Feng gazed into the distance, where the altar emanated a low hum, mingled with cries of despair. 300 people were kneeling before the stone platform, held down by the red scale guards. A figure in a black robe stood high above, pointing a staff towards the heavens. Dark runes materializing at the nape of his neck, identical to the imprint of Li Hao's battle pet in his memory. To sacrifice 300 souls would summon the eye of the abyss. The voice of the black-robed figure rasped, Starry City will become the gateway to a new world. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. He remembered that name. The same runic array was inscribed on the ceiling monument of the Wasteland Grave. It turned out that this group had been scheming long before. Qin Feng fished out his last source energy crystal, his gaze wavering between the crystal and the distant altar. The possession function allowed for only one opportunity. It must be wielded with precision. Recklessly swallowing the crystal might not sustain him until the critical moment. After a moment's contemplation, he placed the crystal in his mouth, holding it beneath his tongue, closing his eyes to plunge his consciousness into the soul space. biting his tongue to force himself to remain awake. As the scene shifted abruptly, Qin Feng beheld his own lifeless body lying motionless in the distance, while he was now manipulating the recently deceased Crimson Scale Guard. "Move," Qin Feng commanded inwardly. The corpse rose, its movements stiff, unnoticed by those around. Qin Feng blended into the patrol squad, following them towards the direction of the altar. "Is the Lord Mayor truly going to restart the portal?" A soldier whispered. "Silence." The squad leader, the body controlled by Qin Feng, coldly reprimanded. "Just apprehend the prisoners and refrain from asking too many questions." Ahead, Xiao Zhan stood at the center of the altar, gripping a dark red ring, his complexion pale, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Qin Feng, do you believe you have triumphed?" Xiao Zhan gazed skyward. "You are merely assisting me in completing the final ritual." A figure clad in black robes descended the steps to stand beside him. "The collapse of the Source Energy Tower has released sufficient energy fluctuations. Once the sacrifice begins, the rift will automatically restart. This time, there shall be no obstacles." "They have already departed." The body controlled by Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Xiao Zhan paused, frowning at Qin Feng. "What did you say?" "He let them go at the last moment." The corpse continued calmly. "And he claimed you are nothing but a manipulated puppet." Xiao Zhan's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly raised his hand. "Kill him." A flash of blades ensued, and Qin Feng's consciousness was forcibly expelled. Possession ended. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently, cold sweat soaking his back. 5 seconds, sufficient. He had grasped the sacrificial process, the altar's weaknesses, Xiao Zhan's wavering resolve, and that the ring was the core to activate the formation. Qin Feng bit into his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. The shadow leopard remained unconscious, yet a faint resonance echoed from the soul space. He retrieved a source energy crystal, crushed it, and placed it in his mouth. The crystal transformed into a searing flow, coursing into his veins. Qin Feng immediately directed the energy into the soul space, infusing it into the shadow leopard's consciousness sea. "Awaken," he urged silently. The shadow leopard's ears twitched, a glimmer of golden light seeping through its eyelids. Though not fully awake, it was now able to receive commands. Qin Feng closed his eyes, transmitting the plan through a mental link. "Delay them until he possesses the Lord Mayor." Upon receiving the command, the shadow leopard's eyes flickered with golden light, instinctively beginning to act. It let out a low growl, its limbs twitching before it slowly rose. Charred fur shedding to reveal dark golden patterns beneath, as if an ancient totem was reviving. Leaning against the wall, Qin Feng's breaths grew weaker. The act of possession had nearly drained his last reserves of strength. He lifted his gaze toward the sky, where a pulsating red light lingered deep within the clouds. He understood that the power from another realm had never truly receded, waiting for a suitable vessel. He had just closed the door with his own hands, and now he must reopen it. But this time, he would not be the sacrificial offering. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. The cooling time was nearing its end. 60 seconds. 59. The incantations at the altar grew increasingly urgent in the distance. 300 people thrust onto the stone platform. Blades pressed against their throats. "Let it begin," the black-robed figure whispered. Xiao Zhan raised the ring, embedding it into the recess of the stone altar. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng closed his eyes. Possession activated. His consciousness withdrew once more, the target clear, Xiao Zhan. As the imminent invasion approached, the system suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. "Warning, the target has been possessed by an otherworldly consciousness. Forcibly taking over may result in the host's consciousness being devoured." Qin Feng paused. It turned out that Xiao Zhan was no longer Xiao Zhan. A cold smile crept across his face as he relinquished his attempt to possess the city lord, and instead focused on a recently slain Crimson Scale Guard behind the black-robed figure. As the corpse fell, Qin Feng swiftly invaded it. Possession successful. He maneuvered the body to stand and quietly retreated towards the base of the altar, where symbols identical to those in the desolate graveyard were carved. However, one part was fractured, seemingly damaged by an external force. That was the spot. Qin Feng raised his hand, feigning the adjustment of his equipment, while his fingertips discreetly extracted a small shard of source energy residue and inserted it into the fissure of the rune. "What are you doing?" a soldier questioned. Qin Feng remained silent, slowly retreating. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Possession ended. Qin Feng opened his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His gaze frighteningly bright. After 2 possessions, he had grasped the rules and limitations of the system's possession function, and now he had to expedite the final plan. The shadow leopard suddenly howled, its limbs erupting with electric arcs, thunder crashing down in a series of explosions as it lunged at the altar. Xiaozhan whirled around. "Stop it!" The black-robed figure roared. "Quick! The sacrifice must not be interrupted." The blade fell, the first drop of blood splattering onto the stone platform. Qin Feng propped himself up, gazing at the base of the altar, where the source energy residue was resonating with the runes. The resonance between the runes and the source energy residue would disrupt the energy flow of the array, creating an opportunity for the shadow leopard, triggering the backlash of the runes and leading to the array's self-destruction. As long as the shadow leopard could hold them off for 10 seconds, the backlash would activate, and the array would implode. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the crimson light, whispering, "This time, it is my turn to be the key." The shadow leopard's claws tore through a crimson scale guard's throat, blood spraying onto the runes. Chapter 34. A life-and-death rescue before the dizziness fully dissipated. Qin Feng felt a flash of white light before his consciousness returned to his original body. Following previous instructions, the shadow leopard lunged towards the altar, creating chaos. Droplets of blood slid down its torn chest and struck the fissure of the runes at the base of the altar, emitting a soft hiss. The embedded source energy residue suddenly ignited, a crimson brilliance spreading, flowing backward along the fractured lines. Leaning against the broken wall, Qin Feng felt his eyelids grow heavy. Yet he did not close his eyes. He understood that now was not the time to succumb. "It has succeeded," Qin Feng murmured, his voice hoarse. In the center of the altar, the black-robed figure abruptly lifted his head, the staff trembling violently. The energy flow, initially converging towards the rift in the sky, suddenly reversed, crashing forcefully against his chest. He staggered backward, a metallic taste flooding his throat as he spat out a jet of pitch-black blood mist. "No!" The black-robed figure howled. "The ritual has begun. It cannot be interrupted." Yet, before his words could finish, the stone platform beneath him erupted with a deafening explosion. Crimson cracks spread upward from the base, and the entire altar began to collapse. 300 civilians, previously restrained, seized the moment to scatter in all directions, and the ranks of the Crimson Scale Guards fell into disarray. Xiaozhan stood amidst the shattered array, the dark red ring in his hand thrumming incessantly. His complexion was ashen, yet an otherworldly glimmer flickered in his eyes. He fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Feng, his voice contorted, "You should not be alive." Qin Feng disregarded Xiaozhan's words. He raised his hand, brushing his fingertips against his lips, collecting a trace of blood, and then closed his eyes, reactivating the soul link. "Shadow leopard, retreat." The shadow leopard convulsed, arcs of electricity dancing beneath its charred fur. After casting one last glance at the altar, it began to move toward the landing pad. "Stop it!" The man in the black robe bellowed, summoning 3 ferocious beasts, the iron bone wolf, the flame scale python, and the thunder claw eagle, all lunging toward the shadow leopard. Just as the shadow leopard found itself cornered by the trio of savage creatures, an icy blue radiance sliced through the ruins. Lin Weier stood at the entrance of the passage, the young ice phoenix on her shoulder, letting out a cry. She formed hand seals, and ice crystals spread forth, creating a semi-arc barrier that kept the pursuers at bay. "Do you wish to pass?" Lin Weier cast a cold glance. "You must first step over my corpse." The iron bone wolf crashed against the barrier, scraping the ice, while the flame scale python exhaled flames that turned to ice and frost. Lin Weier bit her tongue, allowing a droplet of her essence to spill forth. She spread her arms, and the phantom wings of the phoenix materialized, unleashing an ice crystal storm centered around her. Absolute domain, activate. Within a 50-meter radius, the air became stagnant. All hostile entities froze in their tracks, frost forming upon their skin. The thunderclaw eagle's wings solidified, plummeting to the ground. The flame scale python curled into a frozen statue. The iron bone wolf's body stiffened, collapsing to the earth. The passage for the pursuers was utterly sealed. Lin Weier gasped for breath, casting her gaze toward the indistinct figure in the distant ruins, her voice barely a whisper. "If you dare to die, I shall incinerate your soul." The shadow leopard, dragging its wounded body, rushed to the edge of the landing pad. Qin Feng struggled to rise, every movement akin to being sawn by a blunt blade through his ribs. He staggered forward, his goal clear, the city lord's flagship. That was the only vessel capable of evacuating 100 souls. But as he approached, The cockpit flickered with a red light. The voice cold. Self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Energy severed. Countdown 3 minutes. Damn it, Qin Feng muttered under his breath, punching the hatch. The system interface materialized in his consciousness. Possession cooldown in progress. Remaining countdown insufficient. 59. 58. Not enough. There was no time. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng bit his tongue again, letting blood stain his palm. The system interface trembled, presenting a new option. Force Devour consumes 10 system energy points. Can perform unconditional devour on a dying target. Change. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Confirming consumption, Force Devour permissions activated. Qin Feng raised his head, his gaze locking onto the altar. The remains of the golden horned rhinoceros lay amidst the ruins. Its head severed, its horns shattered, yet the aura of a king lingered. It had once been the city lord's most formidable battle pet, at the pinnacle of bronze. Nearly king-grade. Dragging his injured body, Qin Feng crawled toward it, each movement leaving a trail of blood. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Qin Feng collapsed beside the remains of the golden horned rhinoceros, placing his hands upon the severed head, roaring, "Devour." The system roared to life. A colossal surge of beastly essence flooded into his body, wild, dense, and indomitable. Qin Feng's bones creaked audibly, and dark golden patterns emerged beneath his skin, spreading like armor. Talent acquisition successful. Diamond charge, passive. Defense increased by 300 during a charge, capable of breaking a force of 10,000. Energy shield, active. Coalesces energy to form a shield. Lasting 5 seconds. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Bloodline extraction complete. Essence of the king-class golden horned rhinoceros, injected into the shadow leopard's soul space. The shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head. Its charred fur shedding, revealing a new coat that shimmered with a metallic sheen, its limbs swelling with muscle, and golden light blazing in its eyes. Qin Feng's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, pouring the last vestige of his consciousness into the system. Activate the City Lord's flagship's energy core. Engage self-destruct protocol. The spaceship's engines roared to life, and the cabin doors slowly opened. Go, Qin Feng commanded in a low voice. And the shadow leopard immediately dashed towards the civilian assembly area, urging the survivors aboard. Lin Weier stood at the end of the frozen passage. Cracks beginning to appear on the icy surface, when suddenly, one of the Crimson Scale guards raised a flaming long sword and brought it down with tremendous force. In an instant, the ice shattered explosively, sending shards flying in all directions. She turned to look in Qin Feng's direction, where he was half kneeling at the spaceship's entrance. Clutching the cabin wall, on the verge of collapse. Lin Weier, take the last 10 aboard. Qin Feng raised his head, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Lin Weier was taken aback. Qin Feng had never spoken to her in such a tone. And you? She inquired. I will hold them off, Qin Feng replied, wiping the corner of his mouth, his gaze steely. You hold off what? Lin Weier shouted angrily. Ice crystals forming at her fingertips. If you dare to die, I will freeze the engines immediately, and everyone will perish with you. Qin Feng paused, then forced a smile. Fine, I will stay alive. Is that acceptable? Hurry aboard. Lin Weier, seeing the determination in Qin Feng's eyes, felt her worries ease slightly. With a huff, she turned and waved her hand. And the last batch of civilians surged into the spaceship. Just as the last of the civilians were about to board, the moment Lin Weier stepped onto the gangway, the frozen passage exploded completely, and dozens of Crimson Scale guards charged out, lunging for the ship. Qin Feng took a deep breath to steady himself. His gaze fixed intently on the figure in the black robe. Thinking of escaping, he sneered, as the staff thrust toward Qin Feng's throat, though the sacrifice was severed. Your life must remain. Qin Feng retreated with all his might, the black-robed figure relentlessly pursuing him. At that moment, an ice blade suddenly shot out from within the spaceship, piercing through the black-robed figure's wrist, causing the staff to fly from his grasp. The black-robed figure let out a furious roar, reaching for Qin Feng's neck. Runes spreading across his body, his aura swelling. Lin Weier stood inside the cabin, commanding, get down. A chilling presence enveloped Qin Feng, making it difficult for him to breathe. The black-robed figure's aura was clearly on the verge of desperation. Qin Feng smirked coldly, raising his hand to press against the black-robed figure's chest, activating forced absorption. The black-robed figure's body convulsed and withered as Qin Feng sifted through the chaotic torrent of information, extracting critical details such as otherworldly coordinates and the sacrificial ritual. He gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain of surging energy within him, desperately sorting through the information, each detail piercing his mind like a thorn. Yet he could not afford to give up. Suddenly, a particular energy frequency captured his attention. Precisely the same as the 0735 Hz detected in the remnants of the golden-horned rhinoceros soul. This revelation sparked a glimmer of peculiarity in his gaze. Before he could ponder further, the figure cloaked in black collapsed with a resounding crash, disintegrating into ashes. The hatch sealed completely, and the spaceship's engines roared to full power, ascending slowly into the sky. Qin Feng collapsed onto the ground, while the shadow leopard lay feebly beside him. Observing this, Lin Weier hurried over, crouching to place her hand on his forehead. The heat was intense. Lin Weier frowned. "He won't die," Qin Feng murmured, eyes closed, his voice faint. "You can scold me once we reach the safe zone." Lin Weier said nothing, merely holding his hand gently. As the spacecraft broke through the clouds, the city of Starfire below blazed like a solitary island on the brink of submersion. Inside the cockpit, a system interface displayed a notification: divine residue detected. Source recorded: Shadow Leopard's counterattack moment, rune resonance. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, gazing out at the crimson clouds outside the viewport, whispering, "I have noted this game." Following his gaze, Lin Weier saw a slender golden thread flicker deep within the clouds. She furrowed her brow. "What is that?" Qin Feng did not respond. He merely raised his hand, the golden patterns on his palm radiating warmth. Chapter 35. The Encirclement Crisis. Shortly after the spaceship departed from Starfire City, a piercing alarm blared, causing the vessel to tremble violently amidst the cacophony of the engine's roar. The bloodstains on the viewport were stretched into elongated crimson lines by the airflow. While Qin Feng's fingers remained pressed against the control panel, his expression grave. The alarms blared incessantly. Southeast direction, 3 o'clock position, missile trajectory locked. Lin Weier's voice called from behind, breathless. She knelt at the hatch, her icy phoenix wings slightly unfurled, frost crystals forming a fine mist in the air. Qin Feng did not turn. He closed his eyes, establishing a soul link that allowed him to tap into the Shadow Leopard's perception. The high-altitude air currents were chaotic, with 7 red dots closing in from various angles, forming a circular encirclement. The shield will not hold for 37 seconds. Qin Feng opened his eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Shadow Leopard, maintain vigilance in the high altitude, mark the moving nodes. The Shadow Leopard crouched on the exterior of the engine compartment, its fur glistening with a metallic sheen, eyes shimmering with golden light. It let out a low growl as its shadow perception expanded, revealing the enemy unit's types, speeds, and weapon loads in Qin Feng's mind. His pupils narrowed. There was no time for further inquiry. Southeast direction, 2 teams are not yet formed, 3-second interval. Qin Feng raised his hand, pointing toward the viewport. Lin Weier, once the Shadow Leopard tears through their formation, release, frostfall, immediately, to freeze the thrusters. Lin Weier gritted her teeth. "I've just used absolute zero, and the energy reserves are down to 40%. You need not exert yourself," Qin Feng interrupted. "Just 3 seconds." Before his words fell silent, the Shadow Leopard had already leapt forth. Its limbs surged with power, shadows tearing through the air. Fiery claws tracing a golden arc across the night sky as it lunged toward the flank of the enemy's lead aircraft. Target acquired. Intercept. The enemy Beastmaster roared, unleashing a chain-like energy beam that transformed into the light domain chains, swiftly ensnaring the Shadow Leopard's limbs. The Shadow Leopard's movements faltered, forcibly yanked back into the air. An opportunity arose. 3 enemy Gale Falcons dove in, their missile bays opening to lock onto the spaceship's engine. Lin Weier formed hand seals, summoning the Ice Phoenix's cry as an icy storm began to materialize. Yet, Qin Feng abruptly stood, staggering slightly, pressing his palm firmly against the Shadow Leopard's forehead. He understood the urgency of the moment. The stalemate must be shattered swiftly, or the spaceship would face dire peril. Despite his extreme weakness, he resolved to exert every ounce of strength. Shatter it. The residual beast soul energy within Qin Feng was forcibly extracted, transformed into a psychic surge that surged through the connection straight into the Shadow Leopard's consciousness. With a resounding explosion, the light domain chains shattered inch by inch. The Shadow Leopard's eyes flared with golden light, its limbs suddenly gaining power, shadows ripping through flames as its claws pierced the cockpit of the command ship, while another claw swept away 2 Gale Falcons. Now, Qin Feng commanded firmly. Lin Wire pressed down forcefully. The ice phoenix unfurled its wings, and a torrential downpour of ice crystals descended, accurately enveloping the thrusters of the two enemy aircraft. A layer of frost rapidly formed, extinguishing their engines and sending them into a spiraling descent. The spaceship seized the moment to ascend, its shield levels rising to 41. The first wave was broken. Lin Wire gasped, her fingertips shattering with ice crystals. However, Qin Feng remained fixated on the visions in his mind, his brow furrowed. Not yet over. No sooner had he thought this than alarms blared again. Warning. From the 6 o'clock direction, 3 groups of high-speed units are approaching. Missiles launched in unison. Locking onto the cockpit, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, his pupils constricting. 6 high-explosive energy missiles formed a fan-shaped trajectory, overwhelming the shield's capacity to withstand such concentrated fire. To make matters worse, his energy reserves were depleted. The Shadow Leopard had just undergone an explosive transformation, and the edges of the Ice Phoenix's wings shimmered with abnormal golden veins, indicating an unstable bloodline fusion. Rely on brute force? Qin Feng scoffed. How naive. He slammed his palm onto the control panel, cranking the spaceship's engine power to its maximum while commanding the Shadow Leopard to crash into the debris on the left. The Shadow Leopard hesitated for a moment, but did not falter, leaping directly towards the wreckage of an enemy aircraft that had just been destroyed. Has it gone mad? Lin Wire exclaimed in shock. In the instant of the wreckage explosion, the Shadow Leopard was hurled by the shockwave, its life signs plummeting as it entered a near-death state. Qin Feng pressed his palm down, a surge of devouring power coursing through him. A lightness flooded his limbs. Qin Feng's eyes brightened, instantly issuing a command. Shadow Leopard, harness the power of the gale and launch a surprise attack on the enemy command ship's flank. The Shadow Leopard slightly spread its wings, its form like lightning, gliding through the explosive airflow, seamlessly entering the blind spot of the enemy command ship. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the command ship was jolted off its course. Its missile launch array misaligned, and 2 missiles narrowly grazed the spaceship's tail before hurtling into the distance. Lock onto the launch unit. Qin Feng lunged towards the weapon control panel, his fingers flying over the controls. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed as his instinctive combat ability, the instant dash skill, activated. In the expanse of the battlefield, the trajectory of the enemy missile launcher was rendered into a ghostly afterimage, and the predicted coordinates were swiftly locked. Boom! The ship's secondary cannon struck with precision, obliterating the enemy launch unit into a fiery explosion. A breach appeared in the encirclement. Ascend into the stratosphere. Qin Feng roared. The ship's engines roared to life, its body tilting as it surged into the heights. Lin Wire leaned against the cabin wall, still catching her breath. Did you just let the Shadow Leopard crash into the explosion intentionally? What other option did we have? Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smirk on his lips. Wait until they turn us into pulp? You used it as bait. Lin Wire's voice rose sharply. I am its master. Qin Feng slowly turned his head, his gaze unwavering and frigid, softly stating, this is its only path to survival. Lin Wire, do you not comprehend? Lin Wire faltered, her fingertips trembling with icy dread. At that moment, the power of devouring once more deciphered fragments of memory. Qin Feng's expression darkened. 30 minutes. He looked out the porthole, seeing the clouds roiling, where several enormous shadows loomed on the horizon, rapidly approaching. It is not an encirclement. He murmured, it is a delay. Lin Wire approached, following his gaze, her complexion shifting. Are you suggesting there is something larger? Qin Feng did not respond. His palm pressed against the control console, the golden patterns radiating heat, with only 8 energy points remaining. The Shadow Leopard lay beside him, its breath heavy, its metallic fur dull. The golden patterns on the wings of the Ice Phoenix still flickered, their frequency in sync with Qin Feng's palm. So what if the mothership arrives? Qin Feng suddenly laughed. They have forgotten that my greatest strength has never been in fleeing. He closed his eyes, once more establishing a soul connection to scan the battlefield. To the southeast, the remaining enemy aircraft were regrouping. In the northwest corner, a reconnaissance-type Wind Falcon was stealthily closing in, attempting to mark the ship's coordinates. Directly overhead, deep within the clouds, a faint source energy fluctuation was subtly stirring. Qin Feng opened his eyes, pointing northwest. Shadow Leopard, go and extract that eye for me. The Shadow Leopard let out a low growl, its limbs tensing, preparing to leap forth. Wait. Lin Wire suddenly reached out to stop him. If you push it to fight continuously, it will perish. If it does not die, we shall. Qin Feng's voice was calm. You must choose one. Lin Wire froze. Qin Feng bypassed her, approaching the cabin door, resting his hand against the metallic wall, his gaze icy. Shadow Leopard, carry out the command. I demand the remnants of that wind falcon's soul. The Shadow Leopard glanced at him, then turned and leaped into the night sky. The wind falcon sensed the danger, immediately ascending and releasing disruptive smoke. Yet the Shadow Leopard did not pursue. Instead, it dove, gliding beneath the clouds, suddenly accelerating. Its form ghostly as it circled behind the wind falcon. Its claws tore through the cockpit. The beast master of the wind falcon screamed in vain as his head was pierced. The Shadow Leopard seized the wind falcon's beast companion with a claw, allowing it to plummet while it itself flipped back, landing steadily atop the ship. Qin Feng placed his palm upon its head. The power of devouring surged once more. Above the ruins of Starlight City, a colossal mothership slowly emerged from the folds of space, its lower hatches opening to reveal a multitude of waiting aerial units. Qin Feng's gaze turned icy. 30 minutes? They are already en route. Lin Wire approached him, her voice a low murmur. What shall we do next? Qin Feng did not glance at her, his eyes fixed on the encroaching shadows in the distance. What to do? He scoffed coldly. Do they intend to encircle me? He raised his hand, the golden patterns on his palm glowing fiercely. Let them witness who the true hunter is. The Shadow Leopard slowly rose, its metallic fur bristling, eyes shining like gold. The Ice Phoenix spread its wings, crystals of ice interwoven with golden patterns, emitting a deep, resonant call. The ship's engines roared to life. Weapon systems primed to full power. Qin Feng pointed toward the dark figures in the sky, his voice sharp as a blade. Shadow Leopard, conceal yourself in the heights and execute a rear assault. Lin Wire, prepare Frostfall, await my signal. I want them. Not a single one shall return alive. Before he finished speaking, a crimson beam suddenly shot from the distant shadows, hurtling toward the ship's cockpit. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, instinct kicking in. The predicted trajectory materialized. He lunged toward the control panel, his finger pressing the launch button. The secondary cannon roared. Two beams collided in midair, erupting in a blinding flash. The ship trembled violently. Shield levels plummeting to 12. They have locked onto us. Lin Wire exclaimed. Yet Qin Feng only smiled. Excellent. He raised his hand, the golden patterns scorching hot against his palm. Since you wish to fight, do not blame me for casually taking your mothership's coordinates. Chapter 36. Not yet concluded. The ship's violent tremors gradually stabilized, shield levels painstakingly climbing from 12 to 37, the engine compartment emitting faint metallic cooling pops. Although they had temporarily evaded the mothership's direct threat, Qin Feng knew well that this contest was far from over. His palm remained pressed against the control panel, the searing pain from the golden patterns lingering on his fingertips, as if a heated needle had pierced into his very marrow. He remained still, his breath shallow, as if any movement might tear apart the already depleted energy conduits within him. The target has exited the lock-on range, Lin Wire's voice sounded, weary yet steadier than before. She leaned against the edge of the medical chamber, her fingers trembling slightly. The Ice Phoenix coiled at her feet, its wing patterns still pulsating. Like some unquiet heartbeat, Qin Feng slowly lifted his gaze, scanning the charred remnants of the golden-horned rhinoceros beside the control panel. Its head was shattered, yet a dim golden aura continued to swirl at its chest, the energy core of a royal battle pet, not yet fully dissipated. Qin Feng extended his hand, pressing his palm against the glowing aura. A torrent of scorching energy surged into him, nearly severing his arm. A metallic taste filled his throat, but he forced it down. He had no time for healing, nor the luxury of weakness. Shadow Leopard, Qin Feng called softly. The Shadow Leopard, crouched at the engine compartment's entrance, twitched its ears but did not turn back. Its fur was charred black, its limbs trembled, and a thin barrier of shadow energy enveloped its surface, steadily absorbing the overload source energy leaking from the engine. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, forcibly injecting half of the pure source energy he had just extracted into the soul space. The Shadow Leopard's breathing stabilized slightly, and the golden light in its eyes began to coalesce once more. Hold on, Qin Feng murmured, not in comfort, but as a command. He turned to Lin Wire, his voice as cold as a blade scraping against metal. Open the Phoenix's beak. Lin Wire froze, her gaze suddenly wary. What are you planning? It's about to explode. Qin Feng stepped forward, retrieving a dark red crystal. The source energy crystal refined from the body of a bloody horned rhinoceros, its scent still reeking of blood. The bloodline surged. If it wasn't suppressed soon, it would ignite spontaneously, turning you to ash. Lin Weier fixed her eyes on the crystal, her fingers tightening. What gives you the right to decide its fate? Because I am the only one who can save it now, Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Seizing the ice phoenix by the neck, forcibly prying its mouth open and shoving the crystal inside. You. Lin Weier lunged forward, but Qin Feng blocked her with one hand. If you wish for its demise, you could act now, he stated, his gaze devoid of emotion. Only the stark reality reflected within. But if it survives, it will emerge stronger. Choose. The ice phoenix struggled violently, a low growl emanating from its throat as golden patterns on its wings rapidly spread, nearly enveloping its entire body. Suddenly, it threw back its head and let out a cry, its body convulsing as the golden patterns receded like a tide, revealing a faint, ethereal silhouette of a phoenix within the depths of its pupils. In the next moment, it lowered its head and gently nuzzled Qin Feng's wrist. Lin Weier stood frozen. Qin Feng released his grip and turned toward the control console, his voice flat. Engine overload. Speed is decreasing. If we delay for another 10 seconds, the mothership's pursuit team will reacquire our signal. Are you so sure it won't backfire? Lin Weier finally spoke, her voice softer. I consume enemies, Qin Feng replied, pulling up the navigation chart, his finger gliding across the screen. Not allies. He flipped his palm, revealing a faint yet stable orb of beast soul energy, the soul fire of the shadow leopard. Though dim, it still flickered with life. It's not dead, Qin Feng observed her. The way I ensure its survival differs from your expectations. Lin Weier fell silent. Outside the porthole, the clouds grew increasingly sparse as the morning light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the spacecraft's surface. The alarm lights extinguished, and the hum of the oxygen circulation system resumed its normal operation within the cabin. Are we safe? Lin Weier inquired. For now, Qin Feng replied, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, where the outline of the mothership had completely vanished beneath the clouds. 30 minutes prior, they had aimed to obliterate them with missiles. Now, they had lost even the tracking signal. He withdrew his hand. Though little remained, the energy was sufficient. Closing his eyes, he felt the soul link sweep through the shadow leopard, stabilizing its injuries and restoring its source energy. The ice phoenix's condition also began to stabilize. The bloodline upheaval forcibly suppressed, even showing faint signs of evolution. She suddenly spoke, her voice slightly trembling. I do not hate you. Qin Feng paused momentarily, not turning back. However, if you continue in this manner, do not blame me for turning against you. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as he placed his hand upon the metal door frame, the golden veins on his palm flickering momentarily. Very well, he replied, speak again when you can best me. The hatch sealed shut. The medical bay fell silent once more, save for the faint breaths of the frost phoenix. Lin Weier leaned against the wall, eyes closed. Yet Qin Feng's earlier words echoed in her mind. Only by living can one engage in discussions of right and wrong. She suddenly perceived that the justice and compassion she had steadfastly upheld felt like a farcical performance in such dire straits. And he, all along, had done but one thing: to win. To win was to survive. To lose meant losing even the right to speak. She opened her eyes, gazing out at the gradually brightening sky through the porthole, whispering softly, "Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, within the control room, Qin Feng sat in the main command chair, fingers gliding across the console as he summoned fragmented memories of the golden-horned rhinoceros's remnant soul. The images were indistinct, revealing only a few frames of the city lord standing before an altar, engaged in hushed conversation with a cloaked figure. The intermittent voice of the Master God system echoed. Blue Star is merely the beginning. The footage abruptly halted. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. The Master God system? His fingertips danced across the screen, attempting to extract further information. Yet to no avail. Intriguing, he murmured to himself. Is there someone behind the city lord? He closed the console and reclined in his chair, seeking solace with closed eyes. Only 8 energy points remained, and both Shadow Leopard and Frost Phoenix required time to recuperate. The spacecraft also needed repairs. This was not the moment for inquiries. Yet, he would remember. He never forgot a single debt. Half an hour later, the ship entered a secure flight path, automatic navigation activated, and the cabin lights dimmed to a soft glow. Qin Feng rose and made his way to the engine room. Shadow Leopard lay on the ground, breathing steadily, its fur restored to a metallic sheen. Sensing his approach, it lifted its head and let out a low growl. Holding firm, Qin Feng crouched down, placing his palm atop its head. Next time, do not make me wager your life. Shadow Leopard squinted its eyes and gently nudged his hand with its head. Qin Feng paused momentarily before smirking coldly. Very well, I shall take that as a sign of understanding. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly sensed an unusual surge of energy lingering in the fragmented memories of the golden-horned rhinoceros. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. This fluctuation was familiar. He had sensed something akin to it before the energy tower's detonation amidst the ruins of Starshine City. It was no mere coincidence. He sprang to his feet and swiftly returned to the control console, calling up the navigation chart, tracing his finger over the coordinates of Starshine City, inputting frequency scans. The screen flickered, revealing a faint red dot pulsating deep within the city lord's mansion. So it was. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. The portal had not fully closed, and they were awaiting the next activation. Fixating on that light, the golden veins in his palm began to thrum anew. This game, I have noted. He turned and strode towards the hatch. Outside the door, Lin Wire stood at the end of the corridor, holding a source energy crystal as if contemplating a repair. Is there something you need? Qin Feng inquired. She lifted her gaze, her expression intricate. How much longer can the spaceship fly? Long enough to reach the next safe zone. Qin Feng replied. What are you worried about? She did not respond but merely gazed at him, suddenly asking. Did you know all along that there was someone behind the city lord? Qin Feng remained silent for 2 seconds, a slight smile gracing his lips. I inferred some details from that memory fragment, but it has only become clear now. She bit her lip. What do you plan to do? Qin Feng raised his hand, golden patterns flashing in his palm. What do you think? Chapter 37. Hidden Dangers. New journey. The red dot on the porthole vanished. Yet Qin Feng's fingers lingered at the edge of the control panel. He remained motionless, his fingertip pressed against the recently projected spectral diagram. The residual shadow of the 0735 Hz wave still dancing on the screen like a thorn embedded in his nerves. Lin Wire leaned against the medical cabin door, the source energy crystal in her hand having shattered into dust, which cascaded through her fingers. Qin Feng, you altered the flight path without authorization. Lin Wire's tone was cold, imbued with a hint more chill than before. Qin Feng retracted his hand, the light screen retracting automatically as the flight trajectory shifted to deep space scanning mode. The old coordinates were marked. They know we will head to the safe zone, he stated. So you intend to fly towards that rift? Lin Wire stepped forward, the icy wings of the Phoenix of Frost slightly unfurling at her feet, frost creeping an inch across the ground. You have no idea what lies within. I do. Qin Feng turned to face her, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wire, speaking in a grave tone. It harbors secrets they desperately wish to conceal. Before he could finish, an alarm shattered the silence within the cabin. It was not a red light, but purple, signifying unknown energy erosion. Qin Feng leapt to the control panel, the Shadow Leopard darting from the shadows of the engine compartment, its limbs striking the ground with a metallic tremor. Its pupils narrowed into slits, golden patterns flickering beneath its fur. There are 3, positioned at the edge of the high-dimensional rift. Qin Feng fixed his eyes on the detection screen, his brow furrowed. These are not naturally occurring beasts. Their attack patterns exhibit distinct guiding characteristics. Lin Wire gritted her teeth, the Phoenix of Frost instantly spreading its wings, ice crystals forming sharp blades in the air. Qin Feng, are you planning to use us as bait again? I'm designating you as an early warning system. Qin Feng retorted with a cold laugh. If it bites you, you can still freeze it. If it bites me, I can only spit blood. Lin Wire's pupils constricted, and before she could retort, the spaceship jolted violently. The shield value plummeted from 37 to 19, 3 dark shadows brushing closely against the hull. The sound of their wing membranes scraping against the armor was painfully shrill. Shadow Leopard, Qin Feng called sharply. The Shadow Leopard instantly vanished, transforming into a shadow that adhered to the outer wall. Phoenix of Frost, target the one on the left wing. Do not let it approach the energy node. Qin Feng's fingers glided across the control panel, bringing up the tactical projection. It is searching for weaknesses, not for a kill. Lin Wire remained silent, the Phoenix of Frost emitting a clear cry as frost spread out from the porthole, forming a spiral array of ice spikes on the exterior of the vessel. The shadow on the left suddenly reversed, pierced by a sharp spike at the wing root, crashing thunderously against the edge of the shield. It hit. Lin Wire exclaimed softly. Qin Feng focused intently on the energy readings. It appeared to be absorbing the residual souls. Seizing the opportunity, the second beast collided with the starboard side, causing the shield's value to plummet below 10. Lin Wire. Qin Feng bellowed. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, releasing a torrent of frost as ice shards rained down, impaling the second beast against the shield's surface. As its body disintegrated, the beast's soul attempted to infiltrate once more. Anticipating this, Qin Feng activated the forced devour mechanism, directing the soul fire into the system's isolation zone. A third one, Lin Wire suddenly spoke, her voice taut, as if conveying a crucial message. Qin Feng whirled around to see the final beast not attacking, but hovering 100 meters away, its head slightly tilted, as if observing them. In the next moment, its soul willingly disintegrated, transforming into a gray mist that surged towards the ice phoenix. Stop it! Qin Feng lunged towards Lin Wire. It was too late. The mist penetrated the phoenix's body, causing Lin Wire to stiffen, her knees buckling, her pupils losing focus. Lin Wire. Qin Feng grasped her wrist, his palm glowing with golden patterns as he forcibly connected to her soul link. Images exploded in Qin Feng's mind. Ice and fire raged, tearing the earth apart. And at the center of the chasm stood a colossal gate, inscribed with incomplete runes. One rune matched precisely with the emblem on the robe of the dark-cloaked figure in the golden-horned rhino's memory. It is waiting for you. Lin Wire's lips moved faintly, her voice echoing from afar. Not a prey, but a key. Qin Feng pinched her tiger's mouth tightly, and the ice phoenix emitted a mournful cry as the gray mist was forcibly expelled. The shadow leopard shattered the mist with a swipe, obliterating it. Lin Wire collapsed to the ground, and Qin Feng supported her shoulder. What did you see? He inquired, his gaze locked onto her. She breathed heavily. Raising her eyes, the gate is about to open. They are calling for the strong to enter. Who is summoning them? But they seem to hold a fear of you. Lin Wire replied with a wry smile. That fragment of consciousness revealed a hint of dread when mentioning you. Qin Feng released her hand and turned towards the control panel. His expression darkened, and he remained silent. The shadow leopard sensed his gaze and growled softly, lowering itself in a gesture of goodwill. Qin Feng crouched down, placing his palm atop its head, golden patterns gradually seeping in. You have something implanted within you, he murmured. Do not fear, I will extract it. The shadow leopard narrowed its eyes, offering no resistance. Lin Wire pushed against the wall to stand, while the ice phoenix gathered its wings, watching Qin Feng warily. Are you going to that gate? Lin Wire asked. No, we are the prey, Qin Feng replied as he summoned the energy reserve panel. Having absorbed the 3 beasts and accrued 15 points of system energy, sufficient for a short-range leap and to reboot the basic defenses. But we all need to recuperate. Lin Wire protested. The leopard's injuries are not healed, and the phoenix's bloodline is still in turmoil. You and I are fine, Qin Feng interjected. No one is going to die. He stood upright, tracing a line on the navigation map, locking in a new coordinate. In the wilderness region's 7th rift, the navigation system had just confirmed its status. Lin Wire turned to Qin Feng and said, a red flash just appeared on the control panel. Did you see it? Indeed. Qin Feng replied with a cold smirk. Someone is tampering with our system. Are you still going? She inquired. It is precisely because someone wishes to prevent my journey that I must proceed, he declared, turning towards the hatch. The safe zone is a dead end. He paused momentarily, a golden pattern shimmering in his palm. Only then is there a chance for survival. Lin Wire remained motionless, the wings of the ice phoenix quivering slightly. Are you not afraid it might be a trap? I am not so easily dispatched, Qin Feng stated, pressing his hand against the doorframe, which emitted a faint metallic sound. However, I am even less inclined to sit idly by. As the hatch slid open, he stepped outside. Lin Wire stood in place, her gaze following Qin Feng until he vanished at the corridor's end. Moments later, she approached the control panel, her fingers hovering over the navigation confirmation key. After a brief hesitation, she pressed it. The course adjustment was complete. As she turned to leave, she suddenly noticed a fine crack in the corner of the console, as if scorched by an object of extreme heat. She reached out to touch it, and a sharp pain shot through her fingertip. Meanwhile, in the engine compartment, the shadow leopard lay low, its fur shimmering with golden patterns. Suddenly, its ears twitched, and a barely perceptible gray-black glimmer flashed in its eyes. In the next moment, it returned to normal. Qin Feng stood before it, his palm pressed against its forehead, the golden patterns slowly merging with its soul link. It's hidden well, he whispered. Wait for me to find an opportunity, and I shall uproot it. As he withdrew his hand and prepared to rise, The shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head and gently nudged his wrist. Qin Feng paused for a moment. "All right," he said with a cold chuckle, "at least you are considerate." He turned towards the maintenance chamber, and at the corridor's end, Lin Wire approached, holding a new energy crystal. "How long can the shield hold?" she asked. "Long enough to reach our destination," Qin Feng replied. "You focus on healing the phoenix's wounds. Do not concern yourself with anything else." She fixed her gaze on him. "Qin Feng, what exactly do you intend to do?" Qin Feng raised his hand, the golden pattern flashing once more. "What do you think?" Chapter 38. Lost. Qin Feng stood before the control panel, fists clenched tightly, determination flickering in his eyes. They had to uncover the answers before their adversaries, even if it meant stepping into the unknown peril. The spaceship trembled violently, crashing against the rocky edge of the seventh rift, sending sparks flying as the metallic exterior warped severely, ultimately becoming wedged between the fractured canyon walls. Qin Feng kicked open the deformed hatch, a cold wind laden with grit rushing in. "Still alive?" he called back, his voice low. Lin Wire rose from the wreckage, the ice phoenix curled upon her shoulder, its wings fluttering slightly. She did not respond, merely casting a glance at Qin Feng, her eyes still bearing the remnants of the earlier psychic shock. "Fatty." Qin Feng turned towards the rear. Here. Luo Xiaopeng emerged from beneath a pile of equipment, clutching a cracked energy box tightly to his chest. "There are 3.5 crystals left." Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping across the depths of the canyon. A thick mist enveloped the surroundings, and a faint blue luminescence seeped from the fissures of the earth, resembling a living circuit pulsating with energy. He raised his hand, the golden patterns on his palm radiating warmth, as if drawn by an unseen force. He moved forward. Qin Feng stepped ahead, while Lin Wire furrowed her brow. "Are we really going in like this? Without even a protective shield? Shall we wait to die?" Qin Feng's stride remained unbroken. "You heard it earlier, they fear me. This indicates that whatever lies within is of value to me." The shadow leopard silently darted forth, gliding along the rock face, its fur shimmering with golden patterns that flickered ominously. Noticing its unease, Qin Feng subtly enhanced their soul connection, a stream of golden light surging through the bond. The shadow leopard stiffened momentarily before letting out a low growl, returning to its usual self. "Conceal yourself," Qin Feng smirked. "Be patient. I will find a place to extract you." Lin Wire could not discern exactly what Qin Feng had said, but she observed a change in his gaze, no longer merely cold, but imbued with an almost ravenous scrutiny. The trio, accompanied by the beast, approached the entrance of the ruins. Before them loomed a colossal metallic door embedded in the mountainside, its surface adorned with undulating patterns reminiscent of veins or circuitry. Frost coalesced in the crevice, the residual essence of the ice phoenix lingering. "This door appears to be alive," Luo Xiaopeng muttered, shrinking back. Qin Feng disregarded him, placing his hand against the door. The golden patterns on his palm lightly brushed against a fragmented rune on the door, emitting a resonant hum that reverberated through the mountain. "It recognizes me." Qin Feng withdrew his hand. "Or perhaps it recognizes this entity." "What do you mean?" Lin Wire inquired, her tone cautious. "It implies," Qin Feng turned back, a slight smile gracing his lips, "that we are not the first to arrive here." Before he could finish, the gap of the door suddenly constricted, the metallic surface rippling like water, distorting and reconfiguring. Lin Wire's complexion changed as her blood surged restlessly within her, the ice phoenix emitting a low whimper. Qin Feng swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Wire, his palm resting against the nape of her neck. The golden patterns spread across her skin, instantly quelling the turmoil within her. "Do not let it affect you." Qin Feng's voice was deep. "You are not its host." "I am." Lin Wire hesitated, wishing to break free, yet she found that the warmth enveloping her instilled an unprecedented sense of calm. "You." Lin Wire began to speak. "Silence." Qin Feng interrupted. "This is not the time for disputes." He then turned to the shadow leopard, commanding, "Burn it." The shadow leopard growled, its fiery claws crashing against the door's crevice. Fire intertwined with shadow, the searing flames infused with a tearing force. The metal emitted a piercing wail, eventually yielding a fissure. Taking advantage of the moment, the ice phoenix unleashed a blast of frigid air, freezing the internal mechanisms. Qin Feng kicked the door, which collapsed inward with a resounding crash. "Move." The three entered the passageway. The walls were as smooth as mirrors, yet marred with fractured runic chains. Suspended in the air were faint particles of blue light, akin to imprisoned source energy. Suddenly, Luo Xiaopeng halted, his energy box vibrating violently, resonating with the fluctuations reminiscent of the energy graveyard from the memories of the golden-horned rhinoceros. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. What did you say? I don't know. It's just a feeling. Luo Xiaopeng scratched his head, but these symbols seem familiar. As if I've seen them before, perhaps burned or exploded and ultimately buried. Qin Feng refrained from further inquiries, fully aware that Luo Xiaopeng's treasure-hunting prowess was infallible. Stay close, he commanded. At the end of the passage lay a crossroads, with 4 paths aglow in crimson light. Which to choose? Lin Weier inquired. No need. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the shadow leopard swiftly transformed into a shadow, darting down the left passage. It will scout ahead, Qin Feng elucidated. We await the signal. Within 10 seconds, an explosion erupted from the left passage, immediately followed by a piercing shriek of metal being torn apart. A trap, Qin Feng scoffed. They certainly do not wish for intruders. What shall we do now? Lin Weier furrowed her brow. We go in reverse, Qin Feng replied, moving towards the right path. The more they attempted to obstruct, the more they felt compelled to advance. As he stepped onto the right path, the ground suddenly gave way. Luo Xiaopeng let out a startled cry as he plummeted downward. Catch him! Lin Weier hurled an ice chain, barely managing to ensnare Luo Xiaopeng's wrist. However, the rock layers continued to crumble, and the ice chain began to fracture. Qin Feng. Lin Weier gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her grip. Qin Feng stood at the edge, motionless. He closed his eyes, instantaneously establishing a soul link, sharing vision with the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard crouched within a crevice 100 meters away, its sight crystal clear. 15 meters to the left, there is a load-bearing pillar. Qin Feng opened his eyes. Lin Weier, hold on for 3 seconds. Qin Feng bolted toward the wall, unleashing his fiery claws with a thunderous crash, shattering the rock to reveal a metal pillar entwined in azure light. He grasped it firmly and yanked with fervor. Crack! The entire passage trembled, halting the collapse. The ice chain remained intact, and Luo Xiaopeng was hoisted back up. How did you know? He gasped. I have eyes, Qin Feng replied, not merely one pair. Lin Weier regarded Qin Feng with a complex expression. In that fleeting moment, he had been stationary, yet seemed to command the entire situation. Onward, Qin Feng stepped forward. The deeper they ventured, the more formidable the beasts became. The first wave comprised mechanical scorpions, followed by bone-winged bats, and then the third wave, a fusion entity. These 3-meter-tall, humanoid aberrations were half metal, half flesh, with a pulsating energy core embedded in their chests. They appeared in droves, unleashing high-frequency shockwaves that pierced through the energy shield. The shield can't withstand it. Lin Weier roared as cracks began to form in the ice shield of the Ice Phoenix. Then do not use the shield, Qin Feng smirked. He raised his hand, and the shadow leopard lunged forth, only to be struck by a shockwave, crashing into the wall. Qin Feng, Lin Weier exclaimed in alarm. Silence. Qin Feng focused on the horde of beasts. Their frequencies oscillated every 3 seconds, with a 0.7-second silence in between. Can you hear it? I can see it. Qin Feng pointed to the faint ripples in the air. Ice can reflect it. Lin Weier immediately comprehended. You want me to cover the ground with ice crystals. Qin Feng interrupted. I require their frequency to be fed back. The Ice Phoenix let out a resonant cry, and ice crystals spread like a spider's web. As the next wave of shockwaves surged forth, they were reflected by the icy surface, creating resonance among the beasts. One creature's core abruptly detonated, crashing to the ground. Now's our chance, Qin Feng surged forward. Shadow ambush. In an instant, Qin Feng penetrated the heart of the beast horde, delivering a powerful blow that shattered the skull of an alien creature. As it writhed in its death throes, its soul dissipated into the air. Qin Feng placed his hand upon its chest, energy surging into its body. Indeed, it was an outsider, he mused with a cold smile. Raising his hand, he unleashed a wave of energy, resonating with golden patterns in his palm, which expanded outward in a reverse frequency. The remaining cores of the beasts throbbed violently, causing 2 to explode on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Weier unleashed Frostfall, piercing the last creature with an ice spear. Silence enveloped the battlefield. You've grown stronger, Lin Weier murmured. Not enough, Qin Feng replied, fixated on the energy in his palm, realizing it was insufficient even to unlock a door. Suddenly, Luo Xiaopeng crawled out from a pile of debris, clutching a glowing crystal. This can repair a spaceship. Or detonate it. Qin Feng took it, feeling its warmth in his palm. A fine treasure, he squinted, deciding to keep it for a critical moment. What are you planning to blow up? Lin Weier inquired. Those who wish to live should refrain from asking, Qin Feng retorted, turning to continue onward. At the end of the passage was a circular hall, dominated by a massive energy core suspended in the center. Its surface adorned with patterns akin to those on Qin Feng's palm. It awaits me, he whispered. Suddenly, the shadow panther let out a low growl, its golden patterns flickering intensely beneath its fur. Sensing something amiss, Qin Feng tightened his soul link. Do not move, he cautioned. It seeks to awaken what lies within you. Lin Weier gazed at the core. Are you truly going to touch it? Without responding, Qin Feng approached step by step. At the moment his hand reached out, the core trembled violently, its golden patterns resonating with his palm, and the entire relic emitted a deep rumble. The crystal in Luo Xiaopeng's grasp became exceedingly hot, and then an unknown liquid seeped from it, falling to the ground and instantly corroding a small hole that emitted blue smoke. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng's gaze hardened. I must touch it to unravel this mystery. Slowly, he extended his finger, just an inch away from the core. Chapter 39. The hidden threat. In an instant, Qin Feng's fingertip precisely struck the suspended energy core. There was no explosion, no backlash of energy, only a profound silence, as if time itself had been stolen. Then, the golden patterns in his palms surged like living serpents, racing up his arm, the golden light coursing beneath his skin as if ignited by his very blood. The entire hall shook, and the suspended core exploded into countless motes of light, all of which converged into Qin Feng's brow. Ugh, he groaned, his knees buckling slightly, yet he managed to remain upright. His mind felt as though an entire galaxy had been thrust into it, fragments of information crashing against his consciousness. Metallic altars, clandestine meetings in dark robes, burial rites in the energy graveyard, and the dying memories of a golden-horned rhinoceros, all intertwining and threatening to tear his sanity apart. Qin Feng, Lin Weier cried out, her ice phoenix wings erupting as she instinctively lunged forward. At that moment, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar, spewing forth tendrils of pitch-black mist that surged forth with alarming speed. The black mist coalesced, moving like a living entity, swiftly sealing all exits. Luo Xiaopeng, clutching the energy core box, scrambled backward, exclaiming, this thing can devour energy. No sooner had he spoken than a wisp of black mist brushed against his arm. His shield barely activated before it was corroded away, leaving his skin charred in an instant. Luo Xiaopeng screamed in agony, nearly dropping his grip. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, forcefully suppressing the chaos in his mind. With a flick of his palm, the power of devouring erupted. Whatever comes, I shall consume it all. Qin Feng charged forward, his hand striking fiercely against the nearest black mist. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, the energy clashed, and his consumption was obstructed. How dare this thing attempt to devour me? The black mist, undaunted by the act of consumption, began to erode in reverse from the point of contact. A chilling consciousness slithering into the link of his soul like a venomous serpent. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its body convulsing, the golden patterns flickering sporadically. Seeking death, Qin Feng scoffed coldly, severing the link and injecting a surge of energy into the shadow leopard to stabilize the situation. He closed his eyes, his consciousness delving deep, relying on his own experience to unravel the mysteries of the black mist. In an instant, fragmented information flooded his mind, the carrier's destruction, residual consciousness seeking communication, energy from the seventh sequence guardian. The experiment spiraled out of control, sealed, requiring a host, needing source energy, assimilation, eternal life, intermittent and distorted. Much like a poor signal filled with twisted desires. Seeking help? How presumptuous. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, having just attempted to consume his consciousness. Does it take him for a fool? He ceased his defenses and actively released a fragment of his consciousness into the black mist, feigning weakness. The black mist, predictably, took the bait, coalescing into an indistinct humanoid form, arms outstretched, emitting a sharp mental wave. Invader, relinquish your resistance. Assimilation equals eternal life. Lin Weier was swept by the wave, the ice phoenix swiftly raising its head, unleashing an icy gust that instantly froze the passage ahead, sealing off the shadow leopard's path as well. Lin Weier, Qin Feng called out, restrain the phoenix. It is exploiting your emotional vulnerability. Lin Weier trembled, biting her lip and retracting the source energy. The ice phoenix emitted a low murmur, its wings folding. Simultaneously, Qin Feng fully opened his soul connection, pulling the shadow leopard from its frozen state. Seeking to assimilate me? Qin Feng glared at the black mist humanoid, a glint of cold light surging in his eyes. I shall dismantle you first. He unleashed all his power, the force of devouring acting like a spear, thrusting along the consciousness link in reverse. The black mist humanoid froze, letting out a silent shriek. Qin Feng's consciousness sliced into its logical core, severing its control. I have accepted your plea for help. Now I shall speak. The black mist writhed violently, dissipating. In the moment of its dissolution, a string of light points lingered in the air. Qin Feng, with his acute perception, noticed the information within the light points, paying little heed, only feeling the golden patterns in his palm radiate warmth, a resonance left from the earlier confrontation. Luo Xiaopeng collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What on earth is this? He looked down at the crystal in his hand, now completely shattered, leaving only remnants that burned hot. No, he murmured. I have heard this voice in my dreams, more than once. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, about to inquire further when the ground shook once more. From the central fissure where the black mist had surged forth, a spiral metal staircase collapsed into view, runes flickering, emanating an eerie gravitational pull as if it sought to extract souls. Lin Weier took a half-step back. This doesn't resemble a relic, it looks like a tomb. Be it a tomb or a treasury, Qin Feng scoffed coldly. I shall seize the qualification to enter with my life. He raised his hand, directing the golden patterns towards the first-level rune. Golden light spread, extinguishing the runes one by one. A deep, pulsing sound resonated from the staircase's end, synchronizing with Qin Feng's heartbeat. Intriguing, Qin Feng murmured. He stepped down, the shadow leopard closely following, the golden patterns stabilizing and flickering, purging the corruption. Lin Weier gritted her teeth and followed, the ice phoenix shrinking onto her shoulder, its wings trembling slightly, no longer restless. Luo Xiaopeng hesitated for a moment, picking up the remnants of the box and stumbling forward to catch up. The staircase descended into unfathomable depths, its walls adorned with ancient reliefs. Within a colossal metal vessel, a human form lay submerged, connected by countless tubes, each container meticulously marked with a sequence number. First sequence, third sequence, seventh sequence. Qin Feng's gaze swept over them, suddenly halting at the last relief. The features of the body within the vessel were indistinct, yet its outline bore a striking resemblance to his own. A coincidence? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of any unusual disturbances. As he stepped down the final stair, the shadow leopard emitted a low growl, its pupils flickering with a fleeting stream of data. Qin Feng sensed something amiss and turned back, asking, "What is it?" The shadow leopard shook its head, rubbing against his leg. "It's nothing." Frowning, Qin Feng chose not to press further. Before him stood a metal door, its surface smooth as a mirror, featuring a central indentation for a palm print. He raised his hand, poised to press it. "Wait," Lin Weier interjected. "This door possesses a life force." Qin Feng paused, closing his eyes as his consciousness extended like a blade, probing the essence within the door. Indeed, there was something inside, not mechanical, nor biological, but a dormant consciousness. Faint yet orderly, akin to a programmed sentinel. "You are not the first to arrive here," the consciousness suddenly spoke within Qin Feng's mind. "But you are the first capable of awakening me." Qin Feng scoffed coldly. "So, are you waiting for me to join you, or to eliminate me? Either will suffice." The consciousness replied calmly, "Provided you can pass the trial." "What trial?" "Survive." Without further ado, Qin Feng pressed his palm against the indentation. The moment the golden patterns on his hand made contact with the door, it writhed open. A chilling gust rushed forth, carrying the metallic tang of rust and the stench of blood. Behind the door lay a vast chamber. At its center, a half-mechanical, half-flesh body floated, its chest embedded with a pulsating energy core, adorned with golden patterns identical to those on Qin Feng's palm. The body slowly opened its eyes, mechanical pupils locking onto Qin Feng. "I have awaited your arrival." Qin Feng, transfixed by those luminous eyes, felt the golden patterns on his palm grow unbearably hot. Chapter 40. The soul returns. As the metal door swung open with a resounding crash, a frigid wind, reeking of rust and blood, swept over him. The half-mechanical body suspended in the center of the chamber abruptly opened its crimson mechanical eyes, its gaze like chains ensnaring Qin Feng. Its voice a raspy electric tremor. "Little mouse, I have awaited you, my prey, for 7 long years. Qin Feng remained immobile at the threshold, his palm scorching as if branded. He sneered at the glowing pupils. 7th sequence? Are you merely playing tricks here? Is that a designation, or merely a grave marker? The mechanical body's pupils narrowed into slits, a cacophony of grinding gears emanating from its chest. I am a sealed remnant soul. If you wish to survive, you must obediently become my new vessel. A vessel? Qin Feng's fingers clenched tightly, the golden patterns surging into the shadow leopard. A low growl emanated from the panther, and beneath its fur, fierce golden patterns surged forth, a strange yet violent energy rebounding towards Qin Feng. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, "You and that wretched black mist are comrades, aren't you? It seeks to devour me, while you yearn to be reborn through me. Assimilation is the most primitive of methods." The core in the mechanical body's chest cracked, spiderweb-like fissures forming as blue tendrils snaked toward Qin Feng's wrist, only to vaporize upon contact with his skin. "All I desire is a stable coffin." Lin Weier unfurled her crystalline wings, pulling Qin Feng back 3 steps in haste. Do not heed his deceitful words. The phoenix fire can incinerate the remnants of his memories, which are replete with the slaughter of humanity. Qin Feng seized her wrist with a deft grip, the golden patterns on his palm radiating from their point of contact. "I am determined to make him speak," he declared, leaning closer as the golden patterns resonated with the energy within the shadow leopard, causing the wall carvings to crack and release plumes of smoke. Sudden visions of 12 human forms, reduced to blood mist by searing heat, flickered before him, their identifiers extinguishing sequentially from 1 to 7. Luo Xiaopeng collided with the stone wall, trembling as he exclaimed, "This is a murder scene." The 7th sequence was indeed peculiar. The mechanical body's voice shifted to a seductive tone. "You are the only prey capable of resisting assimilation. Take me with you, and I shall teach you the art of manipulating source energy codes." Qin Feng threw his head back in laughter, the sound reverberating through the room and sending dust cascading from the ceiling. "Are you afraid? Afraid I might dismantle you into pieces and immerse you in formalin?" His fingers splayed wide, the golden patterns twisting into a spiral in his palm. "Wasn't it you who sought a host? Here is your chance. Stop." The mechanical body suddenly shrieked, its suspended form convulsing violently. "Assimilation will obliterate your consciousness. I still possess a modicum of intelligence. I can serve as a strategist or a fighter, but I will never be mere sustenance." "A strategist?" Qin Feng's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, his eyes gleaming with an icy light. "If you cannot save yourself, how can you assist me? I can see your fate." The mechanical body lowered its voice. "The golden patterns in your palm are not an awakening. They have been roused. And I am the only living relic that knows their origin." Qin Feng's pupils constricted sharply as the golden patterns pulsated beneath his skin. He stepped forward, crushing the blood crystals scattered on the ground beneath his boot. "Your essence has turned to ash, and yet you dare to call yourself a relic? You are merely implanted with a sealing core to suppress evil." The mechanical body's chest fissures spread wildly, the seal on the verge of collapse. "If I do not leave now, I will be consumed by the backlash." The light strands from earlier were merely a test connection. "A test?" Qin Feng smirked, the golden patterns creeping along his nose to his brow. "Very well. I shall grant you a chance at survival. Swear your soul to me as the shadow leopard's canine spirit." The mechanical body fell silent, blue light flickering frantically in its pupils. "This is a slave contract. You either serve as a dog or become a source energy point." Qin Feng's dagger-like fingers pierced through the blue light, taunting. "Do you think I wouldn't dare to repeat the Black Mist's ordeal?" Lin Weier suddenly grasped his arm. "Qin Feng, keeping this thing around will bring disaster." "Disaster?" Qin Feng pulled her into his embrace, the golden patterns igniting upon her hand. "If it dares to act up, I shall make it understand the meaning of soul scattering." He turned to the mechanical body, raising an eyebrow. "Will you sign?" The secret chamber fell into an eerie silence. Suddenly, the mechanical body erupted with blue blood mist, its entire form collapsing like a melting candle. "I will sign," it proclaimed. The golden patterns in Qin Feng's palm surged, transforming into a golden chain that plunged into the core of the mechanical body. The shadow leopard lunged forward, and in the instant the golden patterns met the chain, the entire chamber erupted with a cataclysmic energy wave. The mechanical body shattered into a myriad of luminous particles, and the shadow leopard howled, its cry interwoven with metallic vibrations. Qin Feng's eyes flew open amidst the golden light, the system notification resonating within his consciousness. Acquired Source Energy Code Analysis, LV1. Silent Pulse has been implanted into the soul space. Is it done? Lin Wire's fingertips still shimmered with ice crystals. Qin Feng did not respond. Instead, he delivered a swift kick to the shadow leopard's rear. You dared to glare at Luo Xiaoping just moments ago? The Black Panther whimpered as it brushed against his pant leg, yet within the depths of its pupils. Peculiar geometric symbols flickered. It stated that the silent pulse could only be activated under certain conditions. A mischievous grin spread across Qin Feng's face as golden patterns coalesced into sharp spikes at his fingertips. Why not test this contraption against the door before him? Just as the trio approached the inner door, the remnants of a box emitted a buzz. Qin Feng crushed the box with a single hand, and before the blue light could flee, it was entirely devoured by the golden patterns. A tracker? Perhaps it had been planted during that incident with the golden-horned rhinoceros? He placed his hand upon the door, and the golden patterns burrowed into the circular ruins. As the inner door thunderously swung open, the shadow panther suddenly crashed into Qin Feng, a formless pulse brushing past his ear, creating a web-like fissure 3 meters wide upon the wall behind him. Goodness! Such a fervent greeting. Qin Feng shook his tingling arm, the golden patterns racing up the panther's spine, utilizing its forbidden techniques to retaliate. The shadow panther emitted the sound of mechanical gears turning from its throat, its entire body restructuring into a circular formation of symbols. In that instant, the air was torn open by an invisible wave, and Qin Feng seized the opportunity to grasp the floating diamond-shaped crystal. The moment the crystal touched his palm, a system notification erupted in his mind. High-purity source energy core. Consumption may elevate golden pattern levels. Devour. The golden patterns in Qin Feng's palm spiraled like a vortex, consuming the crystal, and he snapped his fingers. Just before the patterns dissipated, a whisper pierced his consciousness. You will ultimately confront the origin. Chapter 41. The pulsation of space residual heat lingered at Qin Feng's fingertips after consuming the high-purity source energy core, and that phrase, you will ultimately confront the origin, felt like a rusted nail lodged in his nerves. He stood in the center of the command cabin, the golden patterns in his palm flickering subtly. While the shadow panther lay beside him, the geometric symbols in its depths now silent, though its internal silent pulse still resonated with the realm of the soul. What a mess this is! Qin Feng muttered a curse under his breath, and suddenly, the golden patterns surged forth. Shadow Panther, get to work. Conduct a reverse scan for me. The Black Panther growled, its forehead's golden patterns erupting, an invisible pulse piercing through the chaotic currents of Qin Feng's memories. 3 segments of information were precisely extracted. Source energy is not a natural product. Blue Star was once an alien experimental site. Spatial folds and source energy codes pulse in synchrony. Damn it! Qin Feng opened his eyes, a chilling light flashing beneath their surface. It was not energy, but a signal flare. Lin Wire floated into the cabin, an ice phoenix curled up on her shoulder trembling. You've been staring at the screen for 10 minutes. When the Shadow Panther released the pulse, the ship's source energy circuit nearly shattered. You felt it too? Qin Feng's fingers traced through the void, summoning data. This is indeed a summoning. Summoning? Lin Wire leaned closer to him, her hair brushing against his neck. The phoenix's bloodline burned with fervor, yearning to take flight. Qin Feng glanced at her, a cold smile gracing his lips. The last time it wanted to fly over there, it was towards a pitiful altar sealing an evil entity. This time is different. Lin Wire's gaze shifted towards the window. The altar was lifeless, yet this one moved. Moved? The portly man collided through the entrance, clutching a broken box, his face etched with terror from a narrow escape. You two, stop messing around. That wretched soul has just been subdued. If you summon any more ominous entities, I swear I'll take you both down with me. Afraid of death? Qin Feng's fingertips launched the golden patterns, shaping them into a waveform in midair. The core of Blue Star was implanted with a reactor, and now this pulsation signifies the reactor breathing. Breathing? The stout man stared wide-eyed, panting in disbelief. This was indeed a death knell, a harbinger of doom for the timid. Qin Feng's palm danced as the highly pure energy core materialized, its surface rippling in harmony with the silent pulse, a feeding signal for him. The core's radiance surged, and a system notification exploded in his consciousness. Energy activation increased by 3. The stout man gaped, rendered speechless. Lin Weier's pupils constricted. Are you suggesting that spatial pulsation is advanced energy? It is the key. Qin Feng pressed the core back into the realm of his soul. A key capable of unlocking higher dimensional doors. Are you out of your mind? The stout man slapped the console in frustration. The ship was not yet repaired. Repair the ship? Qin Feng shot him a glance. That broken crystal you carry can both repair and destroy the ship, correct? The stout man's complexion drained of color. You knew all along. Lin Weier narrowed her eyes. So you never intended to hide? Hide. Qin Feng scoffed. Only prey hides. I am here to hunt. He turned towards the porthole, with the shadow leopard pressing close to his feet, the golden patterns on its forehead glowing once more. Once again, released the silent pulse. The black leopard growled, the waves tearing through the void. 3 seconds later, ripples appeared in the distant starfield, the frequency perfectly synchronized. This is no illusion. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as a blade, a tangible spatial pulsation. To pursue or to flee? The stout man's voice trembled. Lin Weier's ice phoenix unfurled its wings, frost light cascading over her profile. It is calling for its kin, and you have just consumed its flesh and blood. Qin Feng offered no response. Golden patterns danced across his palm, forming ancient runes akin, yet more enigmatic than the cracks on the chest of the remnant soul in the 7th sequence. He closed his eyes, delving into his soul space. The contract position vibrating as the energy core rotated. Deep within the spatial abyss, golden patterns outlined the illusory yet deadly silhouette of a half-door. Not a door. Qin Feng opened his eyes. It was a projection of a passage. What passage? Lin Weier inquired. A passage to the origin. Qin Feng turned to glare at the stout man. How is the ship repair progressing? The main engine is at 70. But the energy matrix is on the verge of overload. The stout man recoiled. Are you truly intending to approach the source of the pulsation? Someone has delivered clues to our doorstep. It would be foolish to feign blindness. Qin Feng's fingers gripped the console. The golden patterns surged. Infusing the system. Is Blue Star merely a testing ground? I shall see who is orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Yet the remnant soul mentioned the stout man interjected anxiously. I was raised on traps. Qin Feng suddenly turned to Lin Weier. Have the phoenix create a sonic resonance. You must be insane. The stout man leaped up. That would be a provocation. A provocation? Qin Feng smirked. What is a provocation to an enemy is merely a feeding call to prey. Lin Weier waved her hand, the ice phoenix opening its sharp beak. The frigid sound waves penetrating the ship and soaring towards the starfield. 10 seconds later, the distant starfield ignited with ethereal blue patterns, intertwining into a circular array. They responded. The stout man's voice quivered. Qin Feng fixated on the light array, the golden patterns in his palm pulsating violently. It is not it, but they. What do you mean? Lin Weier furrowed her brow. A single point is a signal. The circle is a coordinate. Qin Feng abruptly turned. The golden patterns entwining the console. Full speed ahead, target coordinates. You are mad. The stout man screamed. There isn't even a star chart over there. If there is no star chart, then we shall draw one. Qin Feng withdrew his hand, retracting the golden patterns into his body, while the shadow leopard leaped ahead to navigate. Lin Weier approached him. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Qin Feng's palms spun the golden patterns, synchronizing with the circular array, fearing that if they arrived late, the opportunity would be seized by others. Chapter 42. Crisis on the vessel. Just as Qin Feng and his companions completed their exploration and planning of the spatial fluctuations, a sudden change struck them violently. The golden patterns in his palm throbbed as if they would sear through his flesh. Qin Feng gripped the edge of the control panel tightly, the metallic surface emitting a painful, distorted sound. In the next moment, the entire spaceship felt as though it had been forcefully kicked by a giant, trembling violently as alarms blared. Enemy attack. Shields overloaded by 90%. Lin Weier's voice pierced through the chaos. The wings of the ice phoenix on her shoulder burst forth, freezing the floating debris in its path into shards of ice. Qin Feng did not turn back. His pupils reflected the distorted energy trajectories on the main control screen. They were not straight lines but rather bent beams, as if an invisible hand had warped them, refracted from the depths of the stardust belt. Curvature strike. He sneered, the golden patterns in his palms suddenly vibrating intensely. These bastards were well hidden. The shadow leopard growled lowly, its sharp claws swiftly striking the emergency interface on the side of the control panel. Lin Weier immediately understood, conjuring an ice blade with her fingertips, which pierced the system's seams, spreading coldness that froze and rebooted the data stream. Defense logic reset. completed within 3 seconds. She shouted through gritted teeth. Yet Qin Feng had already extracted a high-purity energy core from his soul space and slammed it into the core slot of the control panel. The golden patterns surged, and the entire panel emanated a strange blue light, a line of characters flashing into view before vanishing. Permission level, 7th sequence. The system took over instantly. Fatty, Qin Feng shouted without turning back. Stabilize the passenger area. Don't let those fools shatter the hull. I'm not your babysitter. Luo Xiaopeng, huddled in the corner with a broken box, whimpered, this damned ship is about to fall apart. Even if it falls apart, hold it together for me. Qin Feng shot a cold glance at the radar, locking onto the primary firepower point. 3 warships, with the central one being the command ship. Its gravitational field diverting their course. Lin Weier narrowed her eyes. It wants to push us into the dust stream. Then let us first gouge out its eyes. Qin Feng replied, turning around as the shadow leopard instantly leaped to his side. Create an opening for me. The golden patterns on the Black Panther's forehead erupted, shadows pouring forth like a tide as Qin Feng stepped into the darkness, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the command cabin, only Lin Weier remained. Staring at the screen, the wings of the Ice Phoenix quivering slightly. Suddenly, she sensed something and abruptly looked up at the spaceship's outer wall, where a gravitational well was forming at the edge of the dust stream. Too late, she murmured. In the next moment, the enemy ship's radar suddenly malfunctioned. Within the Stardust Belt, Qin Feng glided along the outer hull of the enemy vessel, the shadow leopard's limbs slicing through the weak points of the curvature shield. He closed his eyes, allowing the absorption system to automatically analyze the enemy's energy frequency for high-frequency resonance. The energy core was located at the center of the hull. He had found it. He extracted half of the energy core from his body and stuffed it into the shadow leopard's mouth. The Black Panther's pupils constricted sharply, its muscles tensing as its claws plunged into the fissure of the ship's hull. A muffled explosion reverberated as the enemy ship's hull shattered, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface. The internal gravity generator emitted a piercing wail, and the energy circuits overloaded in an instant. Qin Feng was propelled backward by the shockwave, the claws of the shadow leopard scraping against the metallic debris, a sliver of black light silently merging with its talon. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? A smirk graced his lips as he prepared to retreat, when suddenly, the enemy vessel initiated self-destruction. Boom! The shockwave swept across the starry expanse, countless fragments transforming into high-velocity blades, tearing through the void towards him. Qin Feng, Lin Weier's voice erupted in the communicator. The left side of the power compartment is exposed. 3 ruptures. Oxygen is leaking. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. The shadow leopard instantly positioned itself before him, its dark form expanding into a protective barrier. Yet he understood that it would not hold for long. Fatty, he bellowed, scan for the nearest unexploded energy clusters. On the 3rd segment of the starboard side, Luo Xiaopeng's voice trembled, 2 fist-sized energy clusters still charging. Lin Weier, initiate absolute zero field, seal off the power compartment. Understood. Lin Weier clasped her palms together, and the Ice Phoenix soared into the air, its wings unfurling as torrents of frigid frost cascaded down, instantly freezing the cracks in the outer wall. The ice spread, barely sealing the breaches, but the energy clusters continued to close in. Qin Feng withdrew the beast's soul energy he had just absorbed and infused it into the shadow leopard. The black beast surged with energy, dark red flames erupting from its fur as it darted forth like an arrow released from a bow, its claws striking the ground with a force that sent the 2 energy clusters flying. Boom, boom. The explosions erupted on the exterior of the spacecraft, causing it to shake violently. Luo Xiaopeng slumped to the ground, but Qin Feng remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the screen. The debris storm continued to spread, more fragments entwining with the unexploded energy clusters, resembling a deadly rainstorm that relentlessly battered the ship's hull. These ruffians, even in death, seek to drag us down with them. He scoffed, golden patterns dancing in his palm once more. Suddenly, Lin Weier let out a muffled groan. Kneeling on one knee as a chill surged from the depths of her soul, the Ice Phoenix trembling violently upon her shoulder. She struggled to steady her mind and realized that the black crystals resonated with her bloodline. What's wrong? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. She looked up, her face pale. The Phoenix is trembling. Those black crystals resonate with its bloodline. Qin Feng's eyes widened as he recalled the sliver of black light devoured by the shadow leopard. Resonance? He focused on the screen, The frost patterns of the ice phoenix spread over the ice layer, subtly overlapping with the surface patterns of the black crystals amid the debris. "It is crying," Lin Weier murmured, her gaze distant. "I heard a cry." Qin Feng grasped her wrist firmly. "Snap out of it. This is not the time for dawdling." She suddenly regained her senses, cold sweat trickling down her brow. "The crystal is problematic," Qin Feng stated gravely. "Do not allow the phoenix to come into contact with it." "But the cracks," Lin Weier glanced at the outer wall, "were already beginning to fissure." "I will patch it up." Qin Feng extracted the last energy core and placed it into the shadow leopard's mouth, preparing for one final surge, pouring all the energy he had left. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its body ablaze with golden patterns, fire and shadow intermingling, forming a barrier across the ship's structure. Yet Qin Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. The shadow leopard's claws were still dripping blood, remnants of the black crystal seeping into its flesh through the gaps in its claws. A system alert quietly appeared. Detected unknown coding fusion progress. 1. Before he could react, Lin Weier suddenly screamed, "Starboard!" "It's coming again." A colossal wreckage, bearing 3 crystalline clusters, hurtled toward them at an astonishing speed. The shadow leopard turned to intercept, but its movement faltered for a heartbeat. "Dodge!" Qin Feng bellowed. The Black Panther leapt forcefully. A wave of fire erupted, and the crystalline clusters detonated, sending the debris spiraling into the air. However, the shockwave slammed the shadow leopard back against the ship's hull, causing it to stumble upon landing, its forepaws sinking deep into the metallic deck. Qin Feng rushed forward to steady it. Just as he was about to speak, the shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head, a geometric symbol flickering in the depths of its pupils before returning to normal. "I am unscathed," it murmured hoarsely. Qin Feng gazed at it in silence. Lin Weier approached, panting. "The fissure is temporarily sealed." "But only temporarily." Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings. The ship was riddled with damage. Alarms blaring incessantly. How long could the power system endure? "The main engine is at 70% capacity, but the energy matrix is unstable." Lin Weier grimaced. "It could collapse at any moment." Then refrain from repairs, Qin Feng retorted coldly. "Let us survive the next wave first." Before he finished speaking, the radar emitted a shrill warning. "Another one," Luo Xiaopeng exclaimed. "No." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. "This is not an attack." On the screen, the trajectory of the debris storm displayed anomalies. The fragments no longer scattered chaotically, but began to rotate slowly, forming a circular structure. "They are reorganizing," Lin Weier said, her voice tense, as if arranging some array. Qin Feng's palm glowed with golden patterns, pulsating violently, subtly synchronizing with the circular frequency. "It is not them," he whispered. "It is it." "Who?" Lin Weier inquired. "The soul fragment that was consumed." Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the shadow leopard, realizing it had left something behind. The shadow leopard suddenly growled, its claws digging deeply into the deck, muscles twitching violently. Qin Feng pressed down on its head. "Hold steady. Do not let it enter." The Black Panther's pupils contracted sharply, the geometric symbol reappearing, only to be suppressed by the golden patterns. It sought to reconstruct the signal using this wreckage. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, realizing it was calling for something. "What do we do?" Luo Xiaopeng shouted. "Destroy it." Qin Feng rose, the golden patterns in his palms swelling, seizing the moment before it fully formed. Lin Weier raised her hand. "I will provide cover." "No need." Qin Feng shook his head. "You safeguard the hull. Do not allow the fissure to widen." "Are you going alone?" She stared wide-eyed. "I have it," Qin Feng replied, patting the shadow leopard, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Who said I needed to get close?" He stepped back 2 paces, hands forming seals, unleashing the devouring system. The golden patterns on the shadow leopard's forehead detonated, sending an invisible pulse directly toward the center of the wreckage ring. The pulse penetrated the fragments, instantly locking onto the internal energy nodes. "I found it." Qin Feng's fingers clenched tightly. Soul interrogation, pinpoint disintegration, an intangible force tore through space. And a crack erupted at the core of the wreckage ring, causing the fragments in formation to lose their support and collapse in a thunderous cacophony. The alarms ceased abruptly, leaving the cabin in an eerie silence. "Is it over?" Luo Xiaopeng swallowed hard. Qin Feng did not respond, his attention fixed on the shadow leopard, which lay on the ground, its claws still dripping blood, while the black light beneath the golden patterns writhed slowly. System prompt. Fusion progress. 3. "Not yet," he murmured. "It has taken root within the shadow leopard." Lin Weier approached. "Can it be excavated?" "Excavated?" Qin Feng scoffed. If it were that easy to extract, it would not be a sole fragment of the seventh sequence. Then what shall we do? Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his hand, pressing the golden patterns against the shadow leopard's head. Let it grow. His voice was as frigid as ice. Just when it believed it could retaliate, he tightened his grip, the golden patterns entwining the panther like chains. I swallowed it whole. Chapter 43. The Enigma of the Black Hole after dealing with the wreckage of the enemy ship. The state of the Shadow Panther was evidently amiss. The wound on its forepaw was still oozing blood, and a dark light writhed ominously within its flesh. Qin Feng's fingers pressed down on the panther's head like iron claws, and the golden patterns instantly coiled around it, forcibly severing the hidden resonance. A low gasp escaped the panther's throat, and the geometric symbols in its pupils gradually faded. Still alive? Qin Feng inquired coldly. Not so easy to die, the panther rasped, licking its paw, its voice hoarse. Yet that creature awaited, biding its time for an opportunity to infiltrate. Qin Feng offered no reply, turning to stride towards the command console. The main control screen flickered with damaged data streams, the power system output dwindling to a mere 30%, while the energy matrix leakage continued to climb. How much longer can this wretched ship hold out? Qin Feng asked, frowning. Luo Xiaopeng huddled in a corner with a box, his fingers flying over the terminal. Have you lost your mind? We're outside a black hole. This is no jest. The main engine could explode at any moment unless we find a new core or hastily vacate this cursed place. Lin Weier stood by the viewport. An ice phoenix perched on her shoulder, its wings trembling slightly. She closed her eyes, her fingertips brushing the icy feathers, and a frost pattern spread from her palm, coalescing into a circular sigil on the cabin wall, perfectly synchronized with the gravitational wave frequency from some distant source. There's something, Lin Weier suddenly declared, her eyes snapping open, at the center of the asteroid belt. Qin Feng approached her side. Outside the viewport, countless fragments floated, slowly rotating, as if woven into a net by an invisible hand. At the end of that swirling mass, a pitch-black vortex hung silently, devoid of light or material ejection. Even the background starfield distorted into ring-like stripes. Not naturally formed, Qin Feng squinted. Indeed not. Lin Weier shook her head, the phoenix sensing that same wave. Akin to the altar within the ruins. Qin Feng's palm shimmered with golden patterns as the devouring system automatically activated. He immersed his consciousness within the panther's body, utilizing the remnants of its soul to reverse scan the spatial curvature at the edge of the black hole. Fragments of information surged into a high-frequency, encrypted signal, intermittently leaping. Coordinates anchored, passage not closed, awaiting awakening. Artificially constructed, Qin Feng scoffed. It's not a celestial body, it's a door. A door? Luo Xiaopeng looked up. To where? Unknown. Qin Feng stared at the inky mass, but it certainly wasn't he intended for humanity. Lin Weier suddenly furrowed her brow. The signals of our pursuers still linger on the periphery. Though faint, they have not vanished. They will inevitably lock onto us. Then let us not wait. Qin Feng turned, initiating the jump plan. There's no emergency plan. Do you think we're on a roller coaster? Luo Xiaopeng exclaimed. Outside is a black hole, not a bouncy ball. Who said I intended to jump in? Qin Feng approached the control panel, his fingers gliding over the screen to bring up the gravitational model. There was a blind spot on its equatorial plane, a gravitational tidal fault unseen by the equipment. Yet the Phoenix could perceive it. Lin Weier paused. You mean a rift? Precisely. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon her. Can you allow the Phoenix to sense a specific location? Lin Weier fell silent for a moment, then closed her eyes. The ice phoenix gracefully unfurled its wings, emanating an aura of extreme cold that spread from within her, frost patterns again creeping up the cabin walls, this time tracing a spiral trajectory directed toward a point at the edge of the black hole. There, Lin Weier opened her eyes. But if we approach, the phoenix will endure immense pressure. I do not require it to enter. Qin Feng scoffed, merely to guide us. Luo Xiaopeng observed the two, his voice dry. Are you truly planning to use the black hole as a slingshot? That thing could stretch our ship into strands. Then let us not be ensnared, Qin Feng said. Bringing up the system permission interface, the mark of the seventh sequence flashed briefly. Shadow Leopard, prepare the energy relay. The Black Panther growled, golden patterns erupting from its forehead as shadows surged forth like a tide, entwining around the control console interface. Fatty, assess the remaining energy source and channel it all into the transition buffer. All of it. What will we do afterward? Afterward, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. We will discuss that once we have survived. Lin Weier suddenly spoke. Aren't you afraid of what lies within? Afraid? Qin Feng turned, his gaze settling on Lin Weier's face. What I fear least is the unknown. The enemies we know are the most perilous. Lin Weier remained silent, gently stroking the phoenix perched on her shoulder. Qin Feng turned back to the screen, his hands forming seals as the devouring system activated fully. Energy was siphoned from the shadow leopard, transforming into a pulse that shot toward the edge of the black hole. The distortion of space intensified in an instant, ripples appearing in that blind spot, revealing the outline of an imperceptible crack. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. The coating resonated with the black light within the shadow leopard. Yet it was even more complete, akin to a maternal signal. Indeed, this is no coincidence, Qin Feng murmured. The remnants of the seventh sequence are part of the key. What do you mean? Lin Weier inquired. It means, Qin Feng chuckled coldly, we are not the first to arrive here. Luo Xiaopan's complexion turned pale. What about the previous ones? They either perished or entered. A brief silence enveloped the cabin. The signals from the external fleet were shifting. They are encircling us, Lin Weier suddenly remarked. Qin Feng focused on the main screen, the radar dots of the pursuers closing in from 3 directions. The ship lacked sufficient power for a direct confrontation and could not escape. There remains but one path, Qin Feng stated, to wager that the crack can withstand our passage. And if we cannot pass through? Luo Xiaoping queried. Then we shall die, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. But dying on the path forward is far superior to being discarded like trash. Lin Weier regarded him, a smile suddenly breaking across her face. You truly leave no avenue for retreat. Retreat? Qin Feng shot her a glance. I have always moved forward. He approached the shadow leopard, placing his palm upon its head. The golden patterns glowed once more, this time not to suppress, but to guide. Reveal all that you know, Qin Feng whispered. The remnants left behind need not awaken on their own. I shall extract them now. The shadow leopard growled, its muscles twitching violently, geometric symbols flashing frantically within its pupils. The dark light writhed between the gaps of his claws, beginning to seep backward, transforming into a slender thread that flowed into Qin Feng's body along the golden veins. An unfamiliar memory erupted in his mind, revealing the coordinates of a star domain, frequency calibration, and energy injection nodes. These were the steps to open the passage. So it was. Qin Feng opened his eyes. It wasn't enough to simply barge in. It needed to be awakened. How do we awaken it? Lin Weier asked. By using the core of source energy to precisely inject into the fissure nodes, activating its response mechanism, Qin Feng replied, glancing at their remaining reserves. We have 2 high-purity cores, sufficient for 1 attempt. What if it's not enough? Luo Xiaoping inquired. Then we will use our lives as a substitute, Qin Feng sneered. Someone must serve as fuel. Lin Weier shot him a cold glance. Don't even think about using me as a sacrifice. I'm not that foolish. Qin Feng shot her a sidelong look. Your phoenix is the only medium capable of locking onto the fissure. If it dies, everything is over. Then who do you plan to sacrifice? No one, Qin Feng responded, turning towards the control console. The shadow leopard can endure. The black leopard raised its head, its pupils deepening. Are you certain? Once we begin, I may not survive to emerge. Don't you wish to live? Qin Feng replied calmly. Then do not perish at the final step. The shadow leopard fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. The plan was set. Qin Feng commanded Lin Weier to lock onto the fissure coordinates, while the fat man monitored external threats and the shadow leopard prepared for energy guidance. 3 minutes until the jump procedure is initiated. 3 minutes? Luo Xiaoping exclaimed. You don't even have contingency plans. Contingency plans? Qin Feng scoffed. My plan is simple. Succeed or die. There is no third option. Suddenly, Lin Weier approached, placing her hand on Qin Feng's chest. A chill seeped through his clothing into his skin as she locked her gaze onto his eyes. If you die, who will take me to see the true world you spoke of? Qin Feng was taken aback. In the next moment, she withdrew her hand and turned towards the phoenix. The coordinates have been locked. Energy can be injected at any time. Qin Feng watched her retreating figure in silence, his palm warming slightly with the golden veins. 3 minutes later, the fissure is stable, Lin Weier reported. The energy injection window is open. Commence, Qin Feng ordered. The shadow leopard lowered its limbs to the ground. Golden veins surging forth from its forehead, shadows binding to the control console like chains. Qin Feng simultaneously inserted the 2 source energy cores into the interface. The golden veins spreading along the metal, reaching deep within the shadow leopard. The guidance initiated. The black leopard growled lowly, its muscles tensing as its claws dug deep into the deck. Energy surged backward into its veins, the dark light racing beneath its skin. The match rate has increased to 23. Luo Xiaopeng fixated on the screen, yet the shadow leopard's life signs were declining. Continue, Qin Feng said coolly, his gaze fixed on the main screen. Do not stop until the final second. Qin Feng, Lin Wei'er suddenly shouted. The phoenix senses something responding within. Responding? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. What level of response? I don't know, but its fluctuations, her voice tightened, are resonating with the golden veins within you. A sharp pain shot through Qin Feng's palm as the golden veins began to pulse autonomously, as if answering some summons. Interesting, Qin Feng chuckled coldly. It appears there is more than just a door inside. There is also a gatekeeper. Are you still planning to go in? Luo Xiaopeng's voice trembled. We've reached the threshold. Qin Feng gazed intently at the inky darkness. How could one discern if anyone was present without a knock? Energy infusion complete. Lin Wei'er exclaimed. The rift has expanded to a traversable state. The duration is estimated to be 47 seconds. That will suffice. Qin Feng approached the shadow leopard, taking a final step to push it forward. The black panther lifted its head, geometric symbols flashing in its pupils one last time, before being entirely suppressed by golden patterns. Let us go, Qin Feng whispered. Chapter 44. Immediate departure. With a thunderous shout from Qin Feng, the trio instantly took their positions. In the heightened tension of those 3 minutes, their heartbeats resonated like drums, reverberating painfully against their eardrums. Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on the control panel, fingers flying as he meticulously verified each step. Lin Wei'er pressed her gaze against the viewport, locking onto every movement of the pursuing enemies outside, while Luo Xiaopeng, drenched in sweat, muttered incantations, continuously cross-checking energy reserves and system statuses. The beads of sweat on their foreheads fell like rain, each member acutely aware that every subsequent move could be a matter of life and death. The shadow leopard's head struck the deck with a resounding thud, its limbs thrashing as if seized by a frenzy. The black light seeping from its claws resembled venomous serpents, swiftly slithering towards the control console along the metallic seams. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened to an eagle's precision, the golden patterns in his palm radiating fiercely as the devouring system activated instantaneously. His fingers curled like claws, firmly gripping the shadow leopard's crown, a powerful reverse suction erupting to forcibly extract the chaotic energy from the panther's veins. Qin Feng's brows knitted tightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. He could distinctly sense the turmoil within the shadow leopard, the devouring system operating frantically, desperate to expel the uncontrollable energy. Do not let it disperse, Qin Feng uttered in a low growl. Lin Wei'er's fingertips stirred, a chilling aura surging forth from her palm. Frost patterns racing across the ground like lightning, swiftly freezing the overload nodes of the 3 main energy conduits. Sparks erupted from the control console, only to be extinguished in an instant by the extreme cold. Buffer pool charged to 78. Luo Xiaopeng's eyes were glued to the screen, his fingers flying over the auxiliary interface, nearly igniting sparks. In 10 seconds, we will reach the threshold. The shadow leopard can't hold on much longer. Lin Wei'er's voice was taut as a drawn bowstring. The black panther's pupils lost focus entirely, its muscles spasming irregularly, the internal black light and golden patterns clashing violently, emitting a low-frequency hum akin to a boiling pot. The radar blips of the pursuers loomed like a pack of ravenous wolves, closing in relentlessly. The sharp locking alarms blaring within the cabin, as if death itself whispered in their ears. At a distance of 5 kilometers, the flickering lights were fraught with lethal peril. With determination, Qin Feng bit through the tip of his tongue, a spurt of vital blood spraying onto the golden patterns on the shadow leopard's forehead. The mingling of blood light and golden patterns forged a chain that shot straight down its spine, forcibly compressing the 2 conflicting energies. Xiaopeng, shut down all non-core systems and channel all remaining energy into me, Qin Feng commanded. All of it. Luo Xiaopeng looked up abruptly. What if we encounter a problem mid-jump? We will be left without emergency power and meet our demise. Encounter a problem? If we stop now, we will still be obliterated into dust in 3 minutes. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. He turned around, his gaze sweeping towards Lin Wei'er. She stood at the edge of the control console, the wings of the ice phoenix on her shoulders trembling slightly, frost swirling around her, yet failing to conceal the flicker of instinctive fear in her eyes. "Do you believe I can get you out alive?" Qin Feng inquired. Lin Wire fixed her gaze upon him, her eyelashes fluttering. After 2 seconds, she resolutely nodded. A smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. "Then let us not dawdle. Fatty, shut down the escape pod lock for me." "What?" Luo Xiaopeng shot his head up, incredulous. "Are you insane? That's like cutting off our only means of retreat." "Retreat?" Qin Feng declared, slamming his fist onto the console. Golden patterns sprawling down his arm, instantly locking out all manual abort permissions. Luo Xiaopeng gripped the terminal tightly, his knuckles turning white as memories of hiding behind Qin Feng flooded back. Yet this time, he was determined not to be a burden. Suddenly, he broke into a grin and whispered, "I don't want to be a liability anymore." He lowered his head, his finger hovering momentarily over the terminal before decisively pressing the confirmation key. A cold mechanical voice resonated within the cabin. "Escape pod system offline. Coordinates stable," Lin Wire murmured. "The rift entrance has shifted by 3 degrees and is slowly closing." "That's enough." Qin Feng strode towards the shadow leopard, his fingers pressing against its head once more. And with one final step, he activated the dual source drive. He bit his fingertip, blood flowing along the golden patterns into the shadow leopard's body, merging with his own source energy to create a second guiding flow. A muffled growl erupted from the shadow leopard's throat, its limbs stiffening as the dark light was forcibly retracted within, reconnecting the energy chain. "Buffer pool, charged to 100. Luo Xiaopeng shouted, "Jump path calibration complete." Disruption grenades and enhanced electromagnetic pulses were released in rapid succession, the blinding light and electromagnetic interference rendering the pursuer's radar temporarily blind, buying precious time for the spacecraft. Rift maintenance time reduced to 38 seconds. Lin Wire spoke swiftly, "We must initiate immediately." Qin Feng stood before the control console, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the 3 of them. "Now, we have 2 paths before us." His voice, though not loud, overshadowed all alarms. Ahead lay the unknown. Behind was a dead end. Lin Wire hastily approached the interface, her hands gripping the control levers as icy air surged from her palms, continuously infusing the system to maintain the coordinate lock. Luo Xiaopeng's eyes widened like saucers, fixated on the external radar, his finger poised over the disruption grenade redeployment key. The main screen's countdown ticked away. 10, 9, 8. Suddenly, the shadow leopard emitted a mournful wail, the dark light within it violently rebelling, the energy chain rattling intensely. "Steady," Qin Feng bellowed, the golden patterns slicing into the shadow leopard's spine, forcefully suppressing the backlash. 7, 6, 5. The rift entrance began to constrict, gravitational disturbances causing the spacecraft to gently veer off course. Lin Wire. "Coordinates have been corrected." She summoned an ice blade at her fingertips, slicing through her palm, blood dripping into the interface. With the bloodline of the phoenix as a guide, the lock remains unchanged. The shadowy figure known as the shadow leopard felt its pupils constrict suddenly, and a fragmented whisper escaped its throat. "What lies beyond the door calls you, returner." Qin Feng's eyes widened with a jolt, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his palms as a tumultuous wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him, both familiar and alien. As if he had encountered a specter, he raised his gaze, his stare sharp as a blade, sweeping across the main screen, the fissure, and the abyssal vortex that devoured all light. "Move," he commanded, his voice as frigid as stone from a crypt. "Depart at once." A torrent of energy surged into the fissure, the ship's rear engines erupting in a blinding glare, and the entire vessel was yanked towards the event horizon by an unseen force. The surrounding space began to twist and contort violently, gravitational forces grasping the ship like invisible titans. Objects within the cabin were sent spiraling chaotically, compelling everyone to cling desperately to stable fixtures. Sparks erupted from the control panel. Lin Wire dropped to one knee, steadfastly maintaining her grip on the interface. Luo Xiaopeng was hurled against the bulkhead, but valiantly struggled to rise, fixating intently on the radar. And in the final moment, the shadow leopard lifted its head, the geometric symbols in its eyes fading completely, replaced by a radiant golden light. Qin Feng stood resolutely at the command platform, the golden patterns on his palm radiating warmth akin to a brand freshly withdrawn from a furnace. The front of the ship had already plunged into the fissure, while the rear remained suspended within the starry expanse. The artillery fire from pursuers detonated in the distance, yet could no longer reach them. Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the abyss, and he murmured, "Return? What nonsense." In the next instant, the entire vessel was engulfed entirely. Just before the holographic projection of the main control panel extinguished, an ancient rune flickered in the remnants, then vanished. Lin Weir's hand slipped from the interface, blood trickling from her fingertips, creating a crystalline bloom upon the metallic floor. Luo Xiaopeng slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Qin Feng remained still, the golden patterns in his palm gradually receding, his expression as frigid as an icy cavern. Suddenly, he raised his hand, tracing an arc in the air with his fingertip. The golden patterns re-emerged, delineating a fragmented symbol identical to the rune displayed in the projection. He stared at the symbol and murmured, "Do you think I would yield so easily? Not a chance." Chapter 45. The technological diagram of the soul's depths as the ship broke free from the fissure. It trembled violently, resembling a beast that had been gnawed upon. The metallic structure emitted a piercing screech, the lighting in the control chamber flickering erratically, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred material mingling with ozone. Qin Feng steadied himself, pressing his back against the warped wall, the residual golden patterns in his palm still radiating warmth. He did not spare a glance at the slumped figure of Luo Xiaopeng, nor acknowledge Lin Weir's labored breaths. Instead, directing his attention to the shadow leopard. The dark figure lay on the ground, the frequency of its spasms having diminished, yet dark energy still coursed between its claws, akin to a venomous serpent writhing beneath its skin. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, fingers splayed wide, as the golden patterns spread from his fingertips and pressed firmly against the shadow leopard's crown. "Shadow leopard, are you still capable of movement?" Qin Feng inquired in a hushed tone. A low growl emanated from the throat of the black panther as it struggled to raise its front limb, its claws carving 3 deep marks into the ground. "Very well, we can still fight." Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile before he coldly commanded, "Use the flame claw to breach that resonating bulkhead." The shadow leopard let out a growl, its right paw igniting in crimson flames, which it swung with great force. With a thunderous roar, the metallic wall was torn apart as if it were mere paper, exposing the concealed inner layer behind it. A shimmering, azure light curtain floated quietly within, its surface flowing with countless intricate runes that spun slowly, as if alive. The very air within the spacecraft seemed to stagnate in its presence. Qin Feng stepped forward, the golden patterns on his palms stirring without any wind, resonating faintly with the runes on the light curtain, causing rippling waves to form. "Is this the technological blueprint lost from Starshine City?" Qin Feng murmured to himself, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. "Wait," Lin Weir suddenly interjected, her voice hoarse from awakening. "That object is emitting energy waves. The phoenix bloodline within me is resonating." Without turning back, Qin Feng replied coolly, "Then utilize your bloodline to freeze its edges. Do not let it leak any information that could trigger a spatial collapse. I do not wish to be ensnared again." Lin Weir bit her lip, refraining from further argument. She raised her hand, cold air surging from her palm, coalescing into icy crystalline threads that wove around the light curtain like a spider's web. The flow of the runes visibly slowed. As Qin Feng gazed at the light curtain, the whisper of the shadow leopard before its leap echoed in his mind. "The homecoming seeker. Humph, you wish to claim ownership? You ought to consider whether I will acquiesce." He deliberately submerged his soul's consciousness, forcibly connecting to the blueprint. In that instant, a searing pain sliced through his mind, torrents of fragmented information crashing against his awareness, as if his bones, meridians, and nerves were being torn apart and reassembled. Qin Feng's knees buckled, one knee hitting the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yet he steadfastly stared at the light curtain, refusing to close his eyes. "Qin Feng," Lin Weir exclaimed in alarm. "Do not touch him." The stout man grasped her arm. "Look at his palm." The golden patterns had spread to encompass his entire arm, perfectly synchronizing with the frequency of the runes on the blueprint. The light curtain began to slowly coalesce toward Qin Feng's palm, as if being devoured. At that moment, deep within Qin Feng's soul, an unseen pattern emerged. A 3-dimensional star map outlined by golden threads, boldly marked in the center with 3 words, "Well of Origin." "What is this?" Qin Feng's heart jolted. Yet, the star map aligned perfectly with a segment of the blueprint. "So that is it." Qin Feng gradually rose, a cold light surging in his eyes. This was not merely a technical diagram, but a key capable of unlocking the Well of Origin. "What did you say?" Lin Weir furrowed her brow. This diagram is the highest secret of Starshine City and should be studied collaboratively. You cannot monopolize it. Qin Feng turned to her, his gaze as frigid as ice. Collaborative study? The last time we chose to trust, what was the outcome? The pursuers opened fire from behind, the escape pod was locked down, and we nearly faced total annihilation. Now you ask me to hand this over. Who shall I entrust it to? The next betrayer? Lin Weier was left speechless. There are encrypted images within this diagram. Qin Feng raised his hand, and the golden patterns trembled, projecting an image of the starry city lord in a secret chamber, shaking hands with a blurred figure from another realm, against a backdrop of a distorted spatial corridor. Did you see that? They have long conspired with external enemies. Qin Feng stated coldly, if this blueprint falls into their hands, we shall be the first to be eliminated. The cabin fell into silence. The plump man swallowed hard. What shall we do next? Seal it, Qin Feng commanded, retracting the entire blueprint into the system space, which had actually merged with his body, enveloping it in high-purity source energy to form an energy seal. As he was about to erase the portion concerning spatial coordinates, a sudden thought struck him. Plump man, cut off all external signals, Qin Feng ordered, transitioning to silent navigation, ensuring no one could lock onto them. Understood. The plump man immediately lunged towards the control panel, fingers flying over the console. Lin Weier stood aside, observing Qin Feng's silhouette, and suddenly asked, what exactly do you intend to do? Qin Feng did not turn around but softly replied, I wish to grow stronger. Strong enough that no one can force me into a black hole. Strong enough that I can decide who lives and who dies. He lifted his hand, tracing an arc in the air with his fingertips, golden patterns emerging, outlining a fragmented symbol that matched the core design of the blueprint. This diagram is not merely technology, Qin Feng whispered, it is a starting point. The cabin lights flickered ominously, shadows of the projection darting across the metallic walls, revealing a crack at the center of the symbol, as if torn open by some force. Qin Feng stared at the fissure, a glimmer of near greed flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pressed it against the head of the Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard, search the wreckage of the enemy ship for any useful black crystal information. Initiating analysis, Qin Feng's mind began to analyze naturally, without external prompts. The Shadow Leopard's body trembled slightly, and information surged into Qin Feng's consciousness. It identified a non-blue star energy structure, detecting fragments of an ancient protocol key. With a match rate of 17, Qin Feng's pupils constricted. A key? It seems there is more than one key. He turned to Lin Weier. Did your phoenix resonate with the crystal just now? Lin Weier nodded. It seemed to be resisting something. Not resisting, Qin Feng replied slowly, but awakening. Your bloodlines originate from the same source. Fascinating, indeed. Lin Weier's heart quaked. However, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further. Closing his eyes and sinking his consciousness into the realm of his soul, the star map, composed of golden patterns, still hovered at the center. While the information from the blueprint was continuously digested, Qin Feng opened his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wait, once I obtain the complete diagram, all notions of civilian grade and beginner level will be rendered trivial. I shall acquire the finest artifacts. He approached the control panel, bringing up the star domain map. The spaceship drifted aimlessly, destination unknown. Plump man, set a course, avoiding all known routes. Where to? Anywhere devoid of people, just go there. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the screen. I need to find a place to thoroughly absorb this diagram. Let's see who dares to obstruct me then. Lin Weier suddenly interjected. Aren't you afraid that this diagram is a trap? Qin Feng turned his gaze, sharp as a blade. Traps? I have never feared traps. What I dread is being unarmed. Now that I possess this map, it serves as my finest weapon. He raised his hand, golden patterns shimmering. An effusion plan for battle pets emerged in his mind. An incomplete plan. Once the source energy reconstruction is complete, my first course of action will be to secure a new trump card, allowing those fellows to experience true power. He turned towards the hatch, with the Shadow Leopard growling softly, trailing closely behind. Chapter 46. The Dreamland. The spaceship spiraled wildly through the void like a frenzied top, its metallic shell grinding against the atmosphere, producing a piercing shriek that made one's teeth ache. Qin Feng stood resolutely at the control console, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. On the navigational chart, a crimson zone blinked violently with unknown coordinates, unregistered civilizations, and a magnetic field in utter chaos. We landed, Qin Feng remarked coolly. The shadow leopard sprang from the corner of the cabin, arcs of electricity crackling along its fur. As it gently tapped its right paw on the ground, leaving 2 small indentations. Lin Weier leaned against the wall, the chill in her palms yet to dissipate. Her gaze still vigilant, resembling a cheetah poised for an ambush. There is something out there. It is certainly not a naturally occurring mountain range. Lin Weier spoke first. Qin Feng remained silent, the golden patterns on his palm flickering slightly, as his consciousness had likely assessed the situation before him. Indeed, he let out a cold chuckle, having evaded pursuers only to stumble upon an ancient relic. What extraordinary luck! What does that mean? The chubby man poked his head from the rear cabin. Still clutching half a block of compressed biscuit, his words muffled as he inquired, "Can this place repair ships?" "Repair ships?" Humph. A playful smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. "Not only can it repair, but it will also allow us to settle old debts, with interest." The hatch burst open with a resounding crash. A gust of wind carrying the scent of rusted metal rushed in. Broken gear structures sprawled across the horizon like the bones of a colossal beast, propping up a distorted sky. In the distance, a circular high wall encircled a deep pit, where a faint blue glow pulsed at the bottom, as if concealing some unknown secret. The shadow leopard growled lowly, its muscles tensing like a drawn bowstring. "Go," Qin Feng commanded with a gesture, "scout ahead. But avoid the electrical arcs on the ground. Otherwise, you shall suffer the consequences." In a flash of shadow, the shadow leopard vanished among the ruins. Moments later, a mental signal returned. 300 meters ahead, no signs of life, 3 sources of mechanical response, currently in a dormant state. "Move out," Qin Feng stepped forward, his boots echoing sharply against the metallic floor, resembling the rhythm of a war drum. Lin Weier followed closely, a thread of cold energy forming at her fingertips, which she gently flicked into the air. The chill spread along the ground, instantly freezing an arc of electricity that was about to activate. "Quite responsive," Qin Feng praised without turning back. "When we enter the underground palace, ensure the phoenix doesn't resonate chaotically. This place cannot withstand such turmoil." The sensation conveyed by the phoenix bloodline is not mere chaotic resonance, Lin Weier replied gravely. "It serves as a warning. These machines have conscious remnants, so tread carefully. Then let us discover who left them behind." No more idle chatter. Qin Feng's gaze hardened. They arrived at the edge of the circular pit, where a sloping staircase descended into the depths below. On either side of the staircase stood the remnants of mechanical guardian statues, their breastplates engraved with spiral runes that bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden patterns in Qin Feng's palm. A mere coincidence? The stout man swallowed hard, his eyes filled with dread. There are no coincidences, only calculations. Qin Feng brushed his fingers over the runes. The golden patterns warmed slightly, and he began to grasp the situation. At the staircase's end loomed a colossal door, its surface riddled with cracks, and at its center, an imprint resembling a palm. "Are we to open this door?" Lin Weier inquired. "Open what?" "It will open on its own," Qin Feng replied confidently, taking a step back. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled slightly. The 3 previously motionless mechanical guardians suddenly opened their eyes, their pupils igniting with a crimson glow. Sparks erupted from their joints, metallic arms unfurled, and high-frequency oscillation cannons coalesced in their palms. "An ambush!" the stout man screamed, darting towards a corner like a frightened rabbit. "Silence! Don't disgrace yourself!" Qin Feng snapped. "Shadow leopard, tear through the left joint drive shaft." The shadow shot forth like an arrow, its claws slicing through the air, leaving a deep gash on the guardian's left knee. In an instant, the electrical arcs short-circuited, causing one of the guardians to kneel, emitting a piercing sound of metal scraping. Lin Weier, freeze the right arm's bearing, quickly. "Understood." Lin Weier raised her hand, unleashing a chilling wave that coiled around the right guardian's shoulder. The ice spread rapidly, completely immobilizing the mechanical arm. The third guardian's cannon was fully charged, and an energy beam shot straight towards Qin Feng's face. Yet he stood his ground, unmoving, as the golden patterns flowed down his arm, coalescing into a barrier in his palm. The beam struck the barrier, erupting into a blinding spark. "Is that all you've got?" Qin Feng scoffed. Seizing the opportunity, he approached, forming a clearer understanding of these guardians' essence. Indeed, they shared a common origin. Qin Feng mused, not enemies. Merely a case of mistaken identity. Thus, he would not hold back. He raised his hand, and the shadow leopard leapt back to his side. Lin Weier also retracted her icy tendrils, leaving the three guardians standing still, their cannon energy gradually dissipating. They are in defense mode, not attacking. This is a precautionary protocol, Lin Weier murmured. Qin Feng approached the first guardian and pressed his hand against the runic breastplate. The golden pattern resonated upon contact, and fragmented text projected into the air. Twisting and reassembling. Guardian protocol. Energy depletion, core dormancy, awaiting returner. Returner? The stout man gasped. Who? You? Who else? Qin Feng retorted, disdain evident in his expression. From the whispers of the shadow leopard to the resonance of the blueprint. Do I appear to be an unexpected visitor? Lin Weier frowned. But you didn't know this place before. The system may not recognize it, but it acknowledges this pattern. That suffices, Qin Feng declared, raising his hand. The golden patterns swirling beneath his skin like a living dragon. Closing his eyes, he endeavored to unravel the secrets of this place using his abilities. Simulating the Guardian protocol frequency to generate a pulse signal. He chanted silently within his mind. The golden pattern in his palm suddenly blazed with heat. An invisible wave radiating from him. The ground quaked, and a blue light seeped through the cracks in the distant door. It's moving, the stout man exclaimed, jumping up like an excited monkey. The massive door gradually descended, unveiling a profound passage. The inner walls were adorned with flowing runes, synchronized with the discharge frequency of the remnants of a perpetual motion machine. Something within was charging, its energy level at least of grade S. Lin Weier sensed this, her eyes betraying a hint of excitement. Let us not hesitate. Let us venture inside and see who awaits the returner. Qin Feng stepped forward, his gaze resolute. At the passage's end lay a circular hall. At its center hovered a metallic sphere, its surface embedded with 12 crystalline panels, each radiating a distinct hue. The core of the perpetual motion machine? The stout man inquired as he drew closer. Is it still operational? It is not, Qin Feng replied, his eyes scanning the area. Energy depleted to 987, only enough to sustain the bare minimum of operations. Should we attempt repairs? Yes, but not at this moment. Qin Feng approached the control console, determined to obtain the authority to access this place. He raised his hand, golden patterns infusing the console interface, silently hoping for a revelation. Indeed, a key was required. Qin Feng scoffed. Since you acknowledge me, how about granting some benefits? The golden patterns in his palm glowed once more as he injected a segment of source energy code into the ground's rune array. Moments later, the projection on the guard's chest plate updated. Authorization granted. Temporary access to basic logs. Text scrolled. External invasion. Energy siphoned. Guard system forced into hibernation. Last directive. Protect the core. Await the returner. Who could have stolen the energy? Lin Weier inquired. I do not know. Qin Feng fixated on the log's conclusion. Yet, to breach such formidable defenses, it must be at least a force of stellar domain. I will settle this score in due time. Can we afford to confront them? The stout man asked timidly. Not at present. Qin Feng retracted his hand, the golden patterns fading. However, once I acquire the complete protocol key, I shall restore this heap of scrap metal, and then they shall witness the consequences. He turned towards the exit. First, let us return to the ship and extract the portion concerning the perpetual motion machine from the blueprint. The energy system here mirrors the design in the blueprint. There must be a connection. Do you suspect that the blueprint originally belonged here? Lin Weier followed suit. It is not a suspicion, it is a certainty. The people from Xinghui City are not inventors. They are thieves, a despicable band of rogues. Qin Feng continued, his tone laced with fury. So, you intend to reclaim what belongs to the returner? Lin Weier queried. Qin Feng glanced back, his eyes icy. Moreover, I aim to make those thieves comprehend the true essence of power. They shall pay dearly for their misdeeds. Upon returning to the ship, Qin Feng immediately interfaced with the system, calling forth segments of the blueprint. The golden patterns danced at his fingertips, layer by layer revealing the structure of the perpetual motion machine. He discovered a hidden layer protocol, 3 keys required to activate the core reboot sequence. 3. The stout man leaned closer. We possess only 1 fragment. 1 is sufficient, Qin Feng chuckled coldly. System, extract key information from the enemy ship's crystal fragment and initiate reconstruction. The progress bar advanced slowly as Qin Feng's anticipation grew. He disregarded all else, fixated on the screen. In an instant, the entire ruin trembled violently. Deep beneath the surface, the 12 crystalline panels of the perpetual motion machine's core illuminated one by one, blue light pulsing like a heartbeat. Within the corridor, 3 mechanical sentinels simultaneously lifted their heads, their pupils shifting from crimson to azure. Before the control console, a projection materialized with a new directive, detected signal of the returning master. Rebooting program. Countdown initiated, 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Qin Feng gazed intently at the text, a slow smile curving his lips, his heart brimming with fervor. It seemed they had finally recognized their master. Those wretched thieves, your demise is nigh. Chapter 47. The courage to stand together. Qin Feng retracted his hand. The golden patterns on his palm, resembling starlight converging in the dark night, gradually fading away. After a series of operations involving permission decryption, they were at last poised to breach the final barrier to the core of the ruins. The countdown incessantly approached, leaving them with scant time. He did not turn around, but lowered his voice to a whisper, prepare for the breakthrough. Lin Weier bit her lip resolutely. The preceding energy sharing had drained considerable resources, but now there was no choice but to advance. Cold energy poured from her palm, crystallizing into fine ice shards in the air, which instantaneously shattered into nothingness. The roar of the phoenix echoed in her mind, reminiscent of ancient war drums, urging her to ignite her very soul. Can you still hold on? Qin Feng finally turned his head, his gaze landing on her pale visage. Let's talk, Lin Weier replied, raising her hand as a strand of icy silk coiled around her wrist, swiftly solidifying into armor. I am far more determined not to perish here than you might imagine. Qin Feng's lips twitched, and he ceased speaking. He understood well that Lin Weier, of the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, would not permit her host to truly fall unless she herself chose to surrender first. At the end of the corridor, a crimson light barrier loomed, resembling a solidified wall of molten lava. The intense heat distorted the air, and the metallic flooring had begun to soften and warp. As the shadow leopard took a step forward, the armor emitted a sizzling sound, its edges quickly darkening. Over 3,000 degrees, Qin Feng squinted. This was not a defensive mechanism, but a trial. A trial? The stout companion shrank back, his voice trembling. Who would stake their life on that? We will, Lin Weier asserted, stepping forward. With her palms pressed together, a frigid breath erupted from within her, instantly coalescing into a mirror of ice before her. If it demanded the ultimate test, then she would deliver just that. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. He recognized that Lin Weier was wagering on forcibly materializing the soul of the Phoenix, equivalent to externalizing the essence of her battle companion. Should this spiral out of control, the consequences could range from mental injury to a backlash of her bloodline, rendering her incapable of forming a bond for life. Yet, given the urgency of their situation, and the potential of her Ice Phoenix bloodline to create an opportunity for breakthrough, he ultimately chose not to intervene. The shadow leopard lunged towards the remnants of the left mechanical sentinel like an arrow released from a bow. Its claws sliced through the air, accurately penetrating the energy conduit interface. With a thunderous explosion, the sentinel's chest cavity erupted, arcs of electricity dancing chaotically. Following suit, the second and third sentinels became incapacitated in quick succession. Qin Feng calculated the time, raising his hand as the golden patterns on his palm surged. The power of devouring running rampant, compressing the residual beast soul energy of the 3 sentinels into a barrier that spanned before the team, all while silently counting in his mind, 10 seconds remaining. A searing wave of heat surged towards them. The barrier trembled violently, its edges beginning to vaporize. Now, Lin Weier suddenly extended her arms, the source energy within her erupting completely. An ice-blue phantom rose from her back, wings unfurling, the phoenix's head held high. For the first time, the soul of the Ice Phoenix manifested in its entirety. The frigid force field descended. A layer of frost rapidly crystallized upon the surface of the crimson barrier, and the temperature plummeted. In that very instant, Lin Weier's knees buckled, and her body swayed. Steady yourself. Qin Feng swiftly advanced, placing his palm on her back, golden threads surging from his arm into her being, merging with her source energy. The source energy synergized and activated. The two forces intertwined in the air, forming a spiraling stream of energy that struck the barrier's vulnerable point. Boom! The crimson shield shattered, fragments scattering like fiery rain. A passageway opened wide. Deep within, blue light surged, revealing the faint outline of a suspended core. Forward! Qin Feng grasped Lin Weier's wrist, pulling her into the passage. Yet, just as they took a step forward, an unexpected change occurred. Lin Weier's body stiffened abruptly, her eyes losing focus. A phantom of a phoenix danced wildly above her, intertwining with icy flames, and the uncontrollable cold currents instantaneously froze the entire rock wall, which then exploded into fine powder due to internal energy conflict. This is bad. Qin Feng immediately severed the connection, pushing her against the wall. Shadow Leopard dragged a fatty. A shadow darted by. The fatty had just been pulled from the rubble when the overhead rock layer crashed down, producing a deafening roar. What is happening? The fatty lay on the ground, his face pale. Qin Feng ignored him and hurried back to Lin Weier's side. She curled on the ground, emitting suppressed whimpers, seemingly struggling in agony. The bloodline memories of the phoenix were rebelling. Ancient howls filled her consciousness, nearly tearing her spirit apart. If this continues, she will lose her sanity. Qin Feng crouched down, placing his palm directly on her forehead. Lin Weier trembled violently, as if struck by an electric current. In the depths of her shadowy soul, Qin Feng glimpsed a crystalline beast soul, the young ice phoenix he had once devoured. It was supposed to be fully refined, yet he had deliberately preserved a trace of its essence. Now, it was just what he needed. His fingertips moved slightly, releasing a pure breath of icy bloodline energy, like a clear spring flowing into a parched riverbed. In an instant, the phoenix phantom calmed. It lowered its head, gazing at Qin Feng, a flicker of human-like complexity in its eyes, as though recognizing its master, yet questioning, "Why do you keep it?" Subsequently, the phantom retracted, slowly merging into Lin Weier's body. She gasped, gradually opening her eyes, her gaze landing on Qin Feng's face. "You have always kept its beast soul?" Her voice was weak, yet laced with disbelief. Qin Feng did not respond, merely nodding gently. As they continued toward the core entrance, Lin Weier stumbled slightly, prompting Qin Feng to instinctively reach out to steady her. They exchanged a glance, a subtle emotion flickering between them before they quickly regained their composure and pressed on. Qin Feng turned, advancing toward the end of the passage. The countdown, 2 minutes and 43 seconds. The core entrance loomed close, yet the final barrier stood before them, a semi-transparent projection of will, resembling a colossal beast. Its eyes a piercing blue, fixating on the intruders. "Non-nesting beings shall not enter." The voice thundered, striking the soul. Qin Feng halted, feeling as though 1,000 needles pierced through him. The devoured beast souls writhed restlessly within his bloodline, colliding with one another. Particularly the ultimate slaughter beast soul from the Beast King, which emitted a low growl from the depths of his consciousness, as if attempting to break free from its shackles. A searing pain coursed through his nervous system, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly bringing him to his knees. "Suppress it." Lin Weier struggled to stand as the chill coalesced once more. Futile. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, aware that it was rejecting all foreign wills. Countdown, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. The passage began to tremble violently. The energy tide was about to close, and the countdown mercilessly reminded him of the urgency of time. Qin Feng's mind raced as he recalled his previous resonance with the beast souls. Though ferocious, they had unleashed astonishing power under his guidance. Faced with this formidable projection of will, perhaps harnessing the strength of the beast souls could turn the tide. Despite the immense risk, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to hesitate any longer. Taking a deep breath, his gaze solidified with determination. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, murmuring incantations, causing the air around him to subtly distort. In an instant, the beast souls within the soul space stirred in unison, the slaughter beast soul radiating a terrifying aura, while the other beast souls roared defiantly, their frenzied power rampaging through the space. Qin Feng felt as if his head might split open, his consciousness on the brink of being torn apart, yet he endured the agony, guiding the power of the beast souls. If he could not suppress it, then he would not. He closed his eyes, willingly opening his consciousness, allowing all the devoured beast souls to array themselves within the soul space. At that moment, he sensed a unique connection with the ultimate slaughter beast soul, as if it had been awaiting this very moment. The Shadow Leopard, Mechanical Guardian, and other Yijingjanshog all lowered their heads, encircling the pitch-black source of the ultimate slaughter beast soul. The beast soul slowly lifted its head, locking eyes with the projection. Resonance commenced. Qin Feng's body levitated, his eyes shimmering with a blend of golden and black light, his voice deep and ancient. "I do not fight alone." The will projection trembled slightly. The slaughter beast soul let out a howl to the heavens, the other beast souls roaring in unison, their collective sound crashing against the projection. Boom! The projection shattered. The entrance fully opened. Azure light surged in like a tidal wave. Go. Qin Feng landed, his stride unbroken. Lin Wire followed closely. But as she stepped into the core area, a sense of unease washed over her. Wait. She abruptly grasped Qin Feng's arm. Your eyes. Without turning back, Qin Feng simply raised his hand, wiping away a trace of blood from the corner of his eye. The golden-black radiance had not yet completely faded. A trivial matter. He replied nonchalantly, we can tend to it later. Lin Wire did not release her grip, her fingertips trembling slightly. You resonated with it just now? It was not control, but resonance. Qin Feng finally halted. He turned to her, his gaze profoundly unsettling. It recognizes me. But it is not your battle pet. It embodies slaughter itself. So what? A cold smirk curled Qin Feng's lips. I have consumed far more than mere power. Countdown, 58 seconds. Deep within the core, the azure light pulsated ever more urgently, akin to a heart on the verge of awakening. Qin Feng stepped forward, his figure engulfed by radiant light. Lin Wire stood rooted in place, watching his silhouette, a wave of unease washing over her. What should I do if one day, you too are consumed by it? Chapter 48. The revival of bloodline. Lin Wire gazed at Qin Feng's form being swallowed by the azure light, her apprehension intensifying. Yet, time was of the essence. And she gritted her teeth, following him into the core area. As she entered, a torrent of blue light surged into Qin Feng's body, each strand of light striking his nerves like a whip. His body trembled slightly, struggling to maintain his balance, while the remnants of golden black light flickered in his eyes, a testament to the lingering might of the slaughtering beast soul. At that very moment, a suffocatingly sacred aura descended. An icy blue phantom emerged from the depths of the sea of light, its wings unfurling dramatically to obscure the heavens. The phoenix head was held high, its gaze as frigid as the stars, fixated intently on Qin Feng and Lin Wire. There was no attack, no words, only an exquisitely pure pressure of bloodline, reminiscent of an ancient judgment. Lin Wire felt her knees buckle, nearly collapsing to the ground. She bit her lip fiercely, blood trickling down her chin, glistening a sinister dark red under the blue light. Hold on, Qin Feng shouted, reaching out to support Lin Wire. However, an invisible force swept through like a raging tide, forcefully pushing Qin Feng back. His back slammed against the wall, a metallic taste filling his throat as he fought to suppress the urge to cough up blood. Internally, he couldn't help but grumble. Goodness, this force is overwhelmingly fierce. The phoenix's gaze shifted to Lin Wire, cold and scrutinizing. After a moment, it gently shook its head. It was not a matter of disbelief. Rather, her bloodline was simply too thin. It deems me unworthy. Lin Wire's voice trembled, blood seeping from her orifices. 1,000,000 years ago, the ice phoenix could freeze the galaxies, yet I cannot even touch its shadow. Qin Feng's attention fixated on the phoenix, his pupils narrowing slightly. He understood that this was not a test, but an elimination. Those deemed unqualified would have their consciousness utterly obliterated. Yet, Lin Wire suddenly smiled, wiping the blood from her lips, resolutely declaring, "Then allow me to qualify." She gradually knelt, deliberately tilting her head back to expose her crown beneath the phoenix's gaze. Wait. Qin Feng bellowed, surging forward. But once again, the force restrained him, as if to say, this trial can only be traversed by her alone. The phoenix plunged downward, transforming into a torrent of icy flames that surged directly into Lin Wire's crown. In an instant, her body crystallized, her skin radiating a glass-like sheen. And the substance coursing through her veins was no longer blood but the essence of extreme cold. She began to convulse violently, her eyes rolling back, emitting a sound that was not of this world. Her consciousness was being torn apart. An ancient battlefield materialized before her, an endless expanse of ice. The phoenix battling through flames, tearing apart monstrous beasts, consuming the stars. They were her ancestors, as well as her fate. Yet the frailty of modern genetics resisted, her identity teetering on the brink of collapse. It's slipping away. Qin Feng's pupils constricted, his heart tightening with anxiety. He abruptly bit his tongue, forcing himself to awaken, his hands swiftly forming seals, as the realm of his soul burst open. The spirit of the ice phoenix cub, which he had long preserved, hovered quietly at the center. It is not power I bestow upon you, Qin Feng whispered, but rather an anchor. With a flick of his fingertip, fragments of the beast soul transformed into a stream of memory, quietly seeping into Lin Wire's body along the energy veins beneath the ground. In an instant, Lin Wire's consciousness jolted. Amidst the endless struggle of ice and fire, she clutched tightly to a thread of familiar rhythm. Deep within her awareness, she began to dance, embodying ancient combat techniques with her broken form. Her body ceased to crystallize and instead began to transcend. Her skin shed, giving way to a new texture that shimmered with an icy blue sheen. Her hair transformed to silver, and her eyes resembled the depths of a polar abyss. The phoenix spirit finally nodded. As the icy flames receded, Lin Wire collapsed to the ground, gasping violently, yet smiling. I have returned. She felt the surging power within her, resonating with the very fabric of the universe. Every inch of her skin brimmed with boundless strength. With every gesture, the breath of ice naturally emanated, rendering her an embodiment of the ancient phoenix. The bond between the war pet and its host was thoroughly established, no longer a mere contract, but a symbiosis. The pinnacle state of the bloodline's revival had been achieved. Qin Feng exhaled in relief, just as he intended to step forward, but observed the phoenix spirit suddenly turn its head, its gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly into his brow. You. That voice resonated not through the air, but detonated within the very essence of his soul. An alien bloodline that devours all. How could it invoke such resonance? Qin Feng fell silent, aware that the true judgment had arrived. It was not a matter of blood purity, but of the lineage's rightful claim. He was not an heir, but a usurper. Should he fail to respond, annihilation awaited him in the next heartbeat. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. As thoughts raced in his mind searching for a strategy, he offered no explanations, nor did he plead for mercy. Instead, he slowly opened his arms and closed his eyes. The realm of his soul burst open once more. The shadow leopard growled, the spectral forms of mechanical guardians emerged, and the alien war beasts lined up. With the soul of the beast king residing at the center, surrounded by the golden-black beast souls of all that he had devoured, now fully manifested. Finally, that strand of the ice phoenix's essence glided to the forefront, gently quivering as if in homage. Within me, there is no pure bloodline. Qin Feng opened his eyes, locking gaze with the phoenix spirit, only a graveyard. Every drop of blood, every strand of soul, had been consumed, subdued, refined, and redefined with meaning. I am not a returner. He declared, I am a burial. As his words fell, the devouring system activated automatically. The sacred energy that poured forth from the phoenix spirit after its baptism cascaded like rain, yet was instantaneously transformed by the system into the purest source energy, replenishing all beast souls. The shadow leopard's claws became sharper, the armor of the mechanical guardians thickened, and within the black flames of the slaughtering beast soul, a hint of icy blue emerged. The phoenix spirit fixed its gaze upon Qin Feng, silent for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it slowly bowed its head, morphing into an ice blue mark that surged directly toward Qin Feng's brow. Qin Feng felt a chill at his brow as the icy blue mark seamlessly merged into his soul, bestowing upon him a sensation that was both wondrous and enigmatic. There was no surge of power coursing through him, nor any skill passed down, only a singular thought, etched into his essence. The path of devouring can also lead to enlightenment. I acknowledge you. A tremor coursed through Qin Feng's body as the mark at his brow sank deeper, resonating subtly with the golden patterns in his palm. He cast his gaze downwards at his hand, fingers splayed, as the source energy danced at his fingertips, not in a frenzy, but with an ordered grace. It was as though all that had been consumed had finally discovered its rightful place. Lin Wei struggled to rise, her silvery hair cascading down as she regarded Qin Feng with a complex expression. You weren't controlling them just now. I was nurturing them, Qin Feng replied, retracting his hand. His voice deep and contemplative. Devouring is never the end, integration is. Lin Wei opened her mouth to respond, but her pupils suddenly constricted. Your arm. Qin Feng looked down to find a blood-like fissure slowly emerging on his left arm, dark light swirling beneath his skin, as if some force was clashing within. This was the price of forcibly redirecting divine energy to nourish the beast souls. His body was not yet capable of fully accommodating such a level of fusion. Blood droplets fell from his fingertips, splattering onto the ground and forming a small dark red stain. It's nothing, Qin Feng said, raising his hand to wipe away the blood, planning to attend to it later. Chapter 49. The Summons of Time and Space. Just as Qin Feng had gained new insights regarding the Phoenix Shadow, an excruciating pain pierced his left arm. akin to being simultaneously pricked by countless steel needles. He gasped, his breath caught in his throat. Not only was his flesh undergoing this agonizing torture, but even his soul's realm began to tremble violently. The shadow leopard growled lowly, its claws lunging towards Qin Feng, only to be repelled violently by an invisible force. The mechanical guardian flickered, its armor shattering instantaneously, yet reassembling in the blink of an eye. The murderous beast's souls recoiled, crushed beneath the residual divine might. Damn it! This predicament! Qin Feng cursed inwardly, urgently commanding in his mind. Stabilize the situation. In an instant, the veins at his temples throbbed. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, which he forcefully suppressed. Lin Weier approached, panting heavily, and upon seeing Qin Feng's anguished expression, she inquired directly, "What should we do now?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng rasped, "Have the beast souls compress into formation and create a circular barrier, leaving the center vacant." Upon his command, the beast souls sprang into action. The shadow leopard crouched low, its claws tracing arcs that connected with other lingering shadows to form a ring, encircling the volatile energy at the center. The murderous beast souls were pushed to the outer circle, black flames roiling like a wall, staunchly resisting the divine surge from within. The essence of the ice phoenix gradually ascended, hovering in the center, radiating a pure icy blue aura. Initiate synchronization. Qin Feng opened his eyes, fixating intently on Lin Weier as the formation was about to commence. Lin Weier nodded, raising her hand to press against the ground. The source energy veins ignited instantly, blue light surging in like a tide from all directions, converging at the core of the formation. A complex pattern began to manifest above them, akin to a mechanical gear long dormant for eons, now stirring to life. "You're outputting 3 seconds too fast," Qin Feng exclaimed, furrowing his brow. Lin Weier's voice tightened. "I sense a force interfering with me." With a focused gaze, Qin Feng sensed something peculiar about the formation. He instinctively drew upon Lin Weier's bloodline power, stepping forward, his right hand pressing against the edge of the formation eye. His arm shook violently, and the fissure burst open once more, black blood dripping from his fingertips. Yet, Qin Feng had no intention of halting. Instead, he intensified the output, channeling the pure source energy within him at a steady frequency, perfectly aligning with Lin Weier's icy blue pulse. The formation eye trembled with a thunderous roar, the blue light surging dramatically. As the azure luminescence continued to swell, the surrounding air appeared distorted, an invisible pressure beginning to pervade. The ground quaked violently, cracks rapidly spreading, and metallic plates lifted into the air, suspended and rotating slowly. The force field around them became exceedingly unstable, smaller metal fragments already beginning to float. The wreckage of the spacecraft was lifted by an unseen force, tilting as it floated, the hull emitting a mournful metallic groan under the strain. "Gravity has failed," Lin Weier exclaimed softly. "Shadow Leopard, anchor the formation," Qin Feng commanded coldly. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its limbs pounding the ground, unleashing shadow power that transformed into 4 black chains, ensnaring the rotund figure, the spacecraft debris, and a severed mechanical arm, the final chain coiling around Lin Weier's ankle. "Mechanical guardians, fill the gaps." The mechanical guardians crashed to the ground, their armor reassembling to block the widening fissure beneath them. They stood like 4 pillars, barely stabilizing the physical structure of the area. "How much longer can it hold?" Lin Weier inquired. "It depends on you," Qin Feng replied, his gaze fixed on the formation eye. It required not merely energy but resonance. It needed to acknowledge her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Weier closed her eyes, her silver hair swirling without wind. She slowly raised her hands, source energy coalescing in her palms into a phantom phoenix, its wings unfurling and emitting a silent, melodious cry. The formation's patterns flickered in response, gradually syncing with her, as if accepting her bloodline power. However, just as everyone believed the situation was stabilizing, Lin Weier suddenly gasped, "No, something's wrong. The frequency is distorted. It's pulling at my bloodline power." Qin Feng turned sharply, noticing the soul of the slaughter beast trembling violently within the soul space. Amidst the black flames, a faint starry silhouette emerged, resonating with the fissure from afar. "Is it responding?" Qin Feng's pupils constricted. This slaughter beast's soul was enigmatic, and now it seemed to resonate willingly, as if it inherently belonged to that place. "What exactly are you?" Qin Feng thought to himself, a cold smile forming within. The The fissure expanded once more, the force of attraction intensifying. The wreckage of the spacecraft was drawn into the air, the shadow leopard's chains producing a jarring metallic screech as they snapped one by one. The mechanical guardian's armor shattered. Collapsing in a cacophony, Lin Weier found herself weightless, her feet leaving the ground. Quick as a flash, Qin Feng grasped her wrist with one hand, while the other pressed firmly on the formation eye. Battle pets, form up, full power output. Hold on for me. Boom. The last remnant exploded, and the ground disintegrated completely. Everyone floated in midair, enveloped by streams of light, like leaves cast into a torrent. Lin Weier's hand trembled in Qin Feng's grasp, yet she did not release it. Qin Feng tilted his head back, staring deep into the heart of the vortex. The celestial trails swirl above, as if countless eyes are gazing down. He smirked slightly, whispering, "You wish to draw me in? Then let me show you who devours whom." Chapter 50. The end of wandering. The flow of light sliced through the air like a relentless meat grinder. And Qin Feng felt every inch of his flesh being torn apart. His throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless, while pain surged through his nerves like a chaotic storm. Lin Weier's grip gradually turned frigid, her pulse barely detectable. Damn it, it's not over yet. Qin Feng cursed within his thoughts, not directed at anyone in particular, but rather at the high-dimensional turbulence that threatened to obliterate him. The soul of the slaughter beast rampaged within his spiritual realm, like a frenzied bull, its dark flames surging eagerly towards the rift, as if it had discovered some great treasure. Qin Feng did not restrain it. Instead, he grinned wickedly. "Oh, you want to go home? Fine, pave the way for me." He suddenly released his tight defenses, allowing himself to be drawn into the vortex's center. At the same time, he focused his thoughts, thrusting the slaughter beast's soul directly into the core of his consciousness, aligning it with the celestial trails. The devouring circuit formed instantaneously, with the slaughter beast's soul acting as an energy conduit, voraciously siphoning the high-dimensional energy from the rift and transforming it into pure source energy that flooded his body. The shadowy panther's afterimage trembled, its limbs reconstituting. Fragments of the mechanical guardian's armor began to float and reassemble. Lin Weier let out a muffled groan. Her brow furrowed, as the essence of the ice phoenix within her threatened to explode, nearly collapsing. Qin Feng pulled her into his embrace, pressing his left hand firmly against her back, forcibly guiding the source energy into her meridians. "Hold on. Don't let the bloodline backlash consume you." Cursing under his breath, his movements remained steadfast as a rock. The flow of light gradually slowed, and the turbulence receded. Suddenly, the space around them felt overwhelmingly vast, devoid of sky, earth, stars, or boundaries, with countless threads drifting through the void, resembling the universe's most primordial patterns. There was no gravity, no sense of time, and even existence felt nebulous. Though his feet did not touch the ground, Qin Feng felt as if he were treading upon invisible steps. He looked down at Lin Weier in his arms and noticed a frosty blue mark emerging from her forehead, a brand left by the ancient phoenix shadow. "Is this the end?" Qin Feng muttered. Suddenly, the slaughter beast's soul quivered violently, and a series of ancient runes emerged from the black flames, perfectly aligning with a path etched in the void. A passage? Qin Feng squinted. It was a recognition gate. He raised his hand and forcefully released the remaining celestial trail information from the slaughter beast's soul. That beam of light surged deep into the ethereal realm like a vine. Buzz! An ice-blue fire ring materialized from thin air, encircling the two. The ancient phoenix shadow reappeared, but this time it bore a less fearsome demeanor, instead exuding a sense of acknowledgement. It emitted a low hum, and divine flames cascaded down, merging entirely into Lin Weier's being. Lin Weier trembled, her source power recoalescing, her breath shifting from the brink of death to a steady calm. Qin Feng sensed her bloodline had transcended, aligning with the ancient will. "You're quite generous," Qin Feng remarked, staring at the phoenix shadow, recalling how he had nearly brought her demise before she now came to their rescue. The phoenix shadow remained silent, slowly approaching, its flames gently brushing against Qin Feng's brow. In an instant, fragments of memory surged forth, not images, nor sounds, but rather snippets of a colossal beast that devours all. Resting at the edge of the starry sea, using remnants as its nest, and consuming the orbits of stars as sustenance. Countless civilizations rise and fall within its belly, ultimately transforming into laws that are digested. It serves as the janitor of this high-dimensional space, and also the reset button. Thus, you are the custodian? Qin Feng opened his eyes. And I, your new receptacle? Feng Ying gazed at him for a moment, then slowly nodded, transforming into a mark that swiftly embedded itself into his brow. It was a more vivid imprint than before, imbued with warmth and weight. Pathway admission, Qin Feng muttered. Sounding akin to a ticket, yet it was, in truth, an assessment, wasn't he it? He glanced down at Lin Weier, discovering that she had finally opened her eyes. How long have I slept? Her voice was hoarse. Not long. You were but a breath away from becoming an ice statue. Qin Feng released his hold, his tone both cold and commanding. Next time, do not act so recklessly. We must tread carefully. She refrained from retorting, simply watching him quietly. Did you bring me back? It was merely luck that allowed me to retrieve you. A light laugh escaped her lips as she suddenly grasped his wrist. You held on quite tightly just now. Qin Feng neither shook her off nor spoke, merely looked up. The virtual realm began to collapse, the path marks extinguishing one by one, akin to burnt incense. The portal of light was slowly closing. Shall we proceed? Qin Feng inquired. You decide, she replied. He cast a glance at the shadow leopard, which let out a low growl, its residual form solidifying. The mechanical guardian armor clattered as it reassembled, standing silently behind them. The battle pet swiftly moved, encircling Lin Weier in a defensive stance. My path has always been forged by my own efforts, Qin Feng murmured, seemingly to himself, yet also issuing a challenge to the virtual realm. In the next moment, he stepped forward. The portal could only accommodate one person and was continuing to shrink. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Just as his body was nearly fully enveloped, Lin Weier suddenly reached out, grasping the hem of his garment. He turned back. She bit her lip, her expression complex. If you dare leave me outside, I will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Qin Feng smirked slightly. Have I ever lacked for companions? He grasped her wrist with his other hand and pulled with force. Together, they entered side by side. The portal slammed shut with a thunderous sound, extinguishing the final vestige of the path marks. The virtual realm fell into an eerie silence. In the moment just before the virtual realm sealed completely, a powerful force abruptly drew them into the stream of light. Moments later, a notification chimed. Wandering ends, the path begins. Qin Feng found himself standing on a landscape of gray and white. Before him lay an endless wasteland, and the sky had split open, revealing a dark red light. He looked down to see golden patterns on his left palm shifting. Deep within the lines, a miniature beast eye gradually opened. Lin Weier leaned against his shoulder. Still not fully recovered, the shadow leopard lay on the ground, its ears suddenly perked up. Qin Feng raised his gaze toward the edge of the wasteland. There, a figure slowly approached, its outline indistinct, yet the aura was unmistakably familiar. Another possessor of a devouring system, but with an even more ancient and pure essence. The man raised his hand, revealing a golden pattern in his palm, at the center of which lay a fully opened beast's eye. I have finally awaited your arrival. The other party spoke, their voice reminiscent of something dragged from the depths of an icy abyss. The previous vessel had perished at my hands. Qin Feng grinned, tightly grasping Lin Weier's hand. What a coincidence. I have a penchant for second-hand goods. Chapter 51. Sky Academy. The exterior of the spacecraft emitted a shrill sound as it scraped against the high-dimensional turbulence. The golden pattern on Qin Feng's left palm twitched slightly, and the phantom of the beast's eye that had just opened flickered away. He glanced down at Lin Weier, who was still leaning against the cabin wall. The icy blue mark on her forehead pulsed faintly, her breathing steady yet not fully recovered. The navigation system has been compromised. Qin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on the coordinates flashing on the main control screen, his voice as deep as a death knell. Target. Main control tower of Sky Academy. Lin Weier struggled to prop herself up. Do they know we are here? No, what nonsense. Qin Feng scoffed coldly. They are merely waiting for us to deliver ourselves on a silver platter. The resonance of the signal frequency and the virtual realm's pathways is not an interception. It is an invitation to our doom. He swiped his fingertip across the system interface, severing the external access link. These people are treating us as sacrificial offerings. Expecting a group of novices to emerge alive from the virtual realm? Before he could finish his sentence, the spacecraft jolted violently, automatically entering a descent trajectory. Outside the porthole, a vast gray-white wasteland was divided by a colossal circular barrier, with towering spires piercing the dark red rift at its center, resembling swords of silver. As the cabin door steadied, the heavy thud of 12 metallic boots approached from outside. All personnel, Open the hatch immediately. High-dimensional residual fluctuations detected. Suspected to carry forbidden life forms. The voice from the loudspeaker was cold and mechanical, repeating, "Open the hatch for inspection immediately." Qin Feng raised his hand to shield Lin Weier behind him, suppressing the presence of the shadow leopard and the mechanical sentries to the bare minimum. Within his soul space, two beast souls lay silent, as if lifeless. He closed his eyes, an invisible pressure emanating from his body, as if a chasm had opened within. The ground resonated with the low growl of battle pets, as an armored canine dropped to the ground, its front limbs giving way. The captain of the squad narrowed his pupils, nearly losing grip on his energy weapon. SSS-level mental force? The captain's voice trembled. Impossible. This fluctuation surpasses that of the academy head. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze indifferent as he stepped out of the cabin. The wind billowed around him. Yet no one dared to advance. "We are visitors," he stated calmly, yet with an undeniable authority, "not captives." The captain gritted his teeth and gestured for retreat. "Boarding inspection is permitted, but you must cooperate with the psychic resonance scan. Otherwise, entry into the academy grounds is prohibited." 3 silver-gray devices advanced from the periphery, their circular antennas slowly unfurling, emitting a low-frequency hum. A smirk played at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth, as he compressed the soul fluctuations of the shadow leopard and mechanical sentinels below the threshold of initial contract, akin to 2 newly hatched chicks. The scanning beams swept through the cabin. Detection results: 1 host, peak silver-level mental force; 1 battle pet, shadow leopard, bloodline rating B. The mechanical voice reported. The captain frowned. What of the previous SSS-level fluctuation? The mental force fluctuation was fleeting, such as normal. The accompanying technician sifted through the data. The fleeting resonance triggered by the high-dimensional residue had dissipated. The captain fixed his gaze on Qin Feng, his expression laced with suspicion, yet he found no flaw. Ultimately, he waved his hand. "Release them." Visitor information was recorded, docking level B7, and no one was permitted to leave the ship without authorization. As the hatch closed, Qin Feng turned to support Lin Weier. "Can you walk?" She nodded, her steps unsteady yet resolute. "What do they wish to investigate?" "Whether I am a vessel." Qin Feng scoffed. "To see if I have ingested what I should not have." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a jolt surged through his consciousness. A delicate wave of pink-purple energy intruded silently, thread-like and non-aggressive. "No tricks, novice." The voice carried a lazy mirth yet struck like needles. "You are not the first chosen. But those who survive until the end are seldom many." Qin Feng's pupils constricted. He recognized this mental imprint. It belonged to Su Mei. He had to masquerade as an ordinary student. The voice continued. "Otherwise, the Soul Trace system will scrutinize your consumption records from the past 24 hours. Can you imagine how the Academy's higher-ups would react upon discovering you devoured half of a high-dimensional scavenger?" Lin Weier sensed the shift in his demeanor. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng shook his head, suppressing the turmoil within. This Soul Trace technology was utterly formidable, capable of reverse-analyzing the path of consumption and exposing his secrets. "Breakthrough?" Lin Weier whispered. Qin Feng stared at the golden patterns in his palm. The beast's eye had closed, leaving only a dark golden fissure. He recalled the imprint of the phoenix's shadow in the void, remembering the phrase regarding entry into the Tao realm. "This is not the end, but the beginning." "No," he murmured. "If they wish to witness a spectacle, we shall perform." He approached the control panel, called up the enrollment application form, paused for a second over the battle pet information field, and entered. Shadow Leopard, Grade B, submission complete. The spacecraft slowly descended into the underground docking level, the surrounding lights dimming from white to dark as the metallic gate closed with a dull thud. Next, the performance would commence. Qin Feng turned back, his gaze settling on Lin Weier. "Remember, you are the prodigious girl, and I am merely the reluctant companion you brought along." Lin Weier scoffed. "With that face of yours, even playing the role of a companion seems excessively arrogant." "Arrogant?" Qin Feng smirked. "When we meet that senior sister, I shall not spare her even a glance." Before he could finish, a cold chuckle echoed in his consciousness. "Su Mei, that wretched woman, has arrived quite swiftly." Lin Weier suddenly raised her hand, her fingertips brushing lightly over the golden patterns on his left palm. "Does this injury still hurt?" "Not at all." Qin Feng grasped her fingers, tightening his grip slightly as a reminder of who was watching them. She did not pull away, merely murmured, "Don't act recklessly. This is no longer just your affair." Qin Feng fell silent for a moment before nodding. Outside the cabin, A slender figure stood quietly behind the observation window of the docking level. Her purple hair cascaded down, the tips tinged with crimson, and a playful smile graced her lips. She tapped the glass lightly, leaving a faint trace of light. Finally arrived, Sume whispered. The last one to return to the grave perished at the third trial. How far can you go? She turned and departed, the sound of her high heels echoing in the empty corridor. Within the docking bay, Qin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the metallic wall, as if he were engaging in a silent confrontation with a distant figure. Are you watching me? He whispered. Lin Weier frowned. No one is here, what's wrong? No. Qin Feng slowly closed his eyes. She is waiting for me to err. Let her observe closely. He opened his eyes, their cold glare unwavering. He approached the hatch. The metallic lock clicked open, and a gust of frigid air rushed in. Outside lay a long corridor leading deeper into the academy, flanked by silver lamps resembling stars. Fading into the mist at the end, Lin Weier followed, quietly asking, Are we truly taking this path? Qin Feng did not falter in his stride. They wish to see me bow my head, to conceal my brilliance. He paused, a hint of scorn curling his lips. But I, Qin Feng, never play roles. I only relish the hunt. Chapter 52. The assessment shines brightly. Qin Feng disregarded Lin Weier's quiet inquiries, his gaze icy as he approached the hatch. The metallic lock clicked open, cold air pouring in. The two emerged, Qin Feng striding forward, the soles of his boots striking the alloy floor with a sharp sound. Lin Weier followed closely, her fingertips still tinged with the sensation of the golden pattern from earlier, yet she refrained from further questioning. At the end of the corridor, an electronic bulletin displayed the day's agenda. 0900 Entrance Practical Assessment, Freshman Group. B-Grade Battle Pet, Silver Mental Power. Lin Weier lowered her voice. Are you going to continue this charade? Qin Feng cast a glance at the icy blue mark still lingering on her brow, his tone indifferent. It is not a facade, but a performance for their benefit. It must have a beginning and an end. Lin Weier scoffed. Back on the ship, your murderous intent was unmistakable. That was for a certain scoundrel. Qin Feng smirked, the lilac mental wave in his consciousness having receded, leaving behind a chilling aura akin to a snake shedding its skin. The assessment arena was located on the third underground level, where dozens of newcomers had already gathered at the entrance. The presence of battle pets mingled, their low growls, shrieks, and flapping wings creating a cacophony. At the registration desk, an instructor languidly perused documents. Name, battle pet level, mental power rating, Qin Feng, Shadow Leopard, B-Grade, Silver Peak. The instructor did not even lift his eyelids. The accompanying passage is in Zone B. Do not stray. Qin Feng remained silent, directly handing over his identity card. As the chip was scanned, a blood-red warning suddenly flashed on the screen. High-dimensional residual fluctuation detected and filtered. Passage permitted. Lin Weier was ushered to the viewing seats while Qin Feng entered the waiting area. The shadow leopard curled at his feet, its dark fur dull and its energy waning, resembling a weaned kitten. This battle pet's strength is concerning, remarked a nearby candidate with a sneer, B-grade bloodline, unable to execute the basic Gale step properly. Qin Feng lowered his head, gently caressing the base of the shadow leopard's ear, a golden pattern slowly swirling within his soul space. Endure, he silently urged, soon. You shall feast. The assessment rules projected in the air. Time limit, 10 minutes. Eliminate 3 C-grade mechanical wolves, scoring based on efficiency, tactics, and energy consumption. The use of super-tier skills or external assistance is prohibited. In the initial round, 15 individuals took to the stage. The majority relied on their battle pets, engaging in fierce confrontations that lasted over 6 minutes. Some battle pets sustained injuries and were subsequently eliminated. When it was Qin Feng's turn, the arena fell silent for a few seconds. A peak silver rank? Is this all? Some shook their heads, suspecting he was merely a beneficiary of Lin Weier's connections. As Qin Feng stepped onto the field, his shadow leopard followed him with silent grace, its paws barely making a sound. The mechanical chamber roared open, unleashing 3 silver-gray mechanical wolves that howled ferociously, their joints crackling with electric arcs, their claws sparking against the ground. The countdown commenced. The shadow leopard did not rush forward. Instead, it crouched low, its pupils narrowing to slits. Qin Feng closed his eyes momentarily. Upon reopening them, a smile graced his lips. Left, 3 steps, leap. The shadow leopard shot forward like an arrow, swiftly veering to the side, its claws grazing the left wolf's snout as the beast lunged, missing its target and stumbling. Center. Lower. Throat rip. The shadow leopard slid beneath the middle wolf's belly, propelling itself upward with its hind legs, aiming for the next power core while deftly avoiding the armor's seams. Right. Wait for its leap before acting. The right wolf soared toward him, but the shadow leopard remained still, only springing into action as the wolf reached its apex, delivering a crushing blow to its knee joint, causing the mechanical creature to collapse with a resounding thud. In 3 seconds, the first wolf fell. The audience erupted in astonishment. How did he anticipate that? There were no skill fluctuations. It was purely tactical coordination. Qin Feng remained motionless, appearing more like an observer. Yet the shadow leopard moved like a wraith, each evasion precise. Every strike targeting the mechanical wolf's vulnerabilities. In the 7th second, the second mechanical wolf's core exploded. By the 10th second, the third was incapacitated, its cockpit pierced by the shadow leopard's paw. The timer froze at 12 seconds. A profound silence enveloped the arena. A perfect score? A mentor sprang to his feet. Incredulous. B-ranked battle pets clearing the field in 12 seconds? What nonsense. The data was scrutinized. Technicians pulled up the replay. All attacks fell within B-ranked thresholds for stamina and speed, with no energy overflow or skill markings. Yet this level of synergy was hardly characteristic of a novice. Data does not lie. Finally, Qin Feng spoke, his tone coolly indifferent. If you wish to verify, go ahead. The mentor's gaze shifted from disdain to suspicion. Have you engaged in real combat before? Indeed, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Those who claw their way out of the grave, not fully dead, count as experience. The crowd began to murmur. Lin Wire, watching from the stands, furrowed her brow, her fingertips subconsciously tracing her contract mark. She recognized that this was not mere training. It was an instinct forged through life and death trials. The assessment committee hastily convened a review. 5 minutes later, the scoreboard updated with the rankings. First place, Qin Feng, score, 100, Battle Pet, Shadow Leopard, B rank. Impossible. A nobleman shouted in outrage. I spent 3 months training my battle pet and only scored 87. Why does he deserve this? By virtue of his strength. Qin Feng replied as he tucked away his identity badge, the shadow leopard nuzzling affectionately against his side. As he turned to leave, a sudden chill crept up his neck. The ethereal lavender wave emerged once more, a spectacle to behold. A languorous female voice drifted from the sidelines. The crowd turned in unison. A woman with flowing purple hair approached, her high heels striking the ground, each step resonating like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Behind her, a fleeting nine-tailed specter passed, causing ripples in the air. Sume, senior? A mentor exclaimed in astonishment. What brings you here in person? She ignored the question, her gaze fixed intently on Qin Feng, her eyes glinting crimson as if stained with blood. You are not merely an observer. Qin Feng hesitated momentarily. You are the hunter. She closed the distance. Now just 3 steps away, her fragrance intoxicating yet cool, reminiscent of an alluring enchantment. Join us, she purred with a light laugh, under the vast sky. There lies your stage. At last, Qin Feng turned to meet her gaze. Her eyes bore into him, not as though observing a person, but rather dissecting a corpse, peeling away layers to peer deep into his soul. Do not conceal it, she whispered, as the mental wave entwined around him like fine threads. I am aware that you have consumed the remnants of a high-dimensional purifier's soul, still fermenting within your battle companion's stomach. Am I not correct? A chill swept through Qin Feng's eyes. Senior, you jest. I am merely an ordinary student with a B-level battle companion. Sume chuckled softly, her fingertip brushing her lips as a mental wave quietly infiltrated his mind. A commendable performance, yet do not forget, the hunter can also become the prey. Qin Feng disregarded her, turning to leave. Lin Weier descended from the observation area, walking alongside him. What does she know? Lin Weier inquired. She knows I have consumed something. Qin Feng replied in a low voice. And she is curious about how much more I can devour. And your plans? Let her observe. Qin Feng's gaze darkened with a hint of crimson. Watch me consume her foxtail piece by piece until it is nothing but swallowed remnants. At the end of the corridor, an electronic screen flickered to life, displaying a new notice. Emergency assembly. Those achieving full marks in assessments. Report to the control tower for qualification reevaluation within 3 days. Qin Feng continued without pause. Chapter 53. Qin Feng plays the dandy. His steps faltered momentarily under the screen's dim glow, then he rounded the corner. the soles of his boots crunching over metallic seams with a sharp sound. At the corridor's end, a silent lavender mental wave brushed against the nape of his neck, akin to a serpent's flicking tongue gliding over his skin. "Do not hurry, little hunter," Sumei's voice erupted directly within his mind, wrapped in a languorous yet rusted sense of oppression. "You have yet to thank me for suppressing the surveillance request on your behalf." Qin Feng halted, not glancing back. "What would you have me express gratitude for, senior?" He scoffed, his voice low. "Thank you for inviting me to the floating light pavilion for a drink, or perhaps for arranging a swarm of flies to trail my every move?" "An astute individual ought not to inquire too deeply," she replied with a soft laugh, her tone both enticing and laced with menace. "Level 7, B District, Door 3. Dressed like a ruffian. Do not let them perceive that you are here on business." Qin Feng remained silent, swiftly tracing a hidden mark in his palm, confirming that the shadow leopard's essence still languished, its energy tightly sealed, a guise he mastered expertly. 7 minutes later, the door to the floating light pavilion swung open. Warm light cascaded in, mingling with the sweet scent of alcoholic beverages and energy drinks that enveloped him. A few alloy tables were arranged in a circular formation, with 6 or 7 individuals seated around them, while their battle pets curled up at their feet or dozed on the tabletop. A young man clad in a silver-trimmed jacket was toying with a source energy die. With a flick of his finger, the die floated and spun, emanating a dazzling blue light. Sumei lounged in a corner, her high heels perched on the table's edge, her crimson lips curling slightly. "Have you arrived? Sit beside me, so no one mistakes you for an appetizer." "Such flattery from a senior," Qin Feng replied, flashing a grin as he boldly took a seat, casually grabbing a bottle of energy drink. "You see, I'm not one to take things too seriously. I'm here simply for enjoyment." The jacketed man scrutinized him sideways. "Are you the genius who cleared the place in 12 seconds? 12 seconds? Qin Feng took a sip and wiped his mouth. "That was merely due to the mechanical wolf's stupidity. My shadow leopard could evade with a mere yawn." Laughter erupted around the table. "What about your battle pet?" Another individual pointed to the corner, where a creature resembling a sickly cat was huddled. "You've let even a B-grade bloodline go to waste." Qin Feng shrugged. "Bloodlines are inherited from my father, but intelligence comes from my peers. I don't rely on this to make a living, you understand?" Sumei took a delicate sip of red wine, her gaze flickering, her fingertip lightly tracing the rim of her glass. "Don't believe me?" Qin Feng suddenly rose, staggering a couple of steps, as if intoxicated, and leaned toward a woman adorned with ear studs. At her feet lay a C-grade rock-armored lizard, its shell mottled and its joints cracked, evidently suffering from a prolonged lack of energy, nearing its demise. "Miss, this little rocky fellow." He bent down, poking at the lizardess back armor. "If you don't replenish its source energy, it'll turn to ash by tomorrow." The ear-stud woman frowned, mocking him. "Feeling cowardly, are we? Don't be hasty." Qin Feng chuckled as he steadied himself against the table, leaning in such a way that his palm rested on the lizardess back, his fingertips brushing against its cracked scales. In the next instant, a faint golden light flickered in his palm, nearly imperceptible. The rock-armored lizard twitched violently, its eyes clouding as it turned halfway around, before it slumped lifelessly. "Hey, what did you do?" The ear-stud woman pushed him away forcefully. "Me?" Qin Feng staggered back, feigning innocence. "I merely steadied the table. It just happened to be wheezing like a broken bellows." "Feeding its source energy has been a hassle lately," the jacketed man scoffed. "Such a failing pet should have been dealt with long ago." Indeed, Qin Feng plopped back into his seat, raising his bottle in a toast to Sumei. "Senior, shall I fetch another bottle? This one's on me. Consider it an apology." Sumei did not accept, but focused intently on the fleeting glimmer of golden light that had appeared on the back of his hand. "Your battle pet has been acting rather peculiar tonight," she suddenly remarked, her voice as soft as a feather yet laced with intrigue. "What's so peculiar about it?" Qin Feng downed his drink. "Just now, in the assessment arena, its movements were excessively precise, and now it appears so lethargic." She tapped her lips lightly with her fingertip, her gaze deepening. Between a person and their pet, one must always speak the truth. Silence enveloped the group. Qin Feng grinned, revealing a set of bright teeth. "Let me share a secret with you, senior." He lowered his voice, as if revealing a drunken confession. "Last night, my shadow leopard suddenly froze, its eyes fixed as if someone had pressed a nerve. I thought it was possessed, but 10 seconds later, it was bouncing around again. What do you think? Is that strange?" "Huh." The jacketed man laughed heartily. "Your shadow leopard can still petrify? Who knows?" Qin Feng waved dismissively. Perhaps it secretly practiced some obscure talent while I, its master, remained oblivious. Sume did not laugh. She traced a circle on the rim of her wine glass, her gaze deepening. Come, let us gamble. The man in the jacket slammed his hand on the table, proposing a beast battle, best 2 out of 3. With the loser drinking 10 bottles of energy elixir. I refuse. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. My shadow leopard can hardly stand. What is the point of competing? It's not cowardice, he grinned. I simply lack the inclination to win. If I do, you'll accuse me of cheating. If I lose, you'll claim I was pretending. What is in it for me? The jacketed man scoffed. Then don't linger here and be a nuisance. Unperturbed, Qin Feng smiled wider. All right, I shall take my leave. But just before he departed, he suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the C-class electric hound at the man's feet. Your dog has a loose axle in its left hind leg. After a couple more laps, it will surely limp. Do you believe me? A hush fell over the room. The man's expression shifted. What nonsense are you spouting? If you don't believe me, let it run a lap. Qin Feng shrugged. I'll gift you a bottle of energy repair fluid. The electric hound growled, and the jacketed man, with a stern expression, signaled it to sprint. However, it had barely taken 5 steps when its left hind leg suddenly twisted awkwardly, causing it to stumble and collapse. Damn! The jacketed man sprang to his feet. How did you know? Just a guess. Qin Feng chuckled, rising and dusting off his pants. You see, when I drink too much. My eyes brighten, and everything looks like it's about to fall apart. He staggered toward the door, his posture languid like that of a street loafer. Sume watched his retreating figure, her fingers slowly curling, leaving a faint imprint on the wine glass. He didn't come to see us, she murmured softly. He came to scavenge parts. In the shadows of the corridor, Qin Feng paused. A flash of golden patterns flickered in his eyes as his fingertip lingered over the shadow leopard's talent panel for a moment. No rush. He silently smirked. The good dishes must be served one at a time to savor the flavor. He raised his hand, extracting a microchip from his collar, the identity key issued by the academy upon enrollment. With a flick of his finger, sparks erupted from the edges of the chip. 3 seconds later, the chip turned to ashes, scattering with the wind. Qin Feng lifted his gaze toward the floor indicator above the elevator. The numbers were descending from 7 to 6. The elevator doors opened, and a mechanical arm extended, scanning his chest. Identity verification failed. The cold mechanical voice echoed. Key destroyed. Initiating secondary monitoring protocol. Chapter 54. Undercurrents in the academy. The elevator doors clanged shut, and Qin Feng's back slammed against the cold metal wall, his breathing steady. Yet his eyes were as cold as steel tempered for 37 minutes. The secondary monitoring protocol had been activated, and the academy's net of capture was already unfurling. To hide. That was the narrative of the week. Qin Feng, charged forward. The corridor was devoid of alarms, yet chaos erupted. Several students rushed around the corner, carrying a stretcher, their white coats splattered with black blood. On the stretcher lay a C-class rock-armored lizard, its eyes rolled back, claws flailing in the air, spewing frothy black blood that reeked of decay. Here it comes again. Someone screamed. The Windblade Wolf just died, and now it's the rock-armored lizard's turn? Silence. The leading instructor bellowed. To the medical area. Seal off the passage. Don't let any outsiders near. Amidst the throng, Qin Feng deftly retreated 2 steps, his fingertips flicking a rusted identification badge into his palm, a temporary service permit bestowed upon him by the rotund Xiaopeng 3 days prior. Its permissions were lamentably minimal, yet sufficient for infiltrating the logistics transit path. With a downward gaze and a subtle smirk, he thought, chaos? This is my domain. Outside the medical zone, the security line sagged like mere decoration. 3 instructors stood vigil at the entrance, their attention solely fixed on the injured. The side door of the transit corridor stood ajar, the pungent scent of disinfectant almost overwhelming. Qin Feng hunched over, donning a gray-blue auxiliary uniform, blending in among 2 porters, his steps steady as he advanced. At the corridor's end, the carcass of a Windblade Wolf was being loaded into a cryogenic chamber. The beast's eyes were vacant, its neck charred, a clear indication of a lethal strike from a high-energy beam. Brain death confirmed, classified as C-level, numbered 739, preparation for autopsy underway. The recorder, without lifting his gaze, scribbled furiously. Feigning assistance, Qin Feng inched closer to the cryogenic chamber, only to suddenly slip, collapsing forward, his palm inadvertently pressing against the wolf's head. In that instant, golden patterns flickered from his palm, and a phantom of the beast's eyes flitted past. Fragments of memory erupted, engulfing him in a haze of dark mist from the beast enclosure, silver needles piercing the nape, a hand clad in silver gloves, devoid of insignia and sound, save for the chilling hiss of the injection. Residual substance, a neural stimulant energy amplifying agent, non-standard to the Academy. Qin Feng quickly withdrew his hand, scrambling to his feet, flustered as he righted the cart. What are you doing? The recorder shot up, glaring fiercely. I'm sorry. Qin Feng bowed apologetically, hastily seizing a bucket of disinfectant from the corner. I'll clean it up. Before he could finish, the bucket tipped, green liquid splattering across the floor, the acrid odor exploding in the air. Useless. The recorder leapt back, cursing, get out. Don't create more chaos here. Qin Feng retreated with an awkward smile. Yet his footing remained as firm as iron. Just as he exited the corridor, a lavender mental wave ensnared his consciousness like a spider's thread. Qin Feng. Su Mei's voice was frigid enough to crystallize. You seem to have a penchant for appearing in places you ought not to be. He halted and turned, his face still bearing the timidity of an auxiliary. Senior? I'm just a helper. How would I know where I should or shouldn't be? That wolf hasn't gone mad again. Stop pretending. Su Mei emerged at the corridor's entrance, her heels clicking against the damp tiles, her lips slightly parted. Yet her eyes glinted with cold resolve. 3 violent incidents, and you were near 2 of them. Security key compromised, secondary monitoring activated. You are now a primary subject of observation. Qin Feng shrugged, the pretense of timidity evaporating, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. So, are you here to apprehend me? I'm here to inquire. She advanced a step, her presence oppressive like a looming storm cloud. What exactly have you uncovered? He smiled, extracting a finger from his sleeve, the tip stained with a faint green residue. This is not disinfectant. He flicked his fingertip, dispersing the residue. It's a remnant of a chemical reaction. The beast wasn't insane. It was used as a test subject. Injection, stimulation, observation of its collapse. Someone is conducting live tests on neural modification drugs. Su Mei's pupils constricted. You've touched a corpse? Her voice dropped to a whisper. Just once, Qin Feng shrugged. Only a moment. And that is how I came to know all this. Are you not afraid of being discovered? He asked. I am, she replied with a smile. But I fear even more the treachery of those who would stab me in the back. Senior sister, do you not agree? She fixed her gaze upon him for 3 seconds, then suddenly let out a light laugh, her crimson lips curling into a dangerously alluring arc. Very well. From this moment on, you shall be under my supervision. Do not let me catch you deceiving me. Collaboration? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Temporarily, she said, turning away, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her silhouette enchanting as flames. Do not wander off again. When we meet next, I expect you to bring proof, not trouble. Without pausing, she faded into the distance. Qin Feng remained rooted in place, golden patterns swirling slowly in his gaze. Under her supervision? The matter of who supervises whom remains to be seen. Upon returning to his dormitory, as soon as the door clicked shut, he unfurled his notebook and inscribed 4 words, genetic experiment. His pen hesitated. The shadow leopard spirit suddenly stirred, its fur dimming as it curled into a corner, its eyes glinting with an eerie crimson hue. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qin Feng. Since the assessment, the shadow leopard had been listless, its energy sealed. How could it activate itself? Unless the residual effects of the potion from devouring the wind-blade wolf had influenced it through a soul resonance? He chuckled coldly. Intriguing. This academy's depths are murkier than I had anticipated. Grabbing his coat, he was about to step outside when the doorbell erupted with urgency. Qin Feng, roared Luo Xiaopeng from the other side, breathless, open the door. There's been an incident. The door swung open, and the rotund figure tumbled in, his face pale. What happened? Qin Feng frowned. I just saw that external researcher while delivering meals in Zone B. The chubby one whispered urgently. He injected a needle into a D-class ironclad dog. Afterward, its eyes turned red, and it nearly mauled a patrolling officer. Qin Feng's expression hardened. Where is he now? He was taken away. They said it was an unexpected loss of control. Luo Xiaopeng swallowed nervously, but I saw it. The syringe had the number X7 printed on it. Qin Feng nodded slowly. The evidence chain is complete. He seized his coat and strode out. Where are you going? Luo Xiaopeng panicked. To retrieve the final piece of the puzzle. He replied without looking back. In the B area of the laboratory, 3 levels underground, Qin Feng crouched by the iron bars, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on the laboratory below. Inside a glass chamber, 3 battle pets were secured to racks, intravenous tubes connected to their necks. The liquid inside glowing with an unsettling green light, writhing like living entities. At the central control station, a researcher in a white coat was engrossed in recording data. A box of silver needles beside him. Qin Feng slowly raised his hand, golden patterns flickering into view. With just one near-death battle pet, he could devour it, acquire the potion's formula, and perhaps trace the roots of the conspiracy. Just as he was about to act, the laboratory lights flickered twice. The researcher looked up and removed his mask. Sume. She stood behind the control panel, her fingers lightly caressing the box of silver needles, her crimson lips curving upward. Yet her gaze was icy enough to kill. I've been waiting for you, Qin Feng. Chapter 55. Temptation and threat. The iron grate of the ventilation duct was suddenly flung open, and like a leopard, Qin Feng leapt down, landing soundlessly. He stood at the threshold of the laboratory, his gaze penetrating the glass, fixated on the glimmering silver needle at Su Mei's fingertips. She remained still, merely lifting her eyes. Her crimson lips parting slightly. Have you guessed? Guess? Qin Feng scoffed coldly, striding forward. From the moment you entered the assessment arena, I've been pondering whether a woman capable of deciphering my devouring traces could possibly be a mere instructor. You must be joking. Su Mei chuckled softly, deliberately returning the silver needle to its case, the metallic clink echoing sharply in the air. So, do you see clearly now? She turned, her white coat slipping away to reveal a fitted black dress that accentuated her alluring curves, akin to a serpent shedding its skin, baring its fangs. Presenting 2 choices: follow me, and you may claim resources, intelligence, privileges, whatever you desire. Or, with a delicate flick of her finger, she triggered a violent spasm from a war beast within the glass chamber, its eyes bursting, black blood cascading down the framework, destined to become the next experimental subject. Qin Feng did not flinch, his expression remaining impassive as he replied, Aren't you concerned I might simply walk away and expose this matter? You may attempt it. Su Mei countered, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the tiles, each step resonating like a death knell. The Academy's surveillance network has locked onto you for 37 minutes. The secondary protocol is activated. Your identity data is being purged. At this moment, throughout the entirety of Sangqiong Academy, I am the only one who can ensure your survival. She advanced, her lips nearly brushing against his chin, her breath warm against his skin. Thus, you are not choosing a path. You are selecting a way to live. Her whispers, akin to a serpent's flickering tongue, caressed his ear. Qin Feng fell silent for 2 seconds before a smile broke across his face. One that was both mocking and perilous. The trap you've set, I have no choice but to enter. He raised his hand, his fingers gliding across her neck with a teasing yet edged motion. But I wish to know, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? Su Mei's gaze flickered momentarily before she retreated a step, turning to venture deeper into the laboratory. The metal door slid open, revealing a shadowy corridor that resembled the gullet of a colossal beast. Follow me. On either side of the corridor were transparent cultivation chambers, housing dozens of bizarre creatures. Their fur withered, bones contorted, evidently subjected to repeated modifications. Some had already perished, their bodies floating in a green solution, eyes bulging, mouths torn as if tortured to death. Qin Feng cast a glance, a cold smile curling within him. This is the true reservoir of resources, while hidden indeed. At the end lay a control room, at the center of which floated a holographic panel displaying the molecular structure of the X7 reagent. In the corner, several unopened crystal boxes were stacked, their blue lights swirling with an absurdly high purity. Do you see? Su Mei leaned against the wall, her finger tapping the panel lightly. High-grade source energy crystals, 10 boxes. S-class bloodline enhancers, 3 vials. She then opened a drawer, retrieving a vial of dark red liquid, beast soul purification liquid, which allows your war beast to directly absorb foreign talents without the need for devouring. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened as he extended his hand to receive it. The vial felt icy against his palm, and he peered down at the dark red liquid, his throat tightening as if struck by temptation. So many valuable items. His voice dropped a notch, laced with a greedy rasp. What makes you think I will comply? This, Su Mei raised her hand, her mental energy crashing upon him like a tidal wave. Qin Feng's consciousness wavered, his soul feeling as though it were pierced by a steel needle. The shadow leopard's beast soul howled, a mechanical guardian's phantom flickering within, only to be forcefully subdued. A cold smile flickered across his heart. They arrived swiftly, eager to inspect the goods. Yet, in an instant, his expression transformed into one of docility. His breath slowed, and even the constriction of his pupils was meticulously controlled. Hesitation melted away, replaced by obedience and desire, akin to a tamed beast, bowing its head to lick its master's palm. Sume narrowed her eyes, gradually retracting her mental energy. "You did not lie?" she asked, her tone tinged with mild surprise. "I merely wish to grow stronger," Qin Feng replied, raising his gaze. His voice steady. "I will follow whoever provides resources. Nothing more." Sume scrutinized him for 3 seconds before suddenly breaking into a smile, her red lips curving. "Excellent." She pushed a vial of enhancement agent towards him. "Tonight, we act. Target, the abandoned gene factory in the south of the city. To recover a batch of X7 drug samples. You will infiltrate. I will provide support." "Why me?" Qin Feng inquired. "Because you possess enough ruthlessness." She stepped closer, her lips nearly brushing his earlobe, her breath fragrant as orchids. "And you are clever enough not to ask unnecessary questions." Qin Feng accepted the vial, his fingertips grazing the label, and suddenly chuckled lowly. "What if I refuse?" "Then you would not be standing here," Sume responded, turning away, her long hair sweeping over her shoulder. "You would already be in the cryogenic chamber, flayed and stripped to the bone." The door opened, a cold wind rushing in. "Remember, do not attempt any tricks." She glanced back, her gaze sharp as a blade. "If I can discover your betrayal once, I can do so again." She lightly tapped her lips with her fingertip, her smile chilling. "I will let them live, but their existence will be worse than death." The door closed, leaving Qin Feng alone in the control room. He remained still, the vial of enhancement agent glinting a dark crimson in his hand. After 3 seconds, he raised his hand with a sharp crack. The vial shattered, liquid spilling forth, corroding the ground into charred black traces. "Living is worse than dying," he scoffed, his gaze icy. "Wait until you experience the torment of being devoured by 1,000 insects in the abyss before uttering such nonsense." He closed his eyes, his inner energy subtly shifting. No longer was it a disguise, it became control. The moment he opened his eyes, his expression softened, a slight smile gracing his lips. Standing humbly, the very image of a lackey bought by resources. 3 seconds later, he reverted to his steely demeanor, murderous intent unsheathing like a blade. "Interesting," he murmured. "Now it is my turn to perform." He approached the holographic panel, swiftly retrieving data on the X7 drug. His fingertips danced across the interface, information flooding in like a tidal wave. Core components of X7, neurostimulant, dragon lizard bloodline fragments, unknown catalyst. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Dragon lizard? That kind of trash that even a shadow leopard can tear apart. How does it qualify as the experimental core? He continued to scroll, suddenly halting. An encrypted log flashed before him. Subject number 7. Fusion success rate 0. 3. Mental collapse rate 98. 7. The sole surviving individual numbered K19 has been transferred to the Black Tower. K19? A jolt of realization struck him. K, is it controllable? Or is it the key? Just as he was about to delve deeper, the panel abruptly went black. Alarms sounded, a mechanical voice stating, insufficient permissions. Qin Feng smirked, swiftly extracting the data interface and stowing it in his pocket. That's enough. He understood where he was headed tonight, not to the factory, but to the Black Tower. The door creaked open, and he strode forth with determination. The corridor lights flickered intermittently, casting a glow upon one side of his cold visage. As he turned the corner, a wave of powdery purple energy subtly ensnared him. He did not falter, his gaze instantaneously shifting, docile, respectful, and somewhat ingratiating. "Senior," he murmured, his tone imbued with humility. The ethereal wave lingered for a brief moment before gradually receding. As Qin Feng continued onward, a faint smile began to unfurl at the corners of his mouth. "You believe you are surveilling me? You are merely a stepping stone on my ascent to greater heights." The elevator ascended, its metallic walls reflecting his silhouette. He raised a hand, gently brushing his cheek. "From this day forth," he whispered, "the lines between hunter and prey shall be redrawn." Chapter 56. A perilous transaction. As the elevator doors parted, Qin Feng stepped out, clutching the shard of a shattered vial tightly in his hand, its jagged edge piercing his palm and drawing forth a trickle of blood that seeped through his fingers. He paid no heed to the wound, simply tucking the fragment into his pocket, his movements as instinctual as stowing away a piece of discarded paper. 3 seconds later, his fingertips lightly tapped the communicator. "Sume," he intoned, his voice low and appropriately deferential. "I can create a superior version of that beast soul purification liquid." A silence enveloped the other end for 2 seconds, followed by a soft chuckle that felt like the caress of a cat's paw on silk. "Oh, are you not the worthless individual who couldn't even sustain a battle pet?" Her tone was languid, yet laced with skepticism. "And now you dare to discuss improvements?" "I lacked resources before," Qin Feng replied, lowering his gaze as the corridor lights illuminated one side of his face in stark contrast. "Now that you are guiding me, I naturally wish to acquire more skills to serve you better." "Interesting," Su Mei mused. "Tomorrow night at 8, in the old campus's 7th training ground. Bring a battle pet. Should it perish, no compensation will be provided." The line went dead. Qin Feng lifted his head, the warmth of submission long gone from his eyes, replaced by an icy demeanor sharp as a blade beneath the frost. He wiped the blood from his palm, his fingertips brushing lightly against his lips. "A purification liquid? I am an alchemical furnace." As night fell, he kicked open the rusted iron door of the 7th training ground. He entered, leading a gaunt, steel-bristled wild boar whose fur had fallen away, its breath ragged, eyes clouded and milky, clearly on the brink of death. This was a discarded specimen he had salvaged from the Academy's abandoned beast enclosure, one that even the most novice beast tamers would overlook. In the center of the arena, Su Mei leaned languidly against a fractured stone pillar, her crimson dress accentuating her graceful silhouette. 2 men clad in black stood behind her, their presence calm and their gazes hawk-like. "Is this it?" she remarked, casting a glance at the wild boar, a derisive scoff escaping her lips. "Its energy fluctuations are nearly extinguished. What do you intend to purify?" Without a word, Qin Feng lowered the boar to the ground, kneeling on one knee as his right hand slowly descended upon its head. The instant his palm met flesh, the system interface silently emerged. "Detected dying target, C-class steel-bristled wild boar, variant. Health points, 3. Would you like to devour?" "No," Qin Feng silently affirmed, activating purification mode. With the objective, beast soul liquid, maximum purity. The system trembled slightly, energy swirling in reverse. The residual beast souls within the wild boar were gradually extracted, not through the act of devouring, but via the intricate transformation, compression, purification, and liquefaction facilitated by the system. The process was silent and unassuming, with only the slight warmth radiating from Qin Feng's palm. After 5 seconds, a drop of dark red liquid oozed from his fingertips, suspended like a droplet of blood, refusing to fall. A gentle shake caused the liquid to plummet into the prepared test tube. Its hue was a deep crimson, clear as a gemstone, devoid of impurities and the harsh chemical odor typical of ordinary purification liquids. Su Mei's pupils constricted in surprise. She stepped forward, delicately pinching the test tube between her fingers, scrutinizing it under the moonlight. Subsequently, she extracted a detector and pressed a button. A beam of red light swept across, and the screen instantaneously filled to capacity. "Purity 987? Her voice took on a somber tone. "The highest grade purification instruments on the market have a limit of 82. This is something machines cannot produce." Qin Feng lowered his head, his tone humble. "Just a little family technique, only daring to use it in your presence." "Family technique?" Su Mei scoffed. "Your clan doesn't even have a decent beast master. Where is this family heritage from?" Suddenly, she raised her hand, her mental energy piercing like a needle, silently probing Qin Feng's consciousness. He was well prepared. The skill, true and false facade, activated instantly, perfectly concealing the energy cycle within his system, leaving behind only a trace of chaotic energy fluctuations. Akin to a prodigy struggling with control, Su Mei furrowed her brow, her probing thwarted, yet she refrained from a forceful assault. She withdrew her hand, gazing intently at Qin Feng for 3 seconds before breaking into a smile. "You can hide, I appreciate that." She tucked the test tube into her sleeve, her voice dropping a notch. "But remember, those who conceal too deeply often meet their demise the quickest." Qin Feng bowed his head, the corners of his mouth drooping slightly. "I only conceal my strength, not my loyalty." "Loyalty?" Su Mei chuckled lightly, turning towards a black hovering vehicle at the edge of the arena. "Then prove it to me." She opened the trunk, revealing 3 unopened bottles of beast soul purification liquid, quietly resting within, their labels marked with the organization's dark insignia. "These 3 are worth 500,000 source crystals each in the market." She turned back. "I will exchange you 3 bottles of the same quality liquid. Do you dare?" Qin Feng raised his gaze, his expression tranquil. You provide the materials, and I will refine them on the spot. Sume waved her hand, and 2 men in black immediately brought forth 3 sealed containers. Upon opening, 3 near-death battle pets lay within, a wind lizard with a broken horn, an iron claw eagle with a decayed eyeball, and a rock-armored dog with a fractured spine. All were irreparably crippled. 3 beasts, 3 vials, Sume said, tilting her head slightly, her chin raised, arms crossed. 1 vial fails, the deal is void, and you will be expelled from the organization. Without uttering a word, Qin Feng approached and placed his palms over each beast in turn. Devour and purify, devour and purify, devour and purify. With each application, a drop of dark red seeped from his palm, perfectly landing in the test tube. The 3 vials matched in color and purity without any discrepancies. Sume personally conducted the tests, and all 3 passed. She was finally moved. This ability is something no one in the organization has witnessed before. She fixed her gaze upon Qin Feng. What exactly do you wish to exchange for? 3 days. Access to the resource repository. Qin Feng gazed intently at her. I require the complete research records for the X7 serum, as well as the original data concerning all recent anomalies with battle pets. Sume narrowed her eyes. You understand that knowing this information leads to a dead end. Thus, I shall only ask of you. Qin Feng lowered his head, his tone sincere. No one else can provide this, nor would they dare. Only you can ensure my survival to see it through. Sume remained silent for a moment before suddenly raising her hand, returning 3 vials of liquid. Take them, she said coolly. Starting tomorrow, the resource repository will be accessible for 3 days. But remember, she leaned in closer, her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear, her breath warm. Every single page of information you peruse will be recorded. Should you dare to copy or leak any of it, I won't need to resort to killing you. Her fingertip lightly traced across his throat, a chilling smile gracing her lips. I will drive your battle pets to madness overnight. Qin Feng bowed his head and accepted the vials, his voice steady. Understood. As he regarded the vials in his hand, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. 3 seconds later, he raised his hand, and crack, crack, crack. The 3 vials were simultaneously crushed, their contents dripping onto the ground, corroding it into 3 small, blackened pits. In the dead of night, atop the highest level of the tower, Qin Feng stood alone in the wind, eyes closed as the system interface materialized before him. Beast Soul Purification Liquid 3, consumed. Energy Conversion, 1,200 Source Energy Points. Skill Unlock Progress, 50. He opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden patterns appearing momentarily in his gaze. Purification? No, I have merely forged your greed into my staircase. He raised his hand, a strand of dark red energy coalescing at his fingertip, which he slowly infused into the shadow leopard's soul. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its internal source energy suddenly trembling, as if some seal within was beginning to loosen. A slight smile tugged at Qin Feng's lips. Soon. Chapter 57. The first combat mission. 3 seconds later, the communicator vibrated. Task number 739. Sume's voice was as cold as ice. In the abandoned industrial zone west of the city, at the 3rd underground level, lies the lair of the Thunderclaw lizard. This is a Class C target. Eliminate the nest and slay the leader. You have 3 hours. What about the overseer? Qin Feng inquired. They are already awaiting your arrival. She paused, adding, don't make me regret granting you access to the resource repository. The communication was severed. Qin Feng tucked the communicator into his tactical waist pouch and patted the shadow leopard's head. The shadow leopard growled softly, its mechanical spine trembling slightly. Energized by the 800 points of source energy that had been pre-injected, entering a state of combat readiness. Those 3 vials were far from wasted. The hover vehicle halted before the rusted iron gates of the industrial zone, where 2 men in black awaited him. One held a source energy detector, while the other cradled a data panel, their expressions stern and unyielding. Qin Feng, the man with the detector, lifted his gaze. I am Zhang Lai, responsible for supervising this mission execution. Your battle pet is registered as Black Iron Grade. Is this correct? Confirmed. Qin Feng nodded, patting the shadow leopard. Its name is Shadow Leopard. It can fight and defend, though it is not particularly clever. Zhang Lai scoffed. Let us hope it does not hinder your progress. If it perishes, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, I can still return alive. Would that not constitute an overachievement of the mission? Zhang Lai narrowed his eyes, choosing not to respond. 3 individuals ventured into the subterranean passage, where the air was damp and the walls bore the charred marks of clawing and dried blood. The detection device emitted a low-frequency alarm. 50 meters ahead lay a patrol unit, the Dual Lizard Squad. Zhonglai whispered, according to the plan. You will take the lead while we provide support. No, Qin Feng shook his head. You provide support, I will lure the monsters. Have you lost your mind? Acting alone contravenes protocol. Protocols are established for the deceased, Qin Feng retorted coldly. You stay here and await my signal. In 3 minutes, you will either hear an explosion or screams. Without waiting for a response, he tugged on the shadow leopard's reins and plunged deeper into the passage. Zhonglai shouted you. But before he could finish, a piercing roar echoed from afar, followed by the thunderous sound of energy bursting. Found it. Qin Feng pressed against the side of the ventilation duct. The shadow leopard crouched beneath him, its mechanical joints slightly contracting. Ahead, at the entrance to the den, 3 elite thunderclaw lizards were tearing at a human corpse, arcs of electricity dancing across their bodies, their claws laced with paralyzing toxins. Deeper within the lair, a larger figure moved slowly. The thunderclaw lizard king, nearly 4 meters in length, its back adorned with lightning-patterned armor, its right claw entwined with an unquenchable violet lightning. Target locked. Thunderclaw Lizard King, C-Class Mutant, Commander-level potential. Talent, Lightning Wave, Passive. Threat level, High. A smirk played on Qin Feng's lips. Shadow Leopard. Brace yourself for 3 lightning strikes. The Shadow Leopard growled, its mechanical body automatically shifting to heavy armor mode, the alloy exterior unfolding to form a curved shield. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng abruptly leaped from the side duct, unleashing a wave of energy that crashed into the ground. Boom. Debris flew as the 3 elite lizards instantly became alert, turning in unison, electricity crackling between their claws. Come on, you insignificant creatures, Qin Feng taunted, drawing out his energy blade and deliberately exposing a vulnerability. The 3 lizards roared and lunged, their claws slicing through the air. At the moment they leaped into the air, now, the shadow leopard surged forward, its mechanical limbs propelling it into the midst of the 3 beasts, its shield absorbing the 3 lightning strikes. Sparks flying as the body trembled violently, yet it firmly blocked their escape route. Qin Feng, moving like a specter, circled behind and plunged the energy blade into the eye socket of one lizard. Thud! The creature's brain matter exploded, and the first fell lifeless. As the second turned to flee, the shadow leopard's mechanical tail lashed out, ensnaring its neck with a chain blade and twisting violently. Crack! The cervical vertebra shattered. The third lizard, enraged, lunged at Qin Feng, who did not retreat but instead advanced, slicing its throat with the energy blade while leveraging the momentum to leap and land firmly at the entrance of the lair. All done. He clapped his hands. Dinner time. The shadow leopard growled and pounced on the last corpse, beginning to consume the remnants of the beast's soul. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quietly infiltrated deeper into the lair. The Thunderclaw Lizard King had awakened, its massive paw, wrapped in violet lightning, thudding heavily against the ground, causing the entire space to tremble with falling dust. Human invader. It spoke, its voice raspy like metal scraping. Qin Feng scoffed. You dare utter such words? A group of experimental subjects, transformed by potions, hardly merits the title of a nest. The Lizard King's pupils constricted sharply. Are you aware of X7? Not only am I aware, Qin Feng replied, slowly drawing forth the source energy blade. I also know that there remains a silver needle embedded in the nape of your neck. Enraged, the Lizard King lashed out with his right claw, unleashing arcs of electricity like a whip. Qin Feng deftly sidestepped, feeling the electric arc graze his shoulder armor, instantly searing through 3 layers of alloy. Using the momentum, he rolled, and the shadow leopard launched a surprise attack from the flank, its mechanical claws fiercely gripping the Lizard King's left leg. Now is the moment. Qin Feng erupted forth, channeling all his source energy into the blade, aiming directly for the Lizard King's throat. The Lizard King roared, sweeping his left paw, sending the shadow leopard crashing against the wall, its mechanical arm shattering upon impact. Yet, that brief moment of distraction proved sufficient. Qin Feng's blade had penetrated 3 inches into the Lizard King's neck. You cannot kill me, the Lizard King sneered, as waves of lightning surged forth, exploding. The purple arcs enveloped his entire being, hurling Qin Feng several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, tasting blood in his throat. Yet, a smile crept upon his lips. I do not seek to kill you. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I aim to consume you. A system interface materialized. Target on the brink of death, life value 5. Do you wish to consume? Affirmative. In an instant, the remnants of the beast's soul within the Lizard King were drawn away like a tide, and the purple lightning rapidly dimmed. Qin Feng knelt on one knee. His palm pressed against the Lizard King's head as the system whirred into overdrive. Consumption successful. Extracted talent. Lightning surge. Passive. Bloodline essence extraction complete. Source energy conversion. 850. Do you wish to merge skills? Without hesitation, Qin Feng replied, yes. Merging with the shadow leopard's right forepaw, costing 300 source energy points. The source energy within him was instantly depleted by more than half. Yet his gaze sharpened with increasing intensity. Rise, he commanded in a low voice. The shadow leopard struggled to stand, its broken mechanical arm retracting automatically. As its right forepaw slowly lifted, a faint purple arc dancing at its tip. Let us see, Qin Feng said with a cold smile. The shadow leopard growled, and with a swift motion, its right paw struck out. Crack! The electric arc ripped through the air, leaving a charred crack in the rock wall ahead. Not bad. Qin Feng stood, approached the Lizard King's lifeless body, and extracted the silver needle, the needle's base etched with a micronumber, X709. He stowed the needle away, just as his communicator blared to life. Qin Feng. Zhang Lai's voice resonated with anger. You acted independently, slaying 3 elite lizards. And now you've been absent for 10 minutes. Return immediately for a post-battle examination. Qin Feng lowered his head, the electric arc from the shadow leopard's right forepaw gradually dissipating. I will return shortly, he replied calmly. 10 minutes later, outside the nest, Zhang Lai stood with a detector, coldly scrutinizing Qin Feng. Report the battle pet status. Qin Feng nodded, voluntarily bringing up the shadow leopard's combat log. The screen displayed. Source energy consumed. 67. Skills utilized. Basic bite, mechanical charge. No skill evolution recorded. Is this all? Zhang Lai frowned. You killed the leader. And it didn't even learn a new skill? It's simply dull, Qin Feng replied. Qin Feng shrugged, silently contemplating that the matters of system reconstruction and skill integration must remain concealed. He needed to devise an excuse to evade scrutiny for the time being. Having just endured 3 lightning strikes, there might be a slight delay in the system's response. Zhang Lai scoffed, preparing to investigate further, when Qin Feng suddenly retrieved a vial of restorative agent from his tactical pack and consumed it in one swift motion. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he wiped his mouth. His complexion pale. This Lizard King was proving to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Zhang Lai scrutinized him for several seconds before finally retracting the detection device, stating, All right, the mission is accomplished. Let us return and write the report. Understood, Qin Feng replied. On the return journey aboard the hover vehicle, Qin Feng closed his eyes to recuperate. System notifications discreetly materialized. Skill integration confirmed. Thunder wave fluctuation. Shadow leopard right forepaw. Source energy intensity detection. Black iron pinnacle. Critical threshold breached. 98. Next stage unlock notification. Bronze level requires source energy threshold to exceed 100. It is advised to procure high-intensity combat resources promptly. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden patterns in his gaze. Chapter 58. True and false visages. As the hover vehicle came to a halt, Qin Feng promptly exited. The lingering bitterness of the restorative agent clung to his fingertips, yet he had lost interest in feigning weakness. The system interface flickered at the periphery of his vision. Source energy intensity. Black iron pinnacle, 98. Skill integration confirmed. Thunder wave fluctuation. Shadow leopard right forepaw. True and false visage. LV1. Unlocked. He glanced upward towards the surveillance camera perched atop the teaching building, then altered his course to navigate towards the rear alley of Zone B. This area lay within the purview of blind spots, serving as a shortcut to the underground laboratory. The name Qin Feng echoed in his mind. Last night, within the confines of the organization's base, that man stood beside Su Mei, uttering 3 phrases while absently touching the scar above his left brow. 10 seconds were sufficient. The shadow leopard crouched low, its mechanical spine slightly quivering, poised to react to any unforeseen circumstances. Qin Feng stood shrouded in the shadows of a corner, closing his eyes for a fleeting moment. Activation, true and false visage. His skin flowed like wax, features reshaping themselves. A square jaw, a short beard, and the familiar scar from years past materialized prominently at the brow's edge. His vocal cords trembled, a deep timbre forming in his throat. From his tactical pack, he extracted a silver chip, inscribed with the B-07 mission reward identifier, an imitation of a privileged access credential. The genuine Chen Feng would never resort to such rudimentary tactics. Yet the laboratory's recognition system could not discern the authentic from the counterfeit. At the entrance to the passage, the iris scanner illuminated with a crimson glow. Chen Feng slightly tilted his head, aligning his right eye with the lens, the angle meticulously calibrated to the system's calculated deviation limit. The scanning light swept across, emitting a confirming beep. Authentication successful, the door opened. The experimental area was bathed in harsh cold light, the air thick with the metallic scent of genetic agents. Rows of isolation chambers stood in silent formation, most vacant while a few contained grotesque biological specimens. He strode purposefully towards the innermost section, the third row of the X7 area. The label X709 flickered outside the chamber, where a juvenile thunderclaw lizard lay curled within the nutrient solution, its surface rotting. Scales shedding in large patches, and its breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Objective: Subject X709, failed genetic modification. Status: near death, vitality, 3. Devouring success rate, 60. The low success rate is attributed to severe damage to the beast's soul. However, Chen Feng remains unconcerned. What he seeks is not energy, but information. The mechanical tendrils of the shadow leopard silently extend, connecting to the isolation chamber's control panel. After 30 seconds, the Sanji password is cracked. The chamber door opens, and a foul odor assails him. Without hesitation, Chen Feng presses his right hand against the head of the juvenile lizard. Devour. Yes. The system abruptly activates, forcibly extracting the beast's soul like a fish caught in a net. Fragments of shattered memories flood into his mind. X7 serum can activate latent gene strands. Host collapse rate, 92. Average survival cycle of subject, 73 days. Subject no. X709 is a 9th-generation modified sample, implanted with gene fragments from the Thunderclaw Lizard King. With the information secured, source energy conversion totals 320 points. Not abundant, but sufficient. He swiftly closes the system interface and returns the corpse to its original position, while the shadow leopard utilizes its tendrils to cleanse the residual source energy fluctuations from the floor. The entire process takes less than 2 minutes. As he turns to leave, his peripheral vision catches the control terminal's log records automatically erased, yet the timestamp remains unalterable. At 2:17 a.m., Mentor Chen Feng enters the laboratory. A barely perceptible twitch crosses his lips. At this hour, the real Chen Feng should be attending a monthly evaluation meeting at the Academy's senior conference room. No sooner has the door closed than his communicator vibrates. The eastern exit is sealed. Su Mei's voice cuts directly into the encrypted channel without preamble. Proceed through the abandoned pipeline in Area C. Chen Feng is in a meeting. You are safe. Chen Feng halts momentarily. How does she know? Does she know where he is? Has she been watching him all along? There is no time for contemplation. He alters his course westward, with the shadow leopard leading the way through a segment of the abandoned ventilation duct. The metallic passage is narrow, his knees bumping against the cold, hard walls, yet his movements remain undeterred. As he crawls out of the duct, alarms blare throughout Area B. Anomalous biological signal fluctuations detected. Mentor Chen Feng's unauthorized entry recorded in X7 area surveillance. Initiate identity verification procedures immediately. Chen Feng stands at the entrance of the safe room, swiftly scanning his surroundings to confirm he is not being pursued before pushing the door open. He locks it behind him. Release. True and false visage. The mask-like human skin gradually peels away, restoring his features to their original form. Leaning against the wall, he breathes steadily, as if everything that transpired was merely a casual stroll. System prompts appear. Skill usage evaluation. S-class stealth. Cooldown time reduced by 10. Proficiency increased. He chuckles softly at the mask. It is swifter than a blade. His fingertips lightly tap the tactical bag, within which lies the silver needle X709, extracted from the back of the Lizard King's neck. Numbers consistent. The laboratory, the organization, and the mutated battle pets. All 3 threads are converging. He brings up the system interface, preparing to examine the details of the recently extracted information. The communicator vibrates once more. It is not Su Mei. This is a public broadcast channel for laboratory researchers. Urgent notice. At 2:17 this morning, An anomalous death of an experimental subject occurred in the underground laboratory of Area B. Initially assessed as a result of human contact leading to the disintegration of the beast's soul. All mentors are requested to cooperate in the investigation, especially Mentor Chin Feng, who is asked to immediately report to the Oversight Office to clarify the situation. Chin Feng gazed at the message, his eyes slightly cold. They had begun to investigate Chin Feng. Just then, however, the internal communications of the Oversight Office unexpectedly tapped into his listening frequency. Mentor Chin Feng had just submitted the meeting attendance record, timestamped from 2:15 to 2:45. Who was the individual in the surveillance footage? Unclear. But the mental wave scan indicated that it was not him. Immediately retrieve the full video. I want to see how he bypassed the iris recognition. Chin Feng shut off the listening device, leaned against the wall, and slowly exhaled. Almost. If he hadn't calculated the angle in advance. If Sume hadn't alerted him in time, he would be in the interrogation room now. He looked down at his hands. Earlier, during the consumption, his fingertips had been grazed by the fangs of the young lizard. The wound had long since healed. Yet the system prompted a hidden message. Residual trace of X7 agent detected. Would you like to conduct a genetic resistance analysis? He stared at the prompt, remaining silent for 2 seconds. No, now is not the time to expose himself. He rose and walked to the window. In the distance, the teaching building was brightly lit, and the guards of the Oversight Office were reviewing the surveillance footage. Meanwhile, at a higher tower, a slender figure stood quietly, her fingertips lightly caressing the communicator. Sume had not left. She did not even conceal her presence. Chin Feng exchanged a fleeting glance with her across hundreds of meters before slowly drawing the curtains. In the next moment, the communicator lit up again. How is it that her voice, almost inaudible, was distinctly clear in his ears? Chin Feng did not respond. He merely pinched the forged authorization chip between his fingers and gently crushed it. Metal fragments fell like silent snow. His voice, though soft, carried an undeniable chill. Want to know? Next time, I shall let you see for yourself. Chapter 59. Hidden Crisis. Chin Feng stood by the window, silently observing the distant tower. Although the curtains had been drawn, he could sense that gaze still lingering in the shadows. The vibration of the communicator interrupted his thoughts, and a chilling summons echoed through the encrypted channel. The alert tone of the encrypted channel resonated in his eardrums. Chin Feng was just shaking off the remnants of the crushed authorization chip from his fingers when the communicator lit up with a red glow, forcibly entering the internal meeting channel. Emergency assembly for all members of Level 3 and above, Oversight Bureau Meeting Room B, in 10 minutes. The cold, emotionless female voice sounded as if it were seeping from beneath ice. The private channel vibrated next, as Sume whispered urgently, her tone filled with anxiety. Don't go. The meeting is a trap. He remained still, fixated on the countdown pulsating in the lower right corner of the communicator screen. 3 seconds later, the private channel vibrated. Sume's voice was urgent. Don't go. He lifted his gaze towards the spot where the figure had long since vanished. Why? They are going to investigate you. She paused, her soul's resonance fluctuating. Both the soul wave detection and the Warpet contract tracing would fail. Chin Feng's lips curled slightly. Tracing? The contract mark of the Shadow Leopard was rewritten by me using the system, with the source marked as the abandoned Warpet recovery archive. Even the number is garbled. Yet, once subjected to a deep scan, the trajectory of the mental energy would be exposed, and the disguise mechanism of true and false faces would be torn open. He closed the system interface and summoned the Shadow Leopard with a flick of his hand. The mechanical body landed soundlessly, its spine undulating slightly, resembling a lurking predator. Prepare the training ground footage. Chin Feng spoke in a subdued tone. Use the uncontrolled segment from yesterday. The Shadow Leopard's eyes flashed, swiftly retrieving data internally. 3 seconds later, a video appeared on the tactical terminal screen. It struck the ground with its right front paw, a gray-white halo radiating outward, and the ground instantaneously crystallized into a web-like stone pattern. Following this, it staggered back, its limbs stiff for 2 seconds before gradually recovering. The side effects of petrifying gaze were amplified threefold. In reality, during that usage, it had only been immobilized for 0.7 seconds, far from reaching the point of losing control. However, this recording would be tagged with the label of mental overload and entered into the organization's database. Send it out. Chin Feng commanded, annotating, newcomer Chin Feng's Warpet's first attempt at advanced skills, control failure, suggested downgrade for observation. The Shadow Leopard's claws tapped lightly, successfully transmitting the information. After completing these tasks, he leisurely rose and headed towards the inspection hall. The corridor's lighting was a ghastly white, with a black-clad inspector stationed every 10 meters. Their gaze as sharp as blades. He did not evade nor bow his head, his step steady, his eyes calm as still waters. The conference room door opened. 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon his face simultaneously. Qin Feng, the gray-haired man at the head of the table, began, tapping his fingers on the surface. Regarding the X7 incident, do you have anything to say? Nothing. He stood firm, his voice measured. I do not know Instructor Qin Feng, nor have I ever entered the laboratory, but surveillance shows he used your access path. Another interjected coldly. Forging identity and bypassing iris recognition technology does not seem like something a newly promoted level 3 novice could master. Qin Feng lowered his gaze. I often miskin even the access to the training ground. And your war pet? A third person suddenly chimed in. At 3:17 p.m. yesterday, it released a petrifying skill in Training Area B with an intensity close to LV3. How do you explain that? A black iron level war pet employing a skill at the bronze threshold? Here it comes. Before the soul wave detection had even commenced, they were already targeting the war pet, forcing him to reveal his hand. It lost control. Qin Feng's voice was low. I've been attempting to strengthen its mental link recently, aiming to break through its potential limits. Yet, its innate abilities are limited. Forcing the activation of these powers may lead to self-destruction. That incident with the petrifying eye was a result of its own breaking free from confinement, leaving it utterly weakened for a full 10 minutes thereafter. Confinement? The silver-haired man squinted. I have imposed a mental lock on it. Qin Feng retrieved a string of encrypted codes from the terminal to prevent it from descending into madness. If you harbor any doubts, you may review the training logs. The last 3 battle records exhibit anomalous fluctuations. The man took the data pad and skimmed through it swiftly. Indeed, the energy curve of the shadow leopard showed violent oscillations following the release of the petrifying eye, subsequently remaining persistently low, indicative of overexertion. The conference room fell silent for a few moments. Even so, the silver-haired man concluded, closing the pad, the matter of identity fraud cannot simply be overlooked. You must undergo a soul wave scan tonight to confirm the absence of mental tampering or dual personalities. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. I shall comply. He turned and departed, his footsteps steady and his posture erect. However, as he turned the corner of the corridor, the shadow leopard's tendrils stealthily extended, adhering to the wall. The micro-disruption field activated. The dormitory door unlocked automatically. He slipped inside, shutting the door behind him, while the shadow leopard instantly deployed mechanical tendrils at the corners, weaving a net to obscure signal transmission. Disruption window, 120 seconds. Commence. He closed his eyes, and the system interface materialized. Would you like to merge skills? Petrifying Eye, LV2, Shadow Tier, LV3, randomly generate new skill, confirm. Agony pierced through him like a blade, driving from his temples straight into the core of his brain. His mental energy was forcibly extracted, twisting into a spiraling vortex in the void, as the 2 skill sets clashed violently, tearing apart and reconstituting. In the first second, his vision turned gray. By the 3rd second, stone-like patterns surfaced on his left arm. In the 5th second, shadows warped suddenly, as if something writhed beneath. He gritted his teeth, enduring, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Merging progress, 306090. In the final second, the disruption field alarm flickered. Just 5 more. He forcefully pressed his right hand upon the shadow leopard's head, extracting its energy to replenish his own. The mechanical battle companion stiffened, its pupils dimming instantly. Merging successful. Acquired new skill, Shadow Petrification, LV1. Effect. Causes a targeted area of the body to enter a dual state of shadow erosion and petrification for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 45 seconds. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting shade of gray-black passing through his pupils. He raised his hand, the fingertips gradually coalescing into a semi-transparent stone pattern, its edges entwined with wisps of shadowy mist. A gentle flick sent the stone pattern colliding with the wall, vanishing silently. Done. He leaned against the wall, accessing the system panel. Remaining energy points, 1520. Mental energy depleted, 78, requiring at least 6 hours for recovery. Just as he was about to close the interface, the communicator vibrated. Sumei's avatar danced across the screen. He answered, Are you insane? Merging skills in the dormitory? They are watching you. I am aware, He replied calmly. Thus I utilized the shadow leopard's energy as a cover. Do you regard it as a battery? Her tone faltered. What exactly do you intend to do? I wish to survive. He fixated on the self-exposed data recently uploaded to the terminal. They are going to investigate me, and I will allow them to do so. What they uncover will be precisely what I want them to see. Sume fell silent for a few seconds. Tonight's scan. I will shield you this once. But next time, no one will be able to save you. Thank you, he replied nonchalantly. However, you need not exert yourself unnecessarily. I shall voluntarily submit the incomplete formula for the beast's soul extraction tomorrow. Her tone shifted abruptly. Are you attempting to counteract me? I am merely demonstrating goodwill. He lowered his gaze, his fingertips caressing the edge of the tactical pouch. Isn't this precisely what you desire? The communication was severed. He did not act immediately. Instead, he commanded the shadow leopard to remain concealed behind the door, its tendrils extending toward the corridor's surveillance node. 10 minutes later, footsteps approached. The door creaked open. Sume stood outside, draped in a black cloak, her gaze sharp as a blade. The formula, she extended her hand. Qin Feng remained silent, exporting an encrypted file from the terminal and handing it over. She accepted it, swiftly scanning through, her brow furrowing at the absence of core transformation parameters. It was indeed incomplete. You have withheld some information. She raised her eyes. I have preserved my life. He met her gaze squarely. A complete formula in exchange for complete trust. Sume scrutinized him, suddenly bursting into laughter. You are far more perilous than I had imagined. She turned to leave. Just as her fingertips brushed away from the terminal, the tendrils of the shadow leopard struck her wrist's inner side with the swiftness of a venomous serpent, leaving no trace behind. Consumption of trace soul imprint successful. Analyzing target. Nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline fluctuation frequency. The information captured was but a wisp, yet it sufficed. In the future, he could emulate her mental wavelengths, fabricate identity commands, and even disrupt her illusionary countermeasures. Until our next encounter, she stood at the threshold, glancing back. Do not resort to such trivial tricks again. If I truly wished to kill you, you would already be dead. The door closed. Qin Feng remained in place, slowly unfurling his palm. From his fingertips, a gray-black stone pattern gradually emerged, its edges entwined with shadowy mist, resembling a slumbering venomous serpent. He gently clenched his fist. Chapter 60. Su Mei's trial. Qin Feng lightly clenched his fist, his gaze resting upon the shadow leopard, which lay quietly in the corner. At this moment, its mechanical joints were slightly warm, and within its storage module, a faint glimmer of crimson-golden energy was being meticulously encrypted. He fixated on the last words spoken by Su Mei before her departure, akin to a fine needle piercing through his nerves. Little did she know, he had no intention of relenting. His communicator vibrated, a new message appearing. Training ground B7. In 10 minutes, sparring. Sender. Su Mei. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. Just in time. He rose to his feet, the shadow leopard synchronously standing, its metallic spine emitting a soft hum. The earlier consumption had been hasty, leaving remnants of psychic turbulence, which would serve perfectly to feign a state of weakness. The corridor lights glowed cold and white. Though he walked at a leisurely pace, each step was meticulously placed on the periphery of the surveillance camera's blind spots. The tendrils of the shadowed panther gently brushed against the wall, momentarily disrupting the signal nodes along its path, leaving behind an imperceptible trail recognizable only to the system. The door to training ground B7 opened automatically. Su Mei awaited in the center, her black robe cascading to the ground, with dark golden fox patterns intricately embroidered at the cuffs. She wore no veil, and a striking vermilion mark at the corner of her eye resembled the aftermath of some arcane blood ritual. I heard you nearly suffered a mental backlash last night. She began, her voice as soft as a feather brushing against the eardrum. Do you need to rest first? As long as I can walk, I can fight, Qin Feng declared, coming to a halt as the shadowed panther let out a low growl, its claws carving 4 shallow grooves into the ground. Very well, she smiled, the corners of her eyes curving delightfully. Then I shall not hold back. No sooner had the words left her lips than the air abruptly thickened. A warm current of energy emanated from her fingertips, spreading rapidly, as if enveloping him in an invisible web. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. This was not an attack, but a form of perceptual illusion designed to probe the trajectory of mental energy. He offered no resistance, allowing the warmth to seep into his brow. Detected penetration of mental fluctuations. Initiate defense. The system prompt appeared. No, he replied internally. In the next moment, he frowned, his breath momentarily erratic as if pricked by an unseen force. The shadowed panther grew restless, its forelimbs stiffening for half a second before regaining composure. Indeed, it is unstable, Sume observed softly. The spiritual lock is too deep, injuring the essence instead. She raised her hand, and the ethereal image of a nine-tailed celestial fox materialized behind her, its tail swirling like wisps of smoke. The threefold illusion surged forth like a tidal wave, cascading towards Qin Feng. In the first layer of the illusion, he felt as though he were being tugged by invisible threads, compelled to act against his own will. The second layer directly targeted his unique ability, causing his fingers to tremble uncontrollably, as if a mysterious force sought to invade. In the third layer, Sume tested him with a soul imprint, prompting Qin Feng to frown deeply and issue a low, strange shout, while the shadowed panther swiftly unleashed Petrifying Gaze in response. With Petrifying Gaze activated once more, he deliberately manipulated the fluctuations of his mental energy, making the shadowed panther appear as if it were losing control. Stone patterns spread from beneath the panther's claws. However, they shattered like glass after extending merely 3 feet, followed by a backlash of force that surged toward Qin Feng. He let out a muffled groan, stumbling as he grasped the wall for support, a thin line of blood escaping uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. Out of control, Sume approached with measured steps, her gaze unwavering. Your battle companion is even more difficult to manage than I anticipated. It seeks to break free, Qin Feng gasped, his voice hoarse. I cannot restrain it. She crouched down, lifting his chin with her fingertip, peering intently into his eyes. Within those depths, he revealed pain and panic, yet devoid of any scheming. It was as though he had truly been shattered by the dual onslaught of illusion and backlash. Releasing her grip, she rose to her feet. You are too hasty. The path set by the system is not one that everyone can traverse to the end. Qin Feng bowed his head to cough, seizing the opportunity to channel a remnant of mental energy into the shadowed panther. Detected dissipation of target's mental energy. Initiate absorption. Here it comes. He remained composed, allowing the nano-tentacles at the tail of the shadow leopard to subtly unfurl, akin to harnessing source energy as they pressed against the ground, effectively locking onto the faint fluctuations left by Su Mei's battle pet, the nine-tailed fox. Devouring initiated. Minor soul imprint captured successfully. Analysis in progress. Bloodline fluctuation frequency. Nine-tailed celestial fox. Purity 92. Abnormal gene fragment. Demigod level, inactive. Mental wave frequency characteristic. Crimson gold spiral wave, unique. The data flashed by, swiftly sealed by the system. Qin Feng smirked inwardly. She believed she was testing him, yet little did she know, her every move was nourishing his system. That's all for today, Sume stated, turning away, her black cloak billowing. Next time, don't gamble with your life. Thank you for your guidance, Senior Xia, he replied, propping himself against the wall, his voice weak. She paused, not turning back. You held back, I could tell. Qin Feng remained silent. She continued, but I do not mind. As long as you remain on the chessboard, I am willing to accompany you for a few moves. Just before the door closed, she left him with a parting remark. Don't make me find you dull. The training ground fell silent once more. Qin Feng stood for 3 seconds before suddenly raising his hand, his fingertip coalescing into an extremely fine gray-black thread, entwining a wisp of crimson gold light, which slowly vanished into the storage slot of the shadow leopard's spine. Demigod gene? He murmured softly, realizing why such potent illusions could be sustained. The shadow leopard's eyes flickered, and data streams quietly backed up. He summoned the system panel, revealing remaining source energy points, 1480. Mental power recovery progress, 23. Not a great deal, but sufficient. In that recent retreat, he had not only deceived Su Mei, but had also deftly extracted the core frequency of her bloodline. Next time he employed true and false visage. He could simulate her mental wave patterns, even reverse interfere with her illusion commands. Who did you say was dull? He smirked. This is merely the beginning. The communicator vibrated once more. New message. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., newcomer practical assessment, B-zone nest eradication. Attendance is mandatory for all. Sender. Organizational notice. Qin Feng stared at the screen, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. Nest eradication? Another trivial task? He was well aware that such missions were never solely about slaying beasts. They served as a means of observation. Last time, they monitored whether he had secretly devoured beast souls. This time, They likely wished to ascertain the truth behind his loss of control the previous night. "You wish to see?" he murmured. "Then I shall deliver a more splendid performance." The shadow leopard slowly crouched, its metallic body warming slightly. As a faint gray-black stone pattern flowed beneath the lines on its right forepaw, resembling dormant fangs. Qin Feng lifted his hand, gently caressing the spine of his battle pet. "Are you ready?" The shadow leopard's eyes flickered, emitting a low, resonant hum. He rose, striding towards the exit. The corridor lights remained starkly white. Yet his steps were far steadier than before. Each stride felt like measuring the distances on a chessboard. The surveillance cameras in the training ground slowly rotated, red indicator lights flickering. As his silhouette was about to vanish around the corner, a slender tendril from the shadow leopard's tail suddenly flicked out, adhering to the wall and leaving an imperceptible signal pulse. 3 seconds later, the surveillance footage of the entire corridor displayed static for 3 seconds. The pulse contained the message: "Sample of Su Meibo frequency has been backed up. Shadow petrification cooling progress. 87. Qin Feng did not look back. He merely raised his hand, flicking his fingertip gently, causing a gray-black stone pattern to briefly manifest in his palm before fading away. In the next moment, his figure completely disappeared at the end of the corridor. Chapter 61. The Rampage of Beasts. Qin Feng stood at the edge of the training ground. The shadow leopard crouched at his side, its metallic claws slightly embedded in the ground. He had just emerged from the logistics corridor, his cuffs still tainted with ashes from handling the remains. The distant sound of alarms persisted as several corpses of battle pets, covered in black cloth, were being removed. "Another one," he murmured. The shadow leopard's ears twitched, and its tail tendrils stealthily extended, capturing a faint residual mental wave in the air. Closing his eyes, the system interface swiftly unfolded. Abnormal mental residue detected, source unknown, physical contact for analysis recommended. Upon opening his eyes, chaos erupted on the field. A beastmaster was desperately gripping the leash of an iron-maned wolf, which was writhing with crimson eyes and exposed fangs, its muscles twitching as if something were tearing at it from within. Just as the referee called for the abandonment of the pet, it suddenly surged forth, smashing its paw through the opponent's chest armor, blood splattering onto the scoring screen, staining the rating with red. "Contain the area." The patrol team rushed into the arena, their energy rifles trained on the rampaging battle pet. Qin Feng noticed the iron-maned wolf's berserk state was unusual. Not only was it acting violently, but a flicker of blue light occasionally flashed in its eyes, drawing his attention. The blue light was faint and fleeting, yet the system had captured it. Trace amounts of synthetic neurostimulant X7 detected, artificially synthesized, not a natural mutation. "This is no accident," he mused, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's a drug." The gray-black stone pattern on the shadow leopard's right forepaw flowed slowly, remnants of shadow petrification energy. He raised his hand and gently pressed it against the spine of the battle pet. "Put on a show." Before his words could fully leave his lips, he abruptly kicked the side of the shadow leopard. The mechanical battle pet rolled with the motion, emitting a low growl, its right paw's stone pattern erupting, causing the ground to crack instantly. It lost control, lunging toward the recently incapacitated iron-maned wolf, its forelimbs pressing down, fangs mere inches from its neck. "Qin Feng, if you can't control it, retreat," the referee bellowed. No one saw through the pretense. Qin Feng's face paled as he staggered back, as if struck by a backlash. At the very moment the shadow leopard made contact with the iron-maned wolf, a system prompt appeared. Devouring initiated. Target: iron-maned wolf, berserk state. Beast soul integrity, 67. Success rate of devouring, 72. Proceed? Confirm. A stream of chilling information surged into his mind. Fragments of the iron-maned wolf's memories sliced through his neural training. Feeding. An injection administered by a gloved hand, pushing a blue liquid into a vein at the back of its neck. The identification label flashed briefly. X7 batch 03. Analysis complete. The target contains the neurostimulant X7, which activates latent aggressive gene sequences and suppresses the rational center with a precise dosage of 0.3 milliliters and a directional manipulation possibility of 94. Leaning against the wall, Qin Feng gasped for breath, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, a testament to his ordeal. After 2 successive devourings, his mental fortitude teetered on the brink. "You certainly enjoy the commotion," came Su Mei's voice from behind. She stood at the edge of the platform, her black robe unchanged, a communication chip pinched between her fingers. "Senior sister, You jest, Qin Feng replied, wiping away the blood. I simply had a streak of misfortune. Within 3 minutes, 2 battle pets went berserk, and both incidents are tied to you. As she approached, her gaze swept over the stone patterns on the shadow leopard's claws. Your battle pet is becoming increasingly difficult to control. It fears the madness of its kind. Qin Feng coughed softly. I too did not foresee this outcome. Sume scrutinized him, then suddenly reached out. A warm current of energy probing towards his brow, a test of illusion. Qin Feng did not flinch, allowing his mental energy to manifest in a chaotic state, reminiscent of a recent backlash. The shadow leopard responded in kind, letting out a low growl, its forelimbs stiffening momentarily. You can no longer endure this, she stated, retracting her hand. If this continues, the organization will forcibly reclaim your battle pet. Then I must survive until that day, he replied with a bitter smile. She fell silent for 2 seconds, lowering her voice. The X7 serum is not something readily available outside. The potential for bulk injection into battle pets while evading detection is significantly high. A jolt coursed through Qin Feng's heart. You know the serum's designation? He queried. Assist me in investigating. Sume fixed her gaze on him. You have access to the remnants, and I possess the authority to review the records. Let us collaborate without any tricks. Qin Feng lowered his head, appearing overwhelmed by the pressure. He retrieved a jade vial from his bosom and presented it. This is residual fluid extracted from the brain of a berserk battle pet. It may not be pure. Sume accepted the vial, her fingers brushing its surface. A flash of crimson gold rippling momentarily. You are quite perceptive, she remarked, stowing the vial away. Tomorrow, provide the genetic comparison reports for 3 corpses. Understood, he affirmed. As she turned to leave, she paused, adding, Do not let me discover that you are deceiving me. How could I dare to deceive you when I can hardly control the shadow leopard? She did not turn back, her figure vanishing into the depths of the corridor. Qin Feng remained rooted in place until she had completely departed, then slowly raised his hand. A slender tendril from the shadow leopard's tail silently emerged, injecting a drop of deep blue liquid into the spinal storage compartment of the true sample, not a drop less. Hand over the counterfeit. Keep the genuine, he scoffed coldly. No one shall lead me astray. He accessed the system logs, commencing a cross-reference. Recent task records. List of beastmasters attending the resource allocation meeting. Did their battle pets participate in today's assessment? 3 minutes later. The matching results emerged. 7 beastmasters in attendance. 5 battle pets, all berserk. The infiltration of the pharmaceutical meeting factions was evident. He marked the logs, determining that the target was not the battle pets, but the individuals. The shadow leopard's eyes flickered, encrypting the data. As Qin Feng prepared to depart, his communicator vibrated. The voice of the portly figure resonated. Brother Feng, the clearing mission in Zone B has been moved up. We depart in 2 hours. Understood, he replied. He retracted the communicator, his gaze settling upon the blood-stained scoreboard at the center of the training grounds. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. A faint blue glimmer flickered across the screen, not blood, but the refraction of residual agents under the source energy light. He advanced swiftly, the Shadow Panther's tendrils scanning the ground. Detected trace amounts of X7 residue. Source, liquid infiltration marks on the ground. The traces followed a clear path from the backstage medical station, extending to the competitor's waiting area. This was not from a battle pet. He squinted, realizing it had been injected by someone. He accessed the patrol route recorded by the Shadow Panther. Comparing the identities of the 3 individuals who frequented the medical station, all affiliated with the Resource Coordination Department, opposed to Su Mei's faction. Framing someone, he chuckled coldly. This game was escalating. He crouched down, his fingertip brushing the ground, collecting a smudge of blue residue. Subsequently, he inserted his finger into the gap along the spine of the Shadow Panther, the liquid being absorbed into the storage module. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. He stood up, ready to depart, when the communicator vibrated again. A message from Su Mei appeared. The agent sample has shown impurities. What you provided was diluted. Qin Feng stared at the screen, and after a moment, replied, I can barely hold on. This is all I could obtain. If you truly desire a sample, you must allow me to survive until the next delivery. There was a prolonged silence before a cold snort emanated from the other end, followed by a message popping up on the screen. Do not compel me to dismantle you personally. Consider this your final chance. He turned off the communicator and patted the Shadow Panther. Let's go. It's time to head to the lair. The Shadow Panther let out a low growl, its metallic body slightly heating up. Beneath the dark gray patterns on its right forepaw, a blue line gradually merged, intertwining with the stone patterns to form a strange design. As Qin Feng took a step forward, the corridor lights illuminated his face, casting him in half light and half shadow. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, "Who says I can only perform?" His fingers shifted subtly within his sleeve. A microchip undergoing a self-destruction countdown. It was the data key he had just copied from the medical station terminal, recording all battle pet injection logs from the past 72 hours. Countdown 000219. Chapter 62. Hidden powers. Taking advantage of the inspection team's focus on the chaotic area of the training grounds, Qin Feng stealthily infiltrated a secluded warehouse. Concealing the microchip within a specially designed compartment of his anti-detection belt, he then carefully evaded surveillance and patrols, hastening towards the abandoned energy tower. 2 hours later, as the data key's self-destruction countdown reached 0, he found himself standing beside the rusted pipes outside the derelict energy tower. The Shadow Panther crouched beside him, its metallic back gently undulating, his fingertips still slick with the blue agent. "This is sufficient. It is time to act. Target locked," he silently chanted, as the system interface flashed momentarily, highlighting the name, Mo Yin from the bioengineering department, in a red frame. With 5 records of unusual night shifts and the entry and exit trajectories of 7 battle pets scrolling below, the gray-black patterns on the Shadow Panther's right forepaw quietly spread, creating a spiderweb-like fissure on the ground. This was not a mental scan, but an attempt to capture the residual source energy fluctuations through vibrational frequency. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, slowly advancing along the subtle changes in temperature. As he approached the corner ahead, a figure suddenly emerged. Professor Mo Yin, clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed spectacles, held a silver thermal box in his hands. The environment outside the abandoned energy tower was exceedingly harsh, with howling winds and swirling sands rendering visibility nearly impossible. Qin Feng concealed himself beside a pipe, observing Professor Mo Yin's figure as he contemplated his next course of action. He noticed the professor gently touching the surface of the thermal box, seemingly activating some device. As he glanced around, a faint azure barrier enveloped him in an instant, a level 3 energy shield. Qin Feng smirked, wondering who would dare to witness this. He remained motionless, while the tendrils of the shadow leopard stealthily extended, gliding along the ground and maneuvering through the gaps in the pipeline. He donned the standard attire of a patrolling guard, lowering the brim of his hat to blend into the distant logistics corridor. Behind the abandoned energy tower, the wind and sand rattled against the iron sheets. Mo Yin halted, retrieving a black crystal card from his pocket and inserting it into the box. The cover sprang open, revealing a row of blue ampoules labeled X7 Batch 03. Indeed, Qin Feng's pupils narrowed. Just as he continued to observe Professor Mo Yin's every move, an intense murderous intent suddenly struck him. 3 shadowy figures launched a surprise attack. The leader, cloaked in black, gestured, and a fully black shadow blade leopard leaped forth, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air and aiming directly for Qin Feng's face. The other 2 flanked him on either side, their contracted battle pets also at the commander level, their movements swift and their murderous aura palpable. A professional assassination team. Qin Feng retreated a half-step as the shadow leopard roared to meet the attack, its metallic claws clashing violently with those of the shadow blade leopard, sparks flying in every direction. The shadow leopard nimbly evaded the assaults of the shadow blade leopard, seizing the opportunity to pounce fiercely, engaging in a fierce struggle where the sound of clashing metal reverberated. A cold smile graced his lips as he stomped his right foot down forcefully. The gray-black stone patterns on the shadow leopard's forepaws erupted, activating shadow petrification, causing the ground to fracture in an instant, the shockwave sending dust soaring. In the ensuing chaos, the shadow leopard rolled to the side, pinning down the hind leg of the enemy's shadow blade leopard. Contact. Devour initiated. Target. Shadow blade leopard, lightly wounded state. Beast soul integrity, 82. Success rate, 65. Execute. Confirm. Agonizing pain gripped him like a knife, and Qin Feng stifled a groan, forcing himself to maintain his stance. The opposing contractor suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as an eagle, but it was too late. The system interface scrolled frantically as the residual soul information was forcibly extracted. Analysis successful. Battle Pet Brand Code, ADY07, Affiliated Organization, Abyssal Society, secret society within the Academy. Training mode, military special level assassination standard. Funding source, special allocation from higher UPS, code. VP 359, the Vice Dean? Qin Feng's expression hardened. Sensing the anomaly, the enemy leader barked an order. Withdraw. The cloaked figure retreated rapidly. The shadow blade leopard breaking free from its grasp as the three vanished into the night, leaving behind a broken wrist guard etched with a distorted abyssal totem. Qin Feng bent down to retrieve it, his fingertips brushing over the indentation. Before he could utter a word, a red shadow darted past. He looked up to see Su Mei standing 3 meters away, the ethereal figure of a 9-tailed celestial fox flickering behind her. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and, in a hoarse voice, inquired, "Senior, what brings you here?" Su Mei's gaze swept across the battlefield before she replied indifferently, "I sensed some commotion here and came to investigate." Her attention settled on the wristband in Qin Feng's hand. "You should not have touched that line," she said, her voice as frigid as ice. Qin Feng swayed even more, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, his eyes reflecting exhaustion and resolve as he looked at Su Mei with hopeful anticipation. "You can see my current state. If you truly wish to continue your investigation, I need some time to recover before I can provide any leads." Su Mei fixed her gaze on him, her golden pupils narrowing slightly. She did not respond verbally, but waved her hand, and the chip flew into her grasp. With a gentle caress of her fingertips, ripples shimmered across its surface. "Is this fabricated?" She scoffed coldly, noting that it contained only injection records and battle pet identification numbers. "The genuine article is kept for self-preservation." Qin Feng bowed his head and coughed blood, clutching his wound, his complexion growing paler as he gasped for breath. "I can hardly hold on. If you truly wish to investigate, you must allow me to live long enough to provide the next piece of information." Su Mei remained silent. The night wind tousled her long hair, causing the ethereal image of a 9-tailed fox to gradually dissipate. After a prolonged moment, she spoke. "The abyssal depths is not something you can provoke." Qin Feng raised his eyes, realizing that 3 vice deans stood behind her. Her voice dropped to a whisper. "It even implicates the dean's faction." A jolt of fear shot through Qin Feng's heart. "If you continue to investigate, it won't just be your life at stake." She gazed at him, her expression intricate. "Within 7 days, no one can harm you. After this week, your life and death will be your own responsibility." Before her words could linger, she turned and departed, her red robe billowing in the wind as she vanished in an instant. Qin Feng watched the direction in which Su Mei had left, taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within him. He glanced at the time and realized he needed to swiftly organize the existing clues and prepare for the impending actions. Just then, his communicator vibrated. The voice of the chubby man came through. "Feng Go, the timing for the B District Nest operation has changed again. It has been moved up to 2 o'clock in the morning, as the higher-ups are eager for results." Qin Feng stared at the screen and, after a moment, replied, "Understood." He stowed away the communicator, his gaze falling upon a faint scratch on the inner side of the wristband. It was not a totem, but a series of numbers, 7391. He traced the numbers with his fingertip, entering them into the system for verification. "Match successful. Biological Engineering Department. Level 3 Underground. Access terminal number. Mo Yan's laboratory." He murmured to himself, "The key is in hand." The shadow leopard growled softly, its metallic body radiating warmth. Qin Feng took a step forward, his foot crunching on a shard of glass that produced a sharp sound. Suddenly, he halted. On the ground ahead, some residual blue liquid glimmered with an eerie sheen under the moonlight. Qin Feng crouched to inspect it, discovering it was indeed the residue of the potion. The traces extended from behind the energy tower, leading directly to the eastern wall of the academy, veering towards a concealed drainage pipe along the way. He crouched down, dipping his fingertip into the blue stain. It felt cool, slick, with a faint numbing sensation. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately brought his finger near the shadow leopard, gently tapping it beside its warm spine. The blue stain seemed to be drawn by some force, slowly flowing into a special storage area within its spine. It was not transported out. He stood up, his gaze sharp. Someone must have brought it in from the outside. Chapter 63. The Evolution of the Mechanical System. Shadow Panther Qin Feng withdrew his fingers from the edge of the drainage pipe, the blue agent at his fingertips having been nearly completely absorbed by the Shadow Panther. He straightened his posture, the metallic beast crouching beside him, its spine still resonating with an unusual metallic hum, as if a dormant mechanism were gradually awakening. A system notification chimed. Metal affinity increased. The success rate of devouring high-density alloy life forms is now 12. He chuckled coldly to himself. The timing was impeccable. The distant chime of the arena bell echoed, signaling the imminent closure of participant registration. He advanced, the Shadow Panther's limbs lightly treading the ground, each step accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor, as if some internal structure were silently reconfiguring. The challenge match commenced, the first round. On the arena stage, a soul steel puppet slowly rose, its entire form a silvery gray, with dark blue patterns shimmering at its joints. Each piece of armor was forged from the Academy's specially crafted energy alloy, boasting a defense rating as high as B. It bore no expression, save for a pulsating red light at its core, fixating on Qin Feng. Mechanical system Qin Feng versus puppet number 3, announced the referee, stepping aside. Sparse murmurs erupted from the audience. Who is this person? Wasn't he the Shadow Panther just repaired? Does he dare to challenge the Soul Steel puppet? Surely, he has come to offer his head. That puppet can withstand even S-class battle pets. Qin Feng paid no heed to the whispers. He slightly tilted his head, and the Shadow Panther instantly understood, raising its right forepaw. The gray-black stone patterns beneath its metallic surface flowing with energy. Shadow Tear. In a fleeting shadow, the Shadow Panther circled to the puppet's flank, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at the joint of its shoulder. The sound of metal colliding erupted, sparks flying, yet the puppet's armor remained unyielding, retaliating with a powerful punch. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. Its reaction speed was 13 times faster than the data indicated. Normal, came Su Mei's voice from the high platform, leaning against the railing, her red robe undisturbed. This batch of puppets has just upgraded their neural response modules. Qin Feng did not turn around, merely scoffing inwardly. Upgrade? Just perfect, fresh supplements. The Shadow Panther was forced back 2 steps, its right paw carving 3 deep grooves into the ground. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened, issuing a command. Lure and attack, close in. Maintain contact for 3 seconds. The Shadow Panther growled, suddenly accelerating, its claws interweaving in a feigned assault, unleashing 3 successive Shadow Tear illusions, compelling the puppet to raise its arm for defense. In that fleeting moment of defense, the Shadow Panther struck down with its forepaw, delivering a precise blow to the elbow joint. A faint crack echoed. The puppet's movements faltered. Now, he thought, Devour initiated. The system interface instantly materialized. Target, Soul Steel Puppet, lightly injured. Beast Soul Integrity, 78. Extractable, High-Density Alloy Gene Chain, Structural Self-Locking Program. Execute? Confirm. A searing backlash surged from the Shadow Panther's paw into Qin Feng's nerves, akin to countless metallic threads piercing through his veins. He gritted his teeth, struggling to endure, his fingertips tingling, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet, he had succeeded. Extraction complete. Acquired. Soul Steel Core Gene Chain, Fragment. Structural Self-Locking Program, Beginner. Energy Conversion, 820 Source Energy Points. The Shadow Panther's metallic spine subtly swelled, the gray-black stone patterns intertwining with the newly devoured silvery gray alloy, forming an indistinct network of veins. It was undergoing a transformation. A gasp arose from the audience. Qin Feng had already commanded the retreat. The Shadow Leopard leaped down from the arena, its limbs striking the ground with a dull metallic thud, heavier yet more stable than before. The victor of the first round is Qin Feng, announced the referee. He did not indulge in celebration. Instead, he lowered his head and coughed softly, concealing the turbulent energy within his body. The resonance within the Shadow Leopard's spine intensified, as if a form of evolution was brewing. In the backstage resting area, Qin Feng leaned against the wall, the Shadow Leopard curled up beside him. He closed his eyes, summoning the system interface. Mechanical Shadow Leopard level, B status, evolution conditions met, immediate activation required. Warning, forcing evolution may trigger energy fluctuations, activating the Academy's alarm system. 7-day protection period. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. There was no need to hesitate. He raised his hand and placed it on the Shadow Leopard's head. Evolve. The system interface erupted into view. Mechanical Shadow Leopard evolution initiated. Countdown. 321. The Shadow Leopard's entire body trembled violently, its spine splitting open in a web-like fissure. Patterns of dark gray and silvery gray intertwined and surged wildly. The surface metal reconfiguring into interlocking scales, while circular energy locks materialized at the joints, and the tendrils at its tail tip glimmered faintly. 3 seconds later, evolution was complete. New talent awakened. Indestructible, passive, effect. When subjected to physical attacks, molecular-level metal reconfiguration is automatically activated, reducing impact force by 70. Qinfeng stood up, patting the shadow leopard's shoulder armor. The metallic texture was cold and hard, yet imbued with an unprecedented sense of power. In the second round, there would be a 3-on-3 battle. A staff member approached, announcing their opponents. 3 soul steel puppets, set for coordinated combat. Qinfeng nodded, understood. At the center of the training ground, the 3 puppets positioned themselves in a triangular formation, their core red lights blinking in unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly as energy waves began to converge. They were about to initiate a resonance formation. Gasps erupted from the audience. This combination could shatter the skeletal structure of a B-level combat pet. Qinfeng stepped onto the stage calmly, the shadow leopard following closely behind, each step causing its metallic claws to sink half an inch into the ground. Begin. The 3 puppets activated simultaneously, energy waves intertwining in the air to form a suppressive field, noticeably slowing the shadow leopard's movements. They had fallen into a trap. The audience erupted in commotion. Mechanical types were most vulnerable to energy resonance. Yet Qinfeng remained unperturbed. He lifted his hand, suppressing the cold smirk that threatened to escape his lips. No matter how convincing the act, they could not truly be subdued. Shadow leopard, withstand it. 3 heavy punches crashed down. The first strike saw the shadow leopard sidestep to block, its armor denting, but instantly returning to form. The second punch struck squarely against its chest, the metallic scales shimmering as the impact was diminished layer by layer. The third punch, a combination of all 3, unleashed a violent burst of energy. Boom! A shockwave sent dust flying, and the shadow leopard staggered back 3 steps, its claws carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet it stood firm, completely unscathed. A hush fell over the arena. Had it withstood the assault? What kind of defense was that? Even soul steel could not be so monstrous. Qinfeng slowly raised his head, his eyes cold and sharp as a blade. It is our turn. The shadow leopard surged forth with a velocity increased by 30%. Its afterimage tearing through the air as it charged towards the heart of the formation. Shadow tier, triple overlap. The glint of its claws flashed, shattering the first puppet's joint lock, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. The second attempted to block, but was swept aside by the leopard's horizontal strike, its ankle shattered, rendering it motionless. The third reacted the fastest, its core glowing red as it gathered source energy for a heavy punch. The shadow leopard did not flinch. It met the attack head-on. Was it mad? The clash of claws and fists resonated with a deafening metallic roar. Yet this time, the puppet's fist halted. The intricate patterns on the leopard's claws shimmered briefly, activating indestructible, which instantaneously dissipated the impact through molecular reorganization, followed by a swift uppercut. Crack! The puppet's core was brutally torn apart, source energy leaking and erupting into a burst of azure flames. All 3 puppets lay annihilated. The arena fell silent, save for the resounding crash of metallic debris hitting the ground. Qinfeng leaned against the shadow leopard's shoulder, breath heavy and beads of sweat forming at his brow, as if he had exerted every ounce of his strength. He lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. In the shadows of the high platform, Sume stood quietly, the ethereal image of a 9-tailed celestial fox swaying gently behind her. Her gaze was fixed on the arena, her golden pupils narrowing slightly. Moments later, she turned to leave. Just as she lifted her foot, a whisper echoed in her mind. Next time, do not rely solely on puppets for practice. Qinfeng closed his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. System notification, Sume trust level 15. He opened his eyes, scanning the audience, ultimately landing on a monitoring terminal in the corner. The screen flickered, replaying the recent battle, while a waveform analysis highlighted the shadow leopard's spine's metallic resonance frequency in red. Marked, abnormal energy structure, deep detection recommended. Qinfeng scoffed. Want to investigate? By the time you uncover the results, I shall have evolved into the next stage. He patted the shadow leopard and whispered, let us go. As the shadow leopard stepped forward, its metallic claws thudded against the edge of the arena. Just as they were about to descend, Qinfeng suddenly halted. He looked down at the shadow leopard's right front paw. Deep within the gray-black stone patterns, a thread of silvery gray veins pulsed slowly, as if some program were autonomously operating. His pupils constricted. That was not the system's structural self-locking program. It was something far deeper. Beneath the shadow leopard's metallic surface, a minute crack appeared before swiftly mending itself, its speed almost imperceptible. Qin Feng's fists gradually clenched. Chapter 64. The Conspiracy of Genetic Experiments. A warning bell rang in Qin Feng's mind. What was this anomaly deep within the silvery gray veins? Why was it operating independently? Now was not the time for inquiry. He needed to evade the crowd's gaze first. The clamor of the training grounds still reverberated in his ears as Qin Feng leaned against the backstage wall, breathing heavily. The shadow leopard lay beside him, its metallic spine subtly rising and falling, the silvery gray vein in its claw still pulsing, as if it were a wire embedded in flesh. He raised his hand, a wisp of mental energy quietly extending as it seeped into the ventilation duct along the shadow leopard's tail tendrils. The waveform graph on the monitoring terminal continued to replay the battle scene, with frequencies highlighted in crimson, indicating anomalous energy structures. Qin Feng let out a cold smirk. They wish to investigate? Then let them examine an empty shell. He coughed twice, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, just as the medical team burst in. Evolution backlash, quickly. Take him to the recuperation room, someone exclaimed. Qin Feng closed his eyes, allowing himself to be carried away. Amidst the jostling of the stretcher, he discreetly slipped a temporary access card into his palm, a supposed reward from Su Mei, though in truth, a test. He was aware she awaited his venture into the forbidden zone. As the stretcher entered the corridor, he suddenly opened his eyes, a strand of mental energy surging upward, connecting with the frequency of the access card. The system interface unfurled within his consciousness. Access authentication in progress. Counterfeit mental wave characteristics. Match rate 97. It worked. He flipped himself upright and waved away the disguise. The shadow leopard landed silently, its limbs slightly bent, the stone-like patterns on its claws intertwining with silver-gray veins, forming a net. Qin Feng focused on the entrance to the third underground level, where a dual authentication lock awaited, and patrols changed every 15 minutes. No time to waste. He murmured. The shadow leopard's foreclaws lifted gently, the silver-gray veins suddenly releasing, simulating the source energy frequency of a soul steel puppet. The sensing network's frequency momentarily disrupted, creating an 8-second scanning blind spot. That was sufficient. Qin Feng darted forward, the shadow leopard closely following, their metallic claws striking the alloy floor without a whisper. In the depths of the forbidden zone, the air grew frigid. At the corridor's end stood a heavy alloy door, a faint blue glow seeping through the crack. Qin Feng pressed against the wall, his fingertips tracing its surface, leaving behind a subtle mark of his passage. The access panel flashed red, requiring a biological key. He remained still. The shadow leopard's tail tendrils quietly emerged, pressing against the ventilation grill. The silver-gray veins pulsed again, spreading along the metal lattice, disrupting the internal circuits. 3 seconds later, the panel's green light illuminated. The door creaked open. Before him lay the laboratory, dozens of source energy suppression cages arranged in neat rows, each containing the remains of various exotic beasts, stained with blood. A holographic log floated above the central control panel, encrypted and secured. Qin Feng's gaze locked onto the nearest cage, housing a dire-looking iron-maned wolf, clearly at the brink of death. This was the one. He commanded the shadow leopard to release its tendrils, slipping through the cage's gap to delicately touch the wolf's mutilated limb. Devour initiated. The system promptly erupted with notifications. Target: genetic modification experiment subject, near death. Beast soul integrity 31. Warning: high concentration of neurostimulant X7 residue detected. Devouring may induce mental contamination. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Devour. A searing flow surged into his consciousness, distorting his vision as blood pools churned violently, countless beasts pierced by chains, syringes embedded in their spines, blue serum injected into their brainstems. The scene flickered, revealing Professor Mo Yin standing before the control panel, coldly issuing orders. 7th batch. Consciousness erasure rate meets standards. Prepare for mental link integration. The illusion sliced through his mind like a blade. Qin Feng's forehead throbbed with bulging veins as cold sweat cascaded down. He forcibly steadied his mind and urged the system to analyze, extracting core components confirmation. X7 is not merely a stimulant. It contains encoded mental anchors, capable of establishing remote control links. His pupils constricted sharply. It was not fury, but control. These aberrant beasts were not out of control. Rather, they were being tamed as weapons. Who issued the command? The resource factions? The higher-ups? Or was it that Qin Feng pondered? Sume might have long since sensed his investigation into the drug, yet the danger here exceeded all imagination. Qin Feng. Sume's voice came from behind, as cold as ice. He turned abruptly, finding her standing at the door, her red robe unmoving, the ethereal silhouette of a nine-tailed celestial fox flickering behind her. Have you lost your mind? How dare you come here? Her gaze was sharp, warning him that this was not a place for him to tread. Qin Feng remained still, yet the shadow leopard had already stealthily turned, its claws stone pattern faintly glimmering, poised to rend. I can't touch it, he scoffed. Then grant me access. Am I merely to admire the scenery? Sume fixed her gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence, replied, I know you are investigating the drug, but coming here is a dead end. Withdraw immediately, or I will sever your access. You won't be able to escape. Qin Feng fell silent. The system interface continued to pulse. Analysis complete. The mechanism of X7 erases autonomous consciousness, binding to remote control signal sources, targeting mass-producible aberrant beast weapons. Intelligence secured. He gradually retracted his tendrils, and the shadow leopard stepped back a half-pace. Very well, he nodded, I shall depart. Sume frowned, seemingly unprepared for his abrupt compliance. She waved her hand to open the emergency passage. Go this way, do not take the original route. As Qin Feng stepped forward, he discreetly flicked his fingertip as he passed her by. The silvery gray veins in the shadow leopard's claw had already begun to operate in reverse, inscribing a segment of molecular structure code into the system cache. He had not divulged all the data. The passage was dim and deep, the alloy door closing behind them. Sume led the way, her steps resolute. What do you truly intend? Qin Feng suddenly inquired. To protect you, she replied without turning back. The people from the abyss are already en route. If you delay further, you won't leave even a corpse behind. And you? He scrutinized her back. Are you one of them? Or merely a pawn? Sume's steps faltered slightly, her tone chilling. Do not test my limits. I can save you once, but that does not guarantee a second time. Qin Feng chuckled lightly, a mere whisper. But your saving me is also to exploit me, is it not? She offered no response. At the end of the passage lay a safety exit, moonlight cascading from above. As Qin Feng lifted his gaze to step forward, he suddenly halted. He turned back. Through the gap in the passage, the rows of dormant pods in the depths of the laboratory still glowed with a blue light. Initially, he had thought it merely a device indicator, but now he saw clearly. Inside each pod lay a person, human, naked, eyes closed, their bodies filled with tubes. Their brains connected to the same blue conduits as the aberrant beasts. Qin Feng's pupils constricted in shock. They were not merely transforming aberrant beasts, they were altering humans. Sume noticed his hesitance and urged him, move. Yet, Qin Feng remained unmoved. He gazed intently at the row of dormant pods. Visions of the severed limbs of the iron-maned wolf being devoured flickering through his consciousness. A pool of blood, a syringe, the erasure of awareness. Could humanity's consciousness too be obliterated? What are you looking at? Sume's voice turned icy. Finally, Qin Feng turned, stepping deliberately towards the exit. Moonlight cascaded upon his face, casting a stark, cold outline. Nothing. Chapter 65. The Secret of the Soul Steel Puppets. Qin lowered his gaze to the silent silver-gray veins at his fingertips. The shadow leopard crouched at his feet, its paw print resembling cooled lava, no longer pulsating. He remained rooted to the spot, Sume's gaze and words incessantly replaying in his mind. He was acutely aware that the peril of this journey far surpassed his expectations, yet to unveil the truth, he must persist. Steeling his resolve, he returned to the resting chamber with the shadow leopard. Moonlight sliced down from the top of the corridor, illuminating Qin Feng's shoulder. In that fleeting moment, the silver-gray veins at his fingertips fell entirely still. The shadow leopard lay at his feet, its paw print resembling cooled lava, no longer pulsating. He did not turn back, but the image of the dormant pods was etched into his consciousness, akin to an unhealable scar. Humanity, too, had been modified. X7 was not a rogue agent. It was a consciousness erasure program. The operational frequency of the silver-gray veins within the soul steel puppets resonated with the blue serum injected into the brainstem. System, he murmured within his consciousness, analyzing the X7 molecular chain extracted while dissecting the severed limbs of the iron-maned wolf. overlaying it with the metallic vein code stored in the shadow leopard's paw print for structural comparison. Command received. Data incomplete. In-depth analysis impossible. Recommendation: supplement core energy structure data of mechanical life forms. A tremor coursed through Qin Feng's brow. He had anticipated this step. Upon returning to the resting chamber, he sat at the edge of the bed, his thoughts swirling. Visions of the humans he had seen in the dormant pods on the third underground level replayed in his mind, along with the enormous conspiracy that might be concealed behind the X7 serum. He understood that the information he currently possessed was woefully insufficient. Further investigation was imperative. He sat cross-legged, the shadow leopard's forepaw raised, its silver-gray patterns faintly glowing under the dim light. He infused his mental energy into the shadow leopard's nervous system, commanding it to repeatedly activate that strand of alien metallic vein to simulate the energy cycle of the soul steel puppet. Since you cannot analyze proactively, I shall compel you to initiate the protocol. The shadow leopard's limbs trembled slightly, its metallic spine emitting a subtle hum. With each pulse of the veins, the system automatically detected a faint energy fluctuation. Detected non-biological energy resonance frequency. Feature match. Mechanical life form. Triggering unknown civilization technology identification protocol. System malfunction unlocked before him. The realm of consciousness transformed abruptly. Countless luminous grids floated, arranged in a circular interface, with 3 characters emerging in the center. Maul. Qin Feng's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had glimpsed the true backend of the system. The basic slots were limited to 3 options: skill enhancement, bloodline purification, battle pet evolution. The remainder lay in a shadowy, locked state. In the corner, an option framed in gold flickered. Time-space jump, beginner, cost, 5,000 energy points effect. A spatial displacement of up to 50 meters within 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 2 hours, reliant on mental power. 5,000 points. Qin Feng scoffed. Devouring a dying iron-maned wolf yielded merely 1,200 points. Did they think him an energy mine? He cast his gaze upon the shadow leopard's claw heart. The silvery gray veins continued to pulse, extracting 80 energy points with each completed simulation run. Continue, he commanded coldly. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its muscular limbs tensing as the patterns on its metallic claw heart illuminated suddenly. Once, twice, 10 times, time slipped away. At the 17th minute, a system alert sounded. Cumulative energy points, 5,000. Exchange. Without hesitation, Qin Feng proceeded. Time-space jump, beginner, has been acquired. Bound to host's mental field. First use recommendation, short distance test, to avoid mental rupture. Qin Feng closed his eyes, envisioning the map of the training arena in his mind. He had meticulously recorded every inch of terrain during the challenge, including the ventilation duct layout of the underground 3-level laboratory. Test. With a mere thought, the space around him warped. In an instant, he stood at the entrance of the restroom, approximately 35 meters from his original position. His knees buckled, nearly collapsing, a metallic taste flooding his throat, which he forced down. Effective. He wiped the blood from his lips, a cold smirk forming. The cost was a drain on his mental power, yet it was worth it. He gazed up at the ceiling. Professor Mo Yan's core research room lay 5 levels below. The dual-frequency energy field enveloped it, supplemented by a soul wave scanner capable of detecting the mental frequencies of any living being. Conventional means could not breach it. But now he possessed the key. Upon returning to the restroom, Qin Feng meticulously analyzed the data cached from the shadow leopard's claw heart, integrating it with previous findings from the holographic logs and the dissection of the iron-maned wolf's remnants, pondering intently. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his descent to the 5th-level research room and understood the necessity of thorough preparation. He assessed the shadow leopard's condition, ensuring it was in peak combat mode, and organized his gear, guaranteeing it would serve its utmost purpose in critical moments. With all preparations complete, he set forth with the shadow leopard towards the 5th level. Half an hour later, Qin Feng stood at the corridor's end on the 4th level. In his hand, he held the access card provided by Su Mei, its surface etched with new frequency codes using the shadow leopard's tendrils, masquerading as a low-tier researcher's identification signal. Before him stood the elevator shaft leading to the 5th level, the scanner beside the door glowing red. He approached slowly, subtly releasing his mental power to simulate the typical state of a weary, sluggish low-tier researcher on night duty. The scanner beeped, the green light illuminating. The elevator door opened. He stepped inside and pressed B5. During the descent, he rested his eyes while his consciousness locked onto the target, the holographic recorder at the center of the research room. It was the sole place likely to retain the original data. As the door swung open, he instantly activated the temporal leap. His form blurred in place, akin to ripples on water, and in the blink of an eye, he traversed the gap in the dual-frequency energy field, emerging within the confines of the laboratory. Success, he whispered, yet his chest felt as though it had been struck by a heavy hammer, a surge of blood rising in his throat. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed it and swiftly surveyed his surroundings. The laboratory was desolate. The remnants of the puppets had been cleared away, leaving only a holographic recorder suspended on its pedestal, its screen flickering with the icon of a triple encrypted lock. There was still time. Eye of Petrification, a unique skill awakened in Qin Feng, capable of immobilizing targets with mental force, rendering them temporarily motionless. He commanded the shadow leopard to extend its tendrils, interfacing with the terminal port. Simultaneously, he activated the Eye of Petrification, injecting a surge of immobilizing mental energy into the data stream, momentarily freezing the self-destruction mechanism of the encryption program. System, initiate devouring. Target, holographic recorder's storage core. Warning, target is a non-living entity. Success rate of devouring, 37. Proceed with forced execution? Execute, Qin Feng replied coldly. His sea of consciousness trembled violently. A torrent of vast and frigid information surged into his mind. Blueprints, formulas, energy circuit diagrams, all flooding in. Analysis in progress. Soul Steel Puppet Power Core Structure Comparison completed. Matching object. Mechanical remnants unearthed from the Starfall era. ID. M7. Conclusion. Not a product of modern technology, but a legacy of ancient mechanical civilization. Qin Feng's breath caught in his throat. The Starfall era, the most enigmatic epoch in the history of the Blue Planet. All traces of civilization were obliterated, leaving only scattered remnants. Yet the core circuit of the Soul Steel puppet perfectly aligned with the remnants from that era. They were not developing technology, he murmured. They were resurrecting the creations of the dead. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor, steady, composed, and laden with a sense of oppression. The door had yet to open, yet the voice penetrated the alloy. How did you get in? Qin Feng slowly lifted his gaze. Sume stood at the entrance, her red robe unmoving, the ethereal figure of the nine-tailed fox gently swaying behind her. Her eyes scanned the frozen terminal before settling on Qin Feng's face. The dual-frequency field and the soul scanner, no one can bypass them. Unless you possess an ability you should not have. Qin Feng remained still, yet the shadow leopard had silently turned, the stone patterns on its claws glimmering faintly. You granted me the access card, he replied coolly. I merely utilized it more thoroughly than you anticipated. Thoroughly? Sume scoffed. That recorder has a self-destruction protocol. Contact triggers it. The fact that you can read the data indicates you have surpassed merely breaching defenses. She stepped closer. What exactly do you possess? Qin Feng met her gaze with unwavering calm. I am observing those in the dormant pods. They are human, just as I am, yet you treat them in this manner. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Sume's eyes. After a moment of silence, she replied, what you perceive may not encompass the entire truth. Some matters are not for you to know at this time. However, she took a deep breath. 3 days hence, there will be a clandestine meeting on the 7th underground level. Mo Yin will be in attendance. If you wish to inquire further, that is the sole opportunity. Having said that, she turned and departed, her footsteps gradually fading away. Chapter 66. Internal strife. As Sume's footsteps vanished at the end of the corridor, Qin Feng remained rooted in place, his fingertips gently tracing the silver-gray patterns on the claw of the shadow leopard. Though the patterns had cooled, the system interface continued to flicker, illuminating the skill bar for true and false faces. He closed his eyes, the images from the underground level 5 of the previous night surfacing in his mind. The holographic recorder, the encrypted lock, and Sume's words about a secret meeting on level 7 in 3 days. He had no intention of waiting for 3 days. Shadow leopard, he murmured, preparing to forge an identity. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its muscular limbs trembling slightly as the claw patterns glowed once more, akin to a circuit rebooting. Qin Feng infused his mental energy into its neural system, commanding it to simulate the energy frequency of the Soul Steel puppet and then reverse engineer a lower-tier researcher's mental wavelength through the system. The instant the data coalesced, true and false faces automatically activated. Although Qin Feng's visage remained unchanged, the aura within him, the fluctuations of his spirit, and even the rhythm of his heartbeat had aligned perfectly with that of the researcher. Let us go. Half an hour later, outside the eastern experimental base of the academy, a young researcher, reeking of alcohol, stumbled out of a tavern, accompanied by an ironback ape. Qin Feng approached leisurely, accidentally colliding with the researcher as he swayed. His fingertips brushed the nape of the ironback ape's neck. Devour activated. Target: low-tier battle pet, ironback ape. Acquisition of permission frequency band, B7 District Level 3 access code. Unaware, the researcher continued on his way, burping from the effects of drink. Qin Feng turned and melted into the shadows of the night. The following morning, at the B7 District experimental base, the alarm lights remained silent, and the guards changed shifts. A researcher clad in gray-white attire swiped his card to enter, his expression serene, his steps steady. It was Qin Feng. Clutching a forged calibration task sheet, he passed through the first security checkpoint without incident. Ahead lay the soul resonance detector, a circular scanning ring slowly descending. He held his breath, activating true and false faces to suppress any emotional fluctuations. The scanning ring emitted a green light. Identity confirmed. Data calibrator lens A, access level 3, permitted entry into the core area. Qin Feng lowered his head and proceeded through, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Inside the base, the metallic corridor glimmered with a cold light. He advanced along the designated route, the shadow leopard crouched upon his shoulder, its claw patterns concealed beneath its fur. An announcement echoed. High-tier experimental subject K9 injection procedure initiated. All non-essential personnel evacuate the testing area. Qin Feng paused momentarily. Now was the time. He veered into a side corridor, concealing himself in a blind spot of the surveillance, his gaze fixed intently on the ventilation duct. The shadow leopard's tail tendrils stealthily extended, the silver-gray veins creeping along the metallic wall. After 8 seconds, the surveillance feed froze. He dashed out, heading straight for the testing room. The door was unlocked. Per experimental protocol, guards were required to vacate the area within 3 seconds post-injection to prevent any potential rampage. He pushed the door open. The advanced experimental subject, a hybrid of the Thunderblade leopard and the Steelbone bear, is bound to an electromagnetic stand, its muscles convulsing violently. The syringe remains inserted, and a cerulean serum is being infused into its spine. Qin Feng approaches. The forepaw of the shadow leopard softly taps the ground, and silvery gray veins instantaneously connect to the floor's circuitry, disrupting the alarm system. He extends his hand, his fingertips brushing against the nape of the experimental subject. Devour initiated. Target: advanced experimental subject K9, near death state. Analyzing, a torrent of information floods into his consciousness. Gene chains, neural reconstruction diagrams, molecular structures of the serum. Ultimately, an encrypted data segment materializes. Triple gene anchoring sequence. Is this the essence of the advanced serum? Qin Feng's gaze sharpens. Suddenly, the subject's pupils dilate, muscles swell, and the binding chains emit a piercing friction sound. The rampage has begun prematurely. Warning: K9's vital signs are out of control. Initiate emergency isolation protocol. The broadcast blares. Qin Feng swiftly retracts his hand, preparing to retreat, but the alarm lights turn red, and metallic gates begin to descend. The exit is sealed. Just as he steps out of the testing chamber, 2 soul steel puppets close in from either side, arcs of electricity crackling at their joints. Unregistered personnel detected. Execute clearance protocol. Qin Feng smirks, just as he is about to employ true-false countenance to switch identities. His communicator suddenly vibrates. A female voice reaches his ears. Energy overload in Zone B. Initiate emergency drill. All personnel evacuate. It is Sume. The announcement repeats 3 times. The base lights extinguish abruptly, emergency lights illuminate, and all mechanical puppets cease movement instantaneously. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activates his disguise, altering his appearance and aura yet again to resemble another researcher, blending into the chaotic crowd of evacuees. The shadow leopard's limbs quiver slightly, its metallic veins gradually fading, leaving no trace. 10 minutes later, in an abandoned warehouse in the southern part of the city, Qin Feng removes his disguise and leans against the wall, the shadow leopard lying beside him, its breathing slightly rapid. System: retrieve Devour records. Confirm the integrity of the serum formula. Command executed. Extraction successful. Triple gene anchoring sequence, complete. Missing item, stabilizer synthesis parameters, encrypted shielding. Qin Feng squints. It is not a system issue. The experimental subject's memories have been deliberately erased. Classified storage only provides a portion? He sneers, realizing they intend to use him as a pawn to incite conflict between factions. Before he can finish his thought, the communicator vibrates once more. A message from Su Mei appears. Let's meet. Qin Feng stares at the screen, remaining silent for 3 seconds. He opens the system marketplace, drags the incomplete formula into the materials section, designating it as redeemable for 100 energy points to Lockett, Indiana. Then he replies, I have acquired what you wanted me to see. Send. Leaning against the wall, the last trace of silvery gray veins in the shadow leopard's paw fades completely. In the distance, the city lights twinkle like stars. Qin Feng slowly closes his eyes, yet within his consciousness, a chessboard unfolds. Supporters, opponents, Su Mei, Mo Yin, each piece is in motion. And he is the one holding the reins. The communicator's screen suddenly illuminated, revealing Su Mei's response. You are far more dangerous than I imagined. A smirk played at the corner of Qin Feng's lips, ready to reply when a series of footsteps echoed from outside the warehouse. He abruptly opened his eyes. 3 guards clad in black robes stood at the entrance, their energy pistols aimed at the center of the warehouse. Illegal data transmission detected, identity verification in progress, the leader intoned coldly. Qin Feng slowly rose, the shadow leopard growling lowly, its claw patterns shimmering with a faint light. Chapter 67. Skill Fusion. The guards' pistol muzzles glinted ominously in the dimly lit warehouse, while the communication frequencies had been subtly disrupted by the metallic veins of the shadow leopard, resulting in intermittent signals. Standing firm, Qin Feng subtly moved his fingertips, channeling his mental energy to activate the true and false countenance, suppressing his aura to its lowest ebb. Emergency drill gone awry? The lead guard furrowed his brow, his finger still poised on the trigger. Qin Feng nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. Sector B overload. I mistakenly took the wrong passage during evacuation. He deliberately infused a hint of panic into his voice, resembling a frightened, ordinary researcher. The guards exchanged glances, slightly lowering their guard. In that fleeting moment, the tendrils at the tail of the shadow leopard quivered, and the residual thunder waves surged along the metallic conduits beneath them. ZZZZT. All 3 energy pistols short-circuited simultaneously, electric sparks dancing along the barrels. In a flash, Qin Feng retreated into the shadows at the rear of the warehouse. The black-robed figures roared in pursuit, their footsteps reverberating in the vast space. He had no desire to linger. Using the veil of darkness, he swiftly scaled the abandoned shelves and leapt through a ventilation shaft. The cold wind rushed against him, the night air of the outskirts filling his lungs. The alarm had yet to sound behind him as he vanished into the winding alleys. Safe at last. 30 miles south of the city, deep within an abandoned mine, Qin Feng leaned against the rocky wall, the shadow leopard lying beside him. Its breath noticeably labored. That last strike had nearly depleted its remaining soul steel energy. System, he whispered within his consciousness, preparing to merge shadow petrification with thunderwave. Warning, skill fusion failure rate at 42, mental backlash risk exceedingly high. Silence, execute. Qin Feng scoffed. I am not one to be subjected to trial and error. He closed his eyes, 2 forces slowly emerging in his mental realm. One, a viscous, ink-like shadow power, originating from a previous devoured abyssal leopard. The other, a pulsating network of thunder, stemming from the K9 experiment's desperate counterattack the previous night. Slowly penetrate, it murmured, not an addition, but a reconstruction. The shadow leopard growled, its limbs trembling slightly as it willingly channeled the power of thunder into its internal cycle. Guided by his mental energy, Qin Feng simulated the intersection of the 2 forces within the neural network of the shadow leopard. On the first attempt, the thunder erupted uncontrollably through the shadow, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that pierced his consciousness with excruciating pain. On the second attempt, the shadow completely engulfed the thunder energy, rendering it utterly silent and devoid of lethality. On the third attempt, reverse the injection. First, immobilize the target's movements, then trigger a chain lightning strike. He suddenly opened his eyes. This was not merely a fusion of skills, but the creation of a new technique. Within his mental realm, the 2 forces finally discovered their equilibrium. The shadow wove like a net, while the thunder manifested as chains, intertwining into the nascent form of a storm. Skill fusion initiated. Cost 3,000 system energy. Fusion progress 175389. Cold sweat beaded on Qin Feng's forehead, his mental energy nearly depleted. Gritting his teeth, he committed all his remaining energy. Let it succeed. Boom. A brand new power took shape explosively within his consciousness. Fusion successful. New skill generated. Shadow Thunderstorm, beginner. Effect, releases shadow energy to immobilize the target. Followed by 3 chain lightning strikes with a paralysis effect. Qin Feng gasped as he opened his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly. The shadow leopard rose, its silver-gray veins flickering momentarily before returning to normal. It worked. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Now, it was time to collect his debts. 3 hours earlier, at the task hall of Sangqiong Academy. Task ID, T739. Objective, eliminate the beast nest in the abandoned subway tunnel north of the city. Level, B. Reward, 3 bronze source crystals. 50 contribution points. When Qin Feng accepted the task, no one cast him a second glance. Those below the intermediate bronze level were not permitted to form teams. Such tasks were often a death sentence for newcomers, a chance for veterans to reap the rewards. However, he was not there merely to scavenge. At the tunnel entrance, the rusted iron door sagged, a putrid stench wafting from within. Qin Feng stepped inside, the shadow leopard silently following, its claws barely making a sound. The further he ventured, the more humid the air became, the walls slick with creeping fungi. Human bones littered the ground, some still clad in the Academy's standard combat uniforms. It seemed the earlier adventurers had become mere fodder. A cold smile crossed Qin Feng's lips. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed from the corridor ahead. The ground trembled slightly as a massive shadow emerged, a thunder-scaled lizard, a commanding beast nearly 8 meters in length, its back adorned with metallic glimmering scales, each acting as a miniature reflector capable of deflecting source energy attacks. It exhaled a cloud of vapor from its nostrils, its vertical pupils locking onto Qin Feng, and with a sweeping tail, debris scattered around. Think you can withstand this? Qin Feng sneered. Let us see you try. He swiftly retreated 10 meters, while the shadow leopard lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the creature's flank. The lizard roared in fury, swinging its tail, but the leopard rolled aside, successfully diverting its attention. Now's the moment. Qin Feng formed hand seals, a surge of mental energy flooding forth. Shadow Thunderstorm. In an instant, the tunnel was engulfed in darkness. A dense black mist emanating from Qin Feng's center, enveloping the lizard entirely. Its movements faltered abruptly, as if caught in quicksand. Petrification activated. Immediately, 3 arcs of lightning erupted from the shadows, striking the joints of the lizard's neck. Boom, boom, boom. Dazzling electricity rent the darkness as the lizard let out a piercing howl, its flesh tearing at the neck, defenses collapsing in an instant. It thrashed violently, attempting to charge, but the shadow lingered. The lightning continued to strike, and the paralysis effect caused its limbs to convulse. Qin Feng did not relent. He stepped forward, gathering source energy in his right hand, and thrust it toward the lizard's throat. It was the end. The palm pierced through, the lizard's eyes bulging with life, ebbing away rapidly. Devour initiated. Target, commander-level thunder-scaled lizard, near death. Analysis in progress. A torrent of information surged into the sea of consciousness. Genetic chains and neural structures, while combat instincts transformed into vast amounts of pure source energy, washing through his meridians as experience points. Boom. The source energy within him surged violently, shattering the barriers of his cultivation. Breakthrough. Bronze level beginner to bronze level intermediate. Soul space expansion. 15. Qin Feng stood still, his aura escalating dramatically, the source energy around him surging like a tide. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, seemingly drawn in, its internal energy subtly enhancing. This was merely the beginning, he murmured. Outside the tunnel, dawn was breaking. Su Mei leaned against a sleek black hover vehicle, her ruby lips pressed together, fingers tapping the edge of the window. She was not in her academy uniform, but adorned in a dark purple gown that accentuated her graceful curves. Her gaze icy enough to kill. Qin Feng emerged from the tunnel, the shadow leopard trailing behind him, the last trace of silver-gray veins in its paw gradually extinguishing. Is the mission accomplished? She inquired. Yes. Qin Feng tossed the mission chip to her, detailing the eradication of the nest and the elimination of the leader, with data intact. Su Mei received the chip, glancing at it with a flicker in her eyes. The mission record indicated that from entering the tunnel to slaying the lizard took less than 7 minutes. In contrast, similar tasks of the same level typically required at least 20 minutes. She looked up. What skill did you use? The surveillance did not capture it clearly. A newly learned one, Qin Feng replied, his tone nonchalant. I haven't named it yet. Sume fixed her gaze on him and suddenly smiled. Your progress is alarmingly swift. Qin Feng, too swift for comfort. Qin Feng met her gaze, his eyes calm, yet radiating an undeniable sharpness. I simply never waste opportunities, he paused, lowering his voice somewhat. Especially those given to me by others. Sume's fingers stilled, her smile not reaching her eyes. She stepped closer, the faint scent of her perfume wafting towards him. Her crimson lips nearly brushing against his ear. For the next mission, I may personally oversee it, she whispered. A talent like yours is prone to unexpected mishaps. Qin Feng remained still, allowing her breath to caress his ear. Then I must prepare some new skills, he replied coolly, to avoid disappointing you. Sume stepped back and opened the car door, her skirt fluttering, the sound of her high heels echoing on the ground. Before the door closed, she cast one last glance at him. Qin Feng stood in place, the shadow leopard lying beside him, its paw patterns subtly glowing. Sume's vehicle slowly started, driving into the distance. Qin Feng raised his hand, a strand of shadow intertwining with thunderlight, gradually spinning. Shadow thunderstorm, he murmured. This is merely the first move. In the distance, dark clouds gathered over the city, a bolt of lightning slicing through the sky. His fingers tightened suddenly, and the thunderlight erupted. Chapter 68. The value of the potion formula after the thunderlight burst. Qin Feng calmed the fluctuations of source energy within him. As the intertwined shadow and thunderlight at his fingertips gently dissipated, and the last trace of silver-gray veins in the shadow leopard's paw completely vanished. He stood at the entrance of the abandoned mine, his breathing steady, the energy within him surging like a mighty river, his bronze-level cultivation firmly entrenched. The silhouette of Su Mei had long vanished beyond the horizon, yet he understood that their shared glance was not an end, but a beginning. She would not easily relent. He whispered within his consciousness as the system interface quietly unfolded, preparing for data extraction. Extracting, triple gene anchoring sequence, dismantling catalytic trigger module, encrypting and storing in the battle pet neural link, falsifying surface structure, generating a verifiable yet inert replica. The progress bar advanced swiftly. Streams of data coursing through the metallic veins of the shadow leopard's limbs, ultimately sinking into the encrypted zone of the neural terminals. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. Done. Qin Feng opened his eyes, retrieved a blank chip from his pocket, and with a gentle flick, infused the counterfeit formula within. Half an hour later, in the old industrial district of Southern City, atop a derelict signal tower, the door slid open soundlessly, and Sume stood by the window, her long dress trailing the floor, her gaze sharp and frigid. She remained poised by the window, her cool voice cutting through the silence. You arrived faster than anticipated. Qin Feng entered the room with measured steps, his expression tranquil, and delicately placed the chip on the table, softly stating, the mission has just concluded. This was merely on the way. This is what you requested. Sume turned, her fingertip tapping the terminal to summon the data stream. A slight frown creased her brow. This formula lacks a catalytic sequence. Of course it does. Qin Feng leaned against the wall, his tone serene. I only acquired the publicly available portion of the experimental records. The true core resides within the professor's private database. But I made some alterations, marking 3 points of forgery, sufficient to convince the conservatives that he is secretly developing an uncontrollable battle pet. Sume fixed her gaze upon him, her eyes sharp as blades. Are you not afraid I will report you directly, handing you over? You want tea. Qin Feng met her gaze unflinchingly. What you desire is internal strife, not a scapegoat. The professor's faction is too powerful. You need chaos to seize control. And I have unwittingly provided you with a spark. The air became momentarily stagnant. Sume suddenly smiled, her crimson lips curling slightly. You understand the rules of the game better than I imagined. I merely understand you. Qin Feng replied coolly. You fear my rapid advancement, worried I might slip from your grasp. Hence, you require me to surrender all backups, ensuring I have no hidden cards. Her finger paused, the smile not reaching her eyes. Wise individuals do not live long. Thus, I will only submit this one. Qin Feng raised his hand, calling forth the system logs, and directly clicked, permanently delete. The screen flickered, the records erased. Do you trust me? Su Mei arched an eyebrow. I do not. Qin Feng withdrew his hand. Yet I know that those who retain an ace up their sleeve are less likely to be cast aside. Su Mei remained silent for a moment, then stepped closer, the faint scent of her perfume wafting through the air. She raised her hand, her fingertip lightly grazing his Adam's apple, her voice dropping a notch. Do you know? The most dangerous individuals are not those with great strength, but those who, despite having hidden cards, dare to openly acknowledge their possession of such. Qin Feng remained still, allowing her finger to wander. Hence, I am worthy of collaboration. Because you are uncontrollable? She chuckled lightly, retracting her hand. Still because you are not afraid of my retaliatory silence. For I understand, Qin Feng spoke slowly, that you require not merely an informant, but a blade capable of penetrating the professor's defenses. And a blade, after all, never sheathes itself willingly. Su Mei gazed at him for a long while before finally turning towards the window. She pressed the communication button. Her voice icy. Notify Team B to prepare for the initiation of the cleansing source plan and deliver this formula to Vice Dean Lin. With the communication severed, she turned back. Tomorrow morning, the conservatives will publicly accuse the professor of conducting unauthorized experiments. When the storm brews, we must each play our roles convincingly. I only desire one outcome, Qin Feng stated. Amidst the chaos, no one will notice who tampered with the database. Do you still wish to seize the core for yourself? Su Mei narrowed her eyes. I simply do not want anyone to monopolize this key, Qin Feng replied, a smirk gracing his lips. After all, the true value of the potion lies not in creating monsters, but in controlling them. Su Mei's gaze turned frosty. What do you mean? I am contemplating. Qin Feng said slowly. If someone were to consume an incomplete potion, could the system reverse engineer their mutation process to deduce the complete pathway? Her pupils constricted. You have already prepared a contingency. Not a contingency. Qin Feng shook his head, but insurance. In the event that you turn against me, I can still extract the truth from the living sample. Su Mei stared at him, suddenly laughing lightly. Qin Feng, you are truly the most insidious man I have ever encountered. Thank you. He nodded. Then let us collaborate with pleasure. She ceased speaking and turned towards the elevator. The hem of her dress fluttered, and her high heels struck the metallic floor, producing a crisp echo. Just before the elevator doors closed, she glanced back at him. Qin Feng remained in place, the shadow leopard crouching at his feet, its metallic veins subtly vibrating. A stream of barely perceptible data arising before sinking into the depths of its network. Locked, gene catalytic sequence, storage location, war beast neural link, encrypted zone. He raised his hand, a wisp of shadow intertwining with lightning at his fingertips, slowly rotating. Shadowstorm, he whispered, is merely the beginning. The shadow leopard suddenly lifted its head, its pupils constricted, its metallic veins activating instantaneously, as if sensing some clandestine signal. Qin Feng's gaze hardened as a system interface abruptly materialized in his consciousness. Warning, external energy scan waves approaching. Scan frequency. Highly compatible with Su Mei's residual access card. Determination, passive tracking program implanted in chip. Chapter 69. The mystery of Su Mei's bloodline. The metallic veins in the shadow leopardess paws had yet to completely recede, and Qin Feng's fingertips still tingled from the data flow that had passed. He stared at his palm, the system interface flashing momentarily. External tracking signal locked, reverse analysis complete. He stepped forward decisively, his pace unwavering. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the abandoned astronomical observatory in the northern part of the city, the heavy alloy door began to slowly open with a tremor. Su Mei stood inside, her long dress fitting closely, her eyes as cold as the fire beneath ice. You are quite proactive, she remarked, her voice low yet laced with intrigue. You are capable of embedding tracking programs within the chips I submit. Qin Feng stepped forward, while Shadow Leopard silently followed. I retraced my steps. It was not surprising. She did not deny it, but merely moved aside to clear the passage. Since you are here, there is no need to feign ignorance. Do you know what this place is? I do not. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the deep stone walls on either side. But I am aware that you brought me here not for the purpose of continuing the charade of amiable cooperation. Su Mei remained silent for 2 seconds before suddenly chuckling softly. Intelligent individuals always enjoy revealing a corner of their cards, allowing others to believe they possess more. I am not revealing my cards. Qin Feng fixed his stare upon her, testing her resolve. You investigate me, I investigate you. The one who first reveals a flaw shall be the loser. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she turned to lead the way, Follow me. At the end of the passage was a circular chamber, its dome adorned with a star chart, while the four walls were embellished with dark golden reliefs depicting the nine-tailed celestial fox atop a mountain, gazing at the heavens, with 8 fiery tails swirling behind it, and the 9th tail shrouded in mist, appearing and disappearing. This is the ancestral mural of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. Sume halted, her voice dropping a few degrees. The true history is never found in the textbooks of academia. Qin Feng approached the mural, his fingertips grazing the relief's intricate patterns. In an instant, the system interface materialized, high concentration of spiritual seal residue detected. Would you like to initiate analysis? He maintained a calm demeanor, subtly pressing Shadow Leopard's claw against a hidden crack at the base of the stone wall. Analysis initiated, energy points consumed, 50. Shadow Leopard sharing spiritual burden. In that moment, an illusion emerged. Beneath the starry sky, the nine-tailed celestial fox perched atop the mountain, its golden-red bloodlines surging like rivers. And an inscription appeared. The blood of demigods requires external force to ignite. Subsequently, the scene shifted to a woman kneeling at the altar center, surrounded by the ethereal form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The 9th tail slowly merged into her body, and her eyes glowed with a golden light, soon erupting in a cataclysmic surge of primal energy. The illusion abruptly ceased. Analysis complete. Key information obtained. The precondition for bloodline fusion requires the presence of a source energy resonance entity to activate the dormant gene. Qin Feng's breath momentarily stilled, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Did you discern something? Sume suddenly inquired, her gaze sharp as a blade. A legend. He retracted his hand, his tone steady. The 9th tail of the nine-tailed celestial fox was not an evolution but an inheritance. Your mother was of pure blood, while your bloodline has been sealed. Sume's pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of foxfire igniting at her fingertips, burning faintly. You are indeed extraordinary. She scrutinized him. Ordinary individuals viewing this mural merely regard it as a totem. Your ability to perceive the seal indicates that you possess not only means, but also a certain special capability. I rely solely on logical reasoning. Qin Feng shrugged. Your approach to me is not merely to confront the professor. What you truly desire is to break the seal and activate the 9th tail. The atmosphere grew dense. After a long pause, Sume let out a low laugh, the flames casting shadows across her face, light and darkness intermingling. My father hails from beyond the stars, and my mother is the last pure-blooded celestial fox. My bloodline is inherently incomplete. The 9th tail lies in slumber, its power locked away. Only by finding an existence that resonates with my bloodline can it be ignited. She gazed directly at Qin Feng, and such a person is 1 in 10,000. Either a demigod of the same lineage or an aberration capable of devouring the souls of thousands of beasts and harboring the primal energies of myriad races. A tremor coursed through Qin Feng's heart. The System's records revealed that 987 beast souls had been consumed. Just 13 more, and it would reach 1,000. She was testing whether he was the resonant entity. So you have been screening me from the very beginning? He scoffed. You approached me, observed me, probed me, and even compelled me to steal the potion formula merely to ascertain whether I am worthy of assisting you in breaking the seal? Indeed, Sume acknowledged candidly. But you are also exploiting me. You fabricated data and orchestrated internal strife, not merely for chaos, but to extract the core information from the database. Neither of us is innocent. But you did not mention. Qin Feng suddenly stepped closer, his voice lowered. What if I truly am that resonant entity? Sume snapped her head up, her foxfire flaring suddenly, illuminating the entire chamber. Her fingertips trembled slightly, the flames dancing upon Qin Feng's visage. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? I do. Qin Feng met her gaze unwaveringly. Bloodline resonance is not something just anyone can trigger. It requires a matching frequency of primal energy and a resonance of life essence. Sume fell silent, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing in her eyes. Are you not afraid? She whispered. Once it begins, the fusion of bloodlines is irreversible. If it fails, both parties will suffer a backlash, their souls obliterated. I am unafraid, Qin Feng replied, a slight smirk gracing his lips. What I fear is being treated as a mere tool, used and discarded. If you truly require my assistance, you must demonstrate sincerity. What do you wish to hear? Access, he stated. This underground chamber cannot consist of just this level, can it? There must be more murals, more seals. I wish to see them. Sume narrowed her eyes. You have quite the appetite. Otherwise, Qin Feng spread his hands. You would have me risk obliteration of my soul for merely a glimpse of a wall. She regarded him intently, and then suddenly laughed. Very well. I shall show you a portion. However, there is a condition. You must provide one genuine piece of information, not fabricated nor misleading. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Such as? A catalyst medium, she replied. Activating the bloodline requires a trigger. Ancient texts mention lunar dew, but that is mere legend. In reality, a liquid capable of containing high-purity primal energy is essential. Given your strength, you should be able to deduce a suitable substitute. Qin Feng inwardly scoffed. In the system's marketplace, the option for lunar dew imitation had long been available, costing 500 energy points for bulk production. Yet, he could not divulge this. I can share part of it, he said slowly, but not now. I will wait until I ascertain if the information you provide is worth the exchange. Sume let out a soft huff. You are quite bold to negotiate terms. Because I know, Qin Feng stepped closer, his voice low, what you fear most is not my refusal, but my turning away. You have awaited this opportunity for too long to let it slip away easily. Her gaze turned icy, and the foxfire suddenly coiled around his wrist, searingly intense. Qin Feng did not flinch, allowing the flames to caress his skin without a hint of movement. Burn my hand, and you will not find the next resonant entity, he stated coolly. In an instant, the flames extinguished. Sume retracted her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. At the same time tomorrow, I shall take you to the second layer. There exists a more comprehensive record of inheritance. The transaction concluded. Qin Feng turned and departed, with Shadow Leopard closely following. Just before exiting, he suddenly halted. Sume, he called without turning back. Next time, do not test me with flames. I detest being put to the test. She remained stationary, her crimson lips moving slightly, but just now, your heart raced for a mere 0.3 seconds. Qin Feng paused momentarily, yet he offered no reply and strode away. Upon returning to the safe house, he immediately activated the system. Retrieving prerequisites for bloodline fusion, cross-referencing with the MAL database, searching for alternative catalysts, the progress bar advanced rapidly. Suddenly, Shadow Leopard let out a low growl. Its metallic veins activated violently, and its pupils constricted like needles. Chapter 70. The True Purpose of the Organization. After watching Sume depart, Qin Feng sensed Shadow Leopard's unusual state. Based on previous system prompts and deduced clues, he surmised that the source of the abnormal energy fluctuations originated from the direction of the North Ecological Park. He hurried there with Shadow Leopard. Shadow Leopard's metallic nerves continued to tremble, as if something had torn at it from within. Qin Feng stood before the rusted iron gate of the North Ecological Park. A trickle of electricity coursing through the lock, silently sliding the alloy gate open just enough to slip through. Did you sense it? Sume emerged from the shadows, her red dress swaying gently in the night breeze, her gaze sharper than a blade. It's more than mere interference, Qin Feng murmured. The energy field here has been tampered with. It is not a defense, but a diversion directing energy downward. Sume's eyes narrowed, and without speaking, she raised her hand. A fleeting phantom of the nine-tailed fox appearing behind her. The illusion unfolded, revealing a distorted patrol route in the air. The guard change occurs in 3 minutes. That suffices. With a wave of his hand, Shadow Leopard transformed into a shadow, darting into the ventilation shaft. Moments later, a miniature devouring field activated, silently extracting the residual soul of a patrolling combat pet, its structural diagram materializing in his mind. Level B3 exhibits fluctuations of mental seals, Qin Feng remarked. The same source as the wall in your secret chamber. Sume fixed her gaze upon him. You already knew you would find something here. I do not. Qin Feng replied with a slight smirk, but I am aware that someone seeks to awaken what should remain undisturbed. The two of them descended into the underground, cloaked by illusions that masked their movements from surveillance, while the devouring field severed the alarm circuits. The entrance to level B3 was a stone door adorned with intricate totems, its central relief no longer depicting the nine-tailed fox, but rather a grotesque creature with three-eyed serpentine heads and bone wings, its ninth tail severed, blood dripping toward a fissure in the ground. The Lord of the Abyss, Sume's voice tightened, the ancient seal of the otherworldly devourers. Have they lost their minds? Qin Feng remained silent, as the system interface erupted within his consciousness. Detected high-purity otherworldly energy residue. Target biological potential rating. Monarch level, capable of evolving to sacred domain. A flicker of heat passed through his eyes. Let us proceed inside. Sume pushed the door open. Inside the secret chamber, murals adorned the walls, and a stone tablet in the center bore an inscription of a blood sacrifice formation. A high-ranking figure in a black robe was softly chanting, their fingers tracing runes as the source energy infiltrated the ground like fine threads. With a piercing gaze, Qin Feng observed as the shadow leopard stealthily approached the ventilation shaft. "Who are you?" The cloaked figure abruptly turned. Sume responded with a cold smirk. "We are here to send you to hell." Before her words could fully dissipate, the illusion of the nine-tailed celestial fox lunged forth, instantly enveloping the senses in a veil of enchantment. The cloaked figure staggered back as their battle pet roared and charged. Qin Feng sprang into action. The shadow leopard leaped forth, its metallic claws slicing through the air, delivering a fatal blow to the heart of the battle pet. In its dying moments, the devouring force activated, extracting its residual soul. As the system prompt echoed, "Would you like to analyze the memory?" "Analyze," Qin Feng silently commanded. The vision erupted. Thousands of battle pets were ensnared upon an altar, their essence siphoned into a mist of blood, as a corner of the ceiling stone tablet shattered, releasing a deep rumble from the depths below. Coordinates materialized. X947, Y203, 3,000 meters beneath the surface. Analysis of the organization's intentions complete. Using the essence as bait to awaken the Lord of the Abyss and reconstruct the world order. Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid. This formation cannot remain. Sume shattered the stone tablet with a single strike, extinguishing the runes in an instant. The cloaked figure cackled maniacally. "It's too late. The coordinates have been transmitted. The seal is loosening, and it will break within 7 days. You cannot stop it." Before the words could fully escape, the shadow leopard crushed their skull with a swift strike. Silence ensued. "What did you see?" Sume fixed her gaze on Qin Feng, sensing that his expression conveyed more than mere shock. "I saw the coordinates," Qin Feng replied calmly. "And I also witnessed the record of your mother's involvement in the sealing." Sume's pupils dilated in shock. "What did you say?" On the right side of the mural, at the fracture of the ninth tail, there was the abbreviation SM. Qin Feng pointed, revealing a name identical to your mother's. She was one of the 7 sealers, yet had never mentioned it. Sume paused, her fingertips igniting with foxfire. "So you believe she was aware? Perhaps even complicit?" "I do not know." Qin Feng shook his head, "but I do know that your priority now should not be to investigate the past, but to avert the future." "Of course," Sume replied coldly. "I will report to the academy tomorrow and summon the beast masters to reinforce the seal." Qin Feng fell silent for 2 seconds before nodding. "I agree." "You agree?" Sume narrowed her eyes. "You rarely acquiesce to others' plans. This time is different." Qin Feng met her gaze firmly. "Once that entity emerges, no one will survive. No matter how selfish I may be, I would never gamble with my life." Sume scrutinized him, flames dancing in her eyes. "You must relinquish the memory analysis data." "Certainly." Qin Feng raised his hand, a beam of light shooting forth from his fingertips, landing in her palm, all of it. The data streams flickered as Sume swiftly scanned through, her brows loosening slightly. "Real, yet incomplete. The core information is all there," Qin Feng affirmed. "The remainder consists of the uncertainties I harbor." "What are you concealing?" She advanced a step. "It is not concealment," Qin Feng replied nonchalantly, "but rather a matter of whether I wish to utilize it." Sume scoffed. "You truly dare to negotiate under such circumstances?" "I am not negotiating." Qin Feng turned away. "I am presenting you with a choice. Trust me, or fight alone. The choice is yours." She did not impede him. Qin Feng exited the chamber, the shadow leopard trailing closely behind. Upon entering the passage, the system's notification echoed once more. Ancient biological core energy detected. Devouring it may unlock the Abyss resonance talent. Passive, 30 damage to otherworldly beings. Qin Feng paused momentarily. He slowly raised his hand, a tendril of dark energy coiling around his fingertips, only to be forcefully suppressed. "The Abyss resonance monarch-level core energy is sufficient for me to ascend to the silver tier," he murmured. The loosening seal indicated that the entity was half awakened. Consuming it might not be a futile endeavor. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its eyes glinting with a metallic sheen. "Patience," Qin Feng reassured, patting its head as he waited for it to distance itself. He accessed the system interface, meticulously planning the optimal path for consumption. At 3,000 meters beneath the surface, amidst extreme heat and pressure, ordinary beast tamers could not delve deep, Yet the shadow leopard's metallic nerves could withstand environmental erosion. As long as a fissure in the seal appeared, the devouring force could penetrate within. The challenge lay in the fact that it would not allow him to approach. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, contemplating that unless it believed he was there to reinforce the seal, he could proceed. A slight smile tugged at his lips. Thus, he would conduct a reconnaissance. Upon returning to the surface, Su Mei awaited by the vehicle. I have a suggestion, Qin Feng approached her. You contact support while I scout the sealing point in advance. Should any changes arise, we can respond promptly. Alone? Su Mei furrowed her brow. The shadow leopard accompanies me. Qin Feng shrugged. Moreover, do you think I would take risks in such matters? Su Mei stared at him for a long moment before nodding. Fine. But remember, do not touch the core of the seal. It is beyond your control. I understand, Qin Feng nodded. I merely intend to observe. As Su Mei entered the vehicle, it ascended slowly into the air. Qin Feng stood rooted, watching her depart until the silhouette vanished into the clouds. Let us proceed, he murmured. The shadow leopard's metallic veins activated instantly, causing the ground to tremble slightly as an invisible force field unfolded across its surface. Qin Feng leaped onto the beast's back, heading straight for coordinate X947. Deep within 1,000 meters beneath the earth, a massive black steel stood silently. Its surface cracked with a thin fissure from which eerie light seeped. Before the steel, a skeletal figure sat cross-legged, clutching a severed foxtail. Qin Feng landed, and the shadow leopard growled, its metallic claws slowly lifting. The system notification flickered, devourable target detected, sealed state of the Lord of the Void, monarch level. Warning, devouring risk is extremely high, failure rate 78. Success reward, abyss resonance talent core energy, can evolve to the sacred domain. Qin Feng fixated on the crack, his breath growing shallow. Not now, he whispered, deciding to wait 7 more days for the seal to loosen to a critical point. The shadow leopard retracted its claws, its metallic veins gradually receding. As Qin Feng turned to leave, at that very moment, the eerie light within the fissure quivered, as though something deep inside had opened its eyes. Chapter 71. The truth of the genetic experiment. The eerie light within the steel's crack flickered for just a moment, causing Qin Feng's pupils to constrict. The ground beneath the shadow leopard's metallic claws quietly fractured with a web-like pattern. He did not look back. The instant he mounted the beast, the shadow leopard's veins flared wide, silently retreating against the rock wall. Deep within the earth, a scorching heat sears the air. Yet what burns more intensely is the system prompt that flickers in his consciousness. Sealed state of the Lord of the Abyss, king level. The risk of devouring stands at 70 to 80%, but should he succeed, the talent of abyssal resonance would elevate him directly to the silver rank. He is not greedy, yet he will not let this opportunity slip away. Proceed, Qin Feng commands in a low voice. The shadow leopard darts forth like a black arrow, piercing through layers of barricades, and leaps from the abandoned cooling well of the ecological park. The night wind rushes against him. Even before he stabilizes his landing, he senses a threefold increase in the anomalous fluctuations of the energy field at level B3, with a new mental scanning array initiating its cycle. The reconnaissance mission is far from over. Speaking into his communicator, his tone remains calm. There was a slight energy leak at the sealing point. I need to verify whether the core laboratory area is affected. Su Mei's voice crackles through his earpiece. Do not venture deeper. The alert level has escalated. The main control center just received a warning signal. Then it is all the more imperative that I go. Qin Feng smirks coldly. If the seal breaches and affects the experimental data, your top-secret projects will all be rendered obsolete. A moment of silence envelopes the communication. 10 minutes, Su Mei finally responds. If you exceed that, I 1T retrieve the bodies. The channel abruptly cuts off. Qin Feng smirks, raising his hand to carve an opening in the corroded pipeline with the shadow leopard-esque claws. He slips inside, the metallic nerves sensing the flow of energy, deftly circumventing 3 scanning blind spots, and heads straight for the rear section of the laboratory. At the end of the corridor lies a contorted, serpentine carcass sprawled beside a pool of waste liquid. Its scales are charred, the spine shattered, yet its skull remains intact. Qin Feng crouches, his fingertips grazing its cranial bone. Detected a dying aberrant beast, mutated serpent king, failed specimen. Potential rating, peak bronze. Shall it be devoured? Devour, Qin Feng silently intones. The shadow leopard's paw opens a miniature force field, and the remnants of its soul are slowly extracted. In an instant, His consciousness explodes with fragmented images, a sealed cultivation chamber, researchers screaming, a syringe piercing a human neck, and a vial labeled 17 emanating an eerie green glow. Analyze the memory. Qin Feng closes his eyes. Chaotic information floods him, interspersed with the dying screams of the experimental subjects and the fearful murmurs of the researchers. The system interface trembles violently, prompting analysis blocked, memory encryption and mental contamination. With a cold snort, Qin Feng summons the true and false visage skill interface, swiftly simulating a series of mental frequencies in the void, precisely matching the key wave used by the cloaked figure earlier. The disguise is successful. The database entry opens, revealing a cascade of red documents. Project Hermes Human Gene Modification Program. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens. The 17th vial activates latent beast genes in humans. With a success rate of 43. He murmurs softly, side effects, mental frenzy, organ distortion, a lifespan reduced to 5 years. The scene shifts to display 3 human subjects. Their muscles bulging, skin cracking, pupils vertical like snakes. One is confined within an electric shock chamber, bellowing as it crashes against the glass, ultimately collapsing. Blood seeping from every orifice. Damn, they truly dare to conduct human experiments. Qin Feng scoffs inwardly. This is not the creation of warriors. This is the fabrication of zombies. He continued to peruse the transport log, revealing that the specimen originated from the wilderness zone G7, captured from a herd of black spines. Intriguingly, the genetic sequence of the Serpent King prominently indicated 2 extractable abilities, neuroregeneration and antitoxin serum. A glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. If this were to be fused with the shadow leopard, it would render the need for antidotes unnecessary in the face of poison. Shall the genetic blueprint be extracted? Extract, he silently commanded, marking the fusible sequences, while the energy point conversion commenced simultaneously. The system activated, and data streams quietly compressed into the metallic neural pathways of the shadow leopard. Qin Feng stood up, dusting off his hands as if he had merely examined an ordinary corpse. Just as he turned, an alarm blared. Red lights flashed, and a muffled sound of heavy objects collapsing emanated from the control room. Qin Feng's expression hardened. He swiftly disabled the devouring force field and pulled the shadow leopard back into the ventilation shaft. Not a member of Su Mei's team, he whispered to himself. The chaos was too disordered, lacking the precision of an official purge. Deep within the laboratory below, the sound of metal chains snapping echoed, accompanied by the low scraping of something stirring to life. Without hesitation, he raced through the conduits for several hundred meters, leaping out from the drainage exit on the eastern side of the ecological park. The night wind hit his face as he retrieved a miniature terminal, calling up the recently extracted data. The human modification program made him squint. Once Su Mei learned of this, chaos would likely ensue. His communicator vibrated. You are 4 minutes overdue. Su Mei's voice was as frigid as ice. Speak, what did you see? Leaning against the wall, Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. I discovered that your laboratory not only harbors exotic beasts, but also conducts experiments on humans. The number 17 serum can transform individuals into half-beasts, but they cannot survive beyond 5 years. On the other end of the channel, silence loomed like an abyss. 3 seconds later, Su Mei's tone shifted. Are you certain? The video, data, and specimen number are all present, Qin Feng stated. Shall I send you a copy? Send it, she replied with a single word. Once the data transfer concluded, the communication fell silent once more. Qin Feng could envision her expression upon viewing the footage, those eyes, always brimming with jest and a desire for control, now likely ablaze with fury. Indeed, the next moment, her voice erupted. These lunatics. This is a crime against humanity. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Isn't your organization accustomed to turning a blind eye? What? Has this finally crossed your threshold? This is not merely a threshold issue. Su Mei gritted her teeth. This is sacrilege. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan regards their bloodline as sacred, yet they treat genes as mere components to be haphazardly assembled. Qin Feng remained silent, merely observing the energy points on the terminal as they consumed the remnants of the Serpent King's soul, converting 800 points of source energy, sufficient for him to redeem a bloodline enhancement. What do you intend to do? He inquired. Report, seal off, and destroy. Su Mei declared with unwavering resolve. Tomorrow morning, I will lead a team to obliterate this place. Qin Feng laughed. Do you truly believe that destruction will suffice? The data has long been backed up, and the puppet masters will remain in the shadows. What you will destroy is merely a testing site. Then what do you propose? She retorted. I do not concern myself with that, Qin Feng replied with indifference. I am merely an executor. You requested an investigation, and I have fulfilled that task. The truth is now yours to handle. With a momentary pause, Su Mei's tone turned icy as she sneered. You never intended to destroy the data, did you? You've left yourself a way out. Qin Feng did not deny it, responding calmly. I have indeed left a backup of the fusion gene sequences. The Serpent King's neural regeneration capabilities will be beneficial to me. Have you lost your mind? Su Mei's voice rose sharply. That is a failed experimental subject. Do you dare to use it on yourself? I never stated that I would use it on myself, Qin Feng replied with unwavering calmness. But I do not rule out employing it on my battle pets. When the shadow leopard was exposed to the venom, it nearly perished. If there were an anti-venom serum gene, it would not fear such an encounter in the future. You only ever consider your own interests, Su Mei retorted coldly. Even knowing they are creating a half-beast army, you merely seek to profit. I am not as idealistic as you, Qin Feng remarked, lifting his gaze to the night sky. You aim to save the world, while I wish merely to survive. Who is right and who is wrong will be determined when we reach the end. The communication abruptly ceased. Qin Feng stowed away his terminal, and the shadow leopard let out a low growl, its metallic claws scratching the ground. Let us go, he urged. Mounting the creature, it was time to gather the net. As he prepared to leave, the system suddenly displayed the conclusion of an automated log regarding the transport of experimental subjects. A line of small text overlooked. G7 Area Capture Unit. Original Military Black Spine Battle Pet Unit. Missing since the execution of Mission X9 3 years ago. Qin Feng halted, pondering. The Black Spine Battle Pet Unit? He frowned. How had military assets become wild capture sources? He did not linger on the thought, noting the coordinates before turning away. The night wind stirred up dust as the iron gates of the ecological park slowly closed behind him. Standing at the street corner, the shadow leopard melted into the darkness, and he cast one last glance at the seemingly ordinary building. Blow it up, Qin Feng whispered, though some things could not simply be destroyed. Chapter 72. The seal of another world weakens. Qin Feng pursued through the ecological park to the cliff's edge, the night wind whipping sand and gravel against his face like a blade against flesh. He stood at the precipice, the shadow leopard crouched low, its metallic neural tendrils emitting a faint azure current that slithered into the earth's crevices. He did not look back, his voice low and pressed as if scraping along the ground. The coordinates are correct, it's right here. Su Mei leaped down from above, landing soundlessly, the ethereal form of the nine-tailed fox flickering behind her, a glimmer of golden light flickering between her brows. She scrutinized the fissured rock beneath her feet, her demeanor as frigid as ice. 3 hours ago, seal fluctuation 06. Now it is at 21. It is breathing. Breathing, my foot. Qin Feng crouched down, his fingertip tracing a silver pattern, scoffing. This is just leaking. The seal was as tattered as a ragged cloth, trembling at the slightest breeze. The shadow leopard's claws spread wide, an invisible force field emanating outward, causing the rock face to split open, revealing a glowing azure rift that twisted and writhed, its edges shimmering with a metallic sheen. A sickly sweet scent seeped forth, a blend of decay intertwined with nascent life, as if flowers were blooming from a corpse. Su Mei's pupils constricted. The spatial folds are beginning to materialize. If we delay for 72 hours, the interdimensional passage will take form, and the entire eastern domain will collapse. It won't last 72 hours. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the crack, his eyes piercing. This thing cannot endure for that long. What have you disowned? Su Mei stepped closer, her foxfire flickering at her fingertips. 3 dead ends. Qin Feng withdrew his hand and rose to his feet. Reinforcement? It will crumble in a few days. Your meager bloodline power would hardly suffice to fill a footprint. What do you intend to do? She squinted. You've been holding back since the ecological garden, and you still haven't revealed your cards? Qin Feng did not respond. He raised his left hand, directing the shadow leopard's claw towards the fissure, the devouring force field quietly unfurling. You seek death. Su Mei lunged forward. That is energy at the level of the laws. Even a deity would be reduced to a desiccated husk upon contact. Before her words could fully dissipate, a silver thread shot forth from the fissure, coiling around the shadow leopard's metallic claw like a venomous serpent, instantly vanishing within. Qin Feng's body jolted, a multitude of runic fragments exploding before his eyes, as a whispering will surged in his ears, akin to 1,000 needles piercing his mind. He gritted his teeth, beads of blood forming at his temples. Sume seized his wrist, ethereal flames coursing through his meridians to suppress the encroaching force. Do you think you are made of iron? Do you dare to swallow this recklessly? I am not made of iron. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a cold smile twisting his lips. But the dog-eye raised feasts on what the gods expel. The shadow leopard growled, its metallic nerves vibrating like thunder. The devouring continued. The silver thread was completely drained, the 3 weak points on the fissure becoming increasingly distinct. Do you comprehend? Sume released her grip, her tone shifting. I comprehend. Qin Feng wiped away the blood. This seal was inscribed by human hands. The 3 nodes are interconnected with different runes. The central one is a temporary patch. If we dismantle it from within, the entire structure will collapse on its own. Do you intend to dismantle it personally? She scoffed. What if it triggers a chain reaction, opening an interdimensional passage? We would be torn to shreds, leaving not a trace behind. Then you may leave at once. Qin Feng turned, staring at the fissure. I will return to inform others to repair it. By the time they set up the formation, the opportunity will have passed. You do not care about the consequences. Su Mei's voice was icy. You merely wish to test whether this can make you stronger. Indeed. Qin Feng nodded. I desire to live longer and rise higher. But I am not foolish. If it were to explode, I would be the first to perish. Therefore, I wish for it to collapse steadily. Su Mei fell silent. A muffled thud echoed from beneath, and the fissure's eerie glow surged, lasting twice as long as before. It has awakened, she murmured. It has not awakened. Qin Feng raised his hand, his eyes reflecting the 3 coordinates. It is merely hungry. Do you plan to consume the energy of all 3 patches in one go? Su Mei narrowed her eyes. Do you consider yourself a reincarnation of a voracious beast? Pretty much. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. After all, my appetite has always been considerable. And if you fail, then I die? He shrugged. But I have triumphed in worse situations. Are you wagering your life? I am wagering my life. He fixed his gaze upon her. Do you believe me? Su Mei stared at him for 5 seconds before suddenly laughing. You are utterly insane. You are not lacking in madness either. Qin Feng retorted. To trace your mother's bloodline, you dare to venture into forbidden grounds, to thwart that madman's experiments. You dare to betray the organization. You stand here now. Aren't you also taking a gamble? Her smile froze. I do not require your trust. Qin Feng turned away. The shadow leopard's metallic veins fully activated, a deafening hum resonating. I merely need you not to suddenly leap out and shout for my sacrifice in the midst of my actions. What if someone must sacrifice? She asked. Then it shall not be you. Qin Feng, without a backward glance, declared his unwillingness to abandon this world just yet. The shadow leopard growled low, its devouring force expanding once more, targeting the first weak point. Suddenly, Su Mei raised her hand, and the ethereal image of the 9-tailed sky fox materialized, golden-red radiance coalescing in her palm. I grant you 3 minutes. After that, if the seal falters, I shall forcibly seal it with my own blood. As you wish. Qin Feng closed his eyes, adding, but remember, do not touch me. At the moment the force field activated, a fissure abruptly widened by half an inch. Silver light surging forth like a tidal wave. Qin Feng's body stiffened, a searing pain slicing through his very marrow. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the force field to its limits. The first rune was extracted, racing along metallic nerves into his sea of consciousness. The agony caused his vision to darken, yet a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, he murmured, eager to see who truly was overreaching. Su Mei stood 3 paces away, her fingers trembling slightly. She observed Qin Feng's silhouette, his old jacket thoroughly soaked with sweat, yet his spine remained as rigid as a blade, unwavering. The tremors beneath the ground intensified, the breath seeping from the fissure becoming a tangible pressure, the air warping like a heat wave. 2 minutes and 30 seconds, she spoke. Her voice taut. Qin Feng remained silent, while the shadow leopard's devouring speed escalated dramatically. The second rune shattered, the third began to loosen. In the moment the final rune fractured, the entire rock layer erupted with a thunderous roar, the fissure violently contracting. The ghostly light collapsing inward as if an unseen hand had forcefully drawn it back. Qin Feng stumbled to his knees, the shadow leopard letting out a muffled groan, its metallic claws marred with cracks. Did we succeed? Su Mei advanced a half-step. Temporarily, he gasped, wiping away the blood from his nose. The patch is gone, but the main structure still holds. It will remain quiet for a few days. However, before he could finish, a resonance emerged from the depths of the fissure, low and rhythmic like a heartbeat. Su Mei's expression shifted drastically. It is not a sealed monster. It is the seal itself. Qin Feng slowly lifted his gaze. Fixating on the closing fissure, his voice hoarse. No. The winds ceased, the sands settled, and the world seemed to hold its breath. It was waiting for him to reveal his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, as if someone had deliberately set it free. Chapter 73. The power of advanced potions. Once the fissure fully sealed, the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate. Just as Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden force yanked him, pinning him against the wall. The grip was not heavy but akin to an iron vice around his throat. Her fingertips pressed against his neck, a sliver of golden light penetrating his veins, as if she were probing with a blade within his arteries. Her brow furrowed tightly, her breath shallow. Your heartbeat is erratic. Like a rabid dog. I will not die. Qin Feng's voice was ragged, akin to sandpaper against metal, his calves still trembling, yet his back remained straight. The shadow leopard coiled at his feet, its metallic claws splitting, dark blue liquid seeping out, dripping onto the floor and hissing as it produced white smoke, reminiscent of a corrosive agent. Su Mei withdrew her hand, her expression cold as she commanded, confinement for 3 days. You are not to step beyond this door without my permission. The door slammed shut, and Qin Feng slid down to the floor, his consciousness feeling as if it had been shattered and then painstakingly reassembled. His mind still echoed with the resonance of that fissure, that entity nearly tearing his soul asunder. He raised his hand, a translucent light pattern emerging from his palm, swirling slowly like an ancient rune, energy entwined like silver threads, coalescing into a compact mass and sinking into the depths. Alchemy, he whispered, as the genetic log, a remnant pilfered from the ecological sanctuary of Project Hermes, surfaced in his mind. The crux lay in the catalyst. Ordinary energy could not yield potency. It required the infusion of high-tier life remnants' active source energy. The substance he had just liberated from the fissure of the seal was precisely sufficient to concoct 5 vials. The shadowy leopard lay panting on the ground, while Qin Feng had already closed his eyes in meditation. Source energy infused, gene chains reconfigured, data streams cascaded like a torrential downpour. The transformation into a basic reinforcement potion was complete. Side effects emerged: risk of soul space erosion. Prolonged use may lead to mental instability. Qin Feng smirked. Who isn't growing stronger while teetering on the brink of madness? Beneath, a line of small print read, can be neutralized through soul space reinforcement at the cost of 50 energy points. Conserve it. He gritted his teeth. Refinement. 3 hours later, 5 vials of pale golden potion lay quietly on a metallic tray, their surfaces glimmering like liquid gold. Suddenly, the sounds of battle erupted outside. Qin Feng opened his eyes and rose to push the door. At the corridor's end, flames danced. 2 members of the organization were cornered by a double-headed wolf beast, their battle pet shrieking in retreat, on the verge of being torn apart. From a distance, a voice roared, Commander-level mutant beast. Quickly summoned Su Mei. Qin Feng remained unmoved, until one individual was knocked down, shoulder armor shattered, blood gushing forth. He raised his hand. 3 vials soared through the air, landing deftly in the hands of the 3. Inject. The sound was soft, yet it overpowered all the clamor. Are you insane? What is this? One man clutched the syringe, his face pale, uncertain if it was poison. If you wish to live, administer it. Qin Feng's gaze was as frigid as ice. If you die, I shall compensate. Regardless, you are already half dead. With gritted teeth, the man plunged the needle into his arm. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The bodies of the 3 vibrated simultaneously as source energy erupted, their battle pets swelling in size, claws gleaming with a metallic luster. The fallen individual kicked away the double-headed wolf, rolled over, and drew a tactical knife, thrusting it into the beast's throat, blood spraying 3 feet high. Kill. Qin Feng gestured, and all was cleared. The command was decisive, no one questioned it. The remaining 2 rushed in, their movements swift as fleeting shadows, each strike accompanied by explosive resonance, enhanced by the potion's effects. In less than 2 minutes, both commander-level mutant beasts lay convulsing on the ground, lifeless. The battle concluded. A throng gathered, their gazes fixed intently on Qin Feng. One inquired, "Did you create this potion?" "Indeed. Can you provide more?" "Depends on performance." Qin Feng pocketed the remaining 2 vials and turned to leave, adding, "However, should anyone dare to hoard it, if I discover it, I will personally cripple their tendons and ligaments." The news spread faster than wildfire. That evening, Sume arrived at his door. She stood at the threshold, clutching an empty syringe, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Where did you acquire the formula? This potion consumes souls. It doesn't kill. Qin Feng replied, seated at the table, scanning the residuals of the last vial with runes. The side effects had a remedy. Remedy? She let out a cold laugh. Are you treating the members of the organization as mere guinea pigs? They are still standing. Qin Feng raised his gaze, locking eyes with her. Without the medicine, they wouldn't even leave behind a corpse. Hand over the complete formula, she demanded, extending her hand. Now. Qin Feng paused for 2 seconds, then retrieved a data card from his pocket and handed it over. There's only enough for 10 doses. The raw materials have run out. There's no supply left. Sume took it and turned to leave. As the door closed, a smirk appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He closed his eyes and silently recited. The runes flickering. Purified version of the potion customized. Luo Xiaopeng has been injected with the anti-corrosion gene sequence. The hefty fellow was the first to test the drug and also the only one who received a double dose. That lad was currently lying next door. His energy steady as a clock, his soul cleansed as if it had been struck by lightning and then washed anew. A trusted inner circle. Qin Feng murmured to himself. One must possess something genuine to be worthy of mingling with me. The following morning, chaos erupted in the kitchen of the stronghold. 2 members were engaged in a fierce brawl over a potion. One shouted that the other had secretly stashed 3 doses away, intending to turn them into the higher-ups in exchange for a promotion. The clash of combat pets ignited sparks, and pots and pans flew in every direction. Qin Feng passed by, casting only a fleeting glance before continuing on his way. By the time Sume arrived, the crowd had already been dispersed. She fixed her gaze on Qin Feng. Are you aware of this matter? Yes. Why didn't you intervene? If I had intervened, would they have stopped? Qin Feng scoffed. They would have sought other avenues to betray, snitch, or align with others. At least now, they are stealing from me. Sume's pupils contracted. The medicine is in their hands, but the power rests with us, Qin Feng stated calmly. Let them steal. Let the higher-ups realize how coveted this item is. Once they become addicted, they will naturally come to negotiate with me. You are orchestrating a scheme using the entire organization. Her voice was as frigid as frost. I merely provided them with a lifeline. Qin Feng gazed directly at her. You seek order, while I desire control. The outcomes are the same, though the methods differ. She fell silent and turned to leave. In the afternoon, the runes flickered. Potion usage data has met the criteria, unlocking the customized formulation function. The interface updated, revealing new options: individual gene adaptation, efficacy classification, side effect regulation. Qin Feng focused intently on the screen, his fingers gliding over it. For the first option, he entered Sume's name. Match analysis revealed interference from the nine-tailed fox bloodline. It is advisable to add an illusion resistance stabilizer component. He checked it off and saved it, labeling it as Special Edition 01. That evening, the hefty fellow knocked on the door, his face alight with excitement. Brother Feng. I feel absurdly powerful. Just now, I punched the sandbag and it exploded. Take it easy. Qin Feng tossed him a new potion. This is purified. Take 1 daily and don't skip. What about you? Have you taken it? Qin Feng shook his head. I do not require it. But you were seriously injured yesterday. I am not dead yet. He leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes, and it fears my demise even more. The hefty fellow scratched his head, wanting to say something more, when suddenly, the alarm blared. Qin Feng opened his eyes and rose, moving to the window. In the distance, on the training grounds, 3 members launched a fierce assault on a newly captured beast, their movements swift as phantoms, and their energy fluctuations far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Empty syringes were embedded in their arms, the effects of the drugs already beginning to permeate their systems. The control net was tightening. A rune flickered. High concentration of drug residue detected. It is advisable to initiate flow monitoring protocol. Qin Feng tacitly consented. Streams of data quietly integrated into the organizational communication network, automatically archiving all records of drug usage, who had used it, where, and the effects, all meticulously marked. He stood before the window, observing the crimson sky illuminated by distant flames. 1 vial of the drug could enhance one's strength, 10 could drive one to madness. And he understood how to ensure that everyone became dependent on it. Behind him, a stout figure inquired in a hushed tone, "What shall we do next?" Without turning, Qin Feng replied, "We shall wait until they become addicted." Chapter 74. Secrets of ancient mechanical technology as the cargo elevator doors were about to close. Qin Feng swiftly slid his fingertip across the control panel, causing a tremor in the electrical current as monitoring nodes were forcibly bypassed. In the reflection, Su Mei stood at the end of the corridor, her 9 foxtails swaying languidly, scattering a series of ethereal blue sparks as they brushed against the floor. She held a mechanical mouse between her fingers, its abdomen faintly glowing with warmth. "You've overlooked something," she stated, her voice low yet sharp, like a blade grazing the ear. Qin Feng did not turn around. Instead, he advanced the temporal venomous stinger in his grasp half an inch forward, pressing it steadily against her throat. The icy tip made contact with her skin, yet Su Mei did not flinch even a lash's breadth. "Use your blood to unlock the final door," Qin Feng commanded. Su Mei's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Do you truly believe a single door can conceal the secrets of heaven? I intercepted 37 signal sources. Your petty tricks." Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng deftly turned his wrist, allowing the stinger to glide down her neck, gently slicing at her collarbone. A droplet of blood rolled down, falling onto the metallic seam of the cargo elevator with a soft hiss, akin to red-hot iron plunging into frigid water. The soul steel hatch began to melt, blue light cascading down like liquid mercury. After stepping back, Qin Feng observed as Su Mei raised her hand to wipe away the bloodstain, her gaze frigid enough to shatter flames. "Are you not afraid this blood is a trap?" "Fearful indeed," Qin Feng replied, tugging at his sleeve, a slight smirk gracing his lips, "but I am far more afraid of your facade." The hatch swung wide open, a gust of cold air rushing forth. Inside, there were no lights, only a floating core of soul steel, its surface swirling with patterns reminiscent of a star map, akin to a slumbering mechanical heart. The shadow leopard silently leapt from his shoulder, metallic tendrils extending from its claws to gently rest upon the core's exterior. "Still patrolling 3 teams?" Qin Feng squinted. 2 teams. Su Mei leaned against the doorframe, her fingertips lightly tapping her ear ornament. "The 3rd team was just dispatched to address a leak in the eastern pipeline. That will suffice." Qin Feng withdrew a shadow silk thread from his pocket, wrapping it around the neck of the nearest researcher, giving it a gentle tug. The individual's throat convulsed. Voice trembling, "Deactivate the force field." Fingerprint verified, the iris illuminated in green. Just as the force field dissipated, Qin Feng's palm pressed against the soul steel core. In that instant, a torrent of information flooded into his mind, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The holographic projection activated automatically, revealing a set of design schematics for mechanical giants, with the shoulder emblazoned with the mass production plan for a king-level battle pet. "This contraption can create battle pets 10 times stronger than the shadow leopard," he murmured. "It can also forge monsters that devour cities and melt themselves into iron clumps." Suddenly, Su Mei interjected, "Experiment number 7 consumed 3 researchers, ultimately transforming into a heap of scrap metal." Qin Feng remained silent, calling up the energy waveform of the shadow leopard. The electromagnetic overload had just awakened, and it was perfect for burning through walls. 3 layers, he commanded. The shadow leopard growled, its metallic nerves surging violently as they pierced its core. An electric arc erupted, filling the air with the acrid scent of charred material. Encryption breach progress, 3065, insufficient. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, retrieving the last vestige of consciousness from a pitch-black remnant of a time spider from the system space. "Use it." He acted without hesitation. In an instant, the data rewound, logs restoring layer by layer. On the holographic screen, a new blueprint materialized: soul steel biological fusion protocol, spinal node implantation modification. Su Mei's pupils constricted. "Are you contemplating the shadow leopard? It can withstand it." Qin Feng focused on the parameters, noting the compatibility rate of 41 with the shadow energy's thunder element neutralization. "Still lacking half," he remarked. She stepped closer, her breath brushing against his ear. "You know the consequences of failure: mechanical corrosion of nerves, consciousness imprisoned within a metallic shell. A fate worse than death." Qin Feng raised his gaze. "Which path is devoid of risking one's life?" Silence ensued. Suddenly, the shadow leopard let out a muffled groan, its left forepaw twitching as the metallic surface cracked open, revealing pulsating flesh beneath. "Commence," Qin Feng instructed, seizing the surgical pliers to implant a shedding cell into the spinal node. Sparks flew as the shadow leopard tensed, a low growl emanating from its throat. Its left eye quivered, and within the depths of its pupil, A ring of minuscule mechanical gears began to form, emitting a faint clicking sound as they turned. Is it successful? Sume furrowed her brow. For now, Qinfeng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The side effects are undeniable. It will intermittently lose its sense of pain and may even struggle to distinguish between beast and machine. You are ruthless, she shook her head. Daring to toy with your own battle pet. I do not toy, Qinfeng replied, stowing away his tools. I merely strive to win. He turned toward the terminal, his fingers flying across the keys. Generating false log, Soul Steel Defense System Research Progress, 78. Sume suddenly reached out, pressing against the holographic screen. What did you delete? Nothing, Qinfeng replied with composure, merely altering the mass production plan to a defense simulation. Do not deceive me, she challenged, her fingertip deftly intercepting a fragment of data from the time spider. Qinfeng's expression darkened. Sume scrutinized the line of code and smirked. You are using ancient mechanical technology as a springboard. Your true aim is evolution? Clever, he acknowledged, but now that you are aware, you are in greater danger. With a flick of his palm, shadows enveloped the projection, simultaneously translating some mechanical structure parameters into spatial runes, subtly infusing them into the bloodline model of the nine-tailed fox. What is this? Sume sensed something amiss. A gift for you, Qinfeng replied nonchalantly, to stabilize illusions and prevent backlash. Her foxtail stiffened. The silver fur dusted with soul steel powder, shimmering with a faint glow. Do you believe you can control me in this manner? I do not wish to exert control. Qinfeng opened the drawer and retrieved a special pharmaceutical agent, merely seeking collaboration. Sume fixed her gaze upon the vial, but refrained from taking it. Qinfeng did not press the matter, casually placing it in the lower compartment of a nearby breakfast box. A nano-storage card adhered discreetly to the edge of the fried egg, unnoticed by anyone. The sound of footsteps approached in the corridor, and the blockade tightened. It was time to depart. He pushed the experimental cart towards the freight elevator. Sume remained stationary. Where are the real data hidden? What do you think? Qinfeng pressed the button, and the freight elevator doors began to close slowly. Just as the gap diminished to half a foot, she suddenly spoke. The eyes of the shadow leopard will go out of control. Qinfeng halted. It has already begun to reject biological neural connections. She stared at him. How much flesh do you intend to sever in the next modification? Qinfeng did not turn his head. The freight elevator activated, and a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. He glanced down at the shadow leopard. One eye remained a deep beast's pupil, while the other, gears turning slowly, appeared cold, precise, and devoid of life. The breakfast box on the experimental cart swayed slightly, the nano card silently heating at the edge of the fried egg. This game has only just begun. Chapter 75. The destruction of the laboratory. The instant the freight elevator doors closed, Qinfeng retracted his hand, his fingertips still tingling with residual electricity. The shadow leopard lay at his feet, the mechanical gears of its left eye grinding to a halt, replaced by a deep blue star map, as if the entirety of the universe had been encapsulated within its gaze. Move, Qinfeng commanded in a low voice. The shadow leopard leaped powerfully, crashing through the ventilation shaft and vaulting into the upper compartment. Behind them, the soul steel core melted into liquid, and the entire underground laboratory began to convulse. The ceiling cracked like a spider's web, and purple mist erupted from the ruptured incubation chamber, writhing through the air as if alive, spreading outward. Sume followed closely. Leaping into the corridor, 9 foxtails unfurling behind her in a thunderous display, silver fur glinting like a blade. In the southeast corner lay the backup server array. Before her words could fully escape, 3 infrared security nets automatically activated, lasers crisscrossing to seal off the corridor's end. Qinfeng let out a derisive laugh. Withdrawing a shimmering time-space spider venom stinger from his palm and plunging it directly into the main control line interface. Blue electricity erupted, slithering along the metal walls. The shadow leopard's front paws pressed against the ground, its mechanical nerves surging, instantaneously discerning the defense frequency. Prepare the electromagnetic pulse, Qinfeng murmured. Wait. Sume suddenly raised her hand, sweeping her foxtail to forcefully shove Qinfeng aside. High-voltage electricity grazed her shoulder, crashing against the wall and creating a charred hole the size of a bowl, the edges still sizzling. Qinfeng narrowed his eyes. A self-destruct protocol? Not just that. Sume bit her fingertip, her vital blood spraying forth, and 12 phantoms of researchers erupted from the side door, their guns trained upon them. Yet their expressions were hollow and lifeless. They had been brainwashed. Qin Feng scoffed, cleared. The shadow leopard let out a low growl, its metallic nerves flaring like a net. Sweeping outward, 3 researchers convulsed and collapsed on the spot, while the remaining 9 fell into a mirrored illusion, battling one another with bone-crushing blows. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng leaped onto the control platform, a scalpel slicing through the control screen, unleashing the power of the beast's devouring force. Amidst the ruins, a thoroughly decayed mutated rat king crawled forth, its pupils dilated, its limbs twitching. He stepped firmly on the mouse's head, and visions of injection procedures, drug codes, and molecular structures of neural enhancers flashed before his eyes. It was within his grasp. Qin Feng grinned, sealing the data away. Su Mei dispatched the last adversary and turned to him, inquiring, "Do you intend to incinerate this place?" "Not enough," Qin Feng replied, driving the toxin deep into the main control console. "I want it to appear as an accident, not the result of human interference." As his words fell, the electromagnetic overload device within the shadow leopard activated. Its left forepaw erupted violently, flesh and metal merging into a plume of eerie blue flames that surged back along the circuitry. 300 cultivation pods detonated in rapid succession, unleashing a torrent of purple toxic mist that ignited upon contact with the ground. The flames licked the gene repository, twisting the servers into grotesque shapes under the extreme heat, reducing data to mere ashes. Still insufficient, Su Mei bit her tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood onto the holographic projection. The fiery silhouette of a phoenix ascended, consuming the remaining information in its flames. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon her, stating, "That memory card nestled in your chest is far more perilous than this laboratory." Su Mei let out a cold laugh. "Do you think I left myself unprotected?" "Protected?" Qin Feng yanked open her collar, revealing a nanocard that was radiating heat beneath her collarbone. "No matter how deeply you conceal it, it cannot escape my scrutiny." Her pupils constricted sharply, and 9 foxtails stiffened like steel whips. "Do you intend to take it?" "No." Qin Feng released his grip, a smirk playing on his lips. "I merely wish for you to comprehend that, at this moment, our fates are intertwined." In the distance, heavy footsteps drew near, causing the metallic floor to tremble. A professor in a white coat stumbled from the rubble, half of a mechanical arm protruding from his chest, blood soaking his front. "You have destroyed everything." He coughed up blackened blood, his eyes swirling with spirals of genetic chains, grinning malevolently. "You shall not survive the night." Qin Feng stepped forward, placing his palm upon the professor's crown. Memories surged like a torrent into the dimly lit conference room, where a bronze-masked man presented a source energy crystal. Within the cultivation pod, a half-beast tore open a researcher's chest. In the underground training ground, soldiers with bloodshot eyes underwent genetic modifications. The final image crystallized upon a military insignia marked with the number of the 7th observation station. The traitorous professor's throat rattled as he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. "Do not gaze into his eyes," Su Mei shouted. Too late. Mental corruption pierced like steel needles into the sea of consciousness, conjuring illusions of the shadow leopard in a frenzy, lunging at Qin Feng to bite. Lin Wei pinned to the experimentation table, her heart extracted, Su Mei collapsing, her 9 tails snapping one by one. Qin Feng pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, the shadow energy detonating within him, surging back into the sea of consciousness. A backlash. The professor's body swelled violently, skin tearing, mechanical skeletons exposed. Qin Feng seized the toxin, directing the source of contamination into it. In the virtual space, military codes ignited within his pupils, coordinates materializing. Sky Academy, 7th Observation Station, Northern Defense Line. Su Mei abruptly tore open her collar, the core of her source energy resonating with the space. "You orchestrated the fall of the Northern Defense 3 years ago." An explosion interrupted her. The ceiling collapsed, the passageway crumbled. Qin Feng grasped her wrist tightly as the shadow leopard leaped before them, its metallic nerves unfurling into a protective shield. He raised his hand, rending a fissure in time and space, and they plunged into it. Within the void observation station, countless holographic images hovered, pulsating in real time from crucial locations around the globe. Su Mei shook off his hand, her foxtail entwining around his wrist. "Did you already know who the traitor is?" Qin Feng summoned the system interface, revealing the image of a man in military attire, overlapping with another face, head of the Lin family, Lin Weir's father. 89 matches, he stated nonchalantly. "Interesting." Su Mei's fingertip glided across the projection, a light chuckle escaping her lips. The head of the Lin family is hosting a celebration banquet at the Zhangqiong Academy tonight. Suddenly, she leaned closer, her nose nearly brushing against his earlobe, her warm breath whispering, "Care to wager? Will his son perish first, or will his daughter uncover the truth first?" Qin Feng retaliated by pressing a poisoned dart to her heart, his voice frigid. "I demand the blood of the nine-tailed fox." Su Mei's pupils narrowed into slits, and a phantom of the nine-tailed celestial fox surged behind her, flames consuming the air. "You even scheme against your allies." "I merely calculate to win," Qin Feng replied, his gaze fixed on her, devoid of warmth. "Will you give it to me or not?" Silence ensued. A droplet of crimson gold blood seeped from her fingertip, falling into the void. Acquired nine-tailed blood, S-class material. Shop refresh. Temporal anchor locator. Can lock onto specific individuals' real-time coordinates. Su Mei licked the blood from her lips and suddenly tackled Qin Feng onto the control panel. The nine-tailed celestial fox's phantom roared behind her, flames coiling around her limbs. "Do not forget," she murmured, her finger gently tracing his throat, trembling like a feather. "I can also send you into chaos." Qin Feng remained silent, activating the temporal anchor locator. On the holographic map, a red dot flickered at the 7th observation station. Set to arrive in 3 hours. The shadow leopard emerged from the darkness, its left eye swirling with the star map. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, mounting his war beast. "Let us depart." He raised his hand, the poisoned dart aimed southeast. With a flick of her nine tails, flames tore through the void, creating a passageway. At the end, an ice phoenix battled fiercely with a half-beast warrior, ice flames intertwining amidst the tumultuous air. The rift in time and space sealed behind them. Qin Feng cast a final glance at the mission log. Trader tracking had been unlocked, and the rewards section quietly awaited a King-class War Beast summoning ticket. Chapter 76. The opportunity for bloodline fusion. The star map in the shadow leopard's left eye continued to swirl as Qin Feng's fingers plunged forcefully into the control panel. The nine-tailed blood hovered in the center of the analysis chamber, enveloped in dark golden energy, pulsating like a beating heart. "Initiate analysis," Qin Feng commanded. The metallic walls of the chamber blazed to life, countless red lines tracing the outline of the nine-tailed fox in the void, gene chains writhing like venomous serpents. Blood light erupted, and a series of scarlet warnings appeared. S-class demigod bloodline. Fusion conditions. King-class fire source core 1. Spatial crystal essence 3. Source energy breakthrough to silver. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, slicing his fingertip. His arm split open, dark golden blood gushing forth, splattering into the chamber. In that instant, the bloodline map surged dramatically. His gene chains elongated violently, entwined tightly with the nine-tailed model like meat caught in an iron chain. Alarms shrieked, and the chamber erupted with spiderweb-like cracks. "Are you insane?" Su Mei's fox tail lashed through the air, her silver fur akin to a steel whip binding Qin Feng's wrist, bones creaking ominously. "Forceful analysis will result in bloodline backlash. Do you truly wish to become a grotesque creature, neither human nor beast?" Qin Feng lifted his gaze, cold as steel. "I fear more the day you turn me into a puppet, hanging me on the wall as decoration." Su Mei let out a cold laugh, flicking her fingertip, as the fox fire grazed past his ear, instantly scorching a charred gash into the wall. "You doubt me? Dare to use my blood? I trust no one." Qin Feng retracted his hand, wiping away the blood, his gaze ablaze. "But your blood possesses sufficient potency." Su Mei fixed her eyes on him for 2 seconds, her nine tails slowly retracting, akin to sheathing 9 unsheathed blades. "The pieces are not yet assembled. Do not dream of fusion. Should you perish in your greed, do not expect your corpse to find rest." Before her words faded, her fox tail swept across, extinguishing the projection, and she vanished into the night. Qin Feng remained motionless, his gaze firmly fixed on the system. Source energy intensity, bronze pinnacle, 987. So close, just a damn fraction. He leaped onto the shadow panther, the mechanical nerves humming beneath his skin, to the resource vault. In the deep of night, the guards changed shifts. The new soul steel armor glimmered with a cold light, and the living bloodline detection system had just completed an upgrade. The shadow panther crouched in the corner, its claws lightly tapping the fragmented ground. Feedback arrived. Soul Steel experiences a 3-second delay against shadow-type energy. A smirk curled Qin Feng's lips as a poison needle slid from his sleeve, inscribing a mental imprint on the exterior wall. Stepping back 2 paces, he murmured, "Detonate." The imprint ignited, an illusion exploding as the nine tails swept through, flames engulfing the heavens. The guard captain's pupils contracted sharply, freezing in place, while the others collapsed one after another, succumbing to a profound illusionary slumber. Like a specter, Qin Feng dashed in, heading straight for the sealed area below. The runes on the box throbbed. At the moment of activation, a crimson source core levitated forth, its flame patterns swirling like a dragon. Detected. Incomplete flame dragon monarch source core. Recommend pairing with crimson flame hourglass to stabilize energy. This was always mine. Sumei's voice echoed from behind. Qin Feng did not turn around, raising his hand to absorb the source core into his space. Your life exchanged for it does not grant you inheritance. Do you think I fear you wielding it? Sumei advanced, her fingertips entwined with spatial threads, cold light flickering. I fear you may be unable to use it. Finally, Qin Feng turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. What you can offer, I do not covet. But what I desire, you cannot obstruct. Sumei stared at him, suddenly laughing, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Before dawn tomorrow, gather the 3 pieces of spatial crystal essence. Otherwise, fusion will lead to self-immolation. Qin Feng nodded, mounting the panther, as the night enveloped his figure. 3 days later, within the Elder's secret chamber, a red beam emitted from the bloodline tracking device, pointing directly at Qin Feng's dwelling. 3 elders sat in a circle, murmuring incantations. The bloodline of the outsider remains tainted. He cannot wield core resources. Last night, he infiltrated the resource vault, stealing the monarch source core. Evidence is irrefutable. Initiate the eradication program. Before the words concluded, the mechanical nerves of the Shadow Panther had seamlessly connected to the building's energy network. Qin Feng sat at the table, a holographic image slowly unfurling of the Grand Elder shaking hands with the half-beast leader, their military insignia, and the Lin family emblem overlapping. The transaction record clearly stating, Gene Sample 12, exchange for 500 tons of source energy crystal ore. Qin Feng chuckled softly. It's your turn now. In the deep of night, a massive projection suddenly loomed over the Elder's courtyard. The images scrolled, revealing the transaction details in their entirety. The 3 elders roared in fury. Who did this? Flames descended from the heavens, and the ethereal silhouette of the 9-tailed celestial fox ascended, engulfing the projection in searing fire. Sumei stood amidst the inferno. Her 9 tails unfurled, casting a cold gaze upon the onlookers. What he desires, I shall provide. With a swift motion, she drew her wrist. Crimson golden blood coalescing in midair into runes, which imprinted upon the ground. Yet those who betray me lack even the right to reincarnation. A profound silence enveloped the scene. From a distant rooftop, Qin Feng observed the fiery figure, the whispers seemingly resonating in his ears. Task trust fracture completed. Reward, soul space expansion by 10. He murmured. Next step. Upon returning to his abode, the basement had been transformed into a hexagram array, with spatial crystal essence as its foundation. The flame dragon core embedded at its center, energy flowing like molten lava. The mechanical nerves of the shadow leopard connected to the array's focal point, forming a buffer layer. Just one final component remained. Qin Feng's gaze fixated on the vacant heart of the array. As the wind stirred, the fox's shadow swept in. Sumei assumed human form, her 9 tails encircling a crimson hourglass, which she gently placed into the heart of the array. The hourglass turned, distorting time and space, rippling the air. Before dawn tomorrow, she declared, her fingertip tracing the cabin's surface, leaving a burn mark. Should I fail, I shall forge your bones into weapons. Qin Feng nodded. You may attempt it. She turned to leave, but halted abruptly. Are you monitoring my combat? Qin Feng did not refute. With each use of your talent, the mark fades. Endure for 2 more days, and your bloodline will collapse. Sumei let out a cold chuckle. So you released that vial of elixir? The refined source energy potion would suffice to sustain him until the fusion commenced. After a moment of silence, she suddenly raised her hand, tracing a blood mark upon his chest. If this is a trap, I will drag the entire blue star to its demise. Qin Feng lowered his head, licking the droplet of blood, his eyes gleaming ominously. You should have acted sooner. She spoke no further, her 9 tails swirling, flames tearing through the air, and she vanished. Qin Feng entered the fusion chamber, sealing all interfaces. The countdown initiated. 061759. The shadow leopard lay in wait outside the chamber, its mechanical left eye reflecting the light of the hexagram array. Qin Feng closed his eyes, The source energy within him began to reorganize. Suddenly, an alarm blared. City Defense Patrol approaching, 700 meters, detection beam activated. Qin Feng opened his eyes, pressing a button to activate the temporal anchor point. Energy tides were directed into the abandoned mine 700 meters away. A thunderous explosion erupted, fire soaring into the sky, causing the patrol to swiftly alter their course. Calmness returned to the chamber. The countdown persisted, 061542. Leaning against the cabin wall, Qin Feng exhaled slowly. The fusion had yet to commence. Yet the game was already set in motion. He touched the blood mark on his chest, whispering, "I have awaited this moment for a long time." In the lofty heights, Sume gazed down upon the city. The core of her source energy quivered slightly, resonating with the underground hexagram array. "You have plotted against all," she murmured. "But do not forget, the nine-tailed fox is most adept at turning against its master." With a flick of her fingertip, a thread of spatial silk silently shot down, ensnaring the master control valve of the fusion chamber. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the surface of the chamber. Countdown pulsation, 061023. Qin Feng opened his eyes, gazing at the hexagram formation above him, a smirk suddenly gracing his lips. "Come forth." Chapter 77. The threat of extraterrestrial beings. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the hexagram formation erupted with blinding brilliance. Qin Feng felt himself enveloped by a torrent of ferocious energy, the source energy within him surging like boiling magma. Each expansion and contraction of his meridians accompanied by excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, steadfast in his consciousness. When the light dissipated, he found himself atop the shadow leopard, his palm pressed against the residual energy of the hexagram, successfully merging as the source energy within him flowed like an even more turbulent lava. 3 minutes. Sume stood ahead, her 9 tails aligned, golden eyes fixated on the black rift that tore through the horizon. If this dragged on, none would survive. Qin Feng remained silent, flicking his fingertip as shadow threads entwined around the vertebrae of the shadow leopard. His mechanical left eye ignited with a star map pattern, a beam of azure light sweeping towards the rocky edge of the rift. Attribute conversion, commence. He intoned. The surface of the rock rippled, the gray-black exterior rapidly crystallizing, a circular crystalline belt forming amidst the swirling purple light. A smirk played at Sume's lips. "Qin Feng, this time you have not acted foolishly." Before her words could fully escape, the rift suddenly widened, 5 shadowy figures roaring as they leaped forth. The dual-horned giant wolf landed with a thud, its claws shattering the ground beneath, crimson runes swirling in its eyes, a putrid wind assaulting them. Flame cage. Sume raised her hand, her 9 tails whipping in unison, flames soaring into the air, weaving into a net. Yet, just as the fire net was about to close, her figure wavered, a sweet taste filled her throat, a droplet of blood slipping from the corner of her lips, exploding into tiny fiery beads midair. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. "Sume, are you on the verge of collapse?" Silence. She gritted her teeth, her 9 tails lifting once more, but the flames had clearly dimmed, the energy of the hourglass still flowing backward. "I can barely suppress the backlash of my bloodline." The giant wolf seized the opportunity, crashing through the fire net, lunging straight for Sume. Qin Feng tapped his toes, the shadow leopard teleporting in front of her, his left eye bursting forth with a thunderous storm. Zzz. Blue lightning pierced through the giant wolf's skull, its body crashing to the ground, the soul fire instantly devoured by some unseen force. Qin Feng swallowed hard. A vision of those enormous eyes opening in the purplish-black void flashing through his mind, strange, ancient, as if they could consume everything. "Do not draw too near." Sume coughed up blood, her fingertips trembling. "That entity will taint the soul." Qin Feng chuckled coldly, dismounting from the shadow leopard, striding towards the edge of the rift. "Are you insane?" she shouted sharply. "That energy could shred 3 golden levels. Sufficient for me to ascend 2 levels. He did not look back, his palm already pressed against the energy mass spilling from the rift. The moment the purple light touched him, a torrent of images flooded into his distorted limbs, suffering beings. A collapsing world. Agonizing pain twisted through his brain like a knife. He bit his tongue, the taste of rust exploding in his mouth. Sume's pupils constricted sharply, her foxtail wrapping around his wrist, a gentle source energy flowing into his meridians. "You truly fear not death?" she asked, her voice taut. "I do fear." He gasped a laugh. "But I fear more the day you might turn me into a puppet." She let out a cold snort, but did not release her tail. 3 minutes are almost up. If you die here, I will not be responsible for your remains. No need, Qin Feng replied, closing his eyes as an ancient mechanism within him was activated. The energy from another realm was forcibly channeled into his inner sanctum, simultaneously detonating the residual refining agent. Energy surged forth as the source energy reconfigured itself. The bottleneck of the bronze peak was shattered under the impact of the otherworldly energy. Qin Feng opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of deep purple crossing his gaze. Had he broken through? Sume squinted. Advanced bronze. He grinned, blood still staining the corners of his mouth. And with it, he gained a resistance to the abyss. Before he could finish his words, a deep rumble emanated from the depths of the crack, as if some colossal beast was stirring in its slumber. Sume's expression shifted. It has awakened. Who? Qin Feng inquired. I don't know. She shot forth a drop of her vital blood, forming a sealing talisman in midair, but it is certainly not something you can withstand. The 9 tails converged into a beam of light that pierced the crack. The ground trembled as the fissure began to constrict. How much longer can we hold out? Qin Feng asked. 90 seconds, she replied, sweat beading on her forehead. Stop wasting time with idle questions. Qin Feng turned, pressing his palm against the back of the shadow leopard. The devoured energy from the other realm was swiftly transformed and transmitted to Su Mei's body through contact. She stiffened. Qin Feng, do you dare to feed me this kind of energy? Qin Feng's gaze was resolute. Rest assured, though it is otherworldly energy, I have purified it using a special method. It will not harm you. Su Mei remained skeptical, but upon seeing the seriousness in Qin Feng's expression, she hesitated for a moment before yielding. Yet the source energy continued to surge through her meridians, and her complexion gradually improved. The beam of 9 tails solidified further, and the rate of the fissure's constriction quickened. 60 seconds, she murmured. Qin Feng operated the source energy, forcibly adjusting his own frequency. Though it was excruciating, he gritted his teeth and resonated in harmony with the abyssal creature to uncover the truth. What are you doing? Sume shouted in anger. I'm going in to take a look. He leaped towards the edge of the crack. You seek death. She abruptly retracted one of her fox tails, striking his shoulder fiercely, leaving a trail of blood. Illusions will conceal you, but if you dare to die in there, I will turn your bones into a key. The illusion descended, rippling through the space and masking his presence. As Qin Feng plunged into the fissure, the scenery before him twisted instantaneously. The purplish-black space stretched infinitely, with a flowing river of stars beneath his feet. In the distance, a pair of gigantic eyes slowly opened, deeper than the starry expanse. As if gazing into the depths of his soul, Qin Feng felt a chill run down his spine and turned, sprinting with all his might back towards the fissure. Behind him, Su Mei's deliberately lowered voice echoed. Return swiftly, or I shall make you a sacrificial pawn against the impending danger. The moment he burst out of the fissure, a series of explosions resonated. The remaining giant wolves self-destructed collectively, and the shockwave swept in all directions. Devour! Qin Feng bellowed, as the shadow barrier unfolded before him, compressing the explosive energy into a stream that surged into his inner sanctum. Go! Su Mei wrapped her 9 tails around him and the shadow leopard, warping space to instantaneously escape from their position. When they landed, Qin Feng knelt on one knee, his mechanical armor riddled with cracks. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled broadly. Barely passable. Su Mei stood a short distance away, her tail slowly retracting, her complexion as pale as parchment. Next time, do not jest with my life. Are you not fine? He rose to his feet and added, if you truly couldn't endure it, you would have abandoned me and fled. She fixed her gaze upon him, suddenly raising her hand. A thread of spatial energy shot forth, ensnaring the fissure in his chest armor. If you do this again, she tugged her fingertip and metallic fragments fell away with a clatter. I shall not come to your aid. Qin Feng chuckled softly, about to speak when the shadow leopard let out a low growl, its mechanical left eye flickering erratically. He furrowed his brow and pressed down on its spinal joint. What is wrong? The shadow leopard remained silent, its left eye's star map spinning wildly before finally locking onto a coordinate, the very location deep within the fissure where those colossal eyes resided. Su Mei also sensed the anomaly, her 9 tails unfurling slowly. Is it tracking you? No, Qin Feng replied, his focus on the star map. It has remembered me. Su Mei smirked coldly. It seems you have attracted considerable trouble. Trouble? He lifted his gaze, a fervor of battle igniting within his eyes. This is merely the beginning. She said nothing, merely approaching him silently, her tail brushing lightly against his back, infusing warmth into his wound. Do not perish too swiftly, she murmured. Qin Feng nodded and mounted the leopard. Its limbs trembled slightly, yet it stood resolutely. Home, he commanded. The shadow leopard activated its mechanical nerves, letting out a growl before treading through the air. Sume remained in place, watching them depart, her core of source energy vibrating faintly. Moments later, she raised her hand, gathering a thread of spatial energy at her fingertip, silently shooting it towards the direction Qin Feng had vanished. The thread, silent and unobtrusive, latched onto a severed mechanical nerve at the shadow leopard's tail. She withdrew her hand, gazing at the faint resonance in her palm, softly declaring, "You may scheme against everyone, but do not forget that the nine-tailed fox excels at." Before she could finish, a narrow rift suddenly split the distant sky, purple-black mist seeping forth slowly. She narrowed her eyes, her nine tails instantly fanning out, golden pupils reflecting the tendril of mist. Chapter 78. Bloodline Fusion. The shadow leopard's mechanical nerves continued to quiver. The severed tail nerve twitching slightly. Residual waves of source energy flowed back along the spatial thread into Sume's palm. Her fingertip trembled, and the thread was quietly retracted, vanishing into her sleeve as if nothing had transpired. Qin Feng did not look back, merely moving his hand away from the shadow leopard's spinal joint. The star map in his left eye extinguished by itself, the final glimmer of azure light vanishing deep within his pupil. "The coordinates have been erased," he stated flatly. Sume's gaze fixated on the back of his head, her golden eyes narrowing. She distinctly felt that obsessive pursuit of the abyss dissipate, as if it had never existed. Yet, because of this, the tension within her heart tightened further. "What do you seek?" She finally spoke, her nine tails slowly swaying behind her, poised to strike at any moment. Qin Feng turned, his palm open, a swirling orb of purple-gold source energy rotating gently. The dark purple energy of the other world intertwined with the golden radiance of his own source energy, devoid of any ferocity, instead embodying a peculiar rhythm. "The demigod bloodline within you is nearing its limit," he stated. "With each use of the nine tails, the mark fades a fraction. Should you endure 3 more high-intensity battles, it will backlash against your essence." Sume's pupils narrowed. She had confided in no one. The curse left by her mother was also the price of power. Each time she wielded the true strength of the nine-tailed fox, the bloodline seal would loosen a fraction, until one day, the slumbering will would awaken completely. "You wish to intervene?" She scoffed. "The last time you recklessly fed me energy from another realm, it nearly drove me to madness." "That was an emergency," Qin Feng replied, clasping his hands together, the source energy merging within him. "This time, I have prepared 30% of the original source, along with purified energy from another realm. It will be sufficient to activate the seal without inciting chaos." "Why should I trust you?" she retorted. "I could leave at any moment." He turned, striding towards the quiet chamber. "You can bear it alone. I won't stop you." Sume remained unmoved, yet her nine tails slowly drooped, forming a barrier before him. "Let us begin." In the center of the quiet chamber, the hexagram had long been inscribed, with the spatial crystal embedded at its core. The Flame Dragon King's source core suspended above, and the crimson sandglass delicately flipping at the pinnacle. Streams of energy flowed through the formation like living entities, establishing a stable cycle. Qin Feng settled cross-legged, adjusting the source core and sandglass to resonate in harmony. The shadow leopard lay nearby, its mechanical nerves extending several tendrils to connect with the formation nodes, serving as an energy buffer. "Remove your shirt," he instructed. Sume squinted. "What did you say?" "Bloodline fusion requires skin contact." He kept his gaze averted. "Are you afraid I might peek, dressed so thoroughly?" "Enough with the nonsense." She huffed, tearing at her collar to reveal her snow-white shoulders and back. A dark red fox-shaped mark materialized above her spine, visibly fading at an alarming rate. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. The edges of the mark had begun to crack, resembling parched earth. "Sit at the heart of the formation," he urged softly. "Do not resist my energy." Obeying, Sume seated herself, her nine tails curling around her in a natural shield. Qin Feng pressed his palms against her back, slowly infusing source energy. In that instant, Sume's body stiffened. His energy did not surge directly into her meridians. Instead, it formed a thin protective membrane at her surface, as if isolating something. Soon after, a gentler force ascended along her spine, gently supporting the mark on the verge of dissolution. Are you simulating a heartbeat? Her voice trembled. The original frequency of the nine-tailed fox. Qin Feng closed his eyes. The shadow leopard's mechanical nerves are synchronizing with your pulse. The system is reconstructing the energy waveform. She fell silent, for she felt the restless bloodline within her truly beginning to calm. The purple-gold source energy surged from Qin Feng's palms, merging with her own fire-type source energy. The hexagram suddenly illuminated, the spatial crystal emitted a low hum, and the crimson sand glass accelerated its rotation. It has begun, Qin Feng intoned. The energy surged like a tide, and Su Mei let out a muffled groan, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The moment the seal loosened, an ancient, frigid consciousness stirred from the depths of her bloodline. How dare the ants touch my seal? The consciousness pierced Qin Feng's sea of consciousness like a blade. He offered no resistance, allowing that will to invade, manifesting within his mind as a hunched figure draped in tattered royal robes, its eyes hollow and void. The lowly host surrendered its shell. Qin Feng's consciousness bowed down, trembling as if struck by terror. The will relaxed its erosion, slowly extending its tendrils, poised to consume. Just as it touched the core of his consciousness, Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The remnants of the refining potion within him erupted explosively, the excruciating pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead, yet a cold smirk graced his lips. Consume you? He activated the beast-devouring system in reverse. A thread of devouring power surged through the energy connection, flowing upstream, fiercely biting at that ancient will. Su Mei suddenly screamed in agony, her body convulsing violently. Qin Feng pressed his palms firmly against her back, relentlessly pouring source energy into her. The shadow leopard emitted a low growl, its mechanical nerves taut, enduring the backlash of energy. Hold on for 3 more seconds. The wolf thrashed wildly in the system's space, but was ensnared by the devouring power, ultimately compressed into a blood-red rune, sealed deep within the system. The hexagram array erupted with blinding red light before settling into tranquility. Su Mei collapsed to the ground, her breath rapid, her back soaked in cold sweat. Yet, the fox-shaped mark upon her body regained its vibrant crimson hue, even revealing intricate golden patterns. She slowly raised her head, her 9 tails swaying without wind, each hair shimmering with a faint glow. An overwhelming pressure emanated from her, far surpassing anything before. She had evolved into a commander-level 9-tailed celestial fox. Qin Feng, however, suddenly coughed up blood, a crack appearing in his shoulder armor. His skin charred, as if burned from within by flames. Su Mei gazed at him, her golden eyes trembling. You already knew there would be a retaliatory will, she said. So you were never here to assist me in merging our bloodlines. I came to suppress it, Qin Feng replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. And to transform your bloodline into a true power that can be controlled. She remained still, her 9 tails gradually folding in. Moments later, she raised her hand, her fingertips brushing over his shoulder wound. Warm source energy flowed in, causing the charred skin to peel away, revealing fresh flesh beneath. Next time, her voice was soft, almost a whisper, don't bear it alone. Qin Feng tugged at the corner of his mouth, remaining silent. Su Mei stood, her garments draping over her once more. She approached the edge of the formation, her fingertips lightly touching the crimson flame hourglass. The hourglass suddenly paused for a moment. Her gaze sharpened as she turned to Qin Feng. This hourglass was not taken from the resource repository. Qin Feng closed his eyes to recuperate. It belongs to you. Do you still possess the materials my mother sacrificed her life for 20 years ago? I altered its structure slightly. He opened his eyes. Now it can store your source energy fluctuations, and at a critical moment, it can forcibly awaken the combat instincts of the 9-tailed celestial fox. Su Mei stared at him, her 9 tails slowly rising, one tail tip gently tapping against his chest. Qin Feng, she suddenly laughed, a hint of danger lacing her tone. Just how much more do you have hidden? Chapter 79. The truth behind the forces at play. The crimson flame hourglass hung suspended in midair, Su Mei's fingertip still resting against the glass wall. She did not withdraw her hand, merely shifting her gaze from the hourglass to Qin Feng's countenance, while the 9 tails behind her gradually coiled inwards, resembling sheathed blades being retracted. Qin Feng sat cross-legged at the periphery of the hexagram, his charred shoulder being enveloped by newly formed flesh, as the source energy seeping from the fissures of his armor had yet to fully dissipate. He raised his hand, revealing a dark red data chip, its edges adorned with a delicate, hair-like fox pattern. Your mother left more than just the hourglass, he stated flatly, without meeting her eyes. There is also this. Sumei's pupils constricted slightly. The pattern matched perfectly with that on her earring. When did you acquire it? She inquired. 72 hours before her death. Qin Feng replied, inserting the chip into the interface slot of the shadow leopard's spine. The mechanical nerves instantly illuminated with ethereal blue veins. She concealed the experimental log within the hourglass's compartment and also slipped this backup chip into the ventilation duct of your room. The airflow triggered hidden recognition whenever you opened the window for ventilation. Sumei remained still, yet the fur of her 9 tails bristled slightly. You rummaged through my room? When I saved your life, you didn't seem to mind, Qin Feng scoffed. And now you are concerned about privacy? The mechanical eyes of the shadow leopard projected a holographic screen as 3 sets of data streams began to converge, the energy spectrum of the sealed land, the genetic chain of the drug samples, and the records of the feral combat pets from the Academy's archives. A system interface prompted, data match degree 873, triggering deep analysis task, Abyss Echo Trader's Shadow. What exactly are you trying to investigate? Sumei stepped closer, her golden eyes fixated on the holographic screen. Volume 1. The Beast Riot in the Civilian District. Qin Feng's fingertip glided across the screen, retrieving an encrypted log, 327 fatalities. Officially classified as a combat pet's loss of control. However, within the genetic sequences of all the rampaging combat pets, there existed a common external code number, X937. The holographic display shifted, forming a 3-dimensional projection. A man clad in standard military armor stood at the center of a laboratory, injecting a crimson embryo with a syringe. The background insignia was unmistakably the 7th observation station, 20 years prior. Xiaozhan, Sumei murmured, recognizing the name of the former guardian of the Lin city-state. Wanted for his experiments on combat pet modifications, who subsequently vanished. Vanished? Qin Feng scoffed. He did not escape. Rather, he was concealed by high-ranking military officials. The X937 serum was indeed his brainchild, a half-beast enhancement agent derived from S-class combat pet embryos, forcibly merging with human hosts to create controllable instruments of slaughter. The projection continued to play. Xiaozhan cast the failed specimens into the beast enclosure, disguising them as a tide of beasts. The final frame froze on his departing silhouette, a dark red military emblem branded upon his right shoulder. This time, the genetic experiment also utilized X937, Qin Feng noted, calling up the scanning image of the serum bottle, confirming identical numbers, molecular structures, and even the same energy residue frequency. The only difference, he paused, as a comparative image appeared on the screen, was that this experimental subject carried his source energy imprint within its DNA. It is not a mere replica. It is his direct manipulation. Sumei remained silent for a moment, before suddenly chuckling coldly. So, your assistance in merging bloodlines previously was not solely for my benefit? I never engage in ventures that yield no profit, he replied. Qin Feng closed the luminous screen, yet one must concede that our objectives have aligned. His audacity to restart X937 indicates his preparations for something grander. What do you intend to do? Expose him directly? Qin Feng shook his head. For Xiaozhan has powerful allies. His evasion of judgment years ago was due to the military's need for a cleanup crew. His recent emergence suggests that those behind him believe the time is ripe. Any action from us would throw the entire upper echelon into disarray. Then what are you waiting for? Qin Feng rose, the mechanical nerves of the shadow leopard retracting into his body. He approached a corner of the quiet room and retrieved a black chip from a concealed compartment, its surface adorned with swirling, distorted runes. This is a remnant consciousness extracted from the core of an abyssal creature during our last battle at the sealing site, he declared. The system deciphered a fragmented memory. Xiaozhan, in an underground laboratory, addressing a half-orc corpse, stated, "Let us try again. This time using the genes of a high-level beastmaster." Sumei's eyes widened with realization. Is he attempting to create a commander-level half-orc? Not merely that, Qin Feng replied. Inserting the chip into the system, he aims to create a controllable commander-level creature. Should he succeed with even one, he could replicate it en masse. At that point, the entire combat power structure of the city-state would fall under his dominion. Do you possess evidence? Evidence. Qin Feng chuckled. Once he initiates his plan, it will naturally emerge. What is lacking now is not proof, but rather bait to entice him into revealing himself. Sumei scrutinized him. Who do you intend to use as bait? Myself. Qin Feng accessed the Academy's Potion Research Project interface. In 3 days, I will submit a modified version of the X937 formula to the research team. The data will be authentic, but crucial nodes will be tampered with. If he wishes to expedite the experiment, he will inevitably utilize it. Are you not afraid he will eliminate you to silence you? He would not dare. Qin Feng replied with a cold smile. He needs time, resources, and a legitimate research facade. My current position as a potential battle pet research consultant, coupled with your influence, serves as a protective barrier. Should he act against me, he must first contend with you. Sume narrowed her eyes. So, you expedited my bloodline fusion for this reason? Astute, Qin Feng nodded. You are no longer a mere pawn he can manipulate at will. If he strikes, you would have just cause to intervene. As for me, he traced his fingertip, prompting the system to display an encrypted command interface. I will compel him to disclose the location of his base. Sume fell silent, her 9 tails swaying slowly as if weighing the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, she suddenly inquired, when did you begin investigating him? Qin Feng hesitated momentarily. The day your mother passed away. His voice softened. The last encrypted message she transmitted to you, content I withheld, stated, Xiaozhan is not dead. He is awaiting a new world. Sume's breath caught in her throat. Why did you not reveal this sooner? Would it have mattered? Qin Feng closed the system interface. At that time, would you have placed your trust in me or the organization? A brief silence enveloped the quiet room. Outside, the night wind coursed through the corridor, stirring the golden sand atop the hourglass. Suddenly, Sume raised her hand, her 9 tails curling to seize the black chip into her palm. She gazed intently at the shifting runes, her golden eyes glimmering. I will handle the arrangements for the modified formula. She mentioned that the research group would convene next Wednesday, and she would ensure that the group leader prioritized your proposal. Are you not concerned about being discovered? Discovered? She scoffed. For I am the heir of the 9-tailed celestial fox. A mere meeting record cannot possibly be flawless. Qin Feng cast a glance at her, saying little more. He understood that this was her first initiative to utilize organizational resources on his behalf. There is another matter. Sume returned the chip, stating that Xiaozhan had managed to escape years ago because someone had destroyed the military's experimental records for him. His current willingness to restart the project indicates that the insider is still present. Qin Feng took the chip, his fingertips gently tracing the runes. I know who it is. Who? Guess. He reinserted the chip into the shadow leopard, its mechanical nerves emitting a low hum. Regardless, it cannot be someone who is still alive. Sume refrained from pressing further. She recognized that Qin Feng never spoke without certainty. When does the plan commence? After the formula is submitted. It will be initiated upon his first interaction with the data. Qin Feng rose and approached the window. In the distance, the sealed underground laboratory remained shrouded in darkness, save for a solitary red light that flickered every 30 seconds. Each time he conducted an experiment, he used that light as a signal. Qin Feng murmured, 3 flashes signify readiness. 3 extinguishes indicate success or failure. When it extinguishes for the 4th time, he traced a line on the glass with his fingertip. It would mark the moment he exposed the base. Sume stepped beside him, her 9 tails gently resting on his shoulder, the warm source energy gradually seeping into his still healing wounds. How do you intend to conclude this? Conclude? Qin Feng turned, a hint of coldness gracing his lips. I have stated before, some individuals should not witness the dawn of a new world. Chapter 80. The final battle at the sealed land. Qin Feng stared at the glaring red light. His finger paused momentarily on the spine interface of the shadow leopard before he pressed down with force. The mechanical nerves activated instantaneously, azure veins spreading along the alloy framework. The entire shadow leopard emitting a deep hum as its back armor split open, revealing concealed thruster nozzles. It was not a signal, it was an alarm. His voice was frigid. It has awakened. Sume stood half a step behind him, her 9 tails unfurling silently, her golden eyes reflecting the peculiar red light atop the underground laboratory in the distance. She did not inquire who had awakened, for she already knew the answer. The chaotic shriek had transformed from the wave returned by the black chip 30 seconds prior. There are 2 minutes until the guard shift. She raised her hand, her fingertips slicing through the air to conjure an illusory flame totem. I will make them believe there has been an energy leak in Zone 3. Qin Feng did not respond. The shadow leopard had leaped from its cover, its limbs leaving fleeting shadows on the ground. In the next moment, shadows tore through space. a vacuum passage materializing out of thin air as the shadow leopard shot like an arrow into the crevice of the base's electromagnetic barrier. There was no one inside. The corridor lay desolate, the emergency lights unlit. Only a low-frequency vibration resonating from within, akin to some colossal entity breathing. "Magic spider," Qin Feng whispered. As the system interface materialized in his view, high-dimensional life signs detected, spatial distortion degree 47. Immediate evacuation recommended. He dismissed the prompt. The left eye of the shadow leopard illuminated, signaling the completion of the shadow thunderstorm's charge. At the end of the corridor, a heavy alloy door lay shattered, its twisted metal resembling the remnants of a beast's gnawing. Beyond the door was an expansive underground chamber. At its center floated a sphere of deep purple and black, surrounded by 8 appendages adorned with bone spurs extending from its edges, deeply embedded into the rock wall. Each limb writhed slowly, tearing through space, creating a perpetually collapsing and reconstituting fissure. The time-space demon spider, not yet fully awakened, began to reconstruct reality, consuming the energy of the sealing array. Sume appeared at his side, her voice taut, warning that in 3 minutes, the entire sealed area would collapse. Qin Feng remained still, his gaze fixed on the position of the spider's head, where a vague point of consciousness flickered, weak yet stable. It was the remnant of its consciousness, the only target that could be devoured. "You hold it off," he commanded. "Are you insane? Its consciousness strength exceeds that of a commander." Sume grasped his wrist, energy surging as she attempted to pull him back. Qin Feng grasped her wrist in return, his grip firm enough to startle her. 3 minutes, he said, locking eyes with her. "That's enough time for me to kill it." With that, the shadow leopard surged forward, launching the shadow thunderstorm towards the spider's third nerve ganglion. Blue arcs of electricity erupted, instantly paralyzing one of its 8 limbs. The distortion in space briefly halted. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng darted forward, his figure gliding like a specter towards the spider's head. As he reached out, his fingertips brushed against the glowing point of consciousness, triggering a system notification. Target near death. Initiate devour? Devour. Failed to seize the time-space manipulation talent. Acquired incomplete space anchor skill. Retrieved fragmented memories. Subject ID X93707. Gene fusion failure. Host collapse. Xiaozhan's directive. Initiate final plan. Excruciating pain erupted from the depths of his brain as countless fragmented images flooded his mind. Laboratories, pools of blood, half-orc corpses, and flickering red lights. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng forced his consciousness to stabilize while channeling system energy into the shadow leopard, commanding it to continue assaulting the nerve ganglion. The demon spider emitted a silent roar, its remaining 7 limbs thrashing wildly. As the space fissure widened abruptly, a distorted force field sweeping toward them. Sume's 9 tails unfurled, a fiery illusion forming instantly, yet it was torn apart upon contact with the force field. "We can't hold it back," she cried, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Qin Feng smirked, tearing off his shoulder armor to reveal the dark purple energy patterns coursing just beneath his skin, remnants of power extracted from the spider's consciousness. "Then let us use its own strength against its master." He infused the incomplete space anchor skill into the shadow leopard, which left a phantom image in its place, only to reappear directly above the demon spider, its claws plunging straight into its core. Boom! The purple-black energy exploded, the spider's 8 limbs convulsing, and the consciousness point flickering violently. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of the laboratory. Xiaozhan emerged, his body encased in dark red, half-beast battle armor. His right arm fully transformed into a massive claw, his left eye glowing crimson, and a pulsating embryonic core embedded in his chest. X937's ultimate form. Qin Feng. His voice was hoarse, resembling a malevolent spirit clawing its way from the depths of the earth. "You have indeed come. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." Qin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "I await you to personally deliver the location of your base." Xiaozhan spoke not a word. With a swift motion of his colossal claw, the space around them was rent asunder. Sume was violently hurled against the rock wall, one of her 9 tails fracturing on impact, blood spraying forth. "You are not strong enough." Xiaozhan advanced step by step. "You will never comprehend why I have managed to survive until now." Qin Feng remained silent, yet the shadow leopard suddenly altered its course, positioning the remnants of the demon spider in front of itself. Boom! Xiaozhan's claw struck down, directly hitting the body of the demon spider, only to be repelled by a strange force, causing him to stagger backward. "What have you done?" he roared. "I have consumed its consciousness." Qin Feng slowly raised his hand, revealing a distorted rune manifesting in his palm. "Now, a portion of its control lies within my grasp." Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted, without granting him time to react. Qin Feng activated the Shadow Leopard's Shadow Thunderstorm, once more, simultaneously infusing the absorbed energy into Su Mei's body. She instantly regained her strength, her 9 tails igniting in golden flames as the residual runes of the sealing array flickered to life under her command. "Seal it," Qin Feng urged. Su Mei formed a seal with her hands, her 9 tails converging into a beam of light shooting towards the heavens, resonating with the remaining energy of the sealing array. The ground split apart, ancient chains of runes emerging from the rock strata, coiling around Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan roared in fury, striking with abandon. Yet with each rune he shattered, the remnants of the demon spider unleashed a counterforce, pushing him back towards the center. "You have lost." Qin Feng approached him, and the interface of the system shop materialized before him. "Do you wish to expend 500 energy points to unlock the ability of time-space leap?" Without hesitation, he confirmed the exchange. In the next moment, he grasped Xiao Zhan's shoulder, the runes beneath their feet flaring to life, and a rift in time and space tore open beneath them. "You will not succeed," Xiao Zhan thrashed desperately. "The master will restart everything." "The master?" Qin Feng scoffed. "When he arrives, I shall enlighten him on how you were exiled." With a forceful shove, he propelled Xiao Zhan into the rift, his figure being torn apart by the warped fabric of time, his final scream suspended in the air. "You cannot escape." The rift sealed shut. The entire base trembled violently, the remnants of the demon spider collapsing in a thunderous cacophony, transforming into a cloud of energy dust. Qin Feng knelt on one knee, the shadow leopard emitting a low growl, its mechanical body cracking in multiple places, its energy nearing depletion. Su Mei approached, her 9 tails gently resting on his shoulder, a flow of energy gradually infusing him. "Did you just utilize a shop ability?" she inquired. Qin Feng remained silent. A system prompt resonating in his mind consumed the residual consciousness of the time-space demon spider, acquired unknown bloodline fragment, abyssal level. "Do you wish to extract it?" He closed his eyes, opting for refusal. "Let us depart." He pushed himself up from the ground. The shadow leopard instinctively knelt, allowing him to mount. The seal array's core had been corroded by the demon spider's venom and would require reconstruction within 7 days. Su Mei did not move, her eyes fixed upon him. Who was the master that Xiao Zhan mentioned? Qin Feng patted the shadow leopard, which activated its final reserves of energy, its propulsion nozzle expelling blue flames. "Once I ascend to the silver level," he replied, turning back with a slight smirk, "there will naturally be those who seek me out." Chapter 81. Internal purge. The propulsion nozzle of the shadow leopard traced a dark blue streak through the night. Qin Feng leaned against its battered mechanical spine. The blood seeping from the gap in his shoulder blade had already congealed into a deep brown. Su Mei walked half a step ahead of him, her 9 tails cascading down, one of which was broken and still dripping blood. Yet, she paid it no mind, merely raising her hand to inject a stream of source energy into the shadow leopard's energy core. "How much longer can we hold out?" she inquired. "Long enough to return to headquarters," Qin Feng replied, his voice hoarse. He tapped the neural interface of the shadow leopard, and the system interface flickered momentarily in the corner of his vision. 17 energy remaining, immediate return suggested. He dismissed it. As they arrived, the alloy doors of the main hall at headquarters opened automatically, cold light cascading from the dome above, illuminating the atmosphere with an air of solemnity. A dozen high-ranking officials surrounded the circular council platform. Some furrowed their brows, others smirked, while a few exchanged furtive glances, their fingers unconsciously rubbing the family insignia on their cuffs. Xiao Zhan has been eliminated. Su Mei stepped into the council circle, her golden eyes sweeping across the assembly. Those who supported him stand forth. No one moved. Yet, the air shifted. Some retreated a half step, others lowered their gazes to their hands, and a few discreetly tucked a communication chip into their palms. Qin Feng did not enter the circle. The shadow leopard lay behind him, its mechanical claws embedded in the ground, poised for action at any moment. He leaned against the wall, appearing utterly exhausted, yet his fingertips swiftly navigated the system interface. Before consuming the traitor, he had taken the liberty of reanalyzing the fragmented memories of Xiao Zhan. Target, Confidential high-level conversation footage. Source energy fluctuation matching degree 987. He raised his hand, and a holographic projection materialized in his palm, depicting Xiao Zhan standing in the center of an underground laboratory, facing a figure draped in a gray robe as they conversed in hushed tones. The X-937 project has been restarted. The number 3 experimental point in the city-state is ready. What is the source of the agent? The gray-robed figure inquired. Retrieved from the Academy's pharmacy, code L782, consistent with 20 years ago. The image froze at the moment the gray-robed figure turned, their face obscured, yet the crescent-shaped scar on their right hand was unmistakable. Qin Feng switched off the projection, his gaze settling on the third person on the left side of the council platform, Lin Jingnan, the logistics chief, who was wearing a metal ring that concealed a scar on his hand. Silence enveloped the room. Lin Jingnan suddenly lifted his head, his face ashen. This is fabricated. Xiao Zhan is dead. Anyone could concoct a segment of memory. Is that so? Qin Feng finally spoke, his voice low yet overpowering all other noises. Then perhaps you could explain why the L782 agent has long been classified as a forbidden substance, with access codes only available to high-ranking military officials and you, the logistics chief. Lin Jingnan's pupils constricted. Furthermore, Qin Feng raised his hand, and the armor on the back of the shadow leopard split open, revealing a sealed test tube. This residue was extracted from the core of Xiao Zhan's embryo. DNA testing reveals it contains remnants of your source energy. He gently placed the test tube at the center of the council platform. Now, do you still assert that it is fabricated? Lin Jingnan abruptly stood, flipping his palm over to launch a signal flare towards the dome. Once ignited, the outer guards would rush in. As his hand was lifted halfway, Su Mei's 9 tails swept through the air, entwining his wrist with golden flames. The signal flare erupted in his palm, charring his flesh. I have spoken. Su Mei declared coldly, step forward now. Lin Jingnan gritted his teeth, his other hand suddenly reaching for his neck. With a bite of his teeth, he attempted to take his own life. However, Qin Feng was prepared. The shadow leopard struck the ground with a claw, instantly tearing open a shadowy passage. Qin Feng appeared behind Lin Jingnan, one hand gripping the nape of his neck, the other pressing against his crown. Target on the brink of death, initiate devour? Devour. The system prompt flickered, and Qin Feng closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the realm of the soul. Lin Jingnan's soul was disintegrating, but just before complete dissolution. An unusual wave swept through, not memory, but a stream of encrypted data, resembling a remotely implanted command. Analyzing. Encrypted information detected. Coordinates for experimental points in city-states 3, 5, and 7. Source of command. Unknown. Executor. Gray Robe Council. Ultimate objective. Open the abyss gate. Qin Feng opened his eyes, remaining silent as he pushed aside Lin Jingnan's limp body. He is dead, he stated. Su Mei approached and softly inquired, what have you uncovered? There are others. Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. An organization known as the Gray Robe Council is simultaneously controlling genetic experiments across multiple city-states. Su Mei narrowed her eyes. You haven't disseminated this information. Revealing it now would only incite panic. Qin Feng glanced at the council platform. Moreover, some individuals have yet to surface. She understood. The cleansing had only just begun. In the ensuing 3 hours, 7 more individuals were exposed, some for clandestinely destroying experimental records, others for illicitly contacting foreign entities, and one was even Xiao Zhan's younger brother, hiding among the medical team as an undercover agent. With each capture, Qin Feng instructed the shadow leopard to record their testimonies, employing the system to analyze their memories, ensuring no wrongful accusations or overlooked culprits. The final individual dragged out was a female researcher named Chunyu, who usually maintained a low profile. However, 37 encrypted communication records were unearthed from her terminal, all reporting Qin Feng's whereabouts to an unknown address. She knelt on the ground, trembling. I just wanted to survive. Xiao Zhan said that anyone who does not cooperate will have their entire family killed. Qin Feng crouched down, staring at her intently. Then tell me, who is the leader of the Gray Robe Council? I don't know. They never reveal themselves, only communicate through encrypted channels. But once, I overheard them mention someone. The master, waiting for news at the Silver Tower. The Silver Tower? Su Mei frowned. That is a military forbidden zone, sealed off for 20 years. Qin Feng remained silent as the system interface emerged, Detected residual fluctuations of abyss-level bloodline. Source unknown. Suggestion: pursue. He dismissed the prompt. The time had not yet come. Once the cleansing concluded, the council platform was left in disarray. Bodies were removed, live captives detained, and the remaining high-ranking officials stood rigidly, none daring to lift their heads. Sume ascended the high platform, her 9 tails unfurled, golden flames soaring. As the translucent phantom of the 9-tailed celestial fox materialized behind her, the pressure of her bloodline cascading down like a tidal wave. From this day forth, Qin Feng shall serve as the chief executive of the organization, exercising command authority. Her voice was sharp and frigid. Those who defy her are akin to betraying our clan. No one opposed her. Standing beneath the platform, Qin Feng observed the motionless shadow leopard, its mechanical form still emitting wisps of smoke, yet he paid it no heed. He merely cast a glance at Su Mei before surveying the bowed heads of those below. Some individuals were wavering, while others awaited their opportunity. He refrained from expressing his stance until Su Mei concluded her address, then spoke with measured calm. Resource allocation remains unchanged. Those who fulfill their tasks shall receive double the rewards. With these words, the morale of the assembly was significantly bolstered. A few individuals raised their heads, their eyes glimmering with renewed hope. After the meeting adjourned, Qin Feng returned to the quiet chamber, where Shadow Leopard automatically settled into the charging slot, its mechanical limbs commencing self-repair. He took his seat at the table, activating the system to reanalyze the encrypted data he had just absorbed. Deep analysis in progress. Hidden directive discovered. All experimental sites will initiate the fusion ceremony within 7 days, aiming to create a legion of leader-level half-beast warriors. Speculated ultimate goal: to use the legion as a sacrifice to open the abyss gate. Qin Feng closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair. 7 days. He still had time, yet could not afford to delay any longer. Su Mei entered, her 9 tails swaying gracefully. Assessing the extent of Shadow Leopard's damage. How long for repairs? 3 days, Qin Feng replied, opening his eyes. However, it can be forcibly activated. Are you planning to take action? No. He shook his head. Let them make the first move. What are you scheming? Qin Feng offered no reply, simply transmitting the encrypted coordinates from the system to her. Experimental Site Number 3. A transport team will arrive tonight carrying a new type of elixir. Su Mei narrowed her eyes. Did you leak this information? Indeed, he replied with a cold smirk. Let them believe we are still investigating Xiaozhan's old case. When in reality, his fingertip traced the surface of the table, leaving a charred mark. I am targeting a far larger prize. Chapter 82. The ultimate form of the mechanical shadow leopard. The following day, after completing the system adjustments, Qin Feng stood before the control panel, his fingertips gliding across the interface as a stream of data rapidly scrolled past. The analysis results of the abyss-level bloodline residual fluctuation had just emerged when he summoned the energy blueprint of the remnants of the demon spider. Frequency deviation 127. He muttered to himself, deftly maneuvering 3 fragments of memory into the analysis box, the metallic neural network of the soul steel puppet, the genetic chain of Xiaozhan's battle pet, and the fluctuating characteristics of Lin Jingnan's encrypted commands before his demise. The system interface flickered as the data reconstruction function initiated. Complete the protocol. Let me see what you can assemble. Qin Feng intently fixed his gaze on the progress bar, his expression icy. 3 minutes later, a notification chimed. Drive protocol reconstruction complete. Matching degree 893. Manual adjustments available. Recommended fusion path. Prioritize neural chain injection. Segmented loading. Without hesitation, Qin Feng clicked to confirm. The mechanical spine of the shadow leopard quivered violently as strands of blue-violet energy seeped through the crevices of its armor. Qin Feng placed the remains of the demon spider into the extraction chamber, where the system automatically decomposed it into pure energy streams, channeling them along a preordained path into the neural core of the shadow leopard. As soon as the first segment was initiated, alarms blared. Defense mechanism activated. Fusion interrupted. Warning: unauthorized biological tissue invasion detected. Initiating purge protocol. Ah, so it possesses the audacity to resist? Qin Feng scoffed, closing his eyes and descending into the realm of his soul. The consciousness of the shadow leopard loomed within the torrent of data, its crimson eyes glaring. Mechanical fangs bared at the intruder. Rather than force his way in, Qin Feng summoned the true and false visage skill. instantaneously adjusting his consciousness wave frequency to match the primal command code of the Shadow Leopard, the highest authority mark he had left during their initial contract. I am the source of commands. His voice resonated within the data space, calm yet imbued with an undeniable aura of authority. Revoke the defense protocol and permit fusion. The pupils of the Shadow Leopard trembled slightly, its mechanical muscles relaxing ever so slightly. In the next moment, Qin Feng's consciousness surged forward, forcibly overriding its autonomous judgment module. I am not seeking your consent. His tone turned frigid. I command you to evolve. A system prompt emerged, defense mechanism disabled. Fusion process restarted. Energy streams surged forth once more. 1 segment, 2 segments, 3 segments, until all 6 segments of the neural chain were fully loaded. The body of the Shadow Leopard began to undergo a transformation. The originally jet-black armor surface revealed shimmering silver-gray patterns, resembling circuits spreading beneath the skin. A fissure opened at the center of its back, and 6 folded wing-like structures gradually unfurled, each embedded with miniature propulsion arrays. Qin Feng opened his eyes, poised to assess the status, when the entire chamber suddenly trembled. With a thunderous roar, a half-meter-long rift materialized out of thin air, its edges contorted, devouring a nearby metallic table. Is time and space unraveling? He furrowed his brow, promptly releasing source energy and forcefully compressing it down through the soul contract. The Shadow Leopard's body quaked violently, its 6 wings spinning frantically in an attempt to stabilize energy output, yet the temporal fluctuations continued to propagate. Qin Feng pressed down on the control panel, and the system automatically generated a new prompt. Temporal disorder detected. It is advisable to initiate anchoring protocol. Control scheme. 3-segment command code input. Delay must not exceed 0.3 seconds. He fixed his gaze on the emerging code box, his fingers dancing swiftly in the void. 1st segment, lock spatial coordinates. 2nd segment, calibrate energy output frequency. 3rd segment, activate 6-wing synchronization array. With the final command delivered, a surge of black ripples erupted around the Shadow Leopard, and the 6 wings simultaneously expelled ghostly blue flames, forcefully compressing the spatial rift back into submission. The chamber regained its tranquility, with only the deep breaths of the Shadow Leopard echoing in the silence. Qin Feng exhaled deeply, conjuring the system panel. Ultimate form of the mechanical Shadow Leopard unlocked. Code name, temporal battleship form. Core abilities, short-range temporal jump, spatial anchoring.